I am clearly the #1 heir in the capital. My grandfather is the strongest emperor of the human race. My grandmother is the most beautiful saintess of the human race. Even my younger siblings are at the divine level. Yet here I am, sitting in a wheelchair all day pretending to be disabled. I would rather lie down than sit. If I can avoid moving, I will resolutely do so. Everyone thinks I've flown home, but only I know that I'm sitting in a wheelchair purely out of laziness. In my previous life, I toiled day and night in a factory, exhausted like a beast, often having my pay docked by my boss. That night, I worked overtime until dawn, tiredly pedaling a shared bike home. The boss's Xiaomi Su7 zoomed past, splashing me with water. I yelled, "Are you crazy?" only to be hit and thrown by a drunk driver. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in this high martial world, becoming a young master of the Yen Emperor family, with a powerful background and limitless potential. But I just slacked off, even when the system arrived, granting me the strongest lazy person support system. When I awakened my 3S level fire element ability, I couldn't even be bothered to pay attention, letting the system waste itself. My name is Li Lan, and at 17, I am a time traveler. 17 years ago, I traveled to this high martial world where spiritual energy has revived, becoming a young master of the Blue Star Human Alliance, the Li family of the Yen Emperor clan. My grandfather is one of the strongest beings among humans, the Yen Emperor, and my father is the head of the Yen Emperor's Li family. I also have 3 older brothers and 2 older sisters. Perhaps because I worked like a beast in my previous life, I am particularly lazy in this life. Aside from going to the bathroom, there are always people around to help me with everything. But just after my 17th birthday, my father insisted on sending me to school. Since I was too lazy to go, he literally kicked me out. My father said it was to let me experience life, gain some experience, and make a few friends along the way. I couldn't be bothered to argue with my father, so I ended up at the first arts school in Shangnan City. The homeroom teacher of class 3 in the first year walked into the classroom with 2 students. One of them was handsome, sleeping soundly in a wheelchair, while the other young man pushing the wheelchair was strikingly good-looking, with a cold expression and a careful demeanor. As soon as they entered the classroom, they sparked a flurry of discussion. Are they really the new transfer students? Wow, they are so handsome. They must have good talent to get into our school. I heard they got in through connections without even testing their abilities. Why is he in a wheelchair? Is he disabled? What a waste of such good looks. The young man pushing the wheelchair is also handsome. Many girls are eyeing him. While he may not be as good looking as the one in the wheelchair, he is still quite attractive. When a jealous boy said, "I'm handsome too," the girls showed looks of disdain. "Alright, everyone quiet down," the homeroom teacher said, tapping the desk. "These 2 are our new transfer students. From today onward, they will be classmates in class 3. Let's welcome them with applause." The applause erupted warmly. I shifted slightly in my wheelchair and then went back to sleep, even though I had already been awake. I was just too lazy to stand up, or even to open my eyes. That's right, I can stand up. I'm not disabled. I just find sitting in a wheelchair much easier than walking. The homeroom teacher's voice pulled me back to reality. "Su Xing, Li Lan, please introduce yourselves." Su Xing gently shook me awake. I glanced at the class with my lifeless eyes, too lazy to even move them. The homeroom teacher thought to herself, "What a bunch of lazybones," and smiled, saying, "Let's begin." Su Xing stood at the podium. "Hello everyone, my name is Su Xing. I am young master Li Lan's companion, a mid-level fire element sorcerer. My ability talent is S level." As soon as he said this, the whole class erupted in exclamations. "Oh my god, it's actually S level. That's terrifying. We only have 2 S levels in the entire school, and they're both in class 1. Now he is the 3rd, and his ability level is mid-level early stage, which is much stronger than the other 2. Hey, are you missing the point? The focus isn't just on this genius, he's just a companion to that. What's his name? Young Master Li Lan. Is Li Lan the disabled person in the wheelchair? Keep your voice down, he can hear you right in front. You have no idea who Li Lan really is. I can't believe there's such a terrifying companion." Everyone looked at me with eager eyes, waiting for me to introduce myself, and the homeroom teacher also looked at me expectantly. "Li Lan, it's your turn." I didn't even want to spare them a glance. I closed my eyes and went back to sleep. The homeroom teacher and the entire class were speechless. Seeing me like this, Su Xing turned to the teacher and said, "Sorry, teacher. My young master is tired and needs to rest. Let me handle it." People murmured, "Hasn't he been sitting in the wheelchair the whole time? He hasn't said a word. What is he tired from?" The homeroom teacher nodded at this. Su Xing stepped back up to the podium. "Hello everyone, this is my young master, Lilan. Please take care of him in the future." After saying that, Su Xing stepped down from the podium, leaving the homeroom teacher in a daze, thinking, "Is that it? Since the introductions are done, you can return to your seats. Your places are in this row, the last and second to last." The homeroom teacher looked worriedly at my wheelchair. "Do you need help?" Su Xing shook his head and said, "No, teacher. My young master is a healthy person." The homeroom teacher and the entire class were speechless, silently glancing at my wheelchair. "Do you even believe what you're saying?" Su Xing wheeled me to the last row, and then a shocking scene unfolded. They saw Su Xing whisper something in my ear, and I stood up from the wheelchair, sat down in my seat, and went back to sleep. Everyone was thinking, "Wow, this is simply a medical miracle." An hour passed, and I was sleeping with my head on the desk, not even moving my eyelids. A bird landed on me, and I was too lazy to shoo it away. In the end, it was Su Xing who helped drive it off. Everyone wondered what kind of lazy person I was, just sleeping there. Surprisingly, quite a few girls thought I looked particularly handsome, gazing at me with infatuated eyes. 2 hours passed, and I didn't move. 3 hours passed, and I still didn't move. 4 hours passed, and I remained still. 5 hours later, Su Qin forcibly pulled me up from the desk and fed me bite by bite. After finishing the meal, I went back to sleep again. In the evening, Su Xing carried me into the dormitory building. I opened my sleepy eyes, rubbed them, and asked, "Is it morning?" "It's already evening, young master," I replied, and went back to sleep. Although I am lying down, I'm actually wide awake. I just can't be bothered to open my eyes. After closing my eyes for 4 hours, I suddenly heard a notification sound. Host has successfully crossed over and obtained the strongest talent system. Please make a selection. The talent system has arrived. Forget it, I can't be bothered. Let it be. I can't even be bothered to raise an eyebrow. After an hour, the system chimed again, detecting that the host had not made a talent selection. The strongest talent system has exited. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the strongest villain system. Do you wish to become the strongest villain in all realms? I still ignored it. The system seemed helpless and repeated the notification a few times before dawn arrived. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the strongest lazy assistant system. Would you like to bind it? Since the host was too lazy to bind it, the system has automatically bound itself. The lazy assistant system is awakening your abilities. Please choose the direction for the ability awakening. Due to the host's laziness in making a choice, the system has automatically made a selection for you. The selection is successful. The elemental system detected that the host lacks metal elements, causing the awakening of metal abilities to fail. Detected that the host possesses fire elements. The awakening of fire abilities was successful, with a talent level of SSS. Ability awakening successful. Please begin cultivating your abilities, host. Due to the host's laziness in cultivating, the system assumed the host has activated lazy idle mode. Your fire ability is angry at your laziness and is automatically cultivating fire energy enhancement. Your fire ability is once again angry at your laziness and continues to automatically cultivate fire energy enhancement. A few hours later, the system notified me that my sorcerer level had risen to low tier. The mid-level fire element also felt tired and had stopped cultivating. Upon hearing this, I revealed a mocking smile. "So you're tired now? You can't do it either." The fire element angrily replied, "What right do you have to mock me? I'm starting to cultivate fire energy enhancement again." The more the fire element thought about it, the angrier it became, saying, "What right do you have to mock me?" It then began cultivating fire energy enhancement explosively. After a few minutes, the wake-up bell rang. After Su Xian helped me with my morning routine, he placed me in my wheelchair and pushed me to the classroom. I heard the system notify me again that the fire element had become exhausted and had automatically stopped cultivating. What a waste. I couldn't care less and continued to sleep on my desk. A week passed just like that. Waking up in a good mood, the fire element began automatically cultivating fire energy enhancement. Your sorcerer level has risen to mid-tier, but the late-stage fire element felt a bit tired and has stopped cultivating. This is unacceptable. What a waste, I thought to myself. However, this time the fire element didn't fall for my provocation. After the cultivation ended, it fell into a deep sleep and didn't make another appearance. Su Xing helped me with my morning routine as usual, but suddenly she paused and said, "Young master, you seem a bit different today. While I was brushing your teeth just now, I sensed a very explosive fiery aura within you, but it only appeared for a moment." "What's so different?" "It's just that I've become a little stronger than you." I had no intention of actively revealing my awakened talent. I just wanted to play dumb and hide my strength. "Young master," Su Xing said, but I ignored her. But the next second, I saw a ball of flames rushing towards me. Instinctively, I raised my hand to block it and caught the flames. As the flames extinguished, I couldn't be bothered to speak. I looked at Su Xin, whose face was filled with terror. At that moment, I realized I had been tricked. Su Xin exclaimed in shock, "Young master, why didn't you mention your talent? If you had, the clan leader wouldn't have sent you to this place for school." I merely replied lazily, not wanting to say anything. Su Xin almost stumbled but asked, "But young master, your talent should be quite strong, right? If you had mentioned it, you could attend the best school and enjoy the best cultivation resources." I just gave him a casual glance, too lazy to argue with him. Su Xing was speechless and could only sigh in resignation as he carried me on his shoulder, heading down the dormitory stairs and pushing my wheelchair toward the classroom. The classroom was as noisy as usual, filled with familiar faces, but I didn't know any of them. I couldn't be bothered to squeeze in or get to know anyone. I just wanted to lay on my desk and sleep. Oh, my left buttock itches a bit, but forget it. The fire element is angry at your lazy behavior and starts cultivating fire energy enhancement. The fire element is very disdainful of your extreme laziness and begins cultivating fire energy enhancement. The fire element thinks you are excessively lazy and utterly useless, so it starts cultivating fire energy enhancement. A few hours later, the fire element felt exhausted and stopped cultivating. "What a waste," I mocked. The fire element, angered by my mockery, continued to cultivate fire energy enhancement. The fire element was already very tired, but in order to prove it was stronger than you, it kept cultivating fire energy enhancement without stopping. The fire element became dizzy from exhaustion and soon stopped cultivating. I thought to myself, if you can even faint from cultivating, you're truly useless. The fire element was so angry it was spitting blood. "Please stop mocking me, I'm just speaking the truth." This class was history, and the teacher was talking rapidly, like a machine gun. With a flick of the wrist, I could accurately throw a piece of chalk at a distracted classmate's face, and I was no exception. Fortunately, sitting in front of me was Su Xing, who was tall and served as a natural barrier. Su Xing was actually not bad sometimes. Initially, I wanted to choose a female companion, but my sister said that would be unhealthy for me, so I switched to Su Xing. Now it seems that having a male companion has its advantages as well. Besides having a handle below, Su Xing was almost indistinguishable from a girl. The history teacher at the podium said, 3,000 years ago, the blue spirit Qi revived, and all races rose up. With the fusion of foreign realms, we humans have worked tirelessly to establish a complete ability system. Today's blue planet is vastly different from the blue planet of 3,000 years ago. There have been earth-shattering changes, with countless mysterious races and ruins in the foreign realms, as well as training grounds of advanced civilizations. You will also enter these realms in the future. When the class bell rang, cheers erupted in the classroom. Su Xing went to the trash can to pat the foundation dust off her clothes, saying, "Young master, look, I can't even get it off." She pointed at her colorful white outfit, and I tried to comfort her with my eyes. A glance of comfort is always easier than speaking it out loud. Soon after, the homeroom teacher stormed into the classroom, and the students fell silent. Even though class hadn't started yet, everyone obediently returned to their seats. I was still lying on my desk, and this was the fourth class. My left buttock itched again. Oh well, I'll just continue sleeping. The fire element had completed its rest and felt very disdainful of your laziness. As it began cultivating fire energy enhancement, the homeroom teacher lightly tapped the podium and said, "Students, I have an announcement for everyone. Starting tomorrow, we will have military training." The classroom erupted in wails. The class representative, Lu Yuya, said, "Military training is not elegant at all. Old teacher, can I take a leave? I'm afraid of getting tanned." The homeroom teacher initially smiled at him but then said sternly, "You go stand outside the classroom right now. If you can't do it, just say so." Lu Yuya complained, "Old teacher, you're not elegant at all." After spraying some sunscreen on myself, I walked out of the classroom. I felt helpless, thinking about the hassle of military training, but I didn't feel annoyed, because I couldn't be bothered to worry. The fire element was gloating over your plight. Excitedly, I began cultivating fire energy enhancement. I looked at Su Xin, and he could only tell me helplessly, "Your older brother said you must participate in military training." I sighed inwardly, wondering if I could even survive this. The fire element was laughing heartily at your situation. Happily, I began cultivating fire energy enhancement. On the first day of military training, I just refused to get out of bed, no matter how Su Xin pulled me. In desperation, Su Xin had no choice but to forcibly drag me out of bed, brush my teeth, and wash my face. Looking in the mirror at Su Xing, who was seriously brushing his teeth, I remained expressionless, thinking about how to avoid military training. After thinking for a moment, I suddenly felt so tired that I didn't want to think anymore. The fire element laughed heartily and happily began automatically cultivating fire energy enhancement. It was very pleased with your unfortunate situation. Seriously, I began cultivating fire energy enhancement. I thought to myself, this fire element must be insane. The fire element felt very dissatisfied with your performance. It began crazily cultivating fire energy enhancement. The fire element became tired and stopped cultivating. Your fire element sorcerer level has risen to early high tier. This won't do. I once again ruthlessly mocked in my heart. The fire element said, thank you, but you should take care of yourself first. Oh, it seems you become smarter. I looked at you seriously and proudly. I closed the communication channel. After washing my face and brushing my teeth, Suxian was preparing to carry me on his shoulder when I suddenly said to him, Suxian, is there any way to avoid military training? Suxian paused and replied, young master, please don't mention your older brother. I'm asking you. Suxian was surprised that I had spoken so much today but helplessly said, young master, you have to send your military training video to the team leader. Just train well today. As for the next few days, I'll help you come up with a plan. I was silent for a moment. Suxian thought I was going to refuse, but to his surprise, I nodded. Sounds good. Suxian was overjoyed to hear that. Then it's settled, young master. In fact, being with Suxian was more tiring than cultivating. If it weren't for his father's words that those who achieve great things must endure hardship and strengthen their will, he probably would have given up long ago. Young master, do you want to get up yourself, or should I help you? Su Xing bent down and patted my shoulder. I'll walk by myself, I said as I got up. The two of us walked out of the dormitory side by side, and everyone in the dorm building was stunned. Someone said, it's been 8 days since school started. Lilan can actually walk by himself. Did something major happen today? I checked the calendar. It didn't say anything on it. Turns out he's not disabled anymore. The Human Federation is moved. Lilan can finally walk by himself. Isn't that the transfer student from your class? I always thought he was disabled. Me too, Lu Yuya said while brushing her teeth, unable to believe it. Yuya, this is just too elegant. The dorm supervisor stared at me with wide eyes. I felt like I was witnessing a miracle. Was it really that exaggerated? I was speechless at their reactions. It was just too much. I had only walked a few steps. Upon reaching the classroom, the students of Class 3 also showed expressions of surprise. Some began checking the news, while others checked the calendar, as if today were some significant day. Maybe something major happened. Lilan looked so cool walking. Class monitor Wang Shishir had a lovesick expression, unable to resist bouncing up with her good figure. Her friend looked at her helplessly. That woman is beyond saving, Lu Yuya said as she took off her school uniform and carefully adjusted her suit underneath. I looked fabulous today, sighing internally that I wasn't here to attend school. I was here to stay in a mental hospital. At this moment, Su Xing completely understood the student's surprise. He had been taking care of me for 3 years. It was the first time they had seen me talk so much and walk so far. The classmates watched as I walked to my seat, waiting to see what earth-shattering event I would do next. In the end, I just lay on my desk and continued to sleep. My nose itched a bit, but whatever, I had walked so much today. I'm so tired, I might as well sleep for now. The fire element felt very disdainful of your behavior. The fire element automatically began cultivating fire energy enhancement. After finishing the breakfast Su Xing fed me, the instructors arrived, and the homeroom teacher instructed everyone to line up to welcome them. But I couldn't be bothered to move. Su Xing said, young master, I'll carry you down. I nodded, and Su Xing princess carried me in front of everyone. An odd pair appeared, and those around us showed strange expressions. Lu Yuya exclaimed loudly, doing this in public. This is just too ungraceful. Class monitor Wang Shishir felt heartbroken, as if she had just experienced a breakup. Her friend couldn't help but say, is it possible she's just lazy? Wang Shishir perked up again, saying it must be because he looks too handsome. Even my crush looks so handsome being carried. Her friend sighed in helplessness, just give it up. The voices around me reached my ears, which felt a bit embarrassing, but I didn't care. After all, I was just lazy. The fire element scolded, you lazy bum. I don't have a master like you. It began diligently cultivating fire energy enhancement. Hearing the chatter around, the fire element decided to ignore everything happening outside. Focusing entirely on cultivating fire energy enhancement, the fire element successfully comprehended the initial awakening of the explosive ability. I didn't expect it to comprehend the initial awakening ability, but it's just average, nothing to fuss over. After all, my family, the Li family, has many ability users. However, at the First Ability Academy in Shangnan City, this can be considered a good thing since even the principal is an ability user. Many teachers are even less capable than I am. The fire element felt very sad about your evaluations and began transforming that sorrow into strength. It worked even harder, cultivating fire energy enhancement. I thought maybe I should say something, but I was too lazy to speak. A few minutes later, because the fire element was too noisy, I helplessly told it, "You don't need to belittle yourself. Although you're pretty useless, you were able to form the initial shape of that ability in a short time. That's already quite impressive." The fire element cried even harder, transforming sorrow into strength. While cultivating, the fire element was at level 3 or 5. I tried to comfort it, but it wouldn't listen. There was nothing I could do, so I decided to sleep. I fell into a deep sleep, and Su Xian held me while listening to the principal and the chief instructor's speech. Until the military training officially began, when I woke up and saw the instructor responsible for our class, a tan-skinned woman in a smart military uniform, looking very spirited, she looked at me being held by Su Xian. "How can there still be disabled people in your class? Disabled people don't need to participate in military training. Come, classmate, let me carry him. You train seriously." The instructor kindly came over to help me, and Su Xian just wanted to reach out to take him back but was stopped by my gaze and could only withdraw his hand. Many classmates in the class couldn't help but laugh out loud. The beautiful instructor shouted, "What are you laughing at? It's military training now. Helping disabled people is a virtue. What's so funny about it?" Her scolding had no effect and instead provoked more laughter. A classmate stood up to report to the instructor, "Actually, Li Lan is not disabled." "Who is Li Lan?" The classmate pointed at me. The instructor was shocked, and as she loosened her grip, I fell down, but fortunately, Su Xian caught me. I was awakened by the noise, and the instructor, feeling ashamed and angry, let me go. Su Xian put me down and angrily asked, "Why did you lie to me?" I helplessly replied, "I never said I was disabled. You wanted to carry me. Then at your age, why do you need someone to carry you?" "Because I'm lazy." The instructor was furious and shouted, "You go run 30 laps." I stood still, looking at him with dead fish eyes. He asked, "Why aren't you running?" "Because I'm lazy." The instructor staggered and almost fell. Su Xian stepped forward and said, "Instructor, I carried him. I'll go run." "Fine, then 60 laps. Su Xian immediately went to the track to start running. The instructor looked at me and said, "You go count how many laps he runs." But I stood still as if I hadn't heard. "Why aren't you moving?" "Because I'm lazy," I replied helplessly. The instructor covered his heart, feeling like he had encountered the strongest enemy in his life, and barely held back his anger, saying, "Your classmates are all in military training, and you're the only one who doesn't want to participate. Don't you feel ashamed?" "What's there to feel ashamed about?" I said without any fighting spirit. "Actually, I really want to do military training." "Then why aren't you doing military training?" "Because I'm lazy." The whole class burst into laughter, and the beautiful instructor was so angry she felt pain. She angrily said, "If you don't want to do military training, that's fine, as long as you can beat me." At that, my lazy gaze disappeared, and my eyes regained clarity. Of course, no problem. The instructor looked like just a high-level sorcerer, and I was also a high-level sorcerer. Although I was only at the initial stage, I had comprehended the spell of travel. As long as I put in a little effort, I could still defeat him. "Are you serious?" The instructor looked at me. Of course, I nodded. "I am a high-level sorcerer." "Are you really sure?" I didn't speak, just quietly looked at him. The instructor didn't dare to ask me why I wasn't speaking anymore, fearing I would say, "Because I'm lazy." "You arrogant young man, since you want to try, don't blame me for being rude. Let me make it clear, if I win, you will unconditionally obey me for the next month of military training." I couldn't even be bothered to nod, just watching him like that. The instructor frowned and said, "You still have time to go for military training now." I sighed and remained silent. "Then don't blame me for being rude." The instructor shouted and swept a leg towards me, the movement seeming gentle, as if afraid of hurting me. I lazily stretched and took a step back, easily dodging his attack. Although I was lazy, I was not useless. "I didn't expect you to know martial arts. Since that's the case, I won't hold back." The instructor suddenly appeared in front of me with a burst of speed, throwing a heavy punch. The wind swirled around his hand, lifting the fallen leaves on the ground. It seemed he was a wind-type ability user. Flames ignited in my hand as I raised it to grasp his fist, easily neutralizing his attack. "High-level sorcerer, how is this possible? How old are you?" The instructor's eyes widened. I smiled and said, "Instructor, talking too much during a fight is not a good habit." The instructor's expression changed. He put his hands in a strange position, and many leaves on the ground were lifted by the wind, turning into flying knife attack skills. I gathered a bit of energy, and the flames in my hand intensified. Just as the flying leaves were about to hit my face, I threw a punch forward, and the explosive flames erupted, incinerating all the flying leaves into ashes. "What kind of spell prototype is this?" The instructor was surprised, and I continued. The ashes cover had quietly appeared behind him. He placed his fist beside her head and lazily said, "Instructor, you lost. You can't go back on your promise." "I actually lost?" The instructor reacted, looking dejected. Then, she looked at Lilan in surprise. "Who exactly are you to have awakened the embryonic form of divine powers?" Lilan didn't want to speak. He brushed off some dust from his clothes and slowly walked towards the class lineup. The beautiful instructor took off her hat, tidied her hair, and returned to the class lineup. "For the next month, Lilan doesn't have to participate in military training," she said, glancing at the classmates. The students were puzzled but didn't say much. After all, Lilan had an impressive background, even having someone accompany him while studying. How could it be difficult for him to avoid military training? Moreover, Lilan was always so lazy. It was obvious he was in poor health, perhaps with kidney deficiency or something. It was perfectly normal for him not to participate in military training. As for the fact that Lilan had defeated the instructor to avoid military training, they never considered that possibility. In their eyes, Lilan was just an ordinary person without talent. How could he have the strength to defeat the instructor? This ordinary person was without mentioning any background. The instructor looked at Lilan and said, "You can skip military training from now on, but you must stay within the training area. This playground." Lilan didn't respond because he had already fallen asleep standing up. He was even snoring. The instructor, the whole class. When Su Xin returned and learned that Lilan didn't have to participate in military training, he was somewhat surprised. After adjusting Lilan's posture and taking a few relatively standard videos from behind, he also joined the military training. At this moment, in a luxurious villa within a grand mountain resort in Longjing, a middle-aged man with a head full of red hair opened his phone. The video playing on the phone showed Lilan standing, but only his back was visible. After watching the video, he laughed heartily. "Little Lon, this kid is finally not lazy anymore. But why can we only see his back? His standing posture seems a bit strange, like he's asleep? No, that can't be. It's little Lan's first day of military training. It's normal for him to be a bit awkward." Li Lan's father comforted himself like this. The long-standing sleep made Li Lan feel somewhat uncomfortable. As he dozed off, he simply lay down on the ground, but he still felt uncomfortable. He began to roll around, rolling from one side to the other, then back again, until he rolled into a narrow, dry drainage ditch and couldn't move anymore. He finally settled down. The cramped space gave him a sense of security. "Sleeping here is really nice," Li Lan mumbled incoherently before snoring again. Time quickly passed. 5 hours later, it was noon. Su Xin went to the cafeteria to get food. Just as he was about to feed Li Lan, he was shocked to find that Li Lan had disappeared. Su Xin was in a panic, sweating profusely, and hurriedly put down the lunchbox to search. But after searching for a long time, he couldn't find any trace of him. Not on the playground, not in the classroom, and not even in the dormitory. Oh no! Could the young master have been kidnapped by a practitioner from another race? A terrifying thought arose in Su Xion's mind. After the other race kidnapped the young master, they would threaten the Li family, and then the Li family would try to rescue the young master, sparking a racial war. No, I must stop this war. Su Xion quickly found the homeroom teacher, who then contacted the principal. The principal was shocked when he learned that Li Lan was missing. It's over, it's over. The Li family will definitely kill us when they find out. No, there is still room for remedy. The principal looked at Su Xion and asked, "How long has Li Lan been missing?" "I just came back after getting food, and the young master was gone." "Getting food?" The principal thought carefully. Usually, there are basically no outsiders in the school. Only when preparing meals do chefs come back from outside. Someone must have taken the opportunity to sneak into the school and abducted young Master Li. Exactly, it must be that way. He quickly called the security room and said, "Now, immediately, right away. Lock down all exits of the school, no one is allowed to leave. Do whatever it takes to find Li Lan." Following that, a search operation involving thousands of people from the school began. Li Lan, where are you? Young master, Li Lan. By evening, Li Lan still hadn't been found. The entire school had been searched, and the area outside was also scoured, but not even a shadow of Li Lan was seen. At this point, the principal had lost all color. It's over, everything is over. He took out his phone, opened the Notes app, and began typing his will word by word. Su Xian sat expressionlessly on the ground, feeling hollow inside. Li Lan's instructor was in tears. "It's all my fault, all my fault. If I had kept an eye on Li Lan, this wouldn't have happened." The fire element was already a bit tired. The cultivation speed began to slow down. Fire element energy. The fire element looks down on your behavior of sleeping in the sewer, even distracted from cultivation. Fire element energy. The fire element is very tired today, stopping cultivation. Divine ability prototype, flame explosion, has been gradually perfected by the fire element. Current progress, minor success. Li Lan wanted to stretch but found he couldn't move his hands and feet. He opened his eyes and realized he was actually sleeping in a small rainwater ditch, and it was already close to dusk. Fortunately, the ditch was relatively clean. Li Lan brushed off the dust from his body and got up from the ditch. His stomach growled with hunger. "Why hasn't Su Xian come to feed me yet?" Li Lan complained. Following the route in his mind, he walked out of the playground. He immediately saw Su Xian sitting in a small corner. Like a little abandoned beast, his eyes were red, hugging his legs, staring at him in disbelief. Not far from Su Xian was the school gate. At this moment, the entrance was crowded with people, including teachers from various classes, homeroom teachers, instructors, and the principal. They looked dejected, some even terrified, as if something major had happened. However, Li Lan couldn't be bothered with them and hurried towards Su Xian. "Young master, where have you been? Ability upgrade. Dispute. Unknown danger. Young master, where have you been? Ability upgrade. Dispute. Unknown danger. Su Xian, what's wrong? Young master, where have you been?" Su Xian quickly got up and hugged Li Lan, asking, "Young master, are you hurt?" He looked Li Lan up and down, and after confirming that Li Lan was just a bit dirty, he let out a reluctant sigh of relief. "Did you cry?" Li Lan was taken aback, looking at him in disbelief. "Who cried? It was just windy earlier, and some sand got in my eyes," Su Xian said unhappily. Then his expression returned to indifference. "How come you didn't die? If you died, I could go back to the family to cultivate. You worried about me? Get lost." The principal saw Li Lan and burst into tears of joy. He hurriedly stepped forward to hug Li Lan, saying, "Li Lan, it's so good that you're okay. I was already preparing to write my will." Li Lan pushed him away in disgust. All the classmates smiled. After things settled down, Li Lan returned to his previous life. When there was nothing to do, he would sleep in his wheelchair. After waking up and finishing the food Su Xian fed him, he would continue to sleep. However, since this incident, Su Xian and the principal kept a closer watch on him, even assigning a security guard to follow him around. Every time Li Lan woke up and saw a face outside the window, he would be quite startled. Coincidentally, this security guard had a bit of a deadpan expression and looked like a gang leader. Reference: Crayon Shinchan's kindergarten principal, but later, he gradually got used to it. Time passed quickly. A month later, the military training ended, and the classmates all ran to the school gate to send off the instructors. Countless students were in tears, and many even wrote letters to be opened only when the instructors returned to the base. Li Lan naturally joined the crowd sending them off. He sat in his wheelchair, waving goodbye to the beautiful instructor from their class. The beautiful instructor was initially very happy, but upon seeing Li Lan, his heart began to ache faintly again, forcing out a smile. After sending off the instructors, classes officially began. Li Lan continued to sleep. The fire element is angry at your laziness and begins to cultivate automatically. Fire element energy. The fire element is very disdainful of your laziness and begins to cultivate automatically. Fire element energy. Knowing that its master is a waste, the fire element cultivates even more diligently. Fire element energy. The fire element feels tired and stops cultivating. Your fire element sorcerer's cultivation level has risen to mid-high stage. It took over a month to reach mid-stage. Fire element, you really are regressing. Li Lan rubbed his eyes and continued to sleep. Fire element. Another half-month passed. The principal called all the students of the year to the auditorium to announce something. Li Lan sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Su Xian, and as soon as they entered the auditorium, they heard the principal's booming voice. "Students, the learning phase has come to a close, and today I have called you here mainly to tell you something. Just yesterday, I submitted an application to the military for you all to enter the secret realm, and the military has agreed." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience erupted in an uproar. "Oh my, it's actually a secret realm. I've never seen a secret realm. I'm really looking forward to it. But isn't it very dangerous inside the secret realm? We won't die in there, will we?" There were voices of surprise, anticipation, and fear, all mixed together. Hearing the students' concerns, the principal smiled and said, "Students, you don't need to be afraid. The secret realm you are going to this time is just a low-tier secret realm. There's not much danger. As long as you have a bit of sorcerer cultivation, you can easily pass through the secret realm, and if you're lucky, you might even receive rewards. Upon hearing this, the students joyfully exclaimed, "That's great." However, many looked worriedly at Lilan. But upon seeing Su Xian behind Lilan, they all felt reassured. Su Xian's sorcerer cultivation had begun to rival that of the teachers. With him around, Lilan wouldn't run into trouble. The class monitor, Wang Shishir, stepped forward, patted Su Xian on the shoulder, and said, "Su Xian, I leave my male god to you." Male god? Su Xian glanced at Lilan and nodded. "When did I become your male god?" Lilan moved his eyelids and continued to sleep. "The fire element feels contempt for your laziness and begins to cultivate automatically. Fire element energy." The principal continued speaking in the auditorium. The students from second high school will also be entering the secret realm with us. You must strive to achieve a good ranking in the secret realm and not bring shame to the school. By the way, this secret realm trial is a closed trial, lasting 3 days, and we will set off in the evening. You will return to your dorms shortly to prepare your luggage. There are 5 levels of secret realms, ranging from 1 star to 5 stars. All realms below these 5 levels are considered low-tier secret realms. All realms above these 5 levels belong to 5-star secret realms. 1 star, 2 star, and 3-star secret realms correspond to low-level, mid-level, and high-level ability users. However, even low-level sorcerers are not guaranteed safety when entering a 1-star secret realm. After all, secret realm exploration means facing death. Labeling it as a 1-star secret realm only indicates that it is relatively safe with a lower mortality rate. As for 4-star and 5-star secret realms, those belong to the realm of divine beings. In fact, some 5-star secret realms have a high probability of even powerful beings at the level of land immortals perishing within. For example, outside the Human Federation, in the west of Daming Lake, within the Grand Canyon lies the Bone Throne secret realm. 7 or 8 years ago, Lilan's grandfather, Emperor Yen, nearly got buried there. Fortunately, with the help of a treasure, he forcibly broke through the secret realm barrier and escaped. As long as it is a secret realm, it represents risk. Therefore, all secret realms under the Human Federation, except for a few controlled by major powers, are all under military control. To enter, one must submit an application and obtain approval before being allowed inside. For example, at Lilan's school, the secret realm they are going to today, the Imu Yaoling, is managed by the military of Xiangnan City. In the evening, Su Xian pushed Lilan onto the bus, heading towards the military base. On the bus, the principal handed each student a document filled with information about this secret realm. Secret realm name, Imu Yaoling, secret realm level, low tier, secret realm description, ultra low risk secret realm. Low level completion method, stay inside for 3 days, after which you will be automatically teleported out of the secret realm and automatically win. Victors can receive energy gifts from the secret realm to enhance their supernatural abilities. Intermediate completion method, kill 300 grass and wood spirits to automatically win. Victors can obtain the essence of grass and wood, which can enhance the supernatural abilities of wood attribute users. Other attribute users can apply to the military for corresponding essences, such as fire essence, etc. Advanced completion method, climb the Emu giant tree and kill 3 Emu Yaoling along the way. Victors can obtain Emu essence. Sorcerers below mid-level of low tier are advised not to attempt. Top-level completion method, climb to the top of the Emu giant tree and kill the Emu demon king. Victors can obtain Emu soul. Sorcerers below late stage of low tier are advised not to attempt. Young master, do you want to come with me to kill the Emu demon king? Su Xian looked at Lilan while holding the document. Lilan was sleeping with his eyes closed. Although he didn't speak, every pore on his face was filled with rejection. Su Xian, he knew it was useless to say anything. It was already quite difficult for his young master to comply with management and go to the secret realm with him. As for hunting the Emu Demon King together, that was simply a dream. Then, young master, while I kill the Emu Demon King, you can just watch from the side. Lilan moved his eyelids slightly, which could be considered an agreement. Upon arriving at the military base, everyone got off the bus under the teachers' organization. To everyone's surprise, the ones welcoming them were the instructors from last month's military training. Instructor. Hello, instructor. Instructor Lu, we missed you so much. Lilan was drawn to the noise and saw the beautiful instructor smiling and waving at him. The beautiful instructor covered her chest, recalling the fear she felt a month ago when Lilan had dominated her. At that moment, a commotion erupted not far away. Everyone looked over to see 2 groups seemingly in a dispute, grappling with each other. What do you guys from class 2 think you are? How dare you bully our class 1? Who bullied you? It was this kid who spat at us first. Where's the evidence? Do you have proof that we spat? Humph. You guys from class 2 are really shameless. Who's shameless? I think you class 1 are the shameless ones. taking the best educational resources and only winning against us by a narrow margin in every competition. Just wait in the secret realm. I'll beat you to death. Who beats whom is still uncertain. Let me tell you, our Class 2 has produced 2 mid-level sorcerers. Fortunately, the instructors arrived in time to stop this farce. What are you doing? Have you forgotten what I taught you last month? Daring to fight in the military district, all of you, immediately, right now, go run 50 laps on the playground. After finishing their laps and returning, those from Class 2 glared at Class 1, just in time to see Lilan watching the show from the side. One of them couldn't help but mock. How does Class 1 still have a cripple? Is this a school for disabled people? Lilan couldn't be bothered to respond. But the next second, Su Xian appeared in front of him and landed a heavy punch on the guy's face. The Class 2 student was furious and was about to retaliate. Su Xian threw another fiery punch, causing him to bleed from his nose. You, what are you doing? An instructor quickly stepped forward to scold. The Class 2 student cried out to the instructor, "Instructor, he hit me." The instructor looked at Su Xian and asked, "Did you hit him?" Su Xian coldly nodded and said, "He insulted my young master first." Young master? The instructor glanced at Lilan, frowning as he looked at the student from the second school. How can you insult a disabled person? Don't you have any teachers in school to teach you how to be a decent person? The student from the second school, knowing he was in the wrong, lowered his head, preparing to be reprimanded. Su Xian couldn't help but say, "My young master is not disabled. Then why is he in a wheelchair?" Because he is lazy, Su Xian said, struggling to get the words out. After dinner, the students were led by the instructor into the secret realm one after another. This secret realm resembled a green black hole, appearing out of nowhere in the world, surrounded by mysterious green particles, deep and lush inside. When they walked around to the back of the secret realm, it was completely invisible. It could only be seen from the front. A line of soldiers holding guns stood straight around the secret realm, all possessing the strength of mid-level sorcerers. "Let's go in," the leading instructor said. Looking at Lilan in the wheelchair, one instructor frowned slightly and glanced at a middle-aged man in military uniform beside him. "Captain, it's fine, don't worry about him. The secret realm is safe enough. Even a disabled person can enter without issue, let alone he is a normal person." The middle-aged man, referred to as Captain, held a document in his hand and said nonchalantly, his heart filled with shock. This lazy young man was actually from the Yen Emperor family, a member of the Li family. Moreover, he was the direct descendant of the Li family. It's really strange. How could the Li family allow him to attend the second school? With the Li family's power, it would be easy for them to send him directly to one of the 5 major academies. "Captain, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing." The captain quickly put away the document in his hand. In the Emu demon spirit secret realm, a crack appeared, and countless students emerged through this crack into the secret realm. At the same time, on the other end of the secret realm, a black crack appeared out of thin air. 4 mysterious figures, with strange skull tattoos on their faces, dressed in red robes, and wearing black skull rings on their thumbs, also appeared in the secret realm. Just as the leader predicted in his lifetime, with the power of the Holy Grail and the spatial fluctuations inherent in the secret realm, we can forcibly enter this low-tier secret realm. Enough talk, let's act quickly. Now that the Holy Land has been destroyed by the authorities, we need more new blood to revive the cult. Then let this secret realm go completely mad. Only those who survive to the end are qualified to become the seeds of our cult. Wood element, spark of fire, black coffin. Lilan felt a darkness before his eyes, and after a moment, everything became clear. He looked around and found himself in a brand new world. This world was a vast expanse of green, overgrown with weeds and lush vegetation. Behind them was an endless darkness. Lilan reached out to touch it and found he could not enter this darkness. This should be what the book referred to as the spatial barrier, which could only be forcibly broken through with props or powerful force. Looking ahead, he saw a towering giant tree growing in the center of the world. The lower half of the giant tree was shrouded in mist, making it hard to see what was inside. The upper half of the giant tree had enormous branches, each with a massive vine swaying as if it were alive. If Lilan guessed correctly, that should be the Emu demon spirit mentioned in the documents. As long as he killed 3 of them, he could successfully pass the trial. As for whether to leave or stay after killing 3, the choice was entirely his. Regardless of all that, Lilan closed his eyes and began to sleep soundly. "Young master, are you really not coming with me?" Su Xian asked. Lilan lazily chuckled. "What, do you want to carry me up the tree? Even if I carried you, I couldn't climb the tree." Su Xian sighed and said, "Then young master, be careful, I'll be back soon." "Don't worry, your young master is much stronger than you." Lilan waved his hand, watching Su Xin leave reluctantly before peacefully falling asleep. Dead cripple, we meet again. A few minutes later, a sharp laugh rang in Li Lan's ears. He was too lazy to even open his eyes and said, "Who are you? You wouldn't even recognize me. Just now at the base, your friend beat me up badly. So you're here for revenge? Of course. Then you can get lost." As soon as Li Lan finished speaking, a raging fire suddenly ignited beneath the person, burning away all their clothes and hair. A high-level sorcerer? How could such talent exist in our school? The boy from the second school immediately lost all color in his face, disregarding his shame, and fled in panic. Li Lan could still hear the screams of many girls. "Looks like I need to take care of the girls next time," Li Lan muttered. After a moment, the screams continued. Li Lan sensed something was wrong, opened his eyes, and saw a group of people running towards him. Behind them were countless vine monsters. They looked extremely similar to the plant spirits in the documents. However, the plant spirits in the documents were green, like nature's fairies. These plant spirits, on the other hand, were a withered yellow, resembling dead leaves, and should not have been withered vines. A student was entangled by a plant spirit, which immediately devoured him. The roots of the vines pierced into his flesh, and he was instantly left bloodied and mangled. "Help! Help!" he shouted loudly. But the people around him were only concerned with escaping. No one could care for him. Seeing such a horrifying scene for the first time, Li Lan felt a twinge of fear in his heart. But the hero's blood within him was burning. Without thinking much, he rushed forward. Grabbing the plant spirit, he channeled fire elements to burn it completely. A wisp of green energy entered his body, and Li Lan felt a slight enhancement in his physical abilities. This must be what they called the essence of plants. Ding dong, detected wood element energy in the host's body. The wood element ability is happily awakening. The plant spirits behind him charged fiercely, but Li Lan ignored the system and threw a punch. Fire explosion. Boom! The raging flames burned, releasing a massive wave of scorching air. 5 or 6 plant spirits were instantly killed on the spot, becoming fuel for the fire explosion, glowing and radiating heat. The remaining plant spirits, sensing the intense heat, scattered in a panic, fleeing towards the giant tree of wood. "Are you okay, classmate?" Li Lan helped the student on the ground up, only to find him motionless. "Classmate, are you okay?" Li Lan placed his hand on his chest and discovered that his heart had already stopped beating. He was dead. Damn it! Li Lan frustratedly grabbed his own hair, blaming himself for being too late to act. Lu Xian, are you okay?" Seeing the danger retreat, those classmates who had just fled turned back. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, their faces turned pale. Lu Xian is dead. "Hello, classmate, my name is Wang Qiu, from the second school. Thank you for helping us drive away those monsters just now." A boy extended his hand to Li Lan in apology. His face was somewhat pale, and cold sweat was dripping from his forehead, clearly still shaken by the earlier crisis. Li Lan shook his hand and said, "Li Lan, first school, do you know what happened inside?" Li Lan asked. Li Lan, first school, didn't seem to have a genius named Li Lan. Wang Qiu shook his head and said, "We had just entered the misty area when these monsters came out." Others continued, "Are these things plant spirits? Why do they look a bit different from the plant spirits in the school's documents? Damn, didn't the school say there was no life-threatening danger? I want to go home. Mom, what do? We have to live in this hellish place for 3 more days. I'm going to die here." As they spoke, some began to cry. A heavy mood weighed on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. "Li Lan, what do you plan to do?" Everyone's gaze turned to him. In their eyes, Li Lan was now their only pillar of support. Although they didn't know him, they felt a strong sense of security from him. "I plan to go into the misty area. What about you?" Su Xian was also inside the mist. Even if he was lazy, he had to take a look. Many hesitated, as after their recent escape, they were deeply wary of the misty area. Wang Qiu stepped forward, looking serious, and said, "Langu, I'll go with you. My sister is still inside. I must save her." Li Lan nodded and looked at the others. "I'll go too. We will go as well. I'll just wait for you here. The misty area is too dangerous." "Me too." Some stepped forward while others retreated. Li Lan had no objections to their choices. After seeing about 4 people who intended to enter the misty area with him, he immediately said, "There's no time to waste, let's set off." "Okay, wait a moment, you all stay behind me, and pay close attention to your surroundings. If anything happens, tell me immediately." Li Lan recalled the content from the extracurricular reading What to Do When Encountering Danger in the Secret Realm and spoke accordingly. Everyone nodded seriously and then entered the mist together. Rustle, rustle. Soon, spirits of grass and wood came rushing in. Li Lan easily dealt with 3 using fire elements, while the other 2 were killed by the combined efforts of the 5 behind him. "Seeing you work so hard," the fire element sighed, feeling the younger generation is formidable, even without putting in effort. The fire element energy, seeing the master display great power, the wood element was happily cultivating. Wood element energy, Lilan found 5 sticks on the ground, wrapped the vines of the dead grass and wood spirits around them, and lit them, creating a large torch. You all take these torches, the spirits of grass and wood fear fire, and this will have enough killing power against them. Okay, thank you, everyone said gratefully. At that moment, Wang Qiu suddenly shot a stick upward, and a grass and wood spirit fell directly from above. Such strong perception, impressive, brother, Li Lan praised. Wang Qiu picked up the torch, embarrassedly touching his nose, and said, "It's just my perception ability helping out." Perception ability, a mental attribute ability, Li Lan said. Perception ability is quite powerful, especially in this environment. Yeah, Wang Qiu smiled, revealing his little tiger teeth. Just then, several more grass and wood spirits pounced over, and Li Lan killed them with a single move. Great! Someone is here to save us. Is there anyone? We're here, there's someone here. The cries for help continued around them. Li Lan shouted loudly, "All students from Class 1 and Class 2, gather around me, gather around." The people behind were worried that others couldn't see them, so they raised their torches high, providing direction for their advance. More and more people gathered. They were overjoyed to see Li Lan, including some of his classmates. "Li Lan, it's really you. Have you seen Su Xin?" Li Lan asked. "I don't know. We were following the class leader, but as soon as we entered the mist, we got separated from them, and then we encountered these mutated grass and wood spirits. Many classmates have died at their hands," a girl said, her face full of fear. "Su Xin hasn't climbed a tree, has he?" Li Lan looked up at the towering tree above. "I hope he's okay." He was already feeling sleepy. He had been in this world for over a decade and had never felt as tired as he did now. But he couldn't sleep yet. Li Lan forced himself to stay alert and continued deeper to save more classmates. He didn't really want to deal with the trouble of saving people. But his grandfather once said, "Though the human race is weak, our Li family will protect it with our lives." The power, status, and honor of the Li family were all given by the human race. So as a member of the Li family, he had to uphold this honor. He could be lazy, but now was not the time to be lazy. As he went deeper, more and more grass and wood spirits fell to his hands. Until he reached the giant tree of the second wood, Li Lan simply had everyone pile up all the killed grass and wood spirits together and set a roaring fire. Mars erupted, flames burning higher and higher, reaching several meters. Not only did it disperse the spirits of the grass and trees that wanted to attack, but even the mist lingering in the air was burned away, becoming thinner. Great, the mist has retreated. Many people exclaimed happily. Li Lan looked up at the big tree. Just as he was about to climb it to search for Su Xin, a shadow suddenly shot down in a straight line from the tree. It was a person, a mysterious figure dressed in a red robe. He landed steadily in front of Li Lan, revealing a ghostly face that resembled a corpse. There were no eyeballs, only 2 hollow eye sockets. Even maggots were crawling inside. His vocal cords seemed to have been bitten by a rat, making his voice very hoarse as he spoke. "Little ghost, you dare to ruin the good fortune of my black coffin? Then let's start with you. Turn into a seed." With great power, he killed the emu demon spirit, and the evil aura from the mysterious person made Li Lan feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. The expressions of the surrounding students changed drastically, and some picked up weapons, ready to fight alongside Li Lan. "Li Lan, we're here to help you. Li Lan, let's fight together. You've helped us so much along the way, now it's our turn to give back." Li Lan quickly shouted, "You all find a place to hide." He's at least a high-level sorcerer, and he might have comprehended the embryonic form of a divine ability. It was not hard to see from the energy fluctuations on this mysterious person that he was a high-level sorcerer. As for why Li Lan said he might possess the embryonic form of a divine ability, it was because he sensed a similar aura to his own. To be precise, it was an aura similar to the embryonic form of his divine ability, Flame Explosion. Besides him, there was not a single high-level sorcerer present. If he faced such a tricky opponent, it wouldn't be long before he would be the only one left alive. This kind of meaningless sacrifice should be avoided if possible. "What?" the students exclaimed in shock, dropping their weapons and fleeing in panic. The mysterious person's eerie laughter echoed as a claw reached out toward Li Lan. "Kid, I didn't expect your eyesight to be quite good. But unfortunately, you guessed wrong. What I possess is not the embryonic form of a divine ability, but a true divine ability." Purple evil flames ignited on his hands, emitting a nauseating energy fluctuation. "Aren't divine ability users not allowed to enter the secret realm?" Li Lan didn't have time to think further. He summoned all the fire elemental energy in his body and punched the mysterious person's purple flames. Flame Explosion. Boom! You're actually a mid-level fire elemental sorcerer. The mysterious person was stunned, hit by Li Lan's flame explosion, and was instantly sent flying. Li Lan was also taken aback. A self-proclaimed true divine ability user was like this? If the mysterious person heard this thought, he would surely cry. He was indeed a true divine ability user, but the strength of this body had only just reached high level. He had thought that with this high-level early sorcerer's body, he could gain an absolute advantage in this low-tier secret realm, but he didn't expect to encounter a freak like Li Lan. Li Lan approached him and found that he was already dead. To be precise, he had been dead for a long time. This was not the appearance of someone who had just died. His body was covered in maggots, emitting a nauseating stench. Li Lan had initially wanted to search the corpse, but now he didn't even want to look at him. He poked at various parts of the body with a stick, confirming that there was nothing of value on him before using his fire elemental ability to burn him away. Li Lan, you killed a high-level sorcerer? Seeing the mysterious person killed, Wang Qiu stepped forward in shock, having just thought that they would all die at the hands of this mysterious person. The other students also wore shocked expressions. Most of them were just low-level sorcerers. In their eyes, high-level sorcerers were like big shots, but now this big shot has so simply died at the hands of his peers. They knew Li Lan was powerful, but they never expected him to be this powerful. Li Lan said nonchalantly, a high-level sorcerer is nothing to worry about. Besides, I'm also a high-level sorcerer. His classmates widened their eyes. Although they had anticipated that Li Lan was a high-level sorcerer, hearing it come from him still surprised them. What does it mean to have a high-level sorcerer of their age? It was like a phoenix suddenly appearing in a sparrow's nest. It made them all feel dimmed, including those who once considered themselves to be somewhat talented geniuses. Li Lan, have you comprehended the embryonic form of divine powers? Wang Qiu asked expectantly. Li Lan nodded. Then can you teach me? Wang Qiu's eyes sparkled, and the other classmates looked on with anticipation. Li Lan scratched his head and said helplessly, I don't know how to teach you. I comprehended this thing just by sleeping. Is it really that hard to understand? Maybe it's a bit difficult, many classmates said, on the verge of tears, as they began to doubt whether their talents were truly that poor. As expected, the emu demon spirit has mutated. After defeating the mysterious person, Li Lan began to climb the giant tree. After easily slaying a emu demon spirit, his expression turned heavy. I hope Su Xin is okay. He really wanted to sleep now, but he couldn't. Continuing to climb, Li Lan heard a faint sound of crying. Woo woo, don't kill me, you're not elegant at all. Let me out, let me leave this hellish place. Heaven, I don't want to die, I want to continue being elegant. That familiar voice, was it Lu Yuya? Following the sound of crying, Li Lan jumped over a huge tree trunk, circled around, and saw a medium-sized tree hole in the middle of the tree. Inside the tree hole, a boy in a suit was shivering. This is not elegant at all. I'm definitely going to complain to the Education Bureau, to the military discipline team. This is not elegant at all. It was indeed Lu Yuya. Li Lan couldn't help but chuckle, patting his shoulder, and said, Class monitor, have you seen the class leader in Su Xin? Lu Yuya was taken aback, overjoyed to the point of tears, and exclaimed, Li Lan, how are you here? I'm here to save you. Save us? Li Lan briefly explained the situation, and Lu Yuya was utterly shocked. I didn't expect you to be a high-level sorcerer, you've hidden it so well. I can go with you to save the class leader, but you have to protect me. By the way, you can't tell anyone about what happened just now. Lu Yuya wiped away his tears and dusted off his suit. In the end, he even took out a bottle of hair gel and a mirror from his bag and started to fuss with them. Li Lan nodded, both amused and exasperated. The two continued to climb, and before long, they encountered the class leader, Wang Shishir, who was also hiding in a tree hole. However, there was a emu demon spirit next to her. After defeating the emu demon spirit, the two successfully rescued Wang Shishir. Upon learning of Li Lan's strength, Wang Shishir almost leaped onto him, exclaiming, Have you seen Su Xin? Su Gu? Wang Shishir shook her head and said, But I saw him when I was climbing the tree, he should be higher up now. What was this fool doing climbing so high? Li Lan said, I'm going to find Su Xin now. Are you coming with me? Wang Shishir beamed and quickly nodded. Male god, I'm willing. Li Lan. Lu Yuya mocked, Class leader, you're not elegant at all like this. What greeted him was a punch from Wang Shishir. Wang Shishir retracted her fist and smiled. Am I elegant now? Elegant, very elegant. Let's start climbing the tree. The two nodded. A few minutes later, a wood spirit was easily dealt with by Li Lan, and a wisp of wood essence merged into his body. At the same time, he received a message from the secret realm. You have successfully killed 3 wood spirits and completed the trial. Would you like to leave the secret realm? Li Lan decisively chose to refuse and continued to climb higher. Before long, he encountered 2 people, a man and a woman, both mid-level practitioners. However, Li Lan had never seen them before, they should be from the second school. They were engaged in a fierce battle with 4 wood spirits, not falling behind. Are those 2 the mid-level geniuses from the second school? They are really something, Lu Yuya exclaimed in surprise. Wang Shishir shrugged. What's so impressive about that? Li Lan is 100 times stronger than them. True, Lu Yuya nodded in agreement. Let's go help them, Li Lan said, adding that he would ask if they had seen Su Xin, as the geniuses from their class hadn't seen him either. Okay. The 3 of them unleashed their abilities and rushed forward. Li Lan wielded fire, Wang Shishir controlled wind, and Lu Yuya commanded ice. Each had their own unique powers. However, with Li Lan there, they had no room to unleash their abilities. They saw Li Lan throw a punch, and instantly, a great fire roared forth. Fire explosion. The 4 wood spirits were instantly battered to near death, then easily captured by the 2 from the second school. The 2 from the second school looked at Li Lan in astonishment, and the girl smiled. So it's a nascent divine ability. You are from the first school? Li Lan nodded. Lu Yuya said enviously, Li Lan, you were so ungraceful just now. I hadn't even made a move, and you burned them all to death. Wang Shishir looked at him disdainfully. You say that as if you could have done any better. She turned to the 2 from the second school and said, Hello, we are from the first school. I'm Wang Shishir, this is Lu Yuya, and this is my idol, Li Lan. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. The infatuated Lu Yuya looked at her disdainfully, took out a mirror, and styled her hair to look like Li Lan's. Hello, we are from the second school. The girl from the second school smiled. I'm Wang Miao, and this is my classmate, Su Hu. Are you Wang Qiu's sister? Li Lan asked. You know my brother, Wang Miao quickly inquired. Is he okay? He's fine, but he's currently looking for you. That's good to hear. Wang Miao sighed in relief. Do you want to come down with us? It's too dangerous up here. Li Lan thought for a moment and said, Can you take them down? I have something to do. Idle, I'm not going down. I want to go with you to save Su Xin. Wang Shishir quickly replied. People who abandon their friends to escape are not graceful at all, Li Lan said helplessly. It's no use following me. The higher we go, the more dangerous it gets, and I might not be able to take care of you. So you're not worried about us, you just think I'm too weak. A faint sadness appeared on Wang Shishir's face, but Li Lan's words made sense. After thinking for a moment, she said, Idle, you must be careful. Li Lan nodded and turned to Wang Miao, saying, By the way, have you seen someone a bit taller than me, with a face like a mask, wearing a watch, and about my age? He seems to be at the early mid-level. Wang Miao thought for a moment and said, I think I've seen him. He's very fast. Although his cultivation is lower than ours, his strength is greater. He should be up there now. She had a strong impression of this person, so she quickly remembered. Thank you, Li Lan said, continuing to climb. Idle, you must be careful, Wang Shishir shouted. Wang Miao looked at Su Hu and said, Su Hu, let's go down. But Su Hu seemed not to hear, standing still since earlier. Su Hu, what's wrong? Wang Miao asked worriedly, poking his shoulder. He suddenly seemed to lose the strength to support himself and fell to the ground. Wang Shishir and Lu Yuya stepped back in fear, while Wang Miao hurriedly helped him up. Su Hu, what's wrong with you? All right, let's go down, Su Hu said, his voice very clear. Su Hu, what just happened? I touched you and you fell. Wang Miao looked at him strangely. Su Hu replied in confusion, Did I just fall? Do you know who helped us just now? What do you mean? Su Hu said, We just finished off the Emu demon spirit, and you said you wanted to go down. Su Hu suddenly looked surprised at Wang Shishir and the others. Who are you? When did you arrive? Blood Moon Holy Grail, core of the secret realm, rescue arrives. At this moment, outside the secret realm, inside the military base, the captain responsible for guarding the base received an urgent secret letter from above. After reading the contents of the letter, his face immediately darkened, and he hurriedly ran out shouting, Immediately organize personnel, prepare to forcibly break into the secret realm and bring the students inside out. Why, Captain? Someone asked in confusion. Forcibly breaking into the secret realm will come at an extremely high cost. The captain angrily scolded, Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and do it. I just received instructions from above. They said that remnants of the Black Coffin have invaded several low-level secret realms, killing students madly inside. I suspect that there are also people from the Black Coffin in the Emu secret realm. What? The officers became anxious, organizing personnel and mobilizing various weapons to rush to the secret realm. Damn it, the young master of the Li family is also inside. If anything happens to him, my career will be over. Moreover, this young master seems to be just an ordinary person. God bless, he must be fine. The captain's hand crackled with thunder as he slammed it against the gate of the secret realm. But the secret realm remained unmoved, not even a crack appeared. Captain, what should we do? An officer said anxiously. The captain thought for a moment and said, Call the principal of one high school and have him notify Li Lan's parents to come over. Captain, in this situation, Finding the parents will only complicate things further, right? But this Li Lan, he is from the Yen Emperor Li family. What? The Yen Emperor Li family? The officer was stunned and quickly went to make the call. After killing a few emu demon spirits, Li Lan finally reached the top level. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Severe contamination energy detected in the host's body. The system has automatically cleared it. What severe contamination energy? Li Lan had no time to think, as he had already climbed to the very top of the giant tree. A familiar figure stood there, fighting with two mysterious people dressed similarly to the previous ones. Su Xian was swaying, his eyes unfocused, already in tattered clothes, covered in blood and dust. He wielded a large knife engulfed in blue flames. It was because of this large knife that Su Xian could barely resist these three mysterious people. The blue flame blood knife, a weapon brought back by a powerful practitioner from the Li family from a 5-star secret realm, could gain extremely powerful strength by burning blood, and was not easily used. Later, when Su Xian became Li Lan's companion, this knife was granted to him. Once the blue flame blood knife is used, it will definitely cause very serious aftereffects. Li Lan's heart sank, and he rushed forward. You too, let him go. Another annoying little brat has come. The mysterious person looked at Li Lan, making a hoarse sound. With Li Lan's involvement, the situation instantly reversed. A few minutes later, Li Lan punched one of them to pieces, and the other fled in panic. Li Lan ignored him and quickly supported Su Xian beside him, saying, Su Xian, are you alright? Young master, don't worry about me, hurry to the bottom of the emu giant tree, quickly. Su Xian said weakly. What do you mean? They are a cult, followers of the Black Coffin, who have polluted the secret realm with the Blood Moon Holy Grail. But it hasn't been completely contaminated yet. Right now, the Blood Moon Holy Grail is just beneath the emu giant tree. Young master, you must stop them, or many will die. How do you know this? Su Xian weakly mocked with a smile. Those two idiots told me, saying that I would soon become one of them. Li Lan carried Su Xian on his back and jumped quickly from branch to branch beneath the emu giant tree. Countless emu spirit creatures rushed at Li Lan, but he easily dealt with them. Unfortunately, Su Xian could no longer see this powerful side of him because he had fallen asleep. It used to be me sleeping while you were awake. I never expected that one day, you would be the one sleeping. Li Lan continued to jump down, and after more than 10 minutes, he landed steadily on the ground. Li Lan, you're back? Li Lan, are you okay? Handsome guy, what's wrong with Su Xian? Li Lan, what's wrong with Su Xian? He's covered in blood, not elegant at all. Nearby students gathered around. Li Lan handed Su Xian over to Wang Shishir and the others, saying, take good care of him. Wang Shishir and the others agreed. Li Lan approached the tree and punched the trunk directly. Fire blast! Fire blast! Fire blast! After a dozen punches, the massive trunk was finally punched through, revealing a hollow inside. Looking into the hole, he discovered it was empty. A large green energy ball floated in the center of the tree hole, continuously transmitting what attribute elemental energy to the surrounding tree walls. This should be the core of the secret realm. However, it was now polluted. A blood-filled holy grail was placed below, and the evil blood energy from the grail was being continuously absorbed by the energy ball, which then transmitted it to the surrounding tree walls. This should be the reason for the mutation of those grass and wood spirits, the emu spirit creatures. Their power comes from the core of the secret realm, and once the core is polluted, they will naturally mutate. Li Lan quickly crawled into the tree hole and kicked the holy grail over. Just as he was about to crush it, the grail suddenly flew out on its own. Li Lan wanted to chase after it but found himself unable to move. He looked back and saw an extremely powerful suction force emanating from the core of the secret realm, holding him tightly. What's going on? Li Lan was startled, and suddenly the system's voice echoed in his mind. Wood element, discovered delicious food, want to eat, want to eat. Immediately, he felt a strong suction force within his body pulling the core of the secret realm back towards him, then merging into his body. What element is devouring top tier would attribute spirit objects, currently digesting. What element energy, what element is devouring top tier would attribute spirit objects, currently digesting. What element energy, what element is devouring top tier would attribute spirit objects, currently digesting. What attribute element, digestion complete. What element happily went to sleep. Your what element sorcerer cultivation has been raised to early high rank. So this is high rank, really impressive, Li Lan sighed. Hearing you praise the wood element, the fire element cried in grievance and began to practice frantically. Fire element energy. After losing the obstruction of the secret realm core, Li Lan quickly ran out to chase the Holy Grail. But as soon as he exited the tree hole, two mysterious figures in red robes appeared before everyone. The blood-filled Holy Grail was held in one of their hands. One of the mysterious figures he recognized, it was the one he had just driven away from the tree. The other one made Li Lan frown, this person gave him a very bad premonition. This person is very dangerous. His strength is far greater than all the mysterious figures Li Lan had encountered before combined. Seeing these two mysterious figures, all the students were frightened and hid behind Li Lan. Su Xian struggled to straighten his body and picked up the blue flame blood blade. I didn't expect that in this small secret realm, there would be a genius like you. The mysterious man looked at Li Lan and smiled. Are you willing to join my black coffin? As long as you agree, I can promise you the position of a priest. Great priest, didn't you say before that as long as I complete this task, the position of priest would be given to me? The black-clad man who had been driven away by Li Lan asked. That was a lie to deceive you. I said the same thing to the other two. He referred to the two who had been killed by Li Lan earlier. Great priest, how could you deceive me? The mysterious man said in disbelief. I have been so loyal to my master. The mysterious man replied, in light of your loyalty, you should go serve my master. As soon as he finished speaking, the mysterious man suddenly collapsed to the ground, dying in a bizarre manner. Even a great practitioner couldn't take a life with just a word. How did he manage to do that? Looking at the corpse on the ground, Li Lan felt a chill. He suddenly recalled the horrific scene of the mysterious man he had killed earlier. He realized that if this was the case, there was only one possibility. These mysterious men might just be puppets manipulated by someone. And this mysterious man had just killed the master behind this puppet, so the puppet appeared to be dead, killing even his own kind. This black coffin is truly ruthless. What have you thought about? My black coffin is a branch of the Spirit Energy Society. As long as you join us, you might even be able to join the Spirit Energy Society in the future. The Spirit Energy Society is one of the most powerful cult organizations in the Human Federation, consisting not only of humans but also many other races. Is the Spirit Energy Society more powerful than the Li family? Li Lan asked. The mysterious man was taken aback, unsure why Li Lan would ask this question, but he still replied, the president of the Spirit Energy Society is a powerhouse comparable to the Li family's Flame Emperor. In that case, the descendants of the Li family's Flame Emperor are equivalent to the high-ranking members of the Spirit Energy Society, right? The mysterious man nodded, agreeing with the comparison. Li Lan smiled. Then do you know who I am? Who are you? The mysterious man followed his words. I am the Flame Emperor of the Li family. Li Lan elongated his voice and laughed. It's my grandfather. That joke isn't funny, the mysterious man said solemnly. In the next second, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the space of the secret realm. A young man with red hair, wearing golden armor, flew out from the crack. Xiaolan, I've come to save you. Accept the righteous punishment, you evil scoundrels. Indeed, it was his third brother. Among his two brothers and one sister, only his third brother was the most dramatic. Hearing this line, Li Lan's feet kicked out a three-room, one-hall formation. Li Qin? The mysterious man glanced at the golden man, his expression changing drastically. I didn't expect you to really be from the Li family. Third brother, quickly catch him, and the Holy Grail in his hand. Okay, the golden man shouted. He swung a punch. Justice executed. The flame dragon in the sky. Flames like a giant dragon ignited in his hand, rushing towards the mysterious man. The mysterious man was immediately burned to ashes. Li Lan hurriedly ran forward to grab the Holy Grail, but it seemed to have a spirit of its own, diving into a space crack and disappearing. It's actually the Blood Moon Holy Grail. The golden man landed, looking at the vanished Holy Grail with a serious expression. However, he quickly turned his worried gaze to Li Lan and said, Xiaolan, are you okay? Third brother, I'm fine. Li Lan shook his head and said, but can you save Su Xian? I feel like he can't hold on much longer. Seeing this, Li Qin quickly took out a tube of golden potion from his pocket and gave it to Su Xian. A few seconds later, Su Xian's injuries began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Xiaolan, how did you manage to hold on for so long in the secret realm? Li Qin asked curiously. That puppet just now was not simple. Its strength seemed to be at the peak of a high-level sorcerer, and that was still the result of being suppressed. I think it must have other accomplices, right? This is all thanks to classmate Li Lan. Some students stepped forward excitedly and said, if it weren't for Li Lan, we might have died long ago. Yeah, thanks to Li Lan. Li Lan is amazing. One punch for each little monster. The people around nodded in agreement, their faces filled with the joy of having survived a disaster. Li Qin was taken aback. His cultivation was exposed, leaving the secret realm, and he had achieved great merit. Xiaolan, your cultivation. Li Qin looked at Li Lan in disbelief. He was astonished to find that his little brother had silently cultivated to a high-level sorcerer and even comprehended the embryonic form of divine powers. This was far more impressive than when he was a child. Li Lan shyly scratched his head and smiled. I thought cultivating supernatural powers was quite fun, so I practiced while sleeping, and that's how it turned out. The fire element expressed strong disdain for what was said. started frantically cultivating fire element energy. The wood element said, "Master, you are shameless, but I like it." Started frantically cultivating wood element energy. It seemed there was now another useless one. Li Lan maintained a smile on his face. "You look like you needed beating, do you know that?" Li Qin suppressed the thought of giving the foolish Adudu a good thrashing and nodded, saying, "Not bad, you truly are my little brother, the Golden Saint Warrior." Such a middle school title, Li Lan could only roll his eyes. "By the way, third brother, what was that Blood Moon Holy Grail you mentioned earlier?" The expression of the Golden Saint Warrior Li Qin suddenly turned serious as he said, "The Blood Moon Holy Grail is a very powerful sacred relic, and it is also a holy object of the Spiritual Energy Association. It is divided into the Child Cup and the Mother Cup. There are a total of 10 Child Cups, 5 in the headquarters of the Spiritual Energy Association, and the other 5 in the 5 branches of the association. What you saw earlier was the Child Cup of the Blood Moon Holy Grail in the Black Coffin. The Child Cup of the Blood Moon Holy Grail possesses very strong powers of seduction and pollution. The plant spirits you saw in the secret realm today, the Emu demon spirits, were evil spirits generated after being polluted by the Holy Grail. As for seduction," at this point, Li Qin frowned. "Seduction is a very conventional method used by the Spiritual Energy Association to develop dead followers. They will implant the holy blood of the Blood Moon Holy Grail into a person's body, gradually eroding your body until you become a plaything of the Holy Grail's owner. At that time, once you betray him, he can activate the amount of holy blood within you, causing you to be corroded to death. In the early stages of holy blood implantation, a person will exhibit symptoms such as forgetfulness, sluggish reactions, and vacant expressions. In the mid-stage, the skin will start to redden. In the later stages, life will completely belong to the owner of the Holy Grail." Vacant expression? Remembering how Su Xin looked when he was first found, Li Lan tensed up. Could Su Xin have fallen victim? Just as he was about to ask how to remove the holy blood from his body, a clear female voice suddenly rang out beside him. "Excuse me, senior, may I ask how to remove the holy blood if a person has been implanted with it?" The speaker was Wang Chou's sister, Wang Miao, whom Li Lan had just met a few times before. Li Qin pondered for a moment as the two listened expectantly. There are 2 methods. The first is to obtain the Mother Cup of the Blood Moon Holy Grail and return the holy blood to the Blood Moon Holy Grail. The second is to take purification drugs for the blood. However, these drugs are very expensive and cannot eradicate the holy blood, they can only block its spread. Li Qin said, "Of course, if one could obtain a powerful medicine even the great sorcerers would envy, it might be possible to eradicate it directly." Li Lan lazily asked, "By the way, if someone is found to be initially polluted by the holy blood, how will the authorities handle it? Imprisonment or execution?" Wang Miao's face turned pale, and she quietly left. "Why are you asking this?" Li Qin asked seriously. "Shaolan, you haven't been polluted by the Holy Grail, have you?" "Of course not," Li Lan hurriedly replied. Li Qin reached out to check Li Lan's meridians, and after confirming that Li Lan was indeed fine, he finally felt a bit relieved. Li Lan felt an immense weight in his heart. It seemed that the severely polluted energy that had been purified by the system not long ago was that holy blood. "But when did it enter my body? Was it together with the essence of the grass and wood that I absorbed? If that's the case, then why were those I saved earlier unharmed? Could it be that this thing only forms complete holy blood after absorbing a certain amount? That wood demon king should have been killed by Su Xin, and it seems the wood spirit was also absorbed by Su Xin. In that case, holy blood must have been implanted in Su Xin's body as well. Wait a minute, the military will most likely conduct health checks on everyone when we go out, and Su Xin will definitely be taken away by the military. No, I must take him away in advance, otherwise, once Su Xin is taken by the military, it will be disastrous." Li Lan does not believe that the military will have the money to buy those expensive purification medicines for Su Xin. Since it won't be treatment, there is only one possibility: direct execution. Su Xin is his friend, his brother, who has accompanied him for so long. He can't bear to see Su Xin die. As for the holy blood issue, he has already thought of a solution. It's just money, Li Lan has plenty of that. Li Lan pouted at his third brother, saying, "Third brother, I want to sleep. Can you take me and Su Xin away first?" Li Qin frowned and said, "No, the military still needs to conduct checks on you. You can't leave first." As expected, there will be health checks. Li Lan pleaded, "But I really want to leave first. Third brother, I really want to sleep. I've never been this tired in my life." The Golden Saint Li Qin hesitated for a moment but still shook his head, saying, "No, rules are rules." "Is that what you said?" Li Lan looked at him slyly and said, "If I go out later, I'll tell second sister that the new Sailor Moon underwear she bought last summer was stolen by you." How do you know that? Li Qin's face changed dramatically. Because I was hiding in second sister's closet sleeping at that time, Li Lan said helplessly, looking deeply at him. Third brother, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I was wrong, Xiaolan. I'll take you both out now. Please don't tell second sister about this. Otherwise, that tigress will kill me. Li Qin picked up the two and left. Before leaving, Li Lan also asked for Wang Miao's contact information. From what Wang Miao said earlier, it was clear that there were also people around her who had been affected by the holy blood, so he wanted to keep an eye on the situation over there. Li Qin punched through the spatial barrier, forcibly crossing the spatial rift, and the three of them arrived in the outside world. The military personnel quickly surrounded them. Hello, Mr. Li Qin. Mr. Li Qin. Thank you so much for this matter, Mr. Li Qin. Not at all, this is what a righteous son like me should do. Li Qin waved his hand casually and hurriedly left the military base with Li Lan and Su Xian. Wait a minute, Mr. Li Qin, you can't take those two away. Seeing Li Lan and Su Xian, an officer shouted loudly. But it was too late. Li Qin had already bounced away with them, disappearing into the crowd. What should we do? They haven't had their health checks yet. The officer said awkwardly to the captain beside him. Should I go after them? If you can beat this golden saint, then go ahead and chase them. The captain rolled his eyes at him and turned to leave. The officer scratched his head awkwardly and ultimately chose to pretend this incident never happened. Soon, as the secret realm passage was opened, the students inside began to come out. The principals of the two schools roughly counted the number of students, and as they counted, both of them directly burst into tears. The losses were severe. Together, the two schools had directly lost over 300 students. These were all living lives. Every student in the school was a parent's pride, a parent's heart. Now they had died here for nothing. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought them to this damned place. Principal Du Dehua of the first school cried out loudly, kneeling down before these students. Kneel and confess. Slap yourself hard. I'm sorry, classmates, this is all my fault, all my fault. I let you down, I didn't protect you well. I'm sorry to your parents, I'm just a bastard. The military personnel quickly helped the two principals up and gave them calming medicine. The captain exclaimed, I didn't expect only 300 people died. Principal Du angrily questioned, is 300 not enough? The captain hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. What I mean is that the casualties this time are actually much less than I expected. According to reports from above, this incident today had actually occurred not long ago in other places in Jiangnan province, with casualties in each secret realm being around 800. 800! The two principals were shocked. This was an extremely terrifying number. At that moment, a soldier walked up and loudly said, Report, Captain, we have clarified the situation. According to the students, a person named Li Lan saved them in the secret realm. Li Lan? Are you sure that's the name? An officer said in disbelief. They recalled the handsome boy in a wheelchair. But he was handsome. Wasn't he just an ordinary person? The soldier nodded and said loudly, It is indeed this name. According to the students, this classmate Li Lan is a high-level fire element sorcerer and has even comprehended the embryonic form of divine powers. It was because of his leadership that most people were able to survive in the mist. High-level sorcerer, embryonic form of divine powers. With the two bombs dropped, everyone present was shocked. The captain looked at the principal of the first high school. The principal quickly shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing. Understood, you can return to your unit. After the soldier left, the captain took a deep breath. As expected of the Li family, truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. I didn't expect this Li Lan to actually be a true dragon, a high-level sorcerer in his teens. It seems our dragon country will have another great power in the future. The Li family actually deceived everyone. With such a true dragon, they actually claimed he was a waste? These big family's words really can't be fully trusted. Captain, should we send a banner to Li Lan? An officer asked. The captain thought for a moment and shook his head. No need, the Li family probably sent Li Lan to the first high school to avoid disturbance. If it weren't for this incident, Li Lan might have continued to hide. Since the Li family wants Li Lan to keep a low profile, we shouldn't disturb him. Yes, the officer nodded. At this time, in the boys' dormitory of Shangnan City's first ability high school, Su Xian shouted, Young master, I've been infected with holy blood and could turn into a black coffin puppet at any moment. For your safety, I must turn myself in. Li Lan angrily overturned all the dinner Su Xian had prepared on the ground. Su Xian, as long as you dare to step out of this dormitory door today, I will treat you as if you are no longer my brother. But young master, if I stay by your side, you will be in danger. Su Xian said helplessly, picking up the dishes on the ground. I already said, as long as you keep suppressing the holy blood, you won't be in any danger. Young master, the cost of doing that is too high. I am not worth you doing this. Whether it's worth it is up to me. Li Lan looked at him seriously and said, besides, it's just money. I have plenty of it. Young master. Su Xian was silent for a moment, sighed, and ultimately walked out of the dormitory. Li Lan's face immediately fell. Go, go, go. If you leave, don't come back. The air was dead silent. A few minutes later, Su Xian really didn't come back. This damn thing, could he really have left? Forget it, why should I care? I'll just continue to sleep. Li Lan lay in bed, closing his eyes, but found he couldn't fall asleep, feeling unusually restless. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Could it be Su Xian returning? Li Lan felt a flicker of joy, but still put on an angry expression and said, didn't you leave? Why are you back? Since Su Xian had returned, his anger dissipated by half. After spending 17 years in the Li family, due to his laziness, he had never made any friends. Su Xian was one of them, but this guy had left without a word, and if he said he wasn't angry, it would definitely be a lie. The door slowly creaked open, and a thin figure walked in. It wasn't Su Xian. Li Lan frowned slightly and asked, who are you? The thin man introduced himself. Hello, young master Li Lan, my name is Wang Kai. Because you have attracted the attention of the Black Coffin, young master Li Qin sent me to protect you. I don't need your protection for now. You should know the person who just left the dormitory building, right? Are you talking about young master Su Xian? The thin man replied. Su Xian's mother was a member of the Li family, so he naturally knew him. Li Lan nodded and said, I command you to bring him back right now. But, the thin man hesitated. Young master Li Qin said you are very likely to encounter an attack from the Black Coffin soon, and he instructed me to follow you closely. If you don't go, I'll go myself, Li Lan said. Just as he was about to step out the door, the thin man blocked his way. What are you doing? Young master Li Lan, if you go out alone, you are very likely to be targeted by the people of the Black Coffin. It's better if I go. You stay in the dormitory and can't leave the circle I draw, Li Lan ordered. The thin man brought his fingers together, and a wisp of black flame rose from his fingertips. He pointed to the ground, and a large black-red circle appeared on the floor. Li Lan noticed the thin man was wearing a black ring and thought this must be the ability granted by the ring. What is this? It's a barrier ring. It can create a barrier. If you stay within this circle and are in danger, the barrier will protect you, and I will know immediately, the thin man explained. Li Lan nodded and stepped into the circle. Instantly, a surge of black barrier power enveloped him. The thin man felt relieved and hurried out the door, chasing after Su Xian. Inside the barrier, Li Lan had nothing to do and simply lay on the ground to take a nap. The wood element successfully absorbed the power of the wood core within the wood element, comprehending the supernatural ability. Wood elemental forbidden heaven. The wood element has obtained supernatural abilities, but currently lacks sufficient elemental energy to advance to a supernatural being. It is diligently cultivating wood elemental energy. The wood element sees you sleeping and looks down on you, starting to cultivate frantically. Wood elemental energy, the fire element, influenced by the wood element, also casts a very disdainful glance at you. Fire elemental energy. At this moment, in a cave on the outskirts of Shangnan City, a 7-year-old boy spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. He wore a skull pendant around his neck. In front of him stood a massive furnace, fiercely burning in the pitch-black cave. It was visible to the naked eye that the fuel burning inside was, in fact, the corpses of children. High priest, are you all right? Seeing the boy spitting blood, a beautiful woman with snake tattoos on her body stepped forward with concern. The boy's voice was young yet filled with anger as he buried his head in her weapon and cried out, Damn Li Qin, damn this middle school syndrome. How could he burn the wisp of my soul that was placed in the puppet? The great supernatural being, Golden Saint Li Qin? Aren't we in a low-tier secret realm? How could he possibly be in the secret realm? The beautiful woman asked, soothing the boy with her hand, puzzled. I miscalculated. I didn't expect the young master of the Li family to also be in the secret realm. He must be there to save the young master of the Li family, the boy said, looking up. Above his head, a crack appeared in the space, and with a crack sound, the Blood Moon Holy Grail steadily landed in his hand. The young master of the Yen Emperor Li family, Li Lan? The beautiful woman furrowed her brows and said, How could he be inside there? The boy shook his head and suddenly laughed. I don't know, but the Li family really hides things well. The young master, who is publicly declared to be useless, actually possesses high-level sorcerer abilities. If it weren't for him, my plan wouldn't have failed this time. High-level sorcerer. The beautiful woman was somewhat surprised and said, But he has disrupted my sex plan. Should I send one of my top sorcerers to kill him? The boy shook his head and said, No need. Li Qin isn't that foolish. After taking Li Lan out of the secret realm, he will definitely send someone to protect him. The boy thought for a moment and continued, however, it's still possible to probe a bit. Li Lan is a fire element sorcerer, so let's send a water element disciple. A low-level sorcerer will do. If there really are strong guardians around Li Lan, we'll only lose a low-level sorcerer at most. After this matter passes, the Li family will definitely conduct a large-scale cleanup of my Black Coffin's remnants. These low-level sorcerers will probably lose more than half, and rather than sacrifice them for nothing, it's better to contribute their own strength for my master before they die. Alright, I'll take care of it right away. Wait a minute, let me touch a bit more. The boy looked at the beautiful woman's black stockings with desire. After the beautiful woman left, the boy straightened his body again. A glimmer of dark light appeared in his eyes. The seed of the god has already been planted. In half a year, the National Martial Arts Conference will begin, and the era of my Black Coffin will come again. By then, my Black Coffin will completely rise again. The Spiritual Energy Association? In a few more years, it will be the Little Black Coffin. In the dormitory, Li Lan was awakened by the ringing of his phone. He picked up the phone and found it was his grandfather calling. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he answered, "Grandpa, what's the matter? Can't I call you if there's nothing going on?" A hearty laugh came from the other end. Li Lan lazily replied, "You're quite the busy person. You child. By the way, I heard from your third brother that you're now a high-level fire element sorcerer." "That's true," Li Lan said helplessly. "Grandpa, you're not planning to bring me back to the Li family, are you? Isn't it good to come home?" "It's good, it's all good, but I don't want to go home for now," Li Lan said. "If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." "Wait a minute, why are you in such a hurry?" The other side quickly said, "Wait a moment, Grandpa will send you some cultivation resources. Remember to practice well. The National Martial Arts Competition is in half a year, and you need to get a decent result for me. Also, all right. Li Lan hurriedly interrupted him. "You said it yourself. By the way, do you have enough money?" "I have enough." Li Lan thought of the hundreds of millions in his bank account and then remembered the holy blood on Su Xin, quickly adding, "But you can send me a bit more." "Okay, Grandpa will send it to you shortly. By the way, the Li family has already taken care of the Black Coffin matter, so just focus on your cultivation. These rats in the gutter really can't be exterminated no matter what." "Thank you, Grandpa." Li Lan rarely sweetened his words. After hanging up, his phone immediately received a transfer from the World Bank. A full 50 million. Grandpa is really generous. Li Lan sighed, then checked the prices of blood purification potions online. The cheaper ones were 100,000 each, the medium ones were 800,000 each, and the better ones were 2 million each. That doesn't seem too expensive. He placed an order for 10 of the 2 million ones. They were expected to arrive tomorrow. After buying the items, he continued to sleep. Your fire element is automatically cultivating fire element energy. Your wood element is automatically cultivating wood element energy. After a few more minutes, the fire element within Li Lan began to stir restlessly, as if sensing an uncomfortable presence nearby. An ability user of the water element. Li Lan slowly opened his eyes and looked out the window. He saw an old man in sanitation worker's clothes climbing on the dormitory window. A water element adept. Li Lan yawned and asked, "Who are you?" Clearly displeased that someone was disturbing his sleep. "Someone who wants your life." "A mere fire element sorcerer, yet you still maintain such a calm expression in front of me. How infuriating." The sanitation worker broke through the window. A massive water ball crashed against the barrier, isolating him inside. "There's even a barrier. Who said I only have fire elements?" Li Lan slowly stood up, a radiant green light swirling around his hand. "Emu forbidden heaven." Instantly, a huge vine burst through the ground, growing wildly and wrapping around the sanitation worker completely. "This is impossible. How could a member of the Li family possess a wood attribute sorcery prototype?" "No, this isn't a prototype, this is a true sorcery. You don't even have the strength of an adept. How did you comprehend sorcery?" "The high priest misled me." The sanitation worker struggled violently within the vines. Li Lan stepped out of the barrier, scratching his fluffy hair. "You talk too much." With that, he punched through the vines, igniting a blazing fire that directly struck the sanitation worker's head. Bang! The head exploded instantly, blood splattering all over Li Lan's face. Li Lan nonchalantly went to the bathroom to wash his face, then returned to the barrier to continue sleeping. Meanwhile, outside the school, in a narrow alley, a thin man froze momentarily. On his shoulder, Su Xin, tightly bound, looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong with you? Young Master Li Lan is in danger." "What? Hurry back. Damn it, it's all my fault." "Got it, don't make a fuss." The thin man, his lower body enveloped in black mist, suddenly sped up several times, shrinking the distance to the school. Upon reaching outside the dormitory, Su Xin saw his disheveled room and felt despondent. What if the young master is in trouble? It's all my fault. If I hadn't left, you wouldn't have come looking for me, and the young master wouldn't have encountered this. Wang Kai's expression was also grim as he frowned and said, let's go back and check first. My barrier ring was given by young master Li Qin, so it probably won't be broken so easily. Body refinement technique, great mastery of sorcery, consequences borne by oneself. As the two returned to the dormitory, they saw a bloody corpse lying on the ground. Young Master Li Lan. Young Master. Su Xian trembled, breaking free from his bindings and rushing to kneel beside the corpse. Young Master, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. He sobbed for a while, then realized this didn't seem to be Li Lan. The fabric of Li Lan's clothes wouldn't be this coarse. Could it be that the young master wasn't dead? He hurriedly rummaged through the surrounding clutter and finally found Li Lan behind a large cardboard box. At that moment, Li Lan was quietly lying in a circle, asleep, even snoring softly. Great, the young master is not dead. Su Xian smiled. If this isn't young master Li Lan, then who is it? Wang Kai squatted beside the corpse, pulling back its clothing to reveal a black skull on its chest. What is this? A person from the black coffin, Wang Kai said. It seems to be an adept. An adept? Su Xian exclaimed in disbelief. Are you saying the young master killed an adept? Wang Kai nodded. Su Xian gasped. He had thought Li Lan was just a mid-level sorcerer like him. After the battle in the secret realm, he believed the young master was a high-level sorcerer. But now it seems that the young master is hiding even deeper than he thought. At such a young age, being able to slay a supernatural being without relying on external forces, even among the current younger generation, young Master Li Lan's achievements can rank among the top. Wang Kai sighed. Young Master Su Xian, you need to work hard too. In half a year, the national martial arts competition will take place. At that time, not only will there be official rewards for those who place, but there will also be rewards from the family. Su Xian nodded seriously. I will. However, thinking of the holy blood within him, he opened the App Store on his phone, browsed for a long time, and spent a lot of money to buy a few ordinary purification blood potions. As for future matters, he would think of a way later. By the way, Brother Wang, will you be living with us in the future? Su Xian turned to Wang Kai and said, if so, we need to add another bed to the dormitory. But first, we need to repair the dormitory. He glanced at the floor with a big hole, the ceiling from which the fan had fallen, and the window that seemed to have disappeared. No need, Wang Kai said. In addition to having fire attribute abilities, I also have dark attribute abilities. I will hide in the shadows to protect you. As for the dormitory, I'll call someone to fix it. Wang Kai made a phone call, and soon the repairman arrived. That night, all the students returned to school, and Li Lan woke up from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Su Xian. Didn't I say that if you left, you shouldn't come back? Young master, Su Xian said awkwardly, I was wrong. What does it matter now that you know you're wrong? I've already found a new companion, and he will come tomorrow. Li Lan said, stretching lazily and continuing to sleep. Young master, I really know I was wrong. Su Xian felt quite embarrassed saying this. If you know you're wrong, then go buy me a wheelchair. I left mine in the secret realm and didn't bring it out. Okay. Knowing that the young master was allowing him to stay, Su Xian said excitedly. A few hours later, Su Xian returned to the dormitory pushing a wheelchair and carrying a box. Young master, your package seems to have been sent by the family. So fast? Su Xian placed the box on Li Lan's bed. Li Lan opened it, and a scorching energy emanated from inside. It was filled to the brim with fire element energy stones. So many! Li Lan's hand reached into the box, and the energy stones inside immediately disappeared. Fire element devouring a large amount of fire attribute energy stones, diligently cultivating, fire element energy, fire element devouring a large amount of fire attribute energy stones, diligently cultivating, fire element energy, fire element devouring a large amount of fire attribute energy stones, diligently cultivating, fire element energy. All energy stones have been digested. Your fire element sorcerer's cultivation level has been raised to high level late stage. Is this the late stage? But then again, having devoured so many energy stones worth over 100 million, even a pig should be at the late stage. Li Lan looked at the bottom of the box. After the energy stones disappeared, a thin little booklet appeared in his sight. Is this actually the body refining technique? Li Lan was somewhat surprised. In addition to having sufficiently strong supernatural abilities, it is best for supernatural beings to also have a strong physique, otherwise, they can easily fall behind in actual combat. Therefore, many supernatural practitioners, while cultivating their abilities, also set aside time to strengthen their bodies, and this body refining technique is a method specifically used by the Li family to train the body. It was obtained by his grandfather when he was young from a secret realm. Besides the body refining technique, there is also a dragon and tiger body refining technique. However, the latter is only suitable for those who have cultivated into supernatural beings and is not suitable for someone like him, a novice. It seems that Grandpa really wants me to participate in the martial arts competition, Leland sighed. He opened the body refining technique. The system's voice echoed in his mind, detected that there are 17 errors in the body refining technique that the host is cultivating. The system has automatically corrected them. The body refinement technique was very happy to see its new master and was diligently cultivating. Unexpectedly, there were so many errors in the body refinement technique. Feeling his body growing stronger step by step, Leland was quite surprised. However, he had no intention of telling his family, because even if he did, those old fogies wouldn't believe him. The next day, the potions arrived. Leland handed the potions to Su Xian, who simply said thank you and then remained silent for the entire day. Leland knew that his feelings were quite complicated, so he didn't disturb him. In the evening, he saw a message from Wang Miao. Leland, about what you told me in the secret realm last time, I paid attention after I came back. Su Hu disappeared after coming out of the secret realm, and the next day his parents came to school to handle his withdrawal procedures. Today I went to his house to find him, but I discovered his whole family had moved away. Do you know what happened? After chatting with her for a bit, Leland sighed. Su Hu had indeed been taken away. It seemed his choice yesterday was correct. If he hadn't taken Su Xian away, he might have seen Su Xian's withdrawal procedures today. 6 months later, there was still a month until the National Martial Arts Tournament began. Each province in Long Country had already started preparing lists, calling on cities to select geniuses to send to the provincial capital for the competition. Contestants would be chosen a month later to participate in the competition in Longjing. Your fire element is diligently cultivating fire element energy. Your wood element is diligently cultivating wood element energy. Your lightning element is diligently cultivating lightning element energy. Your body refinement technique is diligently cultivating your physique. The fire element is tired and has entered dormancy. Your fire element cultivation has been raised to mid-level mystic. The wood element is exhausted and has started to sleep deeply. Your wood element cultivation has been raised to early-level great mystic. The lightning element saw that the others had stopped cultivating and also ceased its training. Your lightning element cultivation has been raised to early-level mystic. In the dormitory, in a dream, Leland moved his eyelids, expressing surprise. He didn't know how long it had been when a familiar voice broke his dream. Young master, wake up. Young master, what is it? Leland stretched lazily, looking indifferently at Su Xian, who was shaking him awake. Su Xian said, Young master, the principal wants to see you. He said he plans to let the two of us, along with 2 seniors from the higher grades, go to the provincial capital to participate in the selection for the National Martial Arts Competition. The requirement for the selection competition was that the contestants must be high-level sorcerers. As for the type of abilities, there were no restrictions. After half a year of cultivation, Su Xian had already become a high-level late-stage fire element sorcerer, fully meeting the competition requirements. Oh, Leland replied coldly, saying, I'm not going. After that, he continued to lie in bed and sleep. Young master, Su Xian pulled him up from the bed again, saying, the clan leader also said you must participate. A mocking smile appeared on Leland's face, so he still remembers me as his son. Young master, your grandfather also said you must participate, otherwise he will come from Longjing to Shangnan City tomorrow and say what? Say he will whip your butt with a bamboo stick. Leland's body stiffened, sitting up from the bed, saying, then you can push me there. Okay. In the principal's office. Leland, Su Xian, Huang Xiaotian, Zhang Yuanqi, whether our school can receive funding from the Education Bureau this year depends on you all. The principal said earnestly, this martial arts competition is crucial. As long as you achieve a ranking, even if you can't enter Longjing for the competition, you will still receive incredibly generous conditions. Do you understand? Understood, principal, don't worry, even if I can't make it into the top 10, I will definitely be in the top 20. No problem, principal. Got it, principal. The 3 responded in unison. Only Leland remained silent. They looked at Leland and saw that, without them noticing, he had already fallen asleep in his wheelchair. Although they were used to seeing him like this, the principal's mouth twitched slightly. Su Xian, when Leland wakes up, remember to tell him about this. No problem, Su Xian nodded. After leaving the principal's office, Huang Xiaotian leaned close to Su Xian and whispered, you two are representing the school in the competition, and a lot of people in the upper grades are unhappy about it. You and your young master better be careful when you get back to the dorm. Su Xian was taken aback, then nodded and said, okay, thanks, I'll be careful. See you tomorrow. Huang Xiaotian made a gesture he thought was cool and smiled. Who would be so bored as to dislike us? Su Xian pushed Li Xian back to the dormitory, and as they passed an empty dorm room, 3 to 5 tall young men walked out. Su Xian frowned and asked, "Who are you, and what do you want?" We're just here to see how talented the genius representing the school in the competition really is." One of them, wearing a one-piece outfit, sneered. After the incident in the secret realm 6 months ago, the school had suppressed the matter and even paid each student a hush fee. Although Li Lan's performance in the secret realm was still talked about in school, the upperclassmen usually kept to themselves, so they didn't know much about him. "At least I'm more talented than you bunch of useless geniuses." Li Lan had woken up at some point. He looked at the 5 in front of him and said coldly, "I'll count to 3. If you don't move aside, you'll bear the consequences. 3, 2, ha, kid, are you sure you're talking to us? You must be Li Lan, right? I've heard of your reputation, and today I want to see just how impressive you really are. What qualifications does a cripple in a wheelchair have to talk to us?" They couldn't help but laugh. One of them whispered, "I heard this Li Lan seems to have quite the background. Is it really okay for us to do this?" A young man with green-dyed hair next to him said, "What's there to be afraid of? I, Chui Mingho, have never been afraid of anyone. If he can represent the school just because of his identity and background, then I'll be the first to disagree. What Brother Hao said is right, I also disagree." "Me too." Just as Li Lan was about to make a move, Su Xian stopped him. "Young master, let me handle this, otherwise, we'll end up paying for it." "What do you mean? Are you saying I only know how to destroy things?" Li Lan said lightly, "Then you go ahead." The 5 turned their gazes to Su Xian. "Just you alone thinks you can challenge us?" Su Xian's expression was cold as he said, "Dealing with you bunch of trash is enough for me alone. Looking for death. Brother Hao is here, and you still dare to talk big? What a joke." They summoned various elemental energies of gold, water, and fire, clearly all being elemental ability users. Chui Mingho said, "You guys don't need to move, I can handle this myself." Chui Mingho squinted. "You must be Su Xian, right? Today I want to see just how impressive the cool young master from the lower grades really is." Flames erupted beneath his feet as he charged toward Su Xian. Su Xian said nothing. Flames erupted from his palm, forming a massive vortex. In an instant, it engulfed everyone present. Li Lan moved his fingers, and a huge vine shot up from the ground, protecting the 4 who hadn't attacked. A few seconds later, the vine dispersed, and Su Xian had returned to Li Lan's side. Chui Mingho, however, was burned and lay on the ground in terror. "Brother Hao, are you okay? Brother Hao, Brother Hao." Chui Mingho's few underlings hurriedly rushed forward to help him up. One of the underlings looked at Li Lan with a complicated expression and asked, "Why did you protect us just now?" If it hadn't been for Li Lan, he knew their fate would probably be no different from that of Chui Mingho lying on the ground now. Li Lan did not answer their questions but looked at Su Xian and said, "Not bad, but your control over your abilities needs to be strengthened. It wouldn't be good if you hurt someone outside the ring next time." "I understand, young master," Su Xian nodded. "Let's go." Su Xian pushed Li Lan towards the dormitory. Chui Mingho and the others watched their departing figures in silence. "Brother Hao, should we still try to seize the competition qualification from them?" "Seize what? If we do, I'll be dead." Chui Mingho slowly stood up and shouted loudly in the direction Li Lan had gone, "You guys are really strong. I admit it. I, Chui Mingho, guarantee that from today on, no one from the upper grades will disturb you. Let's go." Chui Mingho looked at his younger brothers beside him. "Yes." Once they left, the students who had been hiding in the dormitory to watch dared to come out. "I knew Su Xian was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Chui Mingho is probably in the top 5 among the upper grades, right? He was taken out by Su Xian in one move. If Su Xian is this strong, then Li Lan must be even stronger, right?" "Not necessarily. Not necessarily, my foot. Li Lan is definitely stronger than Su Xian. I often see Li Lan guiding Su Xian in the wasteland behind the school. How could a master be weaker than his disciple?" Those who say Su Xian is stronger than Li Lan must be from the middle grades. Li Lan had the strength of a high-level sorcerer 6 months ago. Now, he must have already become a powerful practitioner. Isn't that stronger than the teacher? The teacher is nothing, young Master Lan, my god. The selection competition would be held in 10 days, requiring them to arrive a day early, and the officials would send a special car to take them to the provincial city. So the next 9 days were free time for them. To help them relax, the school specifically turned these 9 days into a holiday, saying it was to relieve their psychological pressure. 6 months ago, in order to live better in Shangnan City, Li Lan bought an apartment in the city center to stay during the holidays. It was during that time that he accidentally stumbled upon a treasure of thunder elements in a secret realm, which awakened his powers. Su Xian pushed Li Lan through the community where the apartment was located. Li Lan asked, "Is the holy blood in your body okay?" "It's fine, with the potion the young master gave me suppressing it. It hasn't stirred at all in the past 6 months. 6 months ago, Su Xian had signed a contract with Li Lan, agreeing to work for him for free for 30 years after graduation to repay the costs of the potion. Li Lan initially wanted to refuse, but under Su Xian's firm attitude, he eventually agreed. When they opened the door, a girl dressed in pink with twin ponytails jumped in front of them. She had bright, expressive eyes and skin as smooth as cream, with no visible pores. She was sucking on a lollipop shaped like a cigarette. "Li Niamia, why are you here again?" Li Lan, lying in his wheelchair, looked at her with a headache. "Do you think I want to come? In this tiny, broken place of yours?" Li Mia, with the lollipop in her mouth, looked Li Lan up and down, disdainfully saying, "Grandpa sent me to see if you are participating in the National Martial Arts Competition selection." She continued, "Brother, why are you still so lazy? You can't even be bothered to walk." She was Li Lan's cousin, the daughter of his father's younger brother. "Who asked you to care?" Li Lan replied disdainfully, "If you don't want to come, you can stay outside." "Brother, I've come all this way. Are you going to kick me out?" Li Niamia pouted, biting her lollipop, trying to act cute. I have to say, she was quite adorable when she wasn't talking, like a neighbor's little sister. But once she opened her mouth, her image was completely ruined. Of course, it was only ruined in Li Lan's eyes. To others, Li Niamia had always been a cute girl. "You can come or go as you please, it's none of my business. Pretty girl, don't block the way. Su Xian, let's go inside." Back in the room, Li Lan lay directly on the bed and began to sleep soundly. Li Niamia looked at Su Xian and said, "Brother Xian, aren't you going to do something about how lazy my brother is?" "Young master, you know how he is," Su Xian replied with a smile. "He's always been like this, but this is too lazy. I've never seen anyone this lazy in my entire life." Li Niamia exclaimed. She jumped up and plopped down directly on Li Lan's back. "Li Niamia, are you trying to kill me?" Li Lan yelped in pain and cursed. "Brother, I'm sorry, please don't scold me, okay?" Li Niamia buried her head in Li Lan's back, rubbing against him, instantly switching to a spoiled tone. Li Lan snorted coldly, his anger dissipating by more than half as he pushed her away. "Go play somewhere else, you little brat. I'm going to sleep." As dusk fell, Li Lan got up from bed to relieve himself. He glanced around the room and noticed that Li Niamia had disappeared somewhere. Su Xian was in his own room practicing his abilities. After returning, he saw a book on the coffee table. Did Li Niamia bring her homework? Didn't she always hate studying? Li Lan remembered that Li Niamia had never liked studying since she was little and loved to fight. She had even been suspended for a semester in the first year of middle school due to fighting. Ironically, she loved to wear pink clothes, which confirmed the saying, "The pinker the clothes, the fiercer the fighter." He leaned in closer and realized that it wasn't homework at all, but a notebook filled with notes on fighting techniques. It detailed various tricks, dirty moves, and underhanded tactics that Li Niamia had discovered during fights. Li Lan couldn't help but laugh. Flipping to the cover of the notebook, he saw several large characters, "Master Li Niamia's fighting notes." At that moment, the system's voice sounded. "Detected 137 errors in the unknown fighting techniques that the host is reviewing. The system has automatically corrected them." "So many errors?" Li Lan was taken aback. "In that case, let me help him revise it." Li Lan picked up a pen, not directly modifying Li Niamia's notes, but instead took out a new notebook and wrote everything in it. Half an hour later, Li Lan rubbed his eyes. Finally finished, he could go back to sleep. A few hours later, Li Niamia returned from outside and saw that her notes had been tampered with, instantly furious. "Damn it, who dares to touch my stuff?" She puffed her cheeks and ran to the table, picking up the notebook. After confirming that no one had messed with her secret techniques, she finally relaxed. "Huh, what's this?" Li Niamia picked up the notebook next to her notes and flipped through a few pages. Suddenly, she was enlightened, amazed. It was as if she had been bewitched. "So it can be done this way. I can't believe it can be done like this, so impressive. Why didn't I think of this method back then? Amazing. Wow, this is incredible." A few hours later, she put down the notebook and suddenly remembered. Who wrote this? She carefully examined the handwriting in the notes and discovered it actually came from her lazy cousin. "This is impossible. How could my lazy cousin be a master of fighting? Could it be that he was just pretending to be lazy? Actually more serious than anyone else behind the scenes? It must be. Otherwise, Grandpa wouldn't have asked me to check if he participated in the National Martial Arts Competition selection. Even Grandpa is confident in my cousin's abilities? Cousin, you really are hiding deep. No way, my cousin is so amazing, I can't let him benefit others. My cousin can only be mine." Li Niamia clenched her fists and said. She arrived in front of Li Lan's room and kicked the door. Unfortunately, the door didn't open, but a hole was kicked in it. Li Lan didn't wake up, and Li Niemia continued to kick. While kicking, she shouted loudly, "Cousin, wake up! Cousin, cousin, I want to be your disciple. Hurry up and get up. Cousin, did you hear me?" Suxian, who rushed over upon hearing the commotion, was taken aback by the scene. He had long heard that Li Niemia from the Li family was a violent maniac, even breaking iron doors with her kicks, and now it seemed that the rumors were indeed true. "Brother Xin, you came at the right time. Do you have the key? Help me open the door. There's actually a doorknob. Just turn it." Suxian pointed to the doorknob on the door. Li Nini turned the doorknob, and with a click, the door opened. She blushed deeply and said, "I'm really sorry, I got too excited. I forgot there was a doorknob. I'll pay for the door." In her embarrassment, she even twisted the doorknob off. "No need, your cousin has plenty of money." It seemed another rumor wasn't wrong. Aside from being a violent person, Li Nini was all muscle. "Just as well, I don't want to pay." Li Nini smiled sweetly and walked into Li Lan's room. In that moment, Suxian felt a strange illusion that Li Nini wasn't a violent person, she was just a strong little sister. "I must be crazy to think that." Suxian shook his head and returned to his room to continue his training. Li Lan, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a pain in his stomach, as if something was sitting on him. It felt like something was stepping on his nose. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised to see a pair of feet in white stockings, delicate and small like jade. Pink Witch, heading to the provincial city, Li family's big brother. "Li Nini, are you crazy?" Li Lan shouted, "Quick, take your stinky feet away." Li Nini laughed, "Brother, you're so heartless, so many people want to see my feet but can't." She touched her feet, which were incredibly smooth, like fine white jade. Li Lan couldn't be bothered with her and directly pushed her under the bed. He continued to sleep soundly. Li Nini climbed up from the floor with a look of grievance and said, "Brother, you're really heartless. By the way, is that note on my desk yours?" Li Lan replied softly with an Li Nini smiled, "Brother, you really are hiding your talents. All these years, I thought you were useless." Li Lan ignored her. Li Nini continued, "Brother, take me as your disciple. I will definitely promote your fighting skills. One day, I'll open a martial arts school, commanding thousands of disciples, and directly kick down the doors of the other races." As she spoke, her eyes lit up. Listening to her chatter in his ear, Li Lan felt his head buzzing, and he somewhat regretted writing those things down. "Brother, are you listening?" "Yes. What do you think of my plan?" "Not great. If you go to the other races to challenge them, those barbarians from the Barbarian Spirit Clan could kick you into a meat paste with one kick. Around the Human Federation, there are two races, the Wind Shadow Clan and the Barbarian Spirit Clan. The Wind Shadow Clan has no interest in conflict. Since their habitat merged with Blue Star, they have remained peacefully in their territory. They only interact with the outside world during trade. But the Barbarian Spirit Clan is different. They are born with a violent nature and immense strength. For the past 3,000 years since the revival of spiritual energy, they have been trying to swallow human territory, leading to countless wars between the Human Federation and them. Even so, humans have lost a significant amount of land to them, forcibly incorporated into their territory. The people on those lands have all, without exception, become their blood food. "If you won't take me, then why curse me?" Li Nini pouted angrily. "Brother, come out and play with me. I want to buy something, but I've spent all my money." "Not going." "Brother, please, please." "Not going." "Really not going? Really, really?" Li Nini suddenly smiled. "If you really won't go, then let's play a game." Li Lan had a bad feeling and quickly sat up from the bed. "Fine, but you have to push me." "Of course, no problem," Li Nini smiled. As soon as they got off the elevator, Li Lan instinctively closed his eyes. Sure enough, the next second, he experienced what it felt like to fly. Li Nini pushed him as they rushed down the road. Let's go, time to shop." "Charge, charge, charge. Pretty girl, charge, charge, charge." What was supposed to be a normal half-hour process was completed in just 5 minutes by her. Li Niemia pushed Li Lan into a high-end doll store. The staff immediately smiled upon seeing Li Niemia. She picked a pink dinosaur doll. After scanning the product code, the staff enthusiastically looked at Li Lan and said, "Hello, sir. Your total is 140,032 yuan. After rounding off, it's 140,000 yuan. Li Lan, who was just taking out his bank card, was taken aback and said, "Why is it so much money?" Although he was wealthy, he wasn't a fool. A doll costing 140,000 yuan was clearly a scam, right? The staff was surprised and asked, "Did this young lady not tell you?" "Tell me what?" "Today, she came into the store and broke our top-grade mahogany cabinet, 3 mirrors, and a limited edition ceramic doll. We can provide invoices and receipts for all of these. After finishing, the staff pointed to a nearby empty space, which seemed to be the scene of the incident. So it was premeditated, no wonder all the money was spent. Leland sighed and could only pay with his card. The same routine played out a few more times, and by the time Leland was pushed home, he calculated that he had spent about 800,000 yuan today. Li Mia was happily sucking on a lollipop, humming a little tune, and bouncing along with a pile of things on her back. It was clear she was really happy. Forget it, she would be leaving in a few days. He could endure it a bit longer. At that moment, Leland suddenly noticed someone following him from behind. There were about 3 people, all of them ability users, seemingly at the mid-level of low-tier strength. Their eyes were not on Leland but were looking at Li Mia with malicious intent. Leland frowned slightly. It seemed that the saying from his ancestors, "Heroes break the rules with their martial skills," did hold some truth. He wasn't afraid of them, so he didn't stop them immediately but wanted to see when they would reveal themselves. As they passed through a darker alley, they indeed couldn't help but step out. "Hello, little sister." Li Mia frowned and looked at them, saying, "What do you want?" "What else could we want?" "Of course, we want to play games with you." "Play games? Really?" Li Mia said innocently. "Can my brother join?" The leading man glanced at Leland beside her and smiled. "He can join, but your brother might not be able to play with us. After all, this game can't have disabled people." One of his lackeys lewdly looked at Leland and said, "Brother Zhuang, I think it's fine to let him join. Look at him, he's all delicate and tender." Leland's expression stiffened. Li Mia quickly pushed him away and said innocently, "It's such a pity that my brother can't play with me. I'll push him away, so you all wait for me, okay?" Okay. The men laughed happily. Li Mia pushed Leland out of the alley and then bounced back in alone. Leland wasn't very worried about her because he knew that even if all those people combined, they wouldn't be a match for Li Mia alone. After all, she was a mid-tier strength ability user. Plus, she had been trained in the Li family since childhood. Even some high-tier sorcerers might not be able to handle her. "I hope there won't be a murder case, otherwise, it will be troublesome again." Leland quietly sat in his wheelchair, waiting for her to return. As expected, the next moment, painful cries echoed from the alley, along with Li Mia's innocent laughter. "Miss, spare me. No, my life. Ah, it hurts. Run, this woman is a devil. Run, don't run. Let's play together. Didn't you say you wanted to play games with me?" A lying brother is not a good brother. A few minutes later, 3 naked men were dragged out of the alley by Li Nini, bound up. Their lower bodies were already a bloody mess. Their faces were bruised and swollen. Their bodies were covered in red, blue, and purple bruises. "What else do you want to do?" "Of course, I want to continue playing games with them." Li Mimi revealed her little tiger teeth and said, "Brother, don't worry, I'll be back soon." Leland watched as Li Mimi dragged the 3 men to a traffic light, then threw them down from the top, tying one end of the rope to the traffic light. The 3 men swayed in mid-air, attracting the attention of countless people. Li Mimi happily returned to Leland's side and said, "Brother, let's go." So ruthless, Leland nodded. The screams of the 3 men came from behind. Countless people rushed to crowd beneath them, discussing among themselves, and many took out their phones to take pictures and post on social media or short videos. Back home, Leland could finally sleep peacefully. The fire element began to diligently cultivate fire element energy. The wood element was drowsy but still started to cultivate wood element energy. The thunder element was very spirited, and also cultivated with great energy, thunder element energy. Su Xian was still cultivating. As for Li Nini, she went to practice fighting as soon as she got home. Fortunately, the house Leland bought was big enough, otherwise, it couldn't withstand her antics. 8 days later, with 2 days left until the selection competition began, Leland received a notice from the school early in the morning, asking them to come to school. They said there was something to discuss with them. When they arrived at school, the principal had them fill out a few forms, probably liability waivers and some related documents. He also explained the specifics of the competition. Like ordinary competitions, the selection competition would adopt a one-on-one format. During the competition, the use of weapons, potions, and other auxiliary tools was not allowed. Winning would allow them to enter the next round. If they lost in the last few rounds, they could participate in a revival match to return to the arena. That's basically the situation. Is there anything else that needs clarification? Principal Du said seriously. The 4 shook their heads, indicating they understood. Since that's the case, I won't say more. You can either stay at school today or go home. Tomorrow at noon, there will be someone specifically coming to take you to the provincial city. Of course, if you want to go by yourselves, you can, but you need to inform the school in advance, so they won't worry. Okay. The 3 voices echoed simultaneously. The 4 looked at Leland. Sure enough, he had fallen asleep again. As soon as they left the principal's office, a familiar person appeared in front of them. It was Chui Mingho. Su Xin frowned slightly. Chui Mingho quickly explained, "Don't misunderstand, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm here because the principal asked me to be your guide for this competition." Guide? Su Xin was a bit confused, not understanding why they needed a guide for a competition. Huang Xiaotian laughed and said, Chui Mingho studied all the popular contestants in the province to participate in the selection competition. He didn't expect the principal to choose you instead of him. He was so angry at the time that he almost jumped off the 4th floor. No wonder he was so angry at that time. Su Xian nodded. You, Huang Xiaotian, really talk too much. Chui Mingho glared at Huang Xiaotian and looked at everyone, saying, "The principal has already told you what you need to know. The principal asked me to be your guide mainly to explain the contestants in this competition. Then I'll start with the most popular ones. There are 5 most popular contestants in this competition. They are Leishou Duanzitao, Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi, Young Master Yen Gongjianming, Water Narcissus Su Wanyue, and Dark Sword Wu Liqui. The first 4 are all from the provincial city, while the last one, Wu Liqui, comes from Yiyang City next to Shangnan City. Moreover, 2 years ago, he was accepted as a direct disciple by the Tangmen Ghost Moon Elder, and his ability is Dark Element plus Night Vision, with strength likely already at the level of a divine practitioner, though the exact number of divine abilities he possesses is unknown. The direct descendant of the Duan family, a lightning attribute family in the provincial capital of Leishou. By the time Li Lan returned home, it was already noon. He had originally planned to enjoy a nice nap until the competition began. However, as soon as he got home, he received a call from his older brother. "Hello, big brother. Aren't you at the military district? How come you have time to call me?" A deep and magnetic voice came from the other end. "I suddenly wanted to give you a call, is that not okay?" "Of course, you can call whenever you want." Li Lan deliberately yawned loudly, indicating that he was going to sleep. But his brother seemed to deliberately ignore it and said, "You should still be in Shangnan, right?" "Yeah, I heard you've changed quite a bit recently. Even Grandpa praised you." "I'm currently in the provincial capital of Jiangnan, and I'll be heading to the border to fight the day after tomorrow. Come over for a bit, let's meet up, and I'll take a look at your strength." The young Emperor Qingyang, the competition is about to start, pre-match antics, the strange suited man. After hanging up on his brother, Li Lan immediately called for a private jet to fly to the provincial capital. It slowly descended onto the helipad of a 5-star hotel where his brother was staying. Su Xian pushed Li Lan off the plane. A waiter approached respectfully. "Hello, esteemed guest. Do you have a reservation?" "We don't have a reservation. My young master is here to find someone," Su Xian replied. During the long flight, Li Lan had already fallen asleep. "May I ask who your young master is looking for?" "I'll check if there's a note," the waiter said with a smile, not behaving coldly as in those cliched dramas where they mock you for not spending money. "Li Qingyang, this young master is in the presidential suite. This way, please." Upon hearing this name, the waiter immediately showed respect and hurriedly led the way. The waiter brought the two to a magnificent door and gently knocked. "Mr. Li, your guest has arrived. Come in." A magnetic and powerful voice came from inside. Although the voice was soft, the two heard it clearly. The waiter carefully pushed the door open, allowing Su Xian to push Li Lan inside. What came into view was a spacious reception room filled with various expensive paintings. A young man was sitting at the table in the reception room, engrossed in reading The Art of War. He had red hair tied in a short ponytail, a well-proportioned figure, and his muscles displayed a masculine beauty. His waistline was smooth, and his abs were sculpted, exuding an extreme allure to women. He sat there like a king, quietly radiating a majestic aura. He was Li Qingyang, the eldest son of the Li family, who became famous 7 years ago for sacrificing himself to slay 3 powerful beings of the barbarian spirit clan during a war, saving hundreds of thousands of people. Being the grandson of the Flame Emperor, he was also respectfully referred to as the Young Emperor. "Eldest young master," Su Xian said excitedly as if seeing his idol. Li Qingyang nodded and looked at Li Lan in the wheelchair with a furrowed brow. "Still so lazy, huh? Should I wake him up?" "No need, let him sleep," Li Qingyang said. "Sit down and tell me what's happened in the past 6 months. When Li Lan woke up, he heard his brother chatting with Su Xian. He's usually very lazy and secretly practices alone. Why does he do that? I don't know either. Li Lan thought, what do you mean secretly practicing alone? He hasn't practiced at all. It's all those abilities practicing by themselves. Little Lan, you're awake? Come, let's spar a bit, Li Qingyang said, putting down his book and looking at Li Lan. Li Lan nodded, rubbing his sleepy eyes. The two went to a bright training room. In the era of spiritual energy revival, a training room is standard for a 5-star hotel's presidential suite. Wait a moment, I will lower my strength, you can attack me with all your might. Okay. Li Lan's fists ignited with flames as he used the fighting techniques he had learned earlier to attack his older brother. But Li Qingyang seemed to know the trajectory of his attack. He lightly shifted his foot to the side and dodged the strike. Too slow. Xiaolan, speed is of the essence in battle. Li Qingyang was like a stern elder, yet also like an invincible general, earnestly teaching his junior or subordinate. Got it, big brother, Li Lan shouted. This time, he chose not to engage in close combat. Instead, he gathered his fists with fierce fire and struck out a punch from a distance. The flames erupted, forming a ferocious giant tiger that pounced forward. Not bad, you've made progress, but it's still not enough. Li Qingyang leaped into the air, dodging the tiger's attack, and said, in battle, one must adapt and strategize to win. Can you speak plainly? Li Lan quickly pondered the meaning of these words in his mind. Suddenly, he noticed several bags of lime piled up in the corner of the training room. Got it. He quickly threw another punch to block his brother's line of sight. Then, he ran at the fastest speed to the bags of lime, remembering his brother's position. He picked up a bag of lime and tossed it into the air, bursting it open. Lime filled the air, instantly blocking both of their vision. Li Lan felt a sharp pain in his eyes, but he couldn't care less. He quickly ran to the position he had just memorized, ignited his fists, and struck down. In an instant, all the lime in the training room disappeared. Li Qingyang grasped Li Lan's fist with his right hand, satisfied, and said, it seems you've indeed made quite a bit of progress during this time. However, your fighting skills are still too raw and need practice. As expected of my brother, he even knows this. His fighting skills were obtained from Li Miamia's notes, but the techniques were too sparse, and he hadn't learned much. So in his brother's eyes, these skills were naturally considered immature. I understand, big brother. Alright, it's getting late. I just received news. I have to go. Li Qingyang looked at Li Lan and said, Xiaolan, I'll be waiting for you on the battlefield. Li Lan nodded. Big brother, be safe. After Li Qingyang left, Li Lan collapsed exhausted onto the sofa. So tired. If only I could lie here for the rest of my life. He closed his eyes. He didn't know how long it had been when Su Xian woke him up and fed him. The next day, he rested the entire day. By the third day, the two received a call from the principal. They were told to come to the provincial sports arena for a competition. When they arrived at the arena, it was already packed with people. However, there were more spectators than participants. Li Lan, Su Xian over here. The two heard someone calling them and looked over to see Cui Mingho waving at them. Su Xian pushed Li Lan over. Cui Mingho handed each of them a list and said, Su Xian, your opponent is Duyu from the Mingda elite class. Li Lan, your opponent is a bit tricky. It's Fan Long from Jiangnan No, 1 high school, a power-type ability user. Recently, he defeated a supernatural being with the strength of a high-level sorcerer. Su Xian took the list, glanced at the already sleeping Li Lan, and took Li Lan's list as well. I said so much, and it turns out you've already fallen asleep, huh? Cui Mingho's mouth twitched. At that moment, in the sea of people, a gaze suddenly landed on Li Lan. Zhuang, what's wrong? Someone next to the owner of the gaze asked. The person called Zhuang looked at Li Lan with a sinister expression and said, Bro, a few days ago, I was beaten up by that guy's sister. You mean you want me to help you get revenge? The young man frowned. He was one of the participants in this competition, named Chu Wu. Exactly. Bro, I just looked at his sister a little too long on the street, and she directly beat me up, saying I was a disgusting average guy. After beating me, she stripped me and hung me on the traffic light. Chu Zhuang said angrily, but the competition is about to start, and the disciplinary committee will have something to say about private fights. What are you afraid of? They aren't participants. I came to the provincial city with you today and kept an eye on the competitors from Shangnan City. I guarantee those two aren't among them. They must just be here to watch. Alright then, Chu Wu said helplessly, looking at another person beside him. Huang Lian, go help my brother deal with this matter quickly. We need to enter the arena together soon. Got it, Chu Gu. Huang Lian nodded. Let's go, Xiao Zhuangzi. Okay, Huang Gu. Make sure to beat that damn cripple hard. I was so furious a few days ago. I've never suffered such humiliation in my life. Su Xian pushed Li Lan along the road when suddenly someone stopped them. Hey, can I borrow a light? Huang Lian said, holding a cigarette and sizing the two up. The newcomer didn't seem friendly, and Su Xian replied coldly, Sorry, we don't smoke, no lighter. Just as he was about to leave, Huang Lian grabbed the wheelchair. You don't have a lighter, but this one on the wheelchair must have one, right? Let go. Su Xian said in a deep voice. I'll say it again, let go of your hand. What did you say? I said let go of your hand. Su Xian repeated. Dare to insult me? I'll beat you to death. Huang Lian swung a punch at Su Xian. In an instant, a fierce fire erupted from Su Xian, swirling and pulling Huang Lian into it. A few seconds later, Huang Lian sat on the ground, his face filled with terror. "Why you? What are you doing? What are you doing?" At that moment, a staff member responsible for security rushed over, shouting, "Fighting is prohibited in the competition area, didn't you know?" "Hello, sir, they attacked first. The people around can testify," Su Xian said. The bystanders nodded in agreement. Some even enthusiastically recounted what had just happened. The staff member checked everyone's identification and looked at Huang Lian, who was sitting on the ground, angrily saying, "Well, attacking a participant, you need to come with us." Su Xian glanced at Li Lan, unsure when he had woken up. "Young master, let's go." Li Lan replied. He looked at Chu Zhuang, who had a bruised face, and softly said, "It's important to know oneself." "Young master, do you know him?" "No." Su Xian pushed Li Lan, strolling through the crowd. "Young master." Chu Zhuang stood frozen in disbelief, cold sweat pouring down his back. What is his identity? A participant, and such a strong one at that, calling him young master. I must have gotten involved with some big shot. He wished he could slap himself twice. Just then, a large hand slapped his face. "Who dares to hit me?" Chu Zhuang angrily looked over and found it was his older brother. "You little brat, didn't you say he wasn't a participant?" I didn't know. "You, right now, go home immediately. You troublemaking waste," Shu Wu shouted. Chu Zhuang fled in panic. At that moment, a young man in a white suit approached Shu Wu and asked, "What's going on?" Shu Wu's face immediately broke into a smile. "Master, what brings you here?" "My brother caused some trouble, and I'm here to teach him a lesson." The man in the white suit said, "The competition is about to start, and I saw you hadn't gone over, so I came to check." "Then let's go over now," Shu Wu said with admiration. His master had risen like a star from another world 6 months ago, becoming a powerful practitioner in just half a year. To him, he was like a god. If it weren't for his master's advice to keep a low profile, he would have been promoting his master's achievements everywhere by now. The man in the white suit responded, looking curiously at Li Lan's departing figure. "Master, what's wrong?" The suited man didn't answer but instead looked at Li Lan, a strange smile appearing on his face. "Li Lan is quite interesting." The competition began, and the White Death, Su Xian, found himself in danger. The sports field was packed with people, and the outer area was filled with spectators. The inner circle was occupied by the participants of the competition, along with their teachers, parents, and accompanying personnel. In the center of the field stood 10 massive arenas, each surrounded by staff maintaining order. Bright lights illuminated each arena. Journalists from major media outlets and various internet celebrities focused their attention on the favorites for the championship, namely the 5 geniuses previously mentioned by Cui Mingho. "Everyone, look! That's the young master of the Duan family from the provincial capital, Leisho Duan Zetao. At just 23 years old, he has already entered the realm of supernatural beings. His future is limitless," a reporter exclaimed, aiming his camera at Jiangnan No. 1 High School. The crowd turned their gaze, revealing a cold and aloof young man sitting quietly, holding a steaming cup of coffee. "Wow, he's so handsome. Duan Gongzi, I love you. Duan Gongzi, marry me." The voices of countless young fans erupted from the outer circle, including many young male admirers. They looked at Duan Zitao with fervent eyes, wishing they could strip him of his clothes and devour him. But Duan Zitao merely glanced at them indifferently before returning his gaze. "He's so pretentious, I'm so envious," Huang Xiaotian said, looking at Duan Zitao in the arena with eyes nearly popping out. Cui Mingho patted his shoulder, comforting him. "Don't worry, you'll never be able to compare to him. He was part of the accompanying personnel from Shangnan No. 1 High School and had the right to enter the inner area. If you can't speak, then don't." Huang Xiaotian shot him a glare. Zhang Yuanqi and Principal Du simply smiled without saying a word. Su Xian was giving Li Lan a shoulder massage. Li Lan, as usual, was fast asleep. Following them were the poison wolf Wu Tianxi, the eye prince Xin Ming, the water fairy Su Wanyue, and the dark sword Wu Liqui, each making their appearance, pushing the atmosphere to a new climax. However, compared to the earlier figures, Wu Liqui attracted little attention. Dressed entirely in black, he was wrapped up tightly and wore a black mask, making it impossible for others to see his face. Aside from Leisho Duan Zitao, the most popular was undoubtedly the water fairy Su Wanyue. With her stunning looks, she had garnered countless male fans. In the arena of Wangchang No. 1 High School, Zhu Wu looked at these people with disdain. "A bunch of trash. They don't know Master's true strength. Otherwise, they would all be bowing down to him." "It's not bowing down, it should be surprise," sighed the man in the white suit sitting beside him. "Master is right," Zhu Wu quickly replied. Behind them, the principal of Wangchang No. One high school frowned slightly and said, Fong Hong, if possible, I hope you can win the championship in this competition. You could be low-key before, but this is not the time for that. The man in the white suit nodded and smiled, yes, principal. Among these media and internet celebrities, many gave Lilan a close-up due to his handsome face, but when they saw him sitting in a wheelchair, they all sighed, thinking he was just an accompanying personnel from the school. The competition began. Since all the matches for Xiangnan High School took place on Arena No. 3, they focused solely on that arena. The first match on Arena No. 3 was between Jiangnan No. 1 High School's Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi and a student from the Mingda Supernatural Elite class. Mingda Supernatural Elite class? My opponent seems to be from that class too. Is their school really that strong? Su Xian asked Cui Mingho. To be precise, only that class is strong. Cui Mingho thought for a moment and said, the participants from the Mingda Supernatural Elite class are the most numerous after Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Speaking of which, the Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi was also a student from their class before being poached by Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Su Xian nodded. Feeling that the temperature in the arena was a bit high, he specifically found a fan to cool Lilan. Huang Xiaotian looked at him helplessly and said, Su Xian, you've become Lilan's mother. On the third arena, a bystander from the Mingda Ability Elite class looked at the Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi with a mocking smile. Senior brother, long time no see. Cut the crap, let's fight. Wu Tianxi's eyes emitted a green glow, his teeth began to elongate, growing fangs. Even his nails started to grow, forming a pair of sharp green claws. Cui Mingho whispered, this Wu Tianxi is a rare owner of poison element and wolf-type beast transformation abilities. I heard that when he reaches the realm of a great master, he can directly turn himself into a poison wolf. Frost began to form at the feet of the bystander, and cold air condensed into an ice sword in his hand. He stepped forward with the ice sword and lunged at Wu Tianxi. The two entangled for several rounds, and in the end, the bystander was kicked out of the arena by Wu Tianxi. At the moment he landed, he spat out black filthy blood and fainted on the ground. Wu Tianxi, victory! The referee announced loudly. The staff around the arena changed their expressions drastically and shouted, quick, call a doctor, someone has been poisoned. Wu Tianxi, you heartless beast! The people from the Mingda ability class cursed. Wu Tianxi really is ruthless, Huang Xiaotian marveled. He even went so hard on his former classmates. Cui Mingho whispered again, this is nothing, I know something even more explosive. What? Hurry up and say it, Huang Xiaotian asked with a curious expression. Cui Mingho lowered his voice. I heard that Wu Tianxi had a father who liked to drink and was abusive when he was young. Later, when he awakened his abilities, the first thing he did was kill his father. Hiss! Huang Xiaotian and Zhang Yuanqi both gasped. Cui Mingho wanted to continue but fell silent when Wu Tianxi looked over. Time passed slowly, and Zhang Yuanqi and Huang Xiaotian took turns to compete, facing opponents who weren't very strong, and they managed to win by luck. The next match is Su Xian from Xiangnan No. 1 High School against Duyu from the Mingda Ability Elite class. Su Xian put down the fan. Lilan woke up, knowing Su Xian was sure to win, and continued to sleep. As expected, after Su Xian took the stage, he defeated his opponent in one move, attracting a lot of attention. One move, impressive. I didn't expect Xiangnan No. 1 High School to have such a genius, but compared to those top geniuses, he's still a bit weak. After a few more matches, it was finally Lilan's turn. The next match is Lilan from Xiangnan No. 1 High School against Fan Long from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. Young master, your match has started, Su Xian nudged Lilan, but Lilan only moved his eyelids slightly. A faint snoring sound came from him. Principal Du almost tipped his wheelchair over. The next match is Lilan from Xiangnan No. 1 High School against Fan Long from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. The referee's voice rang out again. Helpless, Su Xian could only push Lilan's wheelchair onto the stage. Seeing this scene, countless people widened their eyes. What the hell is this operation? This Lilan is a disabled person? How dare Xiangnan No. 1 High School let a disabled person compete? I really envy Fan Long. He just got a free victory. The referee looked at the list in confusion. It showed that Lilan was a healthy person, and his physical qualities were all very good. Su Xian whispered to the referee, Referee, my young master is like this, please announce the start of the match. This is really ridiculous. The referee's mustache twitched in anger, but there was no rule against sitting in a wheelchair for the match, so he could only announce, it has been confirmed that it is Lilan himself, the match begins. Fan Long let out a cackling laugh. Since that's the case, I'll take this victory. The next second, a flame surged at his feet, and with a bang, he was thrown out of the arena. Fan Long sat up from the ground, stunned. Not only was he stunned, but the spectators in the arena, including the referee, were also taken aback. Oh my god, what just happened? I don't know, how did Fan Long suddenly fly out of the ring? It looked like there was an explosion under his feet just now. At that moment, an elderly voice came from the direction of the podium. On ring no. 3, Li Lan wins. Hearing this voice, the referee quickly reacted and announced Li Lan's victory. Instantly, countless people were in an uproar. What exactly happened just now? So fast, I didn't even see when Li Lan made his move. Me neither. Looks like a batch of dark horses has emerged. Young master, you really? Su Xian, who had not yet returned to the inner arena, had to go back again, helplessly bringing Li Lan back. Fan Long slowly stood up from the ground, but suddenly his legs went weak. A sharp pain shot through him, and he fell to the ground. Was this caused by the explosion just now? He suddenly understood, looking fearfully in the direction where Li Lan had left, cold sweat pouring down his body. In the end, he was helped back to the resting area of his class by a teacher from Jiangnan No. 1 High School. The principal of Jiangnan No. 1 High School touched Fan Long's leg, revealing a shocked expression on his face. What's wrong, principal? Someone asked. Comminuted fracture. What? Who exactly is this Li Lan? I hope he's an interesting opponent, Lei Shou murmured to himself while sipping coffee. At the podium, a bewildered judge looked at an elderly judge beside him and asked, Old Tian, why did you just? The old man replied calmly, he is from the Li family. If I'm not mistaken, the move he just used should be the fire-based divine ability passed down through the Li family, Flame Explosion. The Li family. The judges widened their eyes and said, the Li family of the Flame Emperor? The old man nodded with a smile. So, Old Tian, do you think he has a good chance of winning? Let's wait and see. Those aristocratic families can turn even a pig into a divine ability user. A victory in a match doesn't reveal much. White Death. This man in a white suit is simply too handsome. Another batch of dark horses. White Death. White Death. So terrifying. This year's martial arts competition is truly full of surprises. A few hours later, a commotion suddenly erupted from the direction of Ring No. 7. It turned out that a student from Wangchang No. 1 High School named Fong Hong had defeated the Eye Prince Jin Ming, one of the 5 great talents, with a single move. On Ring No. 7, the Eye Prince Jin Ming looked warily at the man in the white suit and said, Fong Hong, you're very strong. Fong Hong smiled faintly and replied, you're very weak. Jin Ming was taken aback, snorted coldly, and left the ring. After lunch, the competition continued. In this round, the match on Ring No. 3 was between Su Xian and the poison wolf Wu Tianxi. Since both were geniuses, they attracted countless people's attention. Looking at Su Xian, Fong Hong from Wangchang No. 1 High School revealed a mysterious smile. As the two stepped onto the ring, the referee announced loudly, the match officially begins. But the next second, for some unknown reason, Su Xian suddenly fell to the ground and began to convulse. His skin gradually turned red, and blood vessels appeared in his eyes. Wu Tianxi revealed a sinister smile, his claws began to grow, and he slowly approached Su Xian. At that moment, Li Lan, who was sound asleep, suddenly woke up. God of Fire, is there someone with a black coffin in the arena? God of Fire, is there someone with a black coffin in the arena? What's wrong with Su Xian? Why did he suddenly fall down? Look at Wu Tianxi. What does he want to do? Oh no, he wants to launch a sneak attack. Su Xian is in danger. That despicable and shameless Wu Tianxi is actually taking advantage of someone else's misfortune. Countless people nervously watched Su Xian lying on the ground, many filled with righteous indignation. Of course, there were also quite a few who spoke in favor of Wu Tianxi. Poison Wolf, go for it, just kick him off the ring. This is a competition, this is a battle. The enemy won't show mercy just because you're having a problem. Tianxi, teach this kid a lesson, just blow him up. Principal Du stood up and shouted, referee, our contestant Su Xian has a problem. I suggest we terminate this match. The referee looked at Su Xian on the ground, troubled. Once the match has started, it cannot be stopped. Damn it, Principal Du said angrily. Su Xian lay on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. He felt the holy blood within him surging violently, as if drawn by something. Wu Tianxi had already approached him, looking coldly at Su Xian on the ground, his voice devoid of any emotion. I will take this victory. Just as he was about to make his move, below the stage, Li Lan lightly tapped the armrest of his wheelchair. With a loud bang, a massive flame erupted, generating a tremendous heat wave. Using this heat wave, Li Lan leaped up, soaring into the air. Under the gaze of thousands, he landed steadily on the third ring where the match was taking place. Who is that? It's Li Lan, the genius cripple from before. He can walk, he's not a cripple. Mid-level supernatural being, he's a mid-tier supernatural. My god, he must be only 16 or 17, a 16 or 17-year-old supernatural being. I can't even imagine. What does he want by jumping onto the stage now? Does he want to terminate the match? Crazy, That's against the rules. Does he want to be disqualified? Judges on the podium, did you see that? Li Lan is openly violating the rules. I suggest disqualifying him. The audience in the stands buzzed with discussion, gasping in shock. Some even loudly reported Li Lan to the judges, wanting him disqualified. Previously, he had eliminated a genius from Jiangnan one high school in one move, causing them great embarrassment. So now, many from Jiangnan one were waiting to see him break the rules. Although they were shocked by Li Lan's strength, it did not stop them from criticizing him. What do you want? Wu Tianxi's claws were just a few centimeters from Su Xian's neck, but he was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Li Lan. He's not someone you can touch, just because of you? Wu Tianxi scoffed, don't forget, I'm also a supernatural being. Then you can try, Li Lan replied indifferently. His fists crackled with energy, then ignited in flames. He swung a powerful punch straight at Wu Tianxi's chest. Wu Tianxi hurriedly tried to defend himself, but he couldn't block Li Lan's punch at all. Li Lan broke through his defense and struck him hard in the chest. Wu Tianxi spat out a mouthful of blood that splattered on Li Lan's face, and his body flew backward. With a loud crash, he slammed into the judges' table, splitting it in two. Meanwhile, Li Lan stood on the stage like a god of fire, his hair flying wildly. Countless faces changed color. Everyone simultaneously had two thoughts. One was, he is so strong, he is so handsome. The other was, he violated the rules and even broke the judges' table. He is in danger. This guy is a madman, right? Thunder Beast looked at Li Lan in astonishment. I couldn't even see his punching trajectory just now. Young Master Yan said, his face filled with shock. This man is so strong. Shui Xianhua Su Wanyue stared blankly. Dark Sword Wu Lushir took off his mask to see more clearly. The man in the white suit was stunned, unable to believe. How could he become this strong in just half a year? The principal of Jiangnan one high school stood up directly, looking at the judges' table and loudly said, Judges, Li Lan's actions surely do not comply with the rules of the match, right? Openly disrupting the match, I suggest disqualifying him. One judge from Jiangnan one paused for a moment, then stood up and said, I also suggest disqualifying Li Lan. I suggest it too. Another judge joined in. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. There are 6 members in the judging panel, and as long as 3 agree to disqualify Li Lan, he will be completely out of this martial arts competition. Tian Lao sighed and said slowly, I think this matter needs to be considered carefully. The other 3 judges, pressured by Li Lan's family power, were at a loss for words. The principal of Jiangnan one high school looked at one of the judges on the panel. That judge noticed the principal's gaze, hesitated for a moment, and was about to speak when suddenly, a red-haired man in golden armor, riding a fire dragon, descended from the sky. A wave of intense heat rushed towards them, instilling fear in people's hearts. A great supernatural being. The 4 characters appeared in everyone's minds simultaneously. Sir, who are you? Even though you are a great supernatural being, do you not know we are in a competition? One judge on the commentary panel asked emphatically. Although he was also a supernatural being, he had the backing of the authorities and was not afraid of trouble. However, it was evident from his expression that he felt somewhat lacking in confidence. The principal of Jiangnan one high school looked at him and thought he looked familiar. The remaining 5 or 6 judges on the commentary panel also turned to him. Tian Lao was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. Looking at Li Lan, he realized that their attempt to disqualify him was now impossible. Countless spectators present also looked at him, bewildered yet in awe. Hello everyone, I am the partner of justice, the guardian of peace, Golden Saint Warrior Li Qin. The fire dragon beneath Li Qin disappeared as he slowly descended and said, I am here to watch my brother compete. Golden Saint Warrior Li Qin? From the Li family. The 5 judges on the commentary panel changed their expressions and quickly sat down. The principal of Jiangnan one high school said flatteringly, May I ask who your brother is? That would be him. Li Qin pointed to Li Lan on the 3rd arena. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Li Qin, the great supernatural being from the Li family? My goodness, Li Lan is actually from the Li family. Why would a prominent member of the Li family attend such a school? So strange, this great supernatural being Li Qin seems to be a direct descendant of the Li family, which means Li Lan is also a direct descendant. With that connection, Li Lan could directly enter Qinglong Academy. The show is about to begin. It would be interesting if Li Lan's competition qualification were still cancelled. What does it mean to cancel the competition qualification? Li Qin asked in confusion. The principal of Jiangnan One high school's expression stiffened as he looked at the judging panel and said, "Judges, I withdraw my previous suggestion." After saying that, he hurriedly left the competition venue. Many school principals watched the spectacle, staring at his retreating figure until he completely disappeared. The referee on the third arena didn't know how to speak and took a long time before saying with high emotional intelligence, "Suexien has fainted on the competition field and has automatically forfeited. This match is won by Wu Tianxi." Everyone turned to the judging panel, looking at the already unconscious Wu Tianxi. The judges quickly had someone carry him away. Li Lan carried Suexien to the resting area and placed him in his wheelchair. After checking his pulse and confirming he was fine, he finally felt somewhat relieved. "Li Lan, is Suexien okay?" Although shocked by Li Lan's identity, Huang Xiaotian and the others still looked worried. Li Lan shook his head and said, "He should be fine." At this moment, Li Qin had already come to Li Lan's side, and Principal Du and others quickly greeted him. Li Qin nodded and looked at Li Lan, saying, "Xiao Lan, breaking the rules is not what a partner of justice should do." "I don't want to be a partner of justice either," Li Lan replied expressionlessly. He was not surprised that his third brother suddenly showed up. After all, his brother had been in Jiangnan province for the past few months. "Do you know what happened to Suexien?" Li Lan shook his head, looking worriedly at Suexien in the wheelchair. "This guy was fine just a moment ago. How did he suddenly faint?" Li Qin sat down beside Li Lan and said slowly, "If someone in the arena possesses a very high purity of holy blood, and that holy blood has completely fused with them, they have the ability to influence others who also have holy blood in their bodies. Moreover, the lower the purity of the holy blood, the lower the degree of fusion, the easier it is to be influenced by the holder of high purity holy blood. And this influence is not passive, but active." Li Lan looked at his third brother in surprise and said, "You already know? I'm not unaware of your little thoughts. You were in such a hurry to leave the secret realm. That's not your character." "Since that's the case, there's only one possibility. The problem lies with Suexien." "Then, third brother, do you have a way to help Suexien?" "No." "All right." Li Lan lay back in his chair and began to sleep. "Aren't you going to ask me a bit more?" Li Qin said. "Didn't you say there's no way?" "Not completely." He looked at Li Lan, confirming that Li Lan wasn't asleep but was watching him, before continuing. "There are 3 methods in total. The first is to resolve the holy blood in his body completely." Li Lan rolled his eyes at him. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. If there were a way to cure it, Suexien's holy blood wouldn't still be there. Li Qin was not embarrassed at all and continued, "The second method is to kill the holder of holy blood in the arena." Li Lan sat up and looked at his third brother, asking, "Third brother, do you know who the person in the black coffin is?" Li Qin shook his head. "I don't know." "Then why mention it?" Li Lan lay back down and continued to sleep. "I haven't mentioned the third method yet. Why are you in such a hurry?" Li Qin looked at the large canopy above and said, "The third method is to take Suexien away from here. The farther away, the less he will be influenced by the holder of holy blood." After he finished speaking, Li Lan ignored him. A few minutes later, he looked at Li Lan and found that Li Lan had disappeared without him noticing. Suexien, lying in the wheelchair, had also vanished along with it. "Where are they?" Li Qin looked at Principal Du. Principal Du pointed towards the arena and said, "Just now, they both left together." "Damn, that brat." The competition continued. At this moment, in a corner, a man in a white suit, Fang Heng, was on the phone. "Yes, that's right. I understand. Don't worry, as long as you take care of him, I guarantee I'll take first place in this competition." Poison Demon Dugutianxing, a person from Qinglong Academy, "Are you really human?" Poison Demon Dugutianxing, a person from Qinglong Academy, "Are you really human?" After Li Lan left, the popular candidates for winning the competition changed from the previous 5 young masters to Fang Heng, Li Lan, Duan Zitao, Wu Liuqi, and Su Wanhua. The previous 5 popular candidates directly lost too. Everyone thought it had stabilized. However, by nightfall, the master of the poison wolf suddenly appeared. That's right, the poison wolf had always had a mysterious master, but no one knew who it was. Until today, he finally revealed his true identity. It turned out to be the infamous poison expert, the poison demon Dugutianxing. He became famous during the era of the supernatural by poisoning an alien supernatural being with a vial of poison, later becoming a supernatural being himself, and was respectfully called Poison Demon. However, this person walks a fine line between good and evil. Although many aliens have died at his hands, the number of human experts who have also perished is not small. Upon his arrival, he immediately healed Wu Tianxi's injuries and even elevated Wu Tianxi's supernatural ability to the mid-stage of the supernatural realm using an unknown method. This allowed Wu Tianxi to defeat the water fairy Su Wanhua and re-enter the ranks of the 5 popular candidates in this competition. After the victory, he even made a harsh statement about wanting to pound Li Lan into the ground. Besides Wu Tianxi, it's worth mentioning that the master of the hidden sword Wu Liuqi also arrived. With Li Lan's third brother, Li Qin, the competition area suddenly had three powerful figures outside the ring. Outside the competition, Dugu Tianqing looked at Li Qin with a mocking expression and said, "Golden Saint Warrior, long time no see." "Old poison, I don't want to see you," Li Qin replied coldly. "Of course you don't want to see me. 3 years ago, you stole so many herbs from my medicinal garden, and you still haven't returned them." "What do you mean by stole? You lent them to me. Then tell me, do you plan to return them?" Li Qin said confidently, "I borrowed them with my own ability. Why should I return them?" As if he had expected this, Dugu Tianqing shrugged indifferently and said, "In that case, don't blame my disciple for turning your brother into a cripple tomorrow. Who turns who into a cripple is still uncertain." "Alright, then I'll wait and see," Dugu Tianqing said, looking at his companion Wu Tianxi. "Little poison, let's go." On the way, Wu Tianxi looked at Dugu Tianqing and asked, "Master, do you know Li Lan's brother?" Dugu Tianqing nodded and said, "This kid was able to advance to a powerful figure, half of it is my credit. Even that set of golden armor on him was stolen from me." Watching his master speak proudly, Wu Tianxi felt a black line on his forehead. "Your disciple is about to be beaten to death by someone else's brother, and you're still so proud." Li Lan returned to the 5-star hotel where his older brother had stayed. His brother had booked the presidential suite for a month, so before leaving, he gave the key to Li Lan, telling him to stay there. With a place to stay for free, Li Lan naturally wouldn't refuse. "You have worked hard all day," the fire element diligently begins to cultivate fire element energy. "You have worked hard all day," the wood element diligently begins to cultivate wood element energy. "You have worked hard all day," the thunder element diligently begins to cultivate thunder element energy. "You have worked hard all day," body refinement technique diligently begins to cultivate your physique. After settling Su Xin, Li Lan also went to bed. That night, Li Lan heard a knock on the door. He initially thought it was his third brother. However, when he opened the door, an old man walked in. "Who are you?" The old man introduced himself. "Hello, Li Lan, my name is Mu Kei, from Qinglong Academy." "One of the 5 major academies, Qinglong Academy? What does he want with me?" Li Lan gestured for him to enter. "Teacher Mu, please come in." The two sat down at the table in the living room. Just as Li Lan was about to ask what he was there for, Mu Kei took out a stack of documents from his briefcase and placed them on the table. He stood up and looked at Li Lan, saying, "Li Lan, I am officially inviting you to join our Qinglong Academy." Not going, Li Lan decisively refused. Joining the academy meant attending classes every day and participating in various trials, which was exhausting. He was too lazy for that. He was already cultivating just by sleeping. Why would he want to go to school? Mu Kei was taken aback. He had anticipated that Li Lan might refuse, but he didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Could it be that he wanted to join another academy? Mu Kei quickly said, "Li Lan, although in this selection competition, as long as you enter the top 5, you can enter any of the 5 major academies. I can assure you that other academies will not offer such generous conditions. As long as you choose to join our Qinglong Academy, you will immediately be promoted to a senior student, and you will receive a top-tier exotic treasure, 3 advanced exotic treasures, and 1 opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm." He didn't offer any scholarships as conditions because he had already investigated before coming. Li Lan was from the Li family and didn't lack money. Such good conditions? Li Lan couldn't help but ask, "Why choose me?" The only talent he had revealed was a mid-level fire element among powerful figures. Although a 17-year-old powerful figure was rare, he believed that it wasn't worth such a high price for Qinglong Academy. After all, a top-tier exotic treasure is worth quite a lot of money. The armor on his third brother is a top-tier exotic treasure, and the core of the secret realm he devoured before is probably equivalent to a top-tier exotic treasure as well. With the core of the secret realm missing, the military should have conducted a thorough investigation. However, due to the invasion of the Black Coffin, the military did not focus their attention on him. Mu Kei said, "Li Lan, in fact, besides being a fire element adept, you are also a lightning element adept, right? How did you know?" Li Lan was somewhat surprised. The only ability he had revealed was the fire element. The other two had not been exposed mainly to avoid trouble, as his father treated him as the rising star of the Li family and forcibly brought him back for training. "Li Lan, let me show you something." Mu Kei placed his phone in front of Li Lan and opened a video. The content of the video was what happened today, specifically the moment when Su Xian fainted, and Li Lan punched Wu Tianxi away. Now Li Lan finally understood how he had been found. From the angle of the video, it was from the judge's perspective. It seemed that there were people from the Qinglong Academy among the judges. He had given the competition video to Mu Kei, who immediately recognized his lightning element talent and rushed to recruit him. Li Lan, when you threw that punch today, you not only used fire attribute abilities but also lightning attribute abilities, right? Muke said, although you hit it well, you can't hide it from my eyes. Muke said proudly, if you had encountered other recruitment teachers, they might have missed out on such a great talent like you. But you met me, and my eyes are the measure. I will absolutely not let you join any other academy. After all, a dual attribute adept is completely different from a single attribute adept. It's not as simple as 1 plus 1. On the battlefield, a dual attribute adept can easily take down 2 single attribute adepts if they master the reasonable use of their abilities. Teacher Chi, may I ask what that top-tier exotic treasure is? My surname is Mu. Muke smiled and said, of course, you can. It's a telekinetic treasure, the telekinetic amber, which, when worn, allows you to temporarily gain the telekinetic abilities of an adept. Telekinetic amber. Does that mean if I obtain it, I can awaken telekinetic abilities? Li Lan was somewhat tempted but still hesitated, saying, Teacher Chi, if I join Qinglong Academy, can I skip classes? Muke frowned slightly and said, how can that be? As a student, you must attend classes, unless you become a teacher. And my surname is Mu. Alright, Teacher Chi, may I ask how to become a teacher at Qinglong Academy? I already said, my surname is Mu. Becoming a teacher at the academy? This kid is really too fanciful. Muke chuckled but still said, the minimum standard to be a teacher is to become a great adept. I advise you to give up this idea. Attending classes is better than anything else. Great adept. Li Lan thought for a moment and said, then, Teacher Chi, I won't be a student anymore. I choose to be a teacher at Qinglong Academy. Well then, starting today, you are my. Muke was taken aback, feeling something was off, and loudly asked, what did you say? Are you sure you didn't misspeak? Li Lan nodded and said, didn't you say that as long as one is a great adept, they can be a teacher for the students? Li Lan raised his hand, focused his mind, and countless vines grew from his hand. The vines grew larger and larger, and in no time, they filled the entire living room. Muke gasped, looking at Li Lan in disbelief, are you really human? Now I can be a teacher, right? Muke took a breath and said, I need to ask the academy's opinion on this. I'll make a call. Then, Teacher Mu, I'll wait for your good news. I already said, my surname is Chi. No, I mean Mu. A few minutes later, Muke returned and said, the academy has agreed, but on the condition that you must complete a test. What test? As you know, a teacher's duty is to educate and nurture. Simply being strong is not enough. You also need to be able to find mistakes. Muke placed his phone in front of Li Lan. There were several images on the screen. It looked like a manual for a technique, but its purpose was unclear. This is a visualization technique that can enhance elemental absorption efficiency. However, there are a total of 17 mistakes in this visualization technique. As long as you find 10 of them, you will pass the test. Of course I can, Li Lan replied. He took the phone and carefully examined the images. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. Detected that there are 24 mistakes in the advanced earth element visualization technique that the host is viewing. The system has automatically corrected them. Error 1, Error 2, Error 3. He scrutinized the mistakes in the images. Muke smiled and said, Li Lan, being a teacher is quite difficult. If you really can't find them, you might as well spend a few years in a senior academy and then become a teaching assistant. Who knows, you might skip the test and become a teacher. Right now, I happen to need an assistant. I wonder if you're interested. A few minutes later, Teacher Chi, I'm done, Li Lan said, returning the phone. But there are not just 17 mistakes in these images. I found a total of 24. How is that possible? Muke said, disbelief written all over his face. You can't just make things up if you can't find them. If you don't believe me, I can point them out to you. Come on, Muke said, not willing to believe. If there really are 24, from now on, I will truly call you Teacher Chi. This image was given to him by the vice president. When he looked at it earlier, he only found 16 mistakes. 24? How could that be? Did he think his eyes were a counterfeit ruler? Becoming a teacher, the strange high priest, Dark Sword Wuliochi, the Star Wars. Becoming a teacher, the strange high priest, Dark Sword Wuliochi, the Star Wars. At that moment, Muke's phone rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from the vice president. Muke switched to speakerphone and answered, Hello, Vice President, is there something you need? The vice president said, I'm sorry, I sent the wrong image earlier. I sent the one with 24 mistakes. Please take note. The call ended. Muke was almost stunned, looking at Li Lan and saying, Li Lan, you. Please call me Teacher Li. Li Lan smiled. Teacher Chi, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Muke's face turned red, awkwardly unsure of what to say. The extraordinary treasure I promised you, along with the teacher's token, will be given to you by a dedicated person when you arrive at the Qinglong Academy. See you tomorrow. Mu Ke fled in a hurry. Watching his retreating figure, Li Lan shouted, Teacher Chi, remember to give me a more relaxed teaching position, otherwise, I won't bother teaching students. Got it. Why are you so troublesome? Mu Ke's voice came back. I already said, call me Teacher Li. Get lost. Li Lan contentedly closed the door and went back to sleep. Seeing you so lazy, the fire element begins to diligently cultivate fire elemental energy. Seeing you so lazy, the wood element begins to diligently cultivate wood elemental energy. Seeing you so lazy, the thunder element also follows your laziness, thunder elemental energy. The body refinement technique has been successfully completed. Congratulations on your successful apprenticeship, and no further physical enhancement will be added. A few hours later, there was another knock at the door. Who is it? Is Elder Chi here again? Li Lan rolled up in his blanket, irritated, and got out of bed. When he opened the door, he found a little boy about 7 or 8 years old. He wore a skull pendant around his neck, which looked quite strange. What were his parents thinking, letting a child wear something like that? Li Lan asked, Little friend, who are you looking for? Big brother, I'm here to find you, the little boy said. Looking for me? Li Lan was taken aback. All of a sudden, countless black gases overflowed from the boy's nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. A powerful being. Li Lan's heart trembled, and he kicked the boy away, slamming him hard against the wall, embedding him into it. The wall shattered into pieces, but the boy remained unscathed. He jumped down from the wall and looked at Li Lan with a smile, saying, Li Lan, we meet again. The familiar tone and manner made Li Lan immediately remember who he was. You are the high priest of the Black Coffin. How touching. I didn't expect you to remember me, the boy said. I didn't think you would grow so fast. I was going to invite you to join us, but it seems that's no longer necessary. With a wave of his small hand, the surrounding black gas quickly condensed into a large black misty snake with red eyes. The snake hissed fiercely and lunged at Li Lan. Li Lan hurriedly closed the door and leaped to dodge the snake's attack. Lightning and fire erupted from his fist as he struck the snake hard, causing it to explode. But it quickly reformed. You are still a lightning attribute ability user, the high priest exclaimed in surprise. He laughed. This is getting more interesting. A genius like you is worth killing. After I kill you, you will become my new body. His clothes bulged, and a massive tentacle emerged from his navel, fiercely wrapping around Li Lan. His body was an ability, a tentacle. At the same time, the snake charged at Li Lan again. What a strange and terrifying ability. Li Lan marveled inwardly. Knowing that he was at a disadvantage in such a confined space, he quickly ran towards the rooftop. You can't escape, the high priest shouted. The tentacle began to grow larger and longer, swinging forcefully in Li Lan's direction. Li Lan rolled to narrowly avoid the attack. The tentacle slammed against the wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. The alarm sounded throughout the building. The high priest remained unfazed, and several more tentacles emerged from his navel, replacing his legs as they crazily pursued Li Lan, chasing him all the way to the rooftop. The facilities in the corridor were crushed to pieces. Just as he passed through the rooftop door, Li Lan jumped down from above. Bursting with intense fire and lightning, he swung his fist towards the high priest. Ridiculous! The high priest scoffed. Just as he was about to attack with his tentacles, he suddenly realized that, at some point, his tentacles had been tightly entangled by countless dense vines. A would attribute powerful being? A look of shock flashed across the high priest's youthful face. Only now do you realize? It's too late. Li Lan had already arrived beside him. Just as his fist was about to strike the high priest's head, a tentacle suddenly broke free from the vine's grasp and blocked in front of the high priest. Li Lan's fist landed on the tentacle with a loud bang, instantly bursting it. Dark red flesh splattered everywhere. The high priest's face turned pale, and he began to howl loudly. The dark red flesh began to gather again, forming a massive meatball rolling towards Li Lan. Imu forbidden heaven. Li Lan's mind stirred, and countless vines began to grow wildly, tightly wrapping around the meatball. Flame explosion. In the next second, the vines exploded simultaneously, sending waves of heat and fire across the rooftop. Countless gazes turned towards the top of the hotel, trying to attract attention and call for rescue. The tentacles shielded the high priest as the meatball was blown to pieces. The high priest glanced at the scattered bits of flesh, which automatically returned to his navel. Immediately, the tentacles retracted as well. What was he planning? Li Lan frowned. Taking advantage of his lack of defense, he quickly activated his lightning ability. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a child's arm, rolled down from the sky. The lightning struck. The high priest opened his mouth wide, revealing a bloody maw over a meter wide and long, directly swallowing the lightning. Body ability, giant mouth. This ability is too bizarre. Li Lan couldn't help but speak up. Don't you find it disgusting? Disgusting? What was there to be disgusted about? Li Lan thought of the pieces of meat from before. It was a bit much, but more than that, it was strange. The high priest glanced at the sea of people downstairs, smiled slightly, and leaped into the night, disappearing into the darkness. Li Lan, I will come to find you again in the future. I really don't want to see you again. Seeing that he had truly left, Li Lan let out a sigh of relief. The high priest was truly terrifying, with all sorts of bizarre methods emerging one after another. Li Lan returned to his room and found that the door was still there, but the wall was gone. After confirming that Su Xian was fine, he went back inside and fell asleep peacefully. Not long after, the hotel found him. Li Lan initially thought it was about compensation, but the hotel said that all the surveillance in the corridor had been destroyed. They only wanted him to go to the security bureau for a simple investigation. Li Lan casually said a few words and brushed it off. The next day, Su Xian woke up. Li Lan explained a bit to him and told him to find another hotel afterward. He then went to the sports field alone. Perhaps due to the finals, the sports field was even livelier today than yesterday. Not only were there more people, but Li Lan even saw 5 new judges sitting next to the judging panel. From the discussions around him, he learned that those 5 judges came from the 5 major academies of Longwei: Xinglong Academy, Zhuke Academy, Baihu Academy, Xuanwu Academy, and Qilin Academy. Among those 5, Li Lan also saw a familiar figure. It was the teacher from yesterday, Teacher Qi. Li Lan sat down in the venue of Shangnan No. 1 high school, and the people around him greeted him. Most of them he had never seen before, so he could only nod in thanks. Li Lan, has Su Xian woken up? Huang Xiaotian asked, sitting next to Li Lan. He's awake? Don't worry, he can run, jump, and eat. He's perfectly fine. Li Lan stretched and began to take a nap. Upon hearing that Su Xian was fine, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Principal Du said, Li Lan, you're the only one left from our school. After you left yesterday, they all lost. Li Lan nodded with his eyes closed and said, Don't worry, Principal, I'll try my best to win the championship. Just waiting for that. The principal smiled and looked at Cui Mingho beside him. Cui Mingho hurried over and briefly recounted what had happened yesterday. It was all rather ordinary, except for one surprising thing. Wu Tianxi was somehow alive again. Li Lan, you need to be careful. That Wu Tianxi said he would pin you to the ground and hammer you. Li Lan didn't care much, just nodded slightly. In the first half, because Li Lan had made a big impression yesterday, all the contestants he faced forfeited. Thus, he simply lay back in his chair for the second half. Fire element is automatically cultivating fire element energy. Wood element is automatically cultivating wood element energy. Thunder element is automatically cultivating thunder element energy. In the second half, the competition entered a heated stage. Only 20 contestants remained on the field. The judges waved their hands, removing all 10 platforms. A huge circle was drawn in the sports field, and the upcoming matches would take place within that circle. Many obstacles were also placed inside the circle, such as artificial hills, giant swimming pools, dark tunnels, etc. The entire venue erupted in gasps of surprise. Because the competition area had expanded more than tenfold and obstacles had been added, this meant the competition had increased in feasibility and fun. It also enhanced the advantages of assassin-type superpowers, like Dark Sword Wululu. The next match, Yang Middle School's Wululu vs Jiangnan No. 1 High School's Duan Tianyu. The match officially begins. The 2 contestants took the stage, and the audience buzzed with discussion. It's Duan Tianyu, the brother of Duan Zetao. Looks like Duan Tianyu is in danger. With Duan Tianyu's strength, he could make it into the top 10. But unfortunately, he's up against Dark Sword Wululu. What's the rush? There's still the revival match. How many moves do you think Duan Tianyu can last against Wululu? I guess 10 moves. Duan Tianyu is after all Duan Zetao's brother, deeply skilled in the true teachings of the Duan family. I guess it will take 20 moves. In the arena, Wu Liuqi wore a mask, dressed in black, and held a knife. Duan Tianyu looked at him seriously and said, Wu Liuqi, I've wanted to battle you for a long time, but unfortunately, I've never had the chance. Today, let me see if you have the qualifications to challenge my brother. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt darkness envelop him. Ability, Blackout. When his vision cleared again, Wu Liuqi had already placed the knife against his neck. I lost, Duan Tianyu said in disbelief, sitting on the ground. Wu Liuqi didn't say a word and left the arena. Gasps erupted throughout the crowd. Wu Liuqi wins. In the second match, Wu Tianxi from Jiangnan No. 1 High School faced Li Guan from the same school. Wu Tianxi wins. In the third match, Su Wanyue from Jiangnan No. 1 High School faced Sima Kong from the elite class of Mingda. Su Wanyue wins. In the fourth match, Feng Hong from Wangcheng No. 1 High School faced Liu Xuan from Changnan No. 2 High School. Feng Hong wins. In the fifth match, Jiangnan No. One high school's thunder beast, Duan Zitao, against Xiangnan No. One high school's lazy fire god, Li Lan. Let's welcome these two star players. The entire audience stood in silence. All eyes turned to the two. Li Lan, who had been sleeping, slowly opened his eyes, while Duan Zitao, sipping coffee, gently set his cup down. Li Lan lost? The finals began, and Li Lan lost? The finals began in the suburbs of Xiangnan City, Luoyun Mountain. In a dim cave filled with dozens of coffins, a child appeared. The moment he stepped into the cave, the candle flames automatically ignited, casting a faint glow. Crack, a stone coffin lid slowly moved aside. Crawling out was a tall woman in a teacher's uniform, adorned with snake tattoos and bright red lips. The child rushed into her arms, and she gently lifted him up before finding a place to sit. How is it? Is everything taken care of? The high priest stroked her smooth black silk, saying, no. The beautiful woman looked surprised and asked, is there a strong protector beside Li Lan? No, he himself is a strong one. His true strength is that of an early-stage divine ability wood-type ability user. A 17-year-old divine ability user, the beautiful woman murmured in astonishment. Then she added, but even if he is early-stage divine ability, isn't he still no match for you? Don't you want to kill him anymore? The high priest smiled and said, he is a good child. Hearing this term, the beautiful woman chuckled softly. The high priest then asked, by the way, have you taken care of the matters I asked you to? The beautiful woman nodded, carrying the high priest into a dark cave. Inside, the candle flames suddenly brightened. A dozen or so teenagers, aged 15 or 16, were imprisoned there, both boys and girls. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, their faces were filled with fear. One slightly chubby boy trembled and said, please let us go. I won't bully anyone again. Me too, the other children echoed. The beautiful woman set the high priest down, who softly asked, is it that you won't, or that you dare not? It's that we won't. They hurriedly replied. The beautiful woman asked, what do you plan to do? Of course, just like before, bad children must die. The smile on the high priest's face vanished, replaced by a sinister and eerie expression. At that moment, a scorpion the size of a child's palm crawled onto the beautiful woman's foot. She gently placed it in her palm, listened closely, and then looked at the high priest and said, the clown has arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, a person dressed in a circus clown costume, with clown makeup and a big red nose, walked into the cave. He glanced around the cave and showed a look of disdain. You're still the same as before, liking to live in a garbage dump. What do you want from me? The high priest asked coldly. The clown smiled and said, the matter of the Cold River secret realm may need your help. Scorpion, see off the guest. In a villa in Jiangnan City, the third young master of the Li family was watching anime. Evil Gulu Lixing people, you are committing crimes on Blue Star. Your sins are unforgivable. Accept the justice of punishment. The images on the television flickered. Li Qin's face turned red with excitement, his hands dancing in the air, forgetting to drink the soda in his hand. At that moment, a bloodied man pushed open his door. Seeing him, Li Qin's expression changed drastically. He quickly paused the anime. Wang Kai, what happened? Young master, it's bad. Young master Li Lan might be in danger. Last night, on the sports field, Li Lan and Duan Zitao stepped onto the ring. Duan Zitao said solemnly, Li Lan, I've actually wanted to fight you for a long time. Li Lan yawned, seemingly not listening to him. Duan Zitao, this guy really makes me furious. Even facing Thunder Beast Duan Zitao, he's still so laid back. Li Lan really doesn't play by the rules. Hasn't he always been this lazy? But this time he's up against Duan Zitao, the champion ace among the 5 popular contestants. I really want to see this lazy guy lose once. Me too. I want to see if he will still be this laid back after entering the losers bracket. Facing Duan Zitao, Li Lan is definitely going to lose this time. Seeing Li Lan's demeanor, the audience in the stands was buzzing with discussion. Many wanted to see him enter the losers bracket. After this 20-person competition, the contestants would be divided into winners and losers. In the second half, the winners would continue to compete, while the losers would enter the revival stage to select the strongest one to recompete. In the commentary booth, Mu Ke patted Tian Lao's shoulder and praised, well done. Tian Lao was taken aback and said, this is what I should do. The others looked confused. Mu Ke returned to his seat, and the teacher from Baihu Academy beside him asked, Old Mu, who do you think will win this match? The teacher from Xuanwu Academy replied, I think Duan Zitao has a greater chance of winning this match. After all, the lightning ability is notoriously violent. Fire ability is still lacking. The teacher from Juke Academy coldly said, what's wrong with fire ability? You, saying something honest and you're not happy? The teacher from Qilin Academy said, I also guessed Duan Zitao. This Duan Zitao is definitely ours from Qilin Academy. It seems that the 5 major academies will be competing for him soon. Mu Ke shook his head, smiling without speaking. The match officially begins. The referee waved the flag in his hand and exited the competition area. Duan Zitao took the initiative, his feet crackling with electricity, flashing to Li Lan's side in the blink of an eye, and punched towards his stomach. Li Lan was not to be outdone, directly grabbing his fist, and with a loud explosion, boom, flame burst. A terrifying shockwave swept across the entire arena, causing the audience's hair to stand on end. What terrifying physical quality! Duan Zitao exclaimed, not daring to be careless. He quickly created distance. A sizzling sound emanated from him, lightning swirling around his body, and he swung out a palm. Lightning coalesced in his palm into a massive lightning snake, rapidly lunging towards Li Lan. A fiery shield formed around Li Lan, and the lightning snake collided with the flames. Both lightning and fire dissipated simultaneously. The two fought fiercely for several rounds. Ultimately, on the battlefield, Duan Zitao seized the opportunity when Li Lan was distracted, teleporting behind him like lightning. Thunder erupted from both hands, as if to obliterate everything, and he struck down hard on Li Lan's back. It seems it's about to end. The teacher from Baihu Academy smiled, saying, indeed, in the face of the rapid thunder, even flames that can burn everything must dim. The teacher from Juke Academy snorted coldly, feeling somewhat disappointed but had to admit this fact. Mu Kei continued to smile without speaking. The next second, just as Duan Zitao's thunderous palm was about to hit Li Lan suddenly fell to the ground, slapping his palm on the ground. In an instant, countless grains of sand were struck up by the flames, swirling dust filling the air. His vision was obstructed. Duan Zitao was taken aback, his heart suddenly sinking. Damn it, I can't see clearly. He did it on purpose. From the very beginning, he was luring me step by step, including coming to the battlefield, including turning his back to me. Everything was intentional. He is using me to study tactics. Duan Zitao felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The figure of Li Lan had long since vanished. As the sand began to settle, he felt a wave of heat hit him, and he was directly blown away. The dust gradually dispersed, and he was knocked out of the arena. The audience erupted in gasps. The judges widened their eyes, inhaling sharply. Terrifying. If this kid doesn't fall, he will surely be the second Yen Emperor in the future. No wonder he is from the Li family. No wonder he is the grandson of the Yen Emperor. No wonder he is Li Qingyang's brother. I almost thought he lost just now. The teachers from Juke Academy were stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. The teachers from Baihu Academy were also taken aback. How is this possible? The teacher from Qilin Academy said, I didn't expect to misjudge this time. This Li Lan, I must have him for Qilin Academy. After the match, no one better compete with me for him. In your dreams, this person belongs to Xuanwu Academy. Mu Kei continued to smile without speaking. Thank you for the match, Li Lan said, rare words escaping his lips. Duan Zitao looked at him deeply and said, thank you for the match. You are strong. I admit defeat. Li Lan smiled and returned to the resting area. Duan Zitao entered the losers bracket, where everyone was anxious. At that moment, Li Qin hurriedly rushed in from outside the sports field, and only after confirming that Li Lan was truly fine did he breathe a sigh of relief. He asked, what happened at the hotel yesterday? Wang Kai was injured so severely? Wang Kai? The one who protected him? Li Lan had almost forgotten about this person. Not wanting to worry his brother, he casually replied, I don't know, I just took a nap. Then it seems it was an accident. The competition continued. Next, Li Lan fought a few more matches, winning them all. The only other competitor maintaining an undefeated record was the White Death Fan Heng. With his dark-type abilities, he almost swept the entire arena, even defeating Wu Liuqi. In the end, Li Lan and Fan Heng entered the finals. The other rankings were already determined. Third place, Thunder Beast Duan Zitao. Fourth place, Poison Wolf Wu Tianxi. Fifth place, Dark Sword Wu Liuqi. I didn't expect two dark horses to emerge this year. Yeah, I hadn't heard of these two before. I heard this Li Lan is from the Li family. The Yen Emperor's Li family? How is that possible? I've never even heard of Shangnan No. One high school, the Li family hasn't fallen to that extent. This Li Lan is too strong. I was dumbfounded by his battle with the Thunder Beast. Fan Heng is the real deal. I couldn't even see his attacks. Yeah, in his previous match with Wu Liuqi, both were shrouded in black mist, and no one knew what happened, yet Wu Liuqi lost. Who do you think will be the champion? Fan Heng. His attacks are too bizarre. I also guess Fan Heng. Although Li Lan is very impressive, I feel Fan Heng is a bit stronger. I guess Li Lan, the little brother, is forever a god. Besides his dark-type abilities, Fan Heng also has a high-level physical knife ability, which is even harder than a real knife. Li Lan might not be Fan Heng's match. Li Lan lay on the chair, sleeping soundly. Seeing you so lazy, the fire element is also getting lazy with you. Fire element energy. Seeing you so lazy, the wood element is also getting lazy with you. Wood element energy. Seeing you so lazy, the thunder element is starting to work hard. Thunder element energy. His brother was chattering beside him. Little Lon, after graduation, let's be righteous partners together. By the way, that old man Muke wanted you to join Qingtian Academy yesterday. Did you agree? Tell me honestly, do you have both thunder and fire abilities? To think even your brother was kept in the dark, that's really not fair. But during your battle just now, why didn't you use your lightning attribute ability? Were you planning to play dirty in the finals? Leland lazily ignored him, covering his ears to sleep. The reason he didn't use his lightning attribute ability was simple. He just wanted to hone his combat skills. After all, for someone as lazy as him, there weren't many opportunities to fight. In his life, he might only not be lazy in two situations: when saving someone and when those around him were in danger. Like the last time in the Emu Secret Realm, or when Su Xian was struck by holy blood. At that moment, a soldier in camouflage combat gear rushed in from outside the sports field. Li Qi knew he was looking for him, so he stood up and asked, "What's wrong?" The camouflaged soldier said nervously, "Mr. Li Qi, it's bad. A large number have appeared by Yunmeng Lake, and a beast tide is likely to break out. The general wants you to hurry over." What? Li Qi's expression changed slightly. After giving a few instructions to Li Lan, he hurriedly left the sports field with the soldier. After resting for a few hours, the finals began. The championship. All the academies were vying for the title. Wait a minute. Muke stood up and shouted. The entire venue fell silent, and countless eyes turned to Muke. "Mu, what do you want?" Several teachers from different academies asked in confusion. "I just want to have a word with the young man from the Li family," Muke said, walking towards Li Lan. "You old rascal, if you dare to take him in early because of your relationship with the Li family and Qinglong Academy, don't blame me for being rude." A teacher from Qilin Academy shouted. Other teachers nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, I promise I won't compete with you for him today," Muke said with a cheerful smile. With his words, the other teachers breathed a sigh of relief. With Qinglong Academy out of the competition, Li Lan's chances of joining their academy would greatly increase. Muke approached Li Lan, who slowly opened his eyes. He asked with his eyes, "Teacher Mu, is there something you need?" Muke leaned close to his ear and whispered, "If possible, try not to expose your wood element cultivation." "Why? They have long coveted our human territory. Just think, if they knew we had a genius among us, what would they do?" Muke looked around to ensure no one was listening and spoke even more quietly. "Moreover, there are enemies within. If they find out about your existence, the tragedy of the Li family from 15 years ago might repeat itself." Li Lan knew a bit about the tragedy of the Li family, even though he was only 2 years old at the time. It seemed that the Li family had produced an unparalleled genius, born with lightning, fire, and wind attributes, who entered the realm of great powers at just 16. He later joined Qinglong Academy and mysteriously died during an outing with his mentor. At that time, the Flame Emperor was so furious that his eyes turned red. He killed everyone who was on that outing, earning him the title of Flame Demon. To this day, few dare to mention that incident, and over time it has become a taboo for the Li family. What about before that? Don't worry, I only told the vice president about yesterday's events. The vice president is a good brother of your grandfather. As for me, you can rest assured. Muke smiled. Li Lan sighed. He wasn't talking about that. He was the wood element great power, and besides them, there was actually one other person who knew. That was the Black Coffin High Priest who had fought him fiercely on the rooftop yesterday. The Black Coffin was a branch of the Spirit Energy Society, which was a notorious cult mixed with many. Of course, if you want to expose yourself, that's fine. But you need to be sure you can survive the pursuit of a land immortal level expert. Li Lan nodded, watching Muke leave. Next match, the finals. From Xiangnan No. 1 High School, the newly emerged star player, the lazy fire god Li Lan, against Wancheng No. 1 High School's newly emerged star player, the White Death Fang Hung. Please, contestants, come to the stage. Now I declare the competition officially begins. The lazy fire god, with such a ridiculous name, Li Lan yawned, sleepily gazing at Fang Hung in front of him. He still wore that white suit, which looked a bit annoying. For some reason, Li Lan seemed to sense a hint of unexpected emotion in their eyes. Was it surprise at why he was standing there? Was it an illusion? "Li Lan, let's start," Fang Hung said with an elegant smile. His right hand began to twist, transforming into a sharp meat knife, about a meter long. Immediately, black mist started to envelop him, obscuring Li Lan's vision. Li Lan only heard the sound of wind by his ear and quickly dodged. Fang Hung swung the meat knife, striking the spot where Li Lan had just stood. Then he vanished into the black mist again. Li Lan frowned slightly, leaping to a higher point. His eyes fixed below, searching for Fang Heng's trajectory. Found it! Flames ignited on Lilan, dispersing the surrounding black mist. He leaped down, throwing a punch at Fong Heng's head, but Fong Heng seemed to have eyes in his ears, raising the meat knife to block the attack. Lilan's punch struck the meat knife hard, producing a muffled bang. So hard! Immediately, Fong Heng's meat knife swung toward him. Lilan jumped again, creating distance. It seems I can't deal with him without using my lightning abilities. He returned to the high point, waiting for an opportunity. The range of the black mist was limited. Fong Heng dared not act on it, but at that moment, the black mist suddenly began to rise. Seeing this scene, the audience and the stands murmured, most of them frowning. They weren't very optimistic about Lilan. Lilan is in danger. In this black mist, Fong Heng is invincible. I wonder what Lilan will do next. Previously, Fong Heng relied on this move to win all the way to the finals. I wonder if Lilan will also fall to this trick. Lilan, go for it. Although I want Lilan to win, this is completely Fong Heng's home turf. Lilan is in danger. Just when they thought Lilan would continue to hide, he leaped again. He jumped back into the black mist, leaning against a fake mountain, sensing the movements around him. The sound of wind rushed by his ear, and Lilan dodged. Fong Heng's meat knife struck the fake mountain, carving a huge gash in the hard stone. The meat knife swung empty, and Fong Heng disappeared into the darkness again. What a troublesome guy. It seems I must take the initiative. Boom! The flames on Lilan began to burn fiercely, like a fire god in the mortal realm. Even his pupils turned golden. He threw a punch, and a scorching breath suddenly exploded. Waves of surging heat rose. The black mist was dispersed, and Fong Heng's figure appeared clearly in Lilan's eyes. This time, Fong Heng did not retreat into the darkness but charged directly at Lilan. Lilan is really aggressive. A great opportunity. Lilan felt a surge of joy in his heart, flames burning on him as he engaged Fong Heng in fierce combat. They pretended to fight for over a dozen rounds, showing weakness. Just when Fong Heng thought he was about to win and relaxed his guard, a thunderous punch infused with fire struck toward Fong Heng's stomach. What? How is this possible? How do you still have lightning abilities? Fong Heng's expression turned terrified, instinctively swinging the meat knife to defend. But this played right into Lilan's hands, and he increased the infusion of lightning. Flame explosion. A tremendous heat mixed with fierce lightning instantly paralyzed Fong Heng. Lightning strike. At the same time, a massive dark cloud quickly formed in the sky. Thunder rolled within the cloud, and electric light flickered. A lightning bolt the size of a baby's arm was birthed, and with a boom, Fong Heng had no time to dodge as the thunder struck him. Fong Heng was directly burned black, his white suit turned into a black one, and he fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. The reversal was so swift that everyone was caught off guard. The referee looked at Fong Heng on the ground, unable to believe it, his eyes wide open. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After confirming that Fong Heng really couldn't get up, he loudly announced, in this competition, Lilan is the winner. Let's congratulate student Lilan for successfully winning the championship of this competition. Let's congratulate him. The award ceremony will be held tonight. See you all in the evening. The referee called over a staff member nearby, dragging Fong Heng away from the scene. The entire venue erupted in thunderous cheers. Oh my god, Lilan actually won. Damn, this old six, he not only has a fire element but also a lightning element. A 17-year-old dual element ability user, this Lilan is a monster. Fong Heng is already over 20, and Lilan is only 17. I was trying to comfort myself, thinking that even if Lilan lost, it wouldn't matter. I didn't expect that in the end, the fool was actually me. Fong Heng is so miserable. I thought he had the championship in the bag, but in the end, it was snatched away by Lilan, this old six. Except for Wu Tianxi, Duan Zitao and Wu Liqui both came forward to congratulate Lilan. Lilan, congratulations. I didn't expect you to have a lightning element too. It seems we will have a lot of common topics in the future, Duan Zitao said with a smile. Congratulations. Wu Liqui's congratulatory words were as monotonous as he was. Lilan nodded with a smile, letting out a relaxed breath. Finally, it was over. He yawned and returned to his school's area. After chatting briefly with Principal Du, he lay back in his seat and began to take a nap. This chair is really hard. I really miss my old wheelchair. It would be great if Su Xin were here, Lilan thought. Young master. Just as this thought arose, Lilan heard a familiar voice. He opened his eyes to see Su Xin smiling as he pushed a wheelchair in front of him. Young master, congratulations. Congratulations my ass, I'm exhausted. Lilan didn't want to say much, closed his eyes, and let Su Xin pick him up and gently place him in the wheelchair. The familiar feeling returned. So comfortable. It seems like there's a bit of itch on my neck, but whatever, sleep. Fire element begins automatic cultivation. Fire element energy. What element begins automatic cultivation? What element energy? Lightning element begins automatic cultivation. Lightning element energy. Su Xin, what happened to you yesterday? Why did you suddenly faint? I don't know either. By the way, I heard that a week later, the top 5 students in this competition will go to Longjing to participate in a contest. Will you go with Li Lan then? I should. But at that time, the clan leader wanted me to accompany the study, but with the current situation, I should go straight back to the family after leaving Jiangnan province. I see, then Li Lan is too pitiful. After the competition, he can only sit on the cold bench. By the way, are you also from the Li family? Sort of, my mother is from the Li family. Su Xian chatted casually with Cui Mingho, Huang Xiaotian, and Zhang Yuanqi. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the judges' table. Alright, everyone quiet down, the competition has ended. Before the award ceremony, I have something to say. Everyone should know that the top 5 in this competition can freely choose one of the 5 major academies to join. Now that the teachers from the 5 major academies are here, let's see which academy our 5 geniuses will choose. As soon as he finished speaking, the teachers from the other 4 academies, except for the Qinglong Academy, immediately began to argue heatedly. Mu Ke smiled without speaking. Li Lan, choose my White Tiger Academy. As long as you are willing to join my White Tiger Academy, I can make you a senior student directly and reward you with 3 high-level exotic treasures. The teacher from White Tiger Academy shouted loudly. As soon as these words came out, the entire venue was shocked. What? 3 high-level exotic treasures? That's too extravagant. Yeah, the treasured sword that Wu Liqui carries with him seems to be just a high-level exotic treasure. High-level exotic treasures, worth their weight in gold, and this White Tiger Academy is offering 3 at once. Except for the still unconscious Fong Hong, Duan Zitao, and the others looked at Li Lan with envy. This guy not only comes from a good family, but who would have thought he has such good luck as well? However, they were not jealous, because in their eyes, Li Lan was strong enough, and this was what he deserved. But soon, they began to feel envy. 3 high-level treasures, if one didn't know better, they might think your White Tiger Academy is going bankrupt. Our Xuanwu Academy is willing to offer a high-level academy identity, plus 4 high-level treasures. What? 4? Countless people exclaimed. The poison wolf, Wu Tianxi, was so envious that his eyes turned red. Immediately after, 2 voices rang out simultaneously. My Qilin Academy's conditions are the same as Xuanwu Academy's, but we are willing to add one more, a low-risk, high-return opportunity to enter a 4-star secret realm. My Zhuke Academy's conditions are the same as Qilin Academy's, but Li Lan, you should know that the fire element cultivation in Zhuke Academy is a major category. As long as you join Zhuke Academy, you will definitely have smooth sailing in fire element cultivation. A low-risk, high-return opportunity to enter a 4-star secret realm. This was no less than a top-tier high-level treasure. This time, it wasn't just Wu Tianxi. Even Duan Zitao, who came from a prominent family, and Wu Liuqi, who was taken as a disciple by a Tangmen master, were breathing heavily. Who would Li Lan choose? All eyes in the room turned to Li Lan, only to find that he hadn't listened to them at all. Instead, he was sitting in a wheelchair, sound asleep. Next to him, Su Xian looked embarrassed. Do you need me to wake up my young master? Space Ring, returning to Shangnan No. 1 High School, the call from the Flame Emperor, Li Lan's dangerous space ring, returning to Shangnan No. 1 High School, the call from the Flame Emperor, Li Lan's danger. Damn, he actually fell asleep. In a situation like this, he can still sleep. Is he a god? Look, the faces of the teachers from White Tiger Academy and Xuanwu Academy have turned green. Lazy bro, you might as well just call him Lazy God from now on. Not very harmful, but extremely insulting. I always thought people like this only existed online, but I didn't expect there to be one in reality. Why do you think young Master Lan, who is so lazy, had to fight up close just now? You don't even understand this? I guess you spend half your class time sleeping. If a supernatural being keeps attacking from a distance, their endurance is very short. It won't be long before they run out of steam. Only when they reach the level of a great supernatural being do they truly enter the realm of supernatural powers. Most are long-range fighters, except for those with physical abilities. If this were a battle of great supernatural beings, Li Lan would probably just sit in his wheelchair on the stage. In his first battle, it seemed like he was sitting in a wheelchair. The audience in the stands was buzzing with discussion, many looking at the teachers from the 4 major academies, as if watching a show. A teacher from White Tiger Academy frowned and said, "Hurry up and wake him up." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was stopped by Mu Ke, who said, "No need, he won't be joining your academy." "What do you mean?" asked the teacher from White Tiger Academy. The other academies were also taken aback. They quickly reacted, glaring at Mu Ke, saying, "You untrustworthy old thief, Mu." Mu Ke shook his head with a smile and said, "I haven't been untrustworthy. I only said I wouldn't compete with you for students today, but Li Lan was already accepted by me yesterday. You ruthless. The teacher from Xuanwu Academy gritted his teeth. No wonder this guy always had a cheerful demeanor, looking like he was enjoying the show. No wonder he always pretended to be generous. It turns out he had already made his move and was just waiting for them to jump into the pit. After pondering for a moment, the teacher from Zhuke Academy said, Teacher Mu, aren't you speaking a bit too early? We haven't even asked Li Lan yet. How do you know he won't join our academy? What if he changes his mind after hearing our conditions? Yes, Zhuke Academy had a point. What if Li Lan changed his mind? The teachers from the other academies began to think more actively, but Mu Ke confidently said, he absolutely cannot join your academy. Why? Because the conditions set by our Qinglong Academy are that, in addition to directly being promoted to a senior student, one can also directly obtain a top-tier exotic treasure, 3 senior exotic treasures, plus an opportunity to enter a low-risk, high-reward 4-star secret realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Crazy, this world is crazy. Are exotic treasures really so worthless now? Qinglong Academy actually offers a top-tier exotic treasure right off the bat. Li Lan is a supernatural being, although he is first, does he really deserve it? This is a top-tier exotic treasure, something even many wild supernatural beings do not possess. Does Li Lan really deserve such attention from Qinglong Academy? Not only were the audience and judges shocked, but even the teachers from the other 4 major academies were astonished. A teacher from Baihu Academy looked incredulous and said, Old Mu, are you serious? Mu Ke nodded and said, this is an order from the vice president. The vice president of Qinglong Academy. It was actually an order from this esteemed figure. The teachers from the 4 major academies felt a jolt, but thinking about how he was Li Lan's grandfather, a good brother of the Flame Emperor, they felt relieved. Humph, consider it good luck for Qinglong Academy. A teacher from Baihu Academy said angrily, waving his sleeve. A teacher from Zhuke Academy sighed helplessly. The other academies were similarly affected. A 17-year-old dual supernatural being, destined to become a great supernatural being or even a terrestrial immortal. No matter which academy he was placed in, it would be an honor. If it weren't for their limited authority, preventing them from obtaining a top-tier exotic treasure, they would definitely compete with Qinglong Academy. Mu Ke was smug, looking with satisfaction at Li Lan, who was sound asleep in his wheelchair. You kid are really something. You've brought me honor. Duan Zitao, would you like to join Baihu Academy? If you agree, Baihu Academy can offer you the status of a senior student, 1 senior exotic treasure, plus a relatively safe opportunity to experience a 4-star secret realm. At this moment, the voice of the Baihu Academy teacher rang out again. The other academy teachers also began to choose their preferred candidates, and Jianwu Luqi had already joined Tangmen, so he withdrew from this selection. Fang Hong joined Shilin Academy, and Wu Tianxi joined Zhuke Academy. As for Xuanwu Academy, they selected a few decent seed students from outside the top 5. Alright, that's it for now. At this time, Elder Tian from the judging panel came out and said, 7 days later, the top 5 students will go to Longjing to compete, and those of you selected by the various academies can go along. Now I announce that this competition has come to a successful conclusion. Let us once again congratulate student Li Lan. By the way, remember to attend the award ceremony tonight. Thunderous applause erupted, and the audience began to leave. Soon after, the elders from several academies also departed. At that moment, several soldiers rushed in. After whispering a few words to the judges hurriedly left as well. Mu Ke approached Li Lan, saw that he had fallen asleep, and placed a ring into Su Xian's hand. Give this to your young master. A space ring. The value of a space ring could rival that of a senior exotic treasure. Su Xian was shocked to accept it, just about to nod. But then Mu Ke said, the space ring is lent to your young master. Make sure he returns it to me after he arrives in Longjing. Su Xian, understood, senior. He nodded and said, okay, senior. Li Lan slept until the evening. Su Xian actually planned to push his young master to the award ceremony that night. However, for some unknown reason, the award ceremony was suddenly cancelled. The prizes from this competition were delivered directly to him. He carefully helped Li Lan accept them. They returned to Xiangnan No. 1 high school together with the school. Everyone was shocked to learn that Li Lan had won the championship. A celebration banquet was specially prepared for him. Lu Yuya wore her elegant little suit and took dozens of photos with Li Lan. Wang Shishir used her devilish voice to sing more than a dozen songs. However, unfortunately, and also fortunately, Li Lan knew nothing and slept through it all. The fire element scolded, how can you sleep at your age? Start practicing frantically, fire element energy. The wood element began to practice automatically, wood element energy. Seeing you so lazy, the thunder element started to practice hard, thunder element energy. Late at night, Li Lan's phone rang. Su Xian took a glance and found it was a call from Li Lan's grandfather. His expression changed, contemplating whether to answer. He nudged Li Lan for a long time, but Li Lan still showed no reaction. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to answer the call. Xiao Lan, an old yet cheerful voice came from the other end. Su Xian was about to say that the young master was asleep when he heard Li Lan mumble, "You old bastard, I told you I don't want to participate in any competition, yet you insist I do. Just wait, I'll beat you to death." The atmosphere suddenly froze. Su Xian's hand holding the phone stiffened. Danger! Gain telekinetic ability, guiding Su Xian, supporting the beast tide. Young master, what nonsense are you talking about at this time? There was a noticeable silence on the other end, followed by a furious voice. You little brat, what did you say? Su Xian quickly brought the phone to his mouth and said, Lord Yen Emperor, I'm sorry, the young master is asleep. Who are you? You little Xian? It's me, Su Xian replied. There was another moment of silence on the other end before the voice said, Wake him up for me. Yes. Su Xian shook Li Lan's body with all his might, but Li Lan showed no signs of waking up. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a way and leaned close to Li Lan's ear, whispering, Young master, the Yen Emperor is here. Li Lan immediately woke up. Where's the old man? Seeing no one around, he looked at Su Xian reproachfully, his eyes saying, You little brat, how can you still lie? Su Xian awkwardly pointed to the phone in his hand. In front of people, a good grandfather. Behind their backs, an old man, right? On the other end, the Yen Emperor was clearly quite angry, saying, The old man is here. Xiaolan, do you want me to come to Jiangnan and play with you for a few days? Remembering the fear of being controlled by his grandfather, Li Lan felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly took the phone and obediently said, No need, good grandfather, I'm doing very well here. Plus, I got first place in the selection competition. I'm so happy. He feared nothing in the Li family, except for his grandfather. The reason he didn't want his father to know about his talent was also this. If his father knew, his grandfather would definitely find out. If his grandfather knew, he would surely be pulled back into the family to undergo family ability training. So, to avoid family training, he had to participate in the martial arts competition. Others might just say it casually, but his grandfather was different. Once he said to train, it was real training. Even before he awakened his abilities, he was forced by his grandfather to run marathons every week. Now that he had awakened his abilities, it would be even worse. You child, stop changing the subject. Grandfather, not only did I win the championship but I also secured a teaching position at Qinglong Academy. Am I impressive? Did I bring you honor? There was a moment of silence on the other end before he said, Let Xin kid step out for a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Li Lan wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but he saw Su Xian voluntarily stand up and say, Young master, I'll step out for a bit. After Su Xian left, the Yen Emperor continued, Actually, I don't quite agree with you joining Qinglong Academy. Li Lan thought for a moment and said, Is it because of that incident 15 years ago, and my wood system divine ability? Yes. The Yen Emperor's tone clearly became heavier. But how long do you plan to keep this from me? I was planning to tell you as soon as I woke up today, which was a lie. Don't worry, grandfather, I will be careful. Li Lan said helplessly, Besides, I'm going to be a teacher, and I don't have to attend classes. You still don't know my personality. I can't be bothered to participate in any training. Why don't you go back to the family, Xiaolan? What's so good about Qinglong Academy? Grandpa is at home training with you every day. Training for 14 hours a day is much more comfortable than whatever Qinglong Academy has to offer. Li Lan's body trembled. No need, I still have to participate in the competition. I promised you before, I can't go back on my word. Then be careful. The matter of the great supernatural power must not be exposed unless absolutely necessary. Just as Li Lan was about to hang up the phone, he heard his grandfather continue, By the way, you previously got involved with the Black Coffin. The High Priest of the Black Coffin must already know about your great supernatural powers, right? How does he know everything? Li Lan quickly replied, Grandpa, you really are insightful. The voice on the other end snorted coldly, If I didn't ask, would you be too lazy to say anything? How could that be? Liar, humph. That little monster of a high priest is indeed a hidden danger. But it's not a big problem. He has long severed ties with the Spirit Energy Association, so he shouldn't mention your matters to those old folks at the association. But it's not entirely certain. I'll have your third brother give you a few of his teleportation talismans. Remember to run away immediately if you encounter danger. Those teleportation talismans seem to be more important to his third brother than his own life. Top-tier rare treasures, one-time use items. After use, they could teleport 100 miles away in an instant. Li Lan saw his grandfather hang up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. He noticed a ring on his hand. When did he put it on? He focused his consciousness on it and discovered that the ring contained secrets. It turned out to be a space ring. There was a lot of space inside, but it only held 5 items: a teacher's token from Qinglong Academy, a top-tier rare treasure, telekinetic amber, and 3 high-tier rare treasures, blazing flame crystal, advanced thunder beast core, and thunderstone. As soon as his consciousness touched these items, the other 4 immediately vanished, except for the token. Ding dong, detected that the host has obtained a telekinetic rare treasure, automatically devouring it. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening telekinetic abilities. Current level of telekinetic abilities, low level initial stage. Telekinetic abilities are devouring top-tier telekinetic rare treasure, telekinetic energy. Telekinetic abilities are devouring top-tier telekinetic rare treasure, telekinetic energy. Digestion complete. Your telekinetic abilities have been upgraded to high-level initial stage. Fire element is devouring blazing flame crystal, fire element energy. Fire element is digesting blazing flame crystal, fire element energy. Digestion complete. Your fire element abilities have been upgraded to late stage of supernatural powers. Fire element has successfully comprehended the prototype of fire supernatural power, Blazing Strike. Blazing Strike is merging with Flame Explosion. Merge complete. Fire element comprehends supernatural power, Blazing Flame Explosion. Thunder element is devouring Advanced Thunder Beast Core, Thunderstone, Thunder element energy. Thunder element is digesting Advanced Thunder Beast Core, Thunderstone, Thunder element energy. Digestion complete. Your Thunder element abilities have been upgraded to mid-stage of supernatural powers. The system's voice echoed incessantly in his mind. Li Lan directly blocked it out and continued to sleep. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. He found Su Xian sitting cross-legged on the ground, practicing supernatural powers. Li Lan looked left and right, feeling something was off. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Detected that the host is observing someone practicing. Errors have occurred, and the system has automatically corrected them. Error 1, Error 2, Error 3. Noticing Li Lan's gaze, Su Xian stood up and asked, "Young master, is there something you need?" Li Lan casually pointed out a few things on him, saying, "This is wrong. It shouldn't be like this, it should be like this. This part is also wrong." Then he closed his eyes and continued to sleep. Su Xian suspiciously scratched his head. His first reaction was disbelief because the supernatural powers he practiced were completely different from Li Lan's. How could Li Lan possibly point out his mistakes? Moreover, the young master of his family is merely a practitioner of supernatural powers. The reason why only those with great supernatural powers can become teachers in the 5 major academies is that only they can fully understand their own attributes. Practitioners are still in a beginner stage and cannot yet perfectly control their own attributes. However, out of respect for Li Lan, he still attempted to run through it. Su Xian's eyes suddenly widened. The first mistake pointed out by the young master was completely correct. Following Li Lan's method, he altered the trajectory of the elemental energy, and indeed, the absorption speed of the fire elemental energy improved significantly. He quickly tried to correct the subsequent mistakes that were pointed out. The second one was also completely correct. The third one was still correct. By the fourth, it was still correct. He corrected all these mistakes and clearly felt that the power of his supernatural abilities had increased by about 0 times. It was almost doubled. Don't underestimate this 0 times. It's like an exam where even a single point can lead to a dramatic change in results. Sometimes, just being a little stronger can mean the difference between victory and defeat in battle. However, the young master's supernatural powers were different from his. The trajectory of the supernatural powers was also different. How did he see the mistakes on him? Su Xian looked at Li Lan, who was sleeping on the bed, and felt an immense shock in his heart. He felt that even a great practitioner of supernatural powers could not possibly point out all 4 of his mistakes in such a short time. He never expected that the usually lazy young master had such keen insight, hiding it so deeply. It seems I must work harder to catch up with the young master. Su Xian encouraged himself in his heart and continued to sit cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. By noon, Su Xian had finished feeding Li Lan. Just as he was pushing Li Lan out for some fresh air, he happened to run into the principal coming towards him. "You arrived just in time. I was about to look for you." "Principal, is there something wrong?" Su Xian asked. "The National Martial Arts Competition will be postponed." "What?" Su Xian was surprised. "Did something happen?" "The National Martial Arts Competition is one of the largest events in Long Country, and it shouldn't be postponed lightly." The principal nodded. "There has been a beast tide at Yunmeng Lake, and many provinces have been affected. The higher-ups mean to wait until the beast tide is resolved before continuing the competition. Do we need to do anything? It's still unclear for now, the principal said. However, an old friend of mine told me that students might be sent to fend off the beast tide, but it will only be to clear out the lower-level beasts on the outskirts. But your young master may need to go deeper. This guy seems to have been sleeping since he returned yesterday. The principal glanced at Li Lan, who was sound asleep in the wheelchair, and said, "You should prepare and remember to tell your young master as well." Okay. Su Xian nodded, not surprised by such matters. After all, in this era of rising races, everyone is a soldier. Everyone begins receiving semi-military training in elementary school. It's quite normal to send students to train on the outskirts when a beast tide occurs. By the way, have you received the rewards for the competition? We received everything. Although Su Xian ultimately fainted and forfeited, their overall ranking was still decent, so they received a consolation prize. That's good. In the evening, Li Lan woke up, but he didn't want to do anything. He just lay there quietly staring at the ceiling. He stared for 3 or 4 hours. The psychic energy sees the master so lazy and seriously begins to cultivate psychic energy. The fire element notices a new partner arriving and happily begins to cultivate fire elemental energy. The wood element notices a new partner arriving and happily begins to cultivate wood elemental energy. The thunder element notices a new partner arriving and happily begins to cultivate thunder elemental energy. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a box placed on his bed. It seemed he had heard Su Xian mention before that this was the reward for the selection competition. Li Lan used his telekinetic ability to levitate a box, placing it on his lap before opening it. Inside were 3 extraordinary treasures. The fire element is devouring the fire departure stone, fire element energy. The fire element is devouring the fire departure stone, fire element energy. The fire element is devouring the fire departure stone, fire element energy. Li Lan couldn't even be bothered to comment, closing his eyes to sleep. 2 days later, all schools in Jiangnan province received orders to send students to Jiangnan city to clean up the exotic beasts. The number of exotic beasts was too high. Some lower-level exotic beasts had mixed in with ordinary fish, posing a significant safety hazard to the general public. The students' task was to eliminate these exotic beasts. Can I not go? Li Lan sighed, but he was ruthlessly pushed onto the bus by Su Xian. Young master, the clan leader said you must go support against the beast tide, and he wants me to record a video. The clan leader said he wants to show your video of fighting the beast tide to your grandfather. Young master, you wouldn't want Lord Yen Emperor to know that you are slacking off here because the competition was delayed, would you? Li Lan, instantly killing leader-level exotic beasts. The war god in a wheelchair instantly kills leader-level exotic beasts. This time, to support the beast tide, Shangnan No. One high school dispatched quite a few people. Among them were 10 seniors, 10 juniors, and 10 freshmen. This included the previous Huang Xiaotian, Cui Mingho, and Zhang Yuanqi. It also included Li Lan's classmates, Lu Yuya and Wang Shishir, as well as Wang Shishir's best friend. Inside the bus, many were either nervous or excited. Lu Yuya meticulously adjusted his little suit. "I'm just too elegant. I really look forward to tomorrow's battle." "What's there to look forward to? It's all blood and disgusting," Wang Shishir said, looking at the sleeping Li Lan in the wheelchair with admiration. "If only our male god could be with us. He won first place in the selection competition, so dealing with exotic beasts should be a piece of cake." "You're dreaming," Wang Shishir's best friend mocked. "It's precisely because Li Lan is first in the selection competition that he won't be with us. He'll be sent to a more dangerous place." "Do you need to say that?" Wang Shishir glared at her friend. "You two women are really not elegant at all." Lu Yuya was carefully combing his dark bangs while looking in the mirror. He nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with his appearance. "Look at the sword! Look at the sword! Look at the sword!" Huang Xiaotian jabbed at Zhang Yuanqi with an unsheathed sword. His competition reward was a swordsmanship skill. He had loved swords since childhood, so he immediately bought a steel sword after obtaining the skill. Now, he couldn't wait to test his swordsmanship against the exotic beasts. Cui Mingho carried a tablet, closely monitoring information about the beast tide online. This support for the beast tide is mainly divided into 4 areas: the outer area, the middle area, the inner area, and the core area where a large number of leader-level exotic beasts reside. Wang Shishir, Lu Yuya, your strength is relatively weak, so you should go to the outer area. Li Qi, you are in the middle area. As for me, Huang Xiaotian, and Zhang Yuanqi, we should be in the inner area. Li Lan is in the core area. Su Xian, are you following us or Li Lan? He pulled up a map and explained to everyone. I'll follow the young master, Suxin said after thinking for a moment. His current strength was high-level late stage, and his divine ability was already taking shape. He believed it wouldn't be long before he could break through to become a divine ability user. With such strength, although he couldn't be the main force in the core area, he could still handle some minor tasks without any problem. The male god is so far from us? Wang Shishir looked disappointed. Don't If Lilan were closer to us, we would be in danger, her friend said helplessly, wishing she could smack Wang Shishir's infatuated head. Lilan was a divine ability user, and this time their opponents were those leader-level exotic beasts. If they encountered a leader-level exotic beast, they might be eaten down to the last crumb. I'll just say this, do I still not know? Wang Shishir glared at her best friend. The two laughed and tangled together. You two women are really not elegant, Lu Yuya said while applying sunscreen to herself. Bang! At that moment, the bus seemed to hit something, and the front let out a dull thud. It slowly came to a stop. The principal quickly stood up and asked, "Driver, what happened?" The bus driver turned pale and trembled as he said, "Beasts, there are beasts." "What?" the principal exclaimed, quickly looking out the window. He saw two gigantic monstrous birds crashing against the bus windows. They opened their massive beaks, emitting strange sounds from their throats. Their sharp claws struck the windows, leaving huge cracks. The younger and middle school students inside were in a state of panic. The older students, being stronger, mostly just showed some nervousness. A teacher accompanying them shouted, "It's the two Gale Eagles from Mount Luoyun, how could they appear here? It should be due to the beast tide at Yunmeng Lake. A large number of low-level beasts have entered the area, and they might have come out to hunt. We just happened to run into them." The principal's face turned grim as he said, "Stay in the bus and don't move, I'll drive them away." He was the only practitioner in the bus, and as the principal, he had to take on the responsibility of protecting the students. "Principal, be careful," a teacher said. The principal nodded heavily. Just as he was about to get off the bus, Lilan, in a wheelchair, frowned, slowly opened his eyes to look outside, and muttered, "So noisy." The people next to him were at a loss for words. "What time is it, and you still have the mood to sleep?" "Wait a minute, Lilan seems to be a practitioner too." Just as they realized this, the next second, bang, bang, rumble, two massive explosive sounds erupted outside. Immediately, a sea of flames ignited. The two Gale Eagles were instantly engulfed in the fire, turning to ashes. Not even a feather was left. Divine ability, scorching flame explosion. Unlike a regular flame explosion, which requires manual activation to condense and ignite the fire element energy in the air, the scorching flame explosion skips this step, directly igniting the fire element energy in the world, producing immense power. Seeing this scene, they were dumbfounded. What is happening? Several teachers stood frozen, looking outside in terror. The scorching heat waves surged into the bus through the window cracks, causing everyone inside to sweat profusely in no time. Many looked bewildered. Only Lilan relaxed his brow and continued to sleep. "This is a fusion divine ability, Lilan, you broke through again?" The principal's shocked voice came. Everyone turned to look at Lilan. The room fell silent. This terrifying sea of fire was created by Lilan, but in response to them, there was only the faint sound of Lilan snoring. "Look, Lilan is still sleeping." Someone incredulously asked, "Principal, are you sure everything that just happened was done by Lilan?" The principal smiled wryly and said, "But besides Lilan, is there a second fire attribute practitioner present?" Indeed, besides Lilan, there was no one else with fire attribute abilities. Who else could it be? They looked at Lilan with fear and reverence, as if gazing at a war god. A war god sitting in a wheelchair. With one move, he had annihilated two beasts comparable to practitioners of the divine realm. What else could he be but a war god? And Lilan was only 17. What would happen when he turned 27? At 27, he would be considered not just a land immortal but a great practitioner, right? Once Lilan became famous, they could boast about having been alumni, even classmates, with this top-tier talent. Thinking of this, each of them felt a sense of pride. At that moment, a student suddenly asked, "By the way, Principal, what is this fusion divine ability you mentioned earlier?" The so-called fusion divine ability is to merge two or even multiple divine abilities into one, transforming it into a brand new divine ability. However, this kind of divine ability is incredibly difficult to practice. Even many great practitioners may struggle to master a few fused abilities in their lifetime. The principal looked at Lilan with envy. At this age, the only person he knew who had mastered a fused ability, aside from those already recorded in history, was Lilan. "Principal, do you mean that Lilan is more powerful than many great practitioners?" "You could say that. At least in terms of the application of divine abilities," the principal praised. Lilan must have put in a lot of effort into practicing his abilities. After all, fusing divine abilities isn't something that can be accomplished simply through talent. It also requires a significant amount of time to hone enough experience. Oh my god. They looked at Li Lan with renewed awe. No wonder he slept during the day. It turned out he worked so hard every night. The saying goes, 10 minutes on stage requires 10 years of practice off stage. Each of them now wished they could slap themselves twice. They only saw Li Lan's apparent ease but had no idea how much sweat he had shed and how much hardship he had endured. Li Lan is truly amazing. It's no wonder he's so impressive. He sleeps all day, he must be exhausted at night. With such talent and still working so hard, how can anyone compete? I want to emulate Li Lan. When we return to school, I will practice for 14 hours every day. I used to think he was also sleeping at night, but now it seems that was just my self-comfort. Watching them so moved, Suexian remained expressionless. In fact, he wanted to say, "Don't be fooled by my young master's apparent ease. He is actually even more at ease behind the scenes." But he was afraid of being hit, so he kept quiet. Previously, he had thought like them, believing that his young master slept during the day because he was too tired from practicing at night. It wasn't until a few days ago, when he stayed up several nights in a row, that he completely dispelled that notion. He had watched Li Lan sleep from day to night, then from night to day, and repeat this cycle endlessly. After the beasts were eliminated, the bus started again. Before long, they arrived in the provincial capital and stopped in front of a large hotel. According to the arrangements, they would be staying here for the next few days. However, Li Lan was not. He was staying in a village near Yunmeng Lake. After all, the hotel was too far from the core area, and staying in the village would save time. To take care of Li Lan, Suexian also moved into the village, sharing a room with him. Don't get the wrong idea, there were 2 beds in the room. By the time Li Lan woke up, it was already evening. After finishing dinner, Suexian told Li Lan about what had happened that day. Li Lan simply nodded. At that moment, a soldier in camouflage walked in and paused when he saw Li Lan. Then, with suspicion, he asked, "Hello, are you the supporters for this beast tide?" Suexian nodded. The soldier, though puzzled, continued, "The general wants you to go to the village center square for a meeting. He has something to discuss with you." "Okay, we'll go right away." Grouping, Li Lan is useless? Grouping, Li Lan is useless? When Suexian pushed Li Lan to the village center square, it was already packed with people. These people could be roughly divided into 3 groups. One group consisted of those who had previously competed in the sports field, talented individuals from various places in Jiangnan province. The second group was soldiers in camouflage uniforms. As for the last group, Suexian had heard from others when he arrived in the village that they seemed to be from other provinces, planning to head to Longjing, but got stuck on the road due to the beast tide. At that moment, an officer in military uniform was speaking on stage. When he saw Li Lan and Suexian, he paused for a moment. Then a soldier hurriedly whispered something in his ear, and he suddenly understood. "You must be Li Lan, looking quite impressive," the officer said with a smile. "Please take your seats. The meeting has been going on for a while now." "All right." Suexian nodded and quickly pushed Li Lan into the square, instinctively standing behind a group of geniuses from Jiangnan province. He hid Li Lan among the crowd, as if afraid of being discovered. To his surprise, apart from a few extraordinary individuals, most people had the same cultivation level as him, all at the high late stage. With Li Lan's arrival, many people turned to look back, as if they had discovered a new continent. "The lazy god is here, the lazy god is here. I tell you, the match where the lazy god fought Fong Hung in the selection competition was simply divine. That's Li Lan, just as the rumors said, an absolute lazy person. He even came in a wheelchair? I suspect he's a fake, and the wheelchair is his true form. It's a pity that the teams have already been assigned, otherwise, I really want to join Li Lan's team." "Oh right, there are 8 people in a group, and they've already been assigned. This means Li Lan is paired with 2 people, right? Did you forget that among those from other provinces, there are still 2 extra people? Lucky for those 2, how annoying. I didn't pay much attention before, but now that I look at Li Lan, he seems quite handsome, my type. If you like him, go chase him. I heard Li Lan is still single." Several people whispered among themselves. A few bolder girls even wanted to poke Li Lan's face to see if he was really asleep. Suexian frowned and quickly stood in front of Li Lan. Only then did they reluctantly pull their hands back. Suexian glanced helplessly at Li Lan in the wheelchair and sighed. How can this guy still be so lazy? Leisho Duanzitao glanced at Li Lan and withdrew his gaze. He had originally wanted to spar with Li Lan regarding lightning abilities, but now it seemed he wouldn't have that opportunity. The officer on the stage spoke loudly, mainly discussing strategic deployments, urging everyone to be cautious and to unite in combating the beasts. Aside from strategic discussions, most of it was just empty talk. "Alright, that's all for now, everyone can go back. The beast clearing mission will take place tomorrow. I believe with our efforts, the beast tide will surely be repelled. Everyone, do your best. Go for it. The crowd in the square shouted in unison. By the way, Lu Xiaoqi, Xiong Jianxiang, you two will follow Li Lan starting today. Okay. A clear female voice rang out. The crowd gradually dispersed. At this moment, among the group from other provinces, a stunning girl and a petite girl began to argue. Lu Xiaoqi, are you crazy? Do you really want to join that disabled person's team? The stunning girl exclaimed angrily. The mushroom-headed petite girl replied, but I have nowhere else to go, all the other teams are full. So what if they're full? Just stay in our team, no one will say anything. No way, that's against the rules. Lu Xiaoqi stubbornly said, Luna, I know you mean well, but I think going with him won't be a problem. Besides, he's just in a wheelchair. Who says someone in a wheelchair is a cripple? Luna seemed to be amused by the anger, saying, who else but a cripple would sit in a wheelchair? Lu Xiaoqi couldn't refute this. At that moment, a person from Jiangnan province overheard their conversation and couldn't help but speak up. Actually, Li Lan isn't a cripple, he's just lazy. He's a very powerful, extraordinary individual. See, even he says so, Lu Xiaoqi replied. Luna glared at the speaker and said, you get lost. You're trying to fool me, how interesting. Just lazy? How could there be someone so lazy in this world? If he's not a cripple in a wheelchair, then he has health issues or is mentally challenged. What normal person sits in a wheelchair? Exactly, you Jiangnan people are really something. What normal person would sit in a wheelchair? That Li Lan has been sleeping since he arrived. I think he must be in poor health. What use is someone like him, even if he becomes a powerful practitioner? On the battlefield, he probably wouldn't be as good as us high-level sorcerers. Many newcomers to Jiangnan province echoed this sentiment. They looked at Li Lan, who was being pushed by Su Xian and sleeping soundly, completely disbelieving any talk of his greatness. After all, he didn't look like a strong person at all. Seeing her so aggressive, the man quickly walked away. He didn't bother to argue. After all, whether Li Lan was strong or not would be revealed by tomorrow. Luna, calm down. He didn't say anything, Lu Xiaoqi quickly said. Why are you so angry? Do you see me getting angry at him? I'm angry at you, Miss Lu. But no matter what, the general has ordered me to join Li Lan's team, so I have to go see. I'll go with you. Okay. The two of them approached Li Lan. Su Xian looked at the two of them in confusion and asked, who are you? Lu Xiaoqi showed her little tiger teeth and smiled as she introduced herself. Hello, handsome, I'm Lu Xiaoqi. I'm Su Xian. Su Xian looked at Luna and hesitantly asked, are you bear strong? Lu Xiaoqi burst out laughing. Luna's face turned green with anger as she shouted, I'm called Luna. Have you ever seen a beautiful girl named Bear Strong? Luna, don't be angry, he doesn't know, Lu Xiaoqi quickly said. The general said before that I was to join Li Lan's team with Bear Strong. Now that Bear Strong isn't here, it's normal for him to mistake you for Bear Strong. This made Luna even angrier. She pointed to her delicate face and said, me, Bear Strong? Normal? This time, Lu Xiaoqi laughed even louder. I'm sorry, Luna, I really can't help it. Luna shot her a glare, then looked at Su Xian and Li Lan, saying, is he your team leader? Team leader? Su Xian nodded. He, my young master, is indeed the team leader. Young master? Luna frowned. It seemed that Li Lan's family was not simple, with even a companion being a high-level sorcerer. However, these young masters from big families often had bad tempers, which she didn't like. And with Xiaoqi being alone, if the other side wanted to bully her, wouldn't she have no one to help? No, she couldn't let Lu Xiaoqi join this team. That Bear Strong looked like a man too. If there were 3 men in this team and only Lu Xiaoqi as the sole girl, it would be too passive. Luna looked at Lu Xiaoqi and found her acting as if nothing was wrong, which made her even angrier. She turned to Su Xian and said, can you wake your young master? I have something to discuss with him. She wanted to confirm what kind of person Li Lan was, so that even if Lu Xiaoqi really joined this team later, she could feel more at ease. Su Xian shook his head. No, my young master is resting. Now that Xiaoqi is a member of your team, can't I discuss something with your young master as her friend? Luna asked with a frown. Su Xian thought for a moment and replied, no, anything can be discussed tomorrow. Fine. Luna was both angry and amused by his stubbornness, saying, since you won't call him, I'll do it myself. As she spoke, she was about to wake Li Lan herself. At that moment, a surge of intense fire elemental energy erupted from Su Xian. Miss, please don't go too far. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, Lu Xiaoqi quickly pulled Luna away. I'm sorry, handsome, my best friend has a bit of a bad temper. Since we need to discuss this tomorrow, we'll come back. The two argued and gradually walked away. What are you doing? If I don't find out what kind of person Li Lan is, how can I feel at ease letting you join them? Besides, their team is all men. Luna, what are you thinking? This is a military district, belonging to half a military zone. What can they do to me? Besides, I think that Li Lan seems like a good person. You little brat, talking about appearances. Watching them leave, Su Xian pushed Li Lan back to the place where the two of them were staying. Since it was a village, they were temporarily living in a local family's home. The meals were also provided by this family. Of course, the military would give them a sum of money as compensation. Early the next morning, after feeding Li Lan, Su Xian was about to take him out to clear the beasts according to the military's deployment from yesterday. The two people from yesterday appeared before him together. Hi there, we meet again. Lu Shaoqi greeted with a smile, full of youthful energy. Li Lan looked at the two in confusion. Su Xian said from the side, according to the military's instructions, clearing the beasts is done in groups of 8. But since we arrived late last night, only 2 people are left in our group. One is called Lu Shaoqi, and the other is called Xiong Jianxiang. Hello, Captain, I'm Lu Shaoqi. Li Lan looked at Luna in disbelief and said, your name is Xiong Jianxiang? Put. Lu Shaoqi burst into laughter again. Luna's face darkened. I am Luna, hello Captain Li. Where's the so-called Xiong Jianxiang? Li Lan looked at Su Xian in confusion. Su Xian shook his head, indicating that he knew nothing. Lu Shaoqi stepped forward to explain, Sister Luna is the only girl in our team, so she came to accompany me. May I ask, Captain, can we let Sister Luna join our team as well? Li Lan nodded in agreement and then continued to sleep. Luna's mouth twitched. Was it too late to withdraw from the team now? She asked, are the 4 of us going to hunt the beasts together now? Su Xian nodded, yes, originally it was just the 2 of us. Now that you 2 are here, it's 4. However, only 3 of us will be doing the work because my young master won't lift a finger, so please bear with it. Lu Shaoqi nodded nonchalantly, of course, but Luna's forehead twitched with anger, and she was about to rush up to ask, why? Luckily, Lu Shaoqi caught her in time. Sister Luna, calm down. You said before that Li Lan is probably not in good health, just bear with it. You're driving me crazy. Luna glared at her. The summer sun was blazing, and the temperature was exceptionally hot today. The location for Li Lan's team to clear the beasts was near a tributary of Yunming Lake. The 3 of them fought in and out of the water. Although the water helped cool them down, killing beasts in the water was incredibly exhausting, and they soon began to sweat profusely. Su Xian was particularly affected. His ability was fire-based, and water and fire were opposites. Whether fighting on the water or in it, his movements were significantly restricted. Luna waved her hand, and a light sword shot out, easily piercing through a beast that was trying to break through the protective net. So tired, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and saw Li Lan, who was comfortably napping in the shade of a tree, and felt a surge of anger. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to die from exhaustion. There are just too many beasts, it feels like we can never finish killing them. Lu Shaoqi, her face flushed from fatigue, simply lay back in the water and floated. Seeing her, Luna's anger grew even more. Now you know what tired feels like, serves you right. If you hadn't insisted on joining this team, how could we have ended up like this? It's one thing to have only 5 people in a team, but only 3 are working. One is lying under a tree, and the other hasn't even shown up for half a day. Floating in the water, Lu Shaoqi innocently said, I can't help it if Xiong Jianxiang doesn't come. Besides, if it weren't for the 2 of us, wouldn't Su Xian be in a terrible situation? He deserves it. The 2 of them looked at Su Xian and couldn't help but admire his perseverance. After all this time, he, a fire element ability user, was acting as if nothing was wrong, killing beasts in and out of the water. With each strike, he took down a beast. When counted, it seemed he had killed more beasts than the 2 of them combined. Fire vortex. Su Xian dove into the water, and a massive flame ignited, forming a vortex that merged with the lake water, producing a sizzling sound. Soon after, 4 or 5 high-level fish-type beasts floated to the surface, all roasted to perfection. Such a powerful fire attribute ability. Luna exclaimed, this Su Xian should become an ability user in no time. It's such a waste for a genius to be a companion to a cripple. Su Xian, you're amazing. You cooked the fish. Lu Shaoqi said in surprise. She swam over to Su Xian, tasted the fish floating in the water, and then spat it out. Yuck, it's so bad. This silly girl, the fish has no salt or oil, of course, it tastes bad. Luna silently pulled Lu Shaoqi away. Su Xian asked, are you tired? If you are, you can go rest on the shore. Together? Luna asked. Su Xian nodded. Under the big tree, the 3 of them sat in a row. Li Lan had woken up at some point, half-closed eyes enjoying the gentle breeze. So comfortable. Luna glanced at her sweaty hair, feeling a bit of an impulse to hit someone. Young master, do you want some water? Su Xian held the water bottle to Li Lan's mouth. So it's a case of acting first and reporting later, huh? Li Lan casually took a few sips. You're really good to your young master, Lu Shaoqi said enviously. I hope if my health fails in the future, I can meet someone as good as you. My young master is healthy. I understand. Lu Xiaoqi had a knowing expression on her face. Why do I feel like you don't understand? Su Xin sighed. He still owed Li Lan billions in medical fees. By the way, Su Xin, how did you get to the core area? Lu Xiaoqi suddenly asked. You're a high-level late-stage fire element ability user. The core area has too many restrictions for you. Logically, you should have been assigned to the inner area, right? I forced my way here with the young master. Oh, no wonder. Luna's lips curled slightly. So if you hadn't forced your way here, it would have just been the two of us working, huh? She stood up, angrily picked up a branch nearby, and began practicing her swordsmanship. Her long hair swayed as the branch made slicing sounds through the air. The sword technique she practiced wasn't an attacking style but a body tempering style, capable of exercising every muscle in her body. So it wasn't long before she was drenched in sweat. Li Lan quietly watched her, and soon, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected that the host is observing the practice of 3 swords of body tempering. 6 errors have been found, and the system has automatically corrected them. Error 1, Error 2, Error 3. There are quite a few mistakes. Li Lan initially wanted to remind her, but just as he was about to speak, a wave of instinctive fatigue washed over him. Forget it, talking is too tiring. Noticing that Li Lan was staring at her, Luna frowned and asked, Why are you staring at me? Li Lan didn't want to speak, but to avoid misunderstandings, he said, You're practicing the sword wrong. Upon hearing this, Luna seemed to have heard a joke, saying, Are you kidding? The 3 swords of body tempering she practiced was taught to her by her father a year ago. Since she reached high-level sorcerer status, her physique had continuously strengthened thanks to this sword technique, leaving many of her peers behind. If it were wrong, she would have discovered it long ago. How could she have practiced it to this point? If you don't believe it, fine. Li Lan couldn't be bothered to argue with her and continued to sleep. Luna continued, You say I'm practicing wrong. Do you have any evidence? Lu Xiaoqi beside her also seemed skeptical. She and Luna are classmates. Luna had been praised by their school's principal when she practiced this sword technique before. Their principal is a late-stage supernatural being, so if this sword technique had been practiced incorrectly, it should have been discovered long ago. Moreover, Luna has been practicing for over a year, and nothing has happened to her. Captain, you said Luna's sword technique is wrong. Can you point out exactly where she went wrong? It's really frustrating to hear you say only half of it, Lu Xiaoqi said. Li Lan opened his eyes, sighed, and said, There are 6 mistakes in total. The first one. He briefly explained the first mistake. After hearing this, Luna's first reaction was disbelief. But she also felt that Li Lan had a point, so she decided to give it a try. Once she tried, she became excited. Her sword-swinging speed increased, and she was able to engage more muscles. Seeing her in a trance, Lu Xiaoqi became anxious. Luna, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? But Luna seemed to be possessed, completely ignoring her words, repeatedly practicing the same sword move as Li Lan had just mentioned. Su Xin, do you know what's happening to Luna? Lu Xiaoqi asked anxiously. The poor lightning element, the poor lightning element. I'm fine, Luna suddenly exhaled. Then just now, I just had an epiphany, Luna said. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqi covered her mouth in disbelief. What the captain said earlier was true. Although Luna was reluctant to believe it, she still nodded. She looked deeply at Li Lan and asked, How did you know where I was wrong? Have you practiced the 3 sword techniques of body refinement before? The mistake Li Lan pointed out was not only one she had made, but also one her father had made. Even her grandfather had practiced it incorrectly, becoming a family legacy error. She was unwilling to believe that someone who had never practiced this sword technique could see it at a glance. Li Lan, too lazy to explain, simply shook his head. Then how did you know? Li Lan moved his eyelids slightly. Luna looked confused. Su Xin understood immediately and said, What the young master means is that he saw it with his eyes. Su Xin, you really understand me? Li Lan gave Su Xin an approving glance. Su Xin raised his head slightly, proud yet reserved. Luna, what's there to be proud of? She said incredulously, This is impossible. How could you see my mistake at a glance without having learned the 3 sword techniques of body refinement? Li Lan gave her a look that said believe it or not. Knowing that arguing further was pointless, Luna sighed helplessly and asked, Can you tell me the remaining 5 mistakes as well? She was afraid Li Lan would be too lazy to speak, so she continued, Just consider it a reward for me joining your team. I wasn't originally part of your team, and I can leave at any time. The team is already short on people. If I leave, the pressure of clearing the beasts will increase again. Right now, the entire team's pressure is almost on Su Xin's shoulders. Young master, you wouldn't want to see Su Xin so tired, would you? The last sentence felt familiar to Li Lan, and he thought about it, realizing she was right. After all, this knowledge wasn't a treasure trove. Keeping it to himself wouldn't gain him anything. so he pondered for a moment and agreed. A smile appeared at the corner of Luna's mouth, surprised. Then tell me. Lilan simply listed the remaining 5 mistakes. Luna listened carefully. At times her face showed confusion, at times her brows furrowed, and at times she looked enlightened. After Lilan finished, she immediately picked up a wooden stick to practice again. The sword technique was sharp, and her movements were decisive. It looked many times smoother than before. After practicing the first move, she exhaled deeply and slowly stopped. Her clear eyes looked at Lilan, now much friendlier than before. She bowed in thanks and said, "Thank you for your guidance. Oh my god, Captain, you are truly amazing." Lu Shaoqi, who had been watching from the side, exclaimed. She looked at Su Xin. Was he this amazing before? Su Xin recalled how Lilan had taught him to cultivate earlier and nodded. Pretty much. That's really impressive. Lu Shaoqi marveled again, staring intently at Lilan, not knowing what was on her mind. At that moment, Luna said, "We've rested long enough. Let's start cleaning up the beasts." Su Xin took a sip of water and replied, "All right." With that, the 3 of them entered the water again. Suddenly, a massive mid-level fish beast charged towards Luna. She leaped into the air, stepping on the water's surface to gain momentum, and shot out 3 light swords. The beast was instantly riddled with holes. "Sister Luna, you seem a lot more agile than before," Lu Shaoqi exclaimed. "Is it because of the swordsmanship earlier?" Luna smiled slightly and nodded. "The captain is really impressive. If her body holds up, she'll definitely become a great master in the future," Lu Shaoqi sighed. Luna also felt a bit regretful and said, "Let's continue hunting the beasts. That's their business, and we can't interfere." "Okay." Lilan sat in his wheelchair, quietly gazing at the sky. Before long, he closed his eyes again and slowly fell asleep. The fire element, seeing its master so lazy, cried out in frustration, "You useless thing. Start working hard." Fire element energy. The wood element, influenced by the fire element, also began to cultivate diligently, wood element energy. The lightning element, watching its master with envious tears, was forced to start cultivating under the fire element's beating, lightning element energy. The telekinetic ability, seeing the lightning element being beaten, fearfully began to cultivate telekinetic energy. TSK, poor lightning element, Lilan mocked while sleeping. The lightning element felt like it had taken a ton of damage and was about to stop cultivating, but after being beaten by the fire element again, it had no choice but to continue. Lightning element energy. Time passed quickly as the 3 of them killed more and more beasts. Soon it was noon. Su Xian pushed Lilan back to the village, with Luna and Lu Shaoqi following behind. People around kept greeting Lilan. "Lazy god, lazy god, why is the lazy god still sleeping?" Seeing this scene, Lu Shaoqi and Luna were both astonished. Luna said, "I didn't expect your young master to be so popular." "I told you my young master is a normal person," Su Xian replied. "And he even took first place in the previous selection competition." Luna suddenly remembered what that person had said yesterday. Could it be true? But she felt it was impossible. How could there be someone so lazy in the world? Moreover, half the day had passed, and Lilan hadn't even gotten out of his wheelchair. He was too lazy to even speak, relying on Su Xian to bring water to his lips. He must have been quite impressive before. Although he gave his all to win first place in the competition, he was still crippled by the second place, Luna thought. Suddenly, she felt a bit sorry for Lilan. Such a genius, who could spot the flaws in her swordsmanship with just a glance. Yet, for the rest of his life, he could only sit in a wheelchair. That must be a huge blow for him. That second place was truly despicable. It was just a competition, yet they resorted to such cruel measures. She suddenly understood why Lilan, even after sleeping all day, still looked so exhausted. Perhaps it wasn't his body that was tired, but rather his spirit. Watching her pitiful expression, Su Xian quickly pushed Lilan away, fearing that his young master would be tainted. Although his young master was lazy now, his overall expression was still quite normal. Lu Shaoqi looked at Luna curiously and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Luna shook her head and said, "It's nothing. By the way, remember to be careful when speaking in front of Lilan in the future, otherwise, I'm afraid he might think too much." "Oh," Lu Shaoqi nodded, not quite understanding. Suddenly she smiled and said, "By the way, do you want to come to my place for lunch? I researched a new dish yesterday, and I personally think it's pretty good." Su Xian, are you and the captain going? "Sure. What about Sister Luna?" Lu Shaoqi looked at Luna, only to see her hurriedly fleeing. Why is she in such a rush all of a sudden? After the delicious lunch, the heavenly feast arrived at Lu Shaoqi's place, and Su Xian finally understood why Luna had run so fast. "It's time to eat. Come quickly and try my cooking," Lu Shaoqi said, holding a large white porcelain bowl. Lilan wanted to see what good food she had made, but upon seeing the green fish in the bowl and the blue meat in the iron pot nearby, he decisively chose to close his eyes and began to doze off. Lilan, are you going to eat? Lu Shaoqi noticed that Lilan had fallen asleep again and felt a bit disappointed. Then she looked at Su Xian with joy and said, Su Xian, it seems like it will just be the two of us eating together. I'll go serve you some rice. Wait a moment. Su Xian looked at the fish on the table, his mouth twitching. After sniffing it, his face changed dramatically. He decisively pushed Lilan and left Lu Shaoqi's place. Where are you going? Lu Shaoqi returned and saw that Su Xian had already left, so she hurried to the door and shouted, We haven't eaten yet. My young master is not well and needs to take medicine every day. I have to go get his medicine now. I'm really sorry. Let's eat together next time. Su Xian explained to avoid hurting Lu Shaoqi's feelings. Lu Shaoqi understood. Okay, the captain's health is important. You two go back first. Next time I develop new dishes, I'll invite you. It might not be next time, as Su Xian walked faster and eventually broke into a run, seemingly afraid that Lu Shaoqi would catch up. At that moment, Su Xian noticed Li Lan looking at him with his dead fish eyes, and he felt a wave of embarrassment. From Li Lan's gaze, it was not hard to tell that he seemed to be saying, Which one of us is supposed to take the medicine? Su Xian said, Shall we go back and continue eating? Li Lan's mouth twitched, choosing to close his eyes. Watching Su Xian's retreating figure, Lu Shaoqi felt envious. Su Xian is really good to the captain. The captain's health seems quite serious. Once the captain finishes his medicine, they probably won't have time to eat. She looked at the large table of dishes and felt it would be a waste to throw them away. So she found a few thermal boxes and packed them all up. I should bring them some food. We still have to clean up the exotic beasts in the afternoon. It wouldn't be good if they get hungry. The captain is not well, so he should eat more. Su Xian can eat normally, and bring some for Sister Luna too. She must have had something to do when she ran off so quickly. I really am a kind-hearted person. When it was time to clean up the exotic beasts in the afternoon, the four gathered at the previous water outlet, just a few hours apart, and there were already quite a few aquatic exotic beasts gathered here. They were forcefully crashing against the protective net at the entrance, shaking the large wooden stakes deeply embedded in the ground. Su Xian glanced at the mountain of exotic beast corpses piled up on the water's surface. It seems the military has helped us deal with quite a few. Let's get started, Luna said. Su Xian nodded. Okay, wait a minute, Lu Shaoqi said at that moment. The two looked at her and asked, What's wrong? Lu Shaoqi took out 4 lunchboxes from her backpack and said, I saw you leave in such a hurry earlier, you probably haven't eaten yet. I brought you lunch, so don't be polite. She opened the lunchboxes, revealing blue meat, green fish, black chicken legs, and some unknown food wrapped in cotton candy before the two. Luna's expression changed, and she said, No need, I finished eating at my friend's place. These are for Su Xian and Li Lan. Lu Shaoqi looked at Su Xian with anticipation. Su Xian quickly jumped into the water and began to clean up the exotic beasts, saying with righteous determination, It's task time now. We can't be doing things unrelated to the task. Luna agreed. I think Su Xian is right. Shaoqi, your awareness still needs improvement. Lu Shaoqi felt ashamed and said, I was wrong. She placed the thermos box under the tree and said, Then let's clean up the beasts first, and eat when we take a break. The three of them entered the water to hunt the beasts. Under the tree, Li Lan, who was sleeping, caught a strange scent and couldn't help but frown. As he opened his eyes, he saw the strange dishes in the lunchbox. Suddenly inspired, he used his telekinetic powers to throw all the dishes into the water. Then he went back to sleep. A few minutes later, the three who were cleaning up the beasts quickly noticed something was off. Luna looked at Su Xian and said, Did you notice too? It seems like there are a lot fewer low-tier beasts here. What's going on? Su Xian shook his head. At that moment, the two suddenly heard Lu Shaoqi's exclamation, Ah, my thermos box. They looked over and saw 4 thermos boxes floating in the water not far away. Any low-tier beasts and fish that passed near the thermos boxes all took a detour. Luna looked at Lu Shaoqi with a hint of relief. What did you put in the dishes? I didn't put much, just some salt, oil, MSG, sesame oil, powdered entrails of big nylon, fruits of green spirit camphor, roots of fragrant pig grass, petals of powdered teeth of the glazed snake, leaves of flame grass, flowers of blue marsh grass, white jade mushrooms, flowers of powdered reproductive organs of the tooth wolf, and scales of silver fish. Lu Shaoqi listed over 30 items in one breath. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, everything was included. The two exchanged a knowing glance without speaking and continued to clean up the beasts. Lu Shaoqi didn't understand why they were ignoring her and sadly picked up the 4 thermos boxes floating in the water. What a pity! I can only cook for everyone next time. But how did they end up in the water? She looked at the big tree in confusion, clearly, that spot was still several meters away from the water. By evening, while the three were cleaning up the beasts, Suxian suddenly received an order from the military. Li Lan's team, there has been a mutation at Yunmeng Lake, evacuate immediately, evacuate immediately. Repeat, there has been a mutation at Yunmeng Lake, evacuate immediately, evacuate immediately. The call on the other end hung up. He was about to call Luna and Lu Xiaoqi to come ashore when suddenly a scream came from not far away. There's a leader-level beast in the water. It was Luna. Suxian looked in her direction and saw a massive serpentine beast suddenly burst out of the water about 100 or 200 meters in front of her, creating waves over 100 meters high. Its eyes were larger than a baby's, and its face was incredibly ferocious. It opened its huge mouth and let out a roar. The water began to stir violently. Countless serpentine beasts swam in the water, with a large number of low-tier ones, countless mid-tier ones, and high-tier ones everywhere. This is bad. His heart sank, and he shouted loudly, "Get to the shore!" Luna and Lu Xiaoqi hurriedly made their way to the shore. Suxian also climbed up, but his shout seemed to have attracted the attention of the beasts. Just as he got ashore, another leader-level beast emerged from the water. It was an octopus-like aquatic beast. Its tentacles shot out like lightning, tightly wrapping around Suxian's legs and pulling him back into the water. Suxian desperately grabbed the protective net at the water's edge, trying to break free from its grasp. Just when his strength was about to give out, in an instant, the sky burned and the sea boiled. Fire god? No, it was the lazy god. At that moment, Duan Zitao and an officer from the military, who was a powerful practitioner, were rushing towards Li Lan's location with a large group of ability users. Hurry, it's just ahead. We've received news that there are 6 areas of beast riots, including Li Lan's team, Fang Heng's team, and Huang Cheng's team. Li Lan's team is just ahead. Let's speed up. Go faster. Although the lazy god was the champion of the previous selection competition, their team only has 4 people, so the likelihood of encountering danger is greater than other teams. We're going as fast as we can. I see the river. They should be just ahead. All soldiers prepare to receive orders. Immediately launch a rescue for those in distress. No matter the risk, no matter the sacrifice. Yes, I think I saw Li Lan, and I also saw his 2 teammates. Not good. Li Lan's little companion is in danger. Duan Zitao and the military officers' expressions changed slightly, just as they were about to rush in for a rescue. But at that moment, a sea of fire suddenly erupted before them. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, igniting a spark on the tentacle that had ensnared Suxian. That tentacle was instantly blown apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Bang! 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 Boom! Following that, several more explosions rang out, creating massive heat waves on the river surface. Along with steam, countless low-tier, mid-tier, and even high-tier exotic beasts perished in an instant. The serpent-like leader-level exotic beast was reduced to minced meat, devoured by the flames in the blink of an eye. Next was the octopus-like exotic beast. All its tentacles simultaneously bloomed into dozens of fiery red death flowers. As the flowers bloomed, they emitted tremendous explosions and bursts of fire. This octopus was also reduced to a puddle of minced meat amidst the explosions, falling from the sky like raindrops, landing on the ground, dripping into the water. At that moment, another leader-level fish-like exotic beast attempted to break the surface. A dark cloud began to gather in the sky, and a blue lightning bolt suddenly struck from within. The lightning, the size of a baby's arm, unleashed immense energy. Upon hitting the water, that area transformed into an electric lake. Boom! Thunder and lightning. The exotic beast was shattered. Countless exotic beasts were electrocuted, their eyes rolling back, floating up from the water. A scene of burning heaven and boiling sea. Witnessing this, not only Lu Xiaoqi and Luna, but even Duan Zitao, the military officers, and the ability users they led, all displayed expressions of shock, fear, and disbelief. Heavens, heavens, did Li Lan do all this? It's terrifying. Can you even call him Li Lan? Call him the lazy god. With such terrifying power, the lazy god's fire element must already be at the late stage of the divine ability, right? A genius. The lazy god is a 1-in-a-million genius. He's only 17, and he's already broken through to the late stage of divine ability. It's infuriating how people can be so different. Those explosions were so terrifying. Was that a fusion of divine abilities? No way. Fusion of divine abilities is something even great divine ability users find extremely difficult to comprehend. I think it is a fusion of divine abilities. What else could unleash such power? The lazy god truly lives up to being from the Li family, achieving fusion of divine abilities at such a young age. I've been in the military for many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a terrifying genius. Who isn't? The current Li Lan can probably only be compared to the Flame Emperor of the past. He is very likely to become the second Flame Emperor in the future. No, he is himself. He will definitely carve out a legend that belongs solely to him. The group of ability users discussed animatedly. Even the usually strict military soldiers couldn't help but join in the conversation. The officer chuckled. Looks like we came here for nothing. Duan Zetao stood frozen, muttering to himself, he actually broke through. Not only has the fire element reached the late stage of divine ability, but even the lightning element has reached the mid-stage of divine ability, and he has comprehended fusion of divine abilities. I am not as good as him. I am not as good as him. Why must I live in the same era as someone like him? It's truly despairing. I clearly wanted to learn a few moves from him, but now it seems unnecessary. At that moment, Lilan stood up, sleepily stretched, and sat back in his wheelchair. He squinted, lazily saying, I've slept for a whole day, I'm really tired. The entire place fell silent. Many ability users looked at him, their faces showing admiration. The lazy god truly lives up to his name. He hasn't changed at all, still as lazy as ever. But they all wished they could be that lazy too. Unfortunately, their strength did not allow it. Even if they had the strength, they lacked the talent. Lilan looked at Su Xian and asked, Are you okay? I'm fine. Su Xian shook his head, his face still showing signs of shock. Lilan, you. Luna looked at Lilan, unable to articulate her words. Lu Xiaoqi asked in surprise, Captain, are you really a normal person? When did I ever say I wasn't a normal person? Lilan conveyed with his eyes. Then how did you? Lu Xiaoqi seemed to understand his meaning, glancing at Lilan's wheelchair. Then, as if suddenly realizing something, she turned sharply to look at Su Xian beside her. Su Xian pretended to know nothing and hurriedly pushed Lilan away. The officer said, Since the matter is resolved, we will take our leave. All right, Duan Zitao replied, looking at Lilan, then we will leave too? Lilan nodded. The three of them walked together on the road back to the village, followed by a group of people. They were all those who had come to support with Duan Zitao earlier, but they were not his team members, so now they were returning to the village with Lilan. At this moment, many of them felt a surge of excitement in their hearts, eagerly recounting everything they had just witnessed, their faces filled with exhilaration. They occasionally peeked at Lilan ahead, looking like little fans. That lightning just now was so cool, I almost dropped a 666 on the spot. Yeah, I think so too. And that scene with the exploding octopus monster was also very cool. I think the coolest part was when Lazy God stood up and stretched. I felt like I fell in love right then and there, wanting to rush over. Pfft, shameless. Rush over and get burned to ashes by Lazy God, right? If Lazy God is willing, from today on, I will only burn for Lazy God. So cool. When they returned near the village, Luna spotted a few familiar figures. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart. Sure enough, when those people saw her, they approached with mocking smiles. They were her former teammates, 2 men and 1 woman. Oh, isn't this Luna? How come you look so rough after just 1 day? Did you leave our team just to join this cripple's team? I say, Luna, you didn't fall for this cripple, did you? A young man with a pockmarked face sneered. I wonder how big this cripple is. Too bad, even if he's big, you can only be an automatic transmission. Before Luna could say anything, Su Xian's face suddenly darkened. The great power user returned, Huang Zichao's reinforcements. Huang Zichao, did you stuff your mouth with shit? It stinks, Luna said coldly. The pockmarked young man shrugged, am I not speaking the truth? But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a tall figure appear in front of him. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his groin. Looking down, he saw Su Xian's foot engulfed in flames, slowly retracting from his body. His lower half was already a bloody mess. My young master is not someone anyone can insult. Su Xian's face was as cold as ice. In that moment, Huang Zichao even doubted that if he weren't in a military jurisdiction, he might have already been killed. Ah! Huang Zichao screamed, kneeling on the ground, painfully clutching his lower half, his face contorted in agony. He glared at Su Xian with a fierce expression. I will kill you. I must kill you. I will make my brother kill you. I'll kill you first. Luna used a sudden step and kicked Huang Zichao in the face. Huang Zichao's face twisted, and he flew backward, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. His face was bruised, and blood flowed from his nose. Zichao, are you okay? Huang Zichao, are you alright? The other 2 were caught off guard by this sudden scene. Once they regained their composure, they hurried over to help Huang Zichao up. But Huang Zichao's injuries were too severe. He couldn't stand and could only be supported. He exclaimed in disbelief, Luna, how dare you hit me? Looking at the 2 people beside him, he shouted, what are you 2 still standing there for? Hurry up and catch those 2. The 2 exchanged glances. They wanted to take action, but they were too afraid to do so. Not to mention that they were no match for Su Xian and Luna. the group of ability users surrounding Su Xian from Jiangnan province had ill intentions towards them as well. Who are they to insult the lazy god like that? They seem to be from another province, a bunch of clueless fools. These three seem to be members of Huang Chang's team. Huang Chang? The one who's at the mid-level of the divine ability stage? Pfft, mid-level divine ability? I thought he was something special. The lazy god is already at the late stage of the divine ability. Even if Huang Chang himself came, he wouldn't be worth mentioning in front of the lazy god. Exactly, they think the lazy god is a cripple. If the lazy god is a cripple, what does that make us? Idiots? Not to mention the terrifying strength of the lazy god, just his identity alone is not something anyone can insult. Fortunately, the lazy god is lazy and doesn't bother with them. If it were any of the other six, those three would be in for a world of hurt today. Keep your voice down, don't wake the lazy god from his sleep. By the way, with so many of us in Jiangnan province, hasn't anyone told these outsiders about the lazy god's power? We have, but many people don't believe it, thinking we're just bragging. Some even think that when the lazy god fought against Feng Hong, although he came out on top, he was still crippled by Feng Hong. Being crippled is equivalent to being instantly killed by 3 leader-level beasts, the ability users from Jiangnan province whispered, looking at the three with the eyes of spectators. Zichao, why don't we leave? They have the numbers, we can't fight them. Yeah, and that Li Lan seems to be no simple character. Hearing their words, Huang Zichao's rationality gradually returned. He snorted coldly and said, "Let's go find my brother." Luna looked at Li Lan with guilt, then at Su Xian. "I'm sorry for causing you trouble. It's fine, it has nothing to do with you. Sister Luna, wait for me." Lu Shaoqi hurriedly followed. She didn't forget to turn back and wave, "See you tomorrow." "Okay, do you need me to bring you breakfast? The breakfast I make is really delicious." "No, it's fine." After they left, Su Xian also prepared to push Li Lan back to their place. But just then, everyone suddenly noticed 7 people flying towards them from the distant sky. One of them was being supported by 2 others and looked severely injured. "Everyone, look! It seems like there are people in the sky. It looks like the general and the commander, but it seems one of them is injured." The 7 who went deep into the core area to clear the beasts are all top-tier divine ability users. If even this lineup has someone injured, what kind of monster appeared during this beast tide? I know that injured person. He's the old director of our Jiangnan Province Ability Bureau, a top-tier expert at the late stage of the gold element divine ability. Although he's old and not as strong as he was at his peak, he's still formidable. I can't believe he got injured. If even a divine ability user got injured, who knows how long this beast tide will last? Who is that person on the far left wearing golden armor and with red hair? It's a bit rude, but he really looks so over the top. That's the golden saint warrior Li Qin. The lazy god is his brother. He was at the scene during the selection competition. Many people turned to look at Li Lan. Meanwhile, Li Lan had opened his eyes at some point. The 7 people in the sky slowly descended. The injured divine ability user was supported and taken into the medical room. "Everyone, disperse. Don't gather here." The general said to the crowd, "Today, we successfully cleared 4 king-level beasts deep in the core area. I believe this beast tide will soon recede." The originally heavy atmosphere brought by the great supernatural being immediately became excited. They actually cleared 4 king level. It seems this beast tide is about to end soon. 4 king level. Although it's a bit impolite, compared to that, it seems the old director's injury isn't such an unacceptable thing. Yeah, the injury of a great supernatural being in exchange for the fall of 4 king level. Such a sacrifice is still worth it. Li Qin saw Li Lan's eyes light up and walked towards him. Everyone consciously made way. Meanwhile, at Huang Cheng's place, Huang Zichao said, "Bro, that's how it is. At that time, I wanted to call Luna back to our team, saying she was too tired staying with that Li Lan, but she didn't appreciate it at all and even called someone to beat me up. Bro, you have to avenge me. I've never suffered such humiliation in my life. Is it wrong for me to not want her to stay in a lame person's team? How could she treat me like this?" Knowing what kind of temperament his brother had, Huang Chang looked sternly at the 2 people behind him. Is what he said true? The female team member stammered, unsure how to start. The male team member quickly said, "Captain, it's about 8 or 9 out of 10. That Li Lan's little follower is simply despicable." To pursue Luna, he directly hit Zichao. Huang Chang snorted coldly and slammed the table. "I want to see who dares to bully my brother Huang Chang like this. Zhang Biao, take people, let's go." The God Movement Talisman, the Dragon Tiger Body Refining Technique. Third brother. Li Lan smiled. Upon hearing this, many people were stunned in place. What did he call that great supernatural being? Third brother? Don't you know? Li Lan is the brother of the Golden Saint warrior Li Qin. They are both from the Li family. Moreover, Li Lan is also a Thunderfire supernatural being. Not long ago, he won first place in the selection competition in Jiangnan province. So the thing about Li Lan being a lame person, of course it's fake. How could the lazy god be a lame person? So he really is lazy, that's why he always sits in a wheelchair? Yes. God, I can't believe there really is such a lazy person in this world. I didn't believe it at first. Damn it, I was originally in Li Lan's group. If I had known he was from the Li family, I wouldn't have hidden. A tall man, nearly 6 feet, pounded his chest and stomped his feet, almost crying. With the endorsement of the Li family, all kinds of false rumors about Li Lan immediately fell apart. Don't call me third brother. Li Qin's face stiffened, smiling more painfully than crying, and said, Little Lan, I usually treat you well, right? What exactly did you feed Grandpa to make him want me to give you my lifeline? Lifeline. The people around seemed to have heard some explosive news and looked over. Li Qin slowly took out 3 talismans, holding them tightly in his hand. This is what Grandpa asked me to give you. He looked pained. Li Lan took the 3 talismans and put them in his pocket. The crowd began to murmur. What is that? It looks like 3 talismans. Isn't that obvious? We want to know what kind of talismans they are. I think I've seen it online before. It seems to be the God Movement Talisman. What? The God Movement Talisman, which is said to be equivalent to a top level. Yes, the appearance and size are exactly the same as what I saw online before. God, I didn't expect it to be the God Movement Talisman. No wonder the Golden Saint Warrior looks so pained. The Li family treats Li Lan really well. Yeah, this God Movement Talisman is something even top supernatural beings would covet. I didn't expect the Li family to give Li Lan a normal supernatural being. A supernatural being is just a supernatural being. What do you mean by ordinary? Sorry, I'm just making a comparative enhancement. The lazy god deserves it. Upon hearing the words God Movement Talisman, many people's eyes nearly popped out, enviously saying, after all, this God Movement Talisman is not simple. It's known as the divine object for escape. In the blink of an eye, one could teleport 3,000 miles away. When faced with danger, a single teleportation talisman is equivalent to a life. This clearly shows its value. Moreover, these teleportation talismans are mostly crafted by top-tier practitioners, painstakingly brought out from the 5-star secret realm. Except for a few, most of them will not circulate in the market at all. Even those that do circulate are worth their weight in gold. Most of the time, they are priced but not available. Just as they were marveling, a harsh voice came from outside. Bro, that kid is Li Lan. It was his little lackey who beat me up. You have to avenge me. Everyone looked outside and saw Huang Chang leading a dozen aggressive ability users. Huang Zichao followed behind, head held high, looking arrogant. What's going on? That seems to be Huang Chang, the second place in the Jiangdong province selection competition. But why is he looking for Li Lan? From their demeanor, it doesn't look good. Li Lan isn't the one in trouble. Just now here, Li Lan's little companion seemed to have beaten up Huang Chang's brother, Huang Zichao. So Huang Chang is here to avenge his brother? Damn, is he looking for death? Noticing the strange expressions of those around him, Huang Chang, a mid-level practitioner, quickly sensed something was off. When Li Qin walked over, alarm bells rang in his heart. Bro, that one, the one in the wheelchair, that's Li Lan. But Huang Zichao seemed unaware of what was happening, angrily pointing at Li Lan and shouting. Huang Chang hurriedly picked up a stick from the ground and swung it at him. Huang Zichao's scream echoed. He looked at Huang Chang with a pitiful expression and said, Bro, I called you to teach others a lesson. Why are you hitting me? What's wrong? Li Qin frowned and asked. Huang Chang said with righteous indignation, This senior, my disobedient brother previously offended Captain Li Lan by accident. I called him here to apologize, but he was disrespectful upon arrival. I couldn't help but hit him. Bro, weren't you just? Huang Zichao was still a bit slow to react. Not only him, but the group of little brothers behind him also took a moment to process. This was different from the script they had just discussed. Before he could finish speaking, Huang Chang swung the stick again. What did I just say? I want you to apologize. Did you hear that? Bro, stop hitting me. Huang Zichao's scream rang out again. I apologize. I'll go apologize right now. Hurry up. My Huang family's rules are strict. How did you turn out to be such a scoundrel? Huang Chang scolded. Huang Zichao quickly rolled and crawled to Li Lan and Su Xian, bowing repeatedly to apologize. I'm sorry. It was all my fault before. I'm really sorry. It was all my big mouth. Please forgive me, esteemed sirs. Seeing this, Huang Chang smiled and said, This senior, it's all good now. Li Qin frowned and said, Your way of educating him is not right. You must be gentle with juniors. Yes. Huang Chang hurriedly replied, Next time I educate him, I will definitely be gentler. The little brothers exchanged glances, and after a moment of realization, they understood. No wonder he was the big brother. while they were the little brothers. The difference was evident here. By the way, little Lon, this is from Grandpa for you. It's strange, this dragon tiger body refining technique can only be cultivated after mastering great powers. Why is he giving it to you now? You think, could it be that he's getting old and confused? Third brother, I recorded it. Damn, I will never return to the Lee family in this lifetime. That night, as Li Lan slept, sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls emanated from his body. The fire element declared it wanted to be the most dazzling one and began to train hard, fire element energy. The thunder element, unwilling to train, reluctantly started after being beaten by the fire element, thunder element energy. The wood element shouted, stop hitting each other, stop it already, while also beginning to train, wood element energy. The telekinesis ability trembled nearby, cautiously starting to train, telekinesis energy. The dragon and tiger body refining technique sighed, lamenting how chaotic the circle was, and began to train. The host's body and soul awakened, and the king-level beast's ability awakened as well. Due to the beast tide's mutation, the task of clearing the beasts was temporarily suspended. When it would resume was still unknown. However, before that, everyone could move freely, whether they wanted to leave the village or stay. Early the next morning, a soldier arrived at the place where Li Lan and Su Xian were staying. He delivered a small box and chatted briefly with Su Xian before leaving. After the soldier left, Su Xian opened the box and found 3 low-level fire attribute treasures. It should be a reward from the military for the recent missions. However, since the task was semi-voluntary, the reward wasn't much, just a token gesture. In the room, Li Lan woke from his sleep. He waved his hand, and the kettle on the table automatically poured a cup of water. The cup flew to Li Lan's lips, and after he finished drinking, it returned to its original position as if an invisible maid was serving him. Having telekinesis is great, Li Lan sighed. He floated up, and his clothes automatically dressed him. Then he drifted toward the bathroom. Towels, toothbrushes, and combs began to move on their own. A few minutes later, after washing up, everything returned to its place. Li Lan floated down gently onto his wheelchair, finding a comfortable position to sit. Back in the room, Su Xian was astonished to see everything prepared for Li Lan. He had only been gone for a short while, and yet his young master had managed to handle all these daily tasks by himself. Was this really Li Lan? Su Xian looked around until he spotted a mole behind Li Lan's ear, which made him breathe a sigh of relief, confirming it was indeed his young master. What are you looking at? Li Lan asked with a questioning look. Nothing, just felt like the sun came out from the west, Su Xian replied with a smile. Li Lan gave him a look that said, do you look down on me? And then lay back down. Outside, an elderly voice called out, Little Su, Little Li, it's time to eat. Okay, Grandma. Su Xian responded loudly, quickly nudging Li Lan in the wheelchair. Young master, wake up, it's time to eat. The head of the household they were staying with was an elderly woman named Prestigiou, whose husband had passed away a few years ago, and her children all worked in the city. Fortunately, she was still quite healthy. Now she lived with her little grandson, and the addition of Li Lan and Su Xian brought a lot of vitality to their home, mainly due to Su Xian, so she was very warm towards both of them. Su Xian pushed Li Lan to the dining table. Prestigiou smiled at the two and said, today I made braised fish, I wonder if you like it. We love it, as long as it's made by Grandma, Su Xian praised. After eating your cooking, I feel like everything else I've eaten before was for nothing. He picked up a piece of fish and devoured it. You child, always talking nonsense, Prestigiou scolded, but her face was beaming with joy. She looked at Li Lan. Little Li, you should eat too. How about trying Grandma's cooking? Young master, let me feed you, Su Xian said, putting down his chopsticks. No need, I can do it myself, Li Lan replied. As soon as he spoke, the chopsticks on the table moved on their own, picking up a piece of fish and placing it in Li Lan's mouth. Li Lan smiled, delicious. The three of them showed shocked expressions. Young master, you don't be so surprised. I awakened a few days ago, Su Xian said, wearing an expression that said, no wonder you were so diligent this morning. Grandma you, don't be afraid. This is a form of psychic ability, different from elemental and physical abilities. Grandma you suddenly understood and said, I know about this. When I was young, someone at school awakened their powers, and I envied them for several days. After finishing the meal, Su Xian took the initiative to wash the dishes. When he returned, he heard a child's crying. I told you I can't do it. Grandma, I don't want to learn psychic abilities anymore. It was Grandma Yu's grandson, Zhu Xiaohu. Grandma, what's wrong? Grandma Yu sighed and said, it's this little rascal. I asked him to learn how to communicate with the elemental energy inside him, but he just can't get it. It's driving me crazy. You say he's going to be in 3rd grade next year. What if he still can't awaken his powers? Are you sure his ability is elemental? Su Xian pushed Li Lan forward and asked, if it's not elemental, there won't be any elemental energy in his body. Of course it's elemental, Grandma Yu replied. Last time my son came back, he took him for a test, and he was the strongest in lightning elements. She said this with pride, but soon her expression fell. By the way, Xiao Su, how did you awaken your powers? Su Xian didn't know how to start. He had awakened his powers at a young age. However, his family was afraid he would hurt himself with his abilities, so they only allowed him to start training when he was 7 or 8. Why don't you let Xiao Hu try to communicate with the elemental energy in front of me? I'll see if there's any problem? Okay. Grandma Yu hurriedly said, looking at her crying grandson. Xiao Hu, did you hear that? Quickly try it. Let Uncle Su teach you. Grandma, I'm only 18. Although Zhu Xiaohu was reluctant, he still sat cross-legged. Following the method taught in school to awaken his powers, he began to communicate with the elemental energy inside him. After a moment, he opened his eyes in disappointment and looked at his grandmother. Grandma, I still didn't sense any elemental energy. Detected that someone in front of the host is attempting to awaken their powers. 3 errors have occurred, and the system has automatically corrected them. Error 1, the power awakener has a congenital heart deviation, suggestion. Error 2, smiley face. Error, pet smiley, this shouldn't be. Grandma Yu sighed. Su Xian also frowned. It seems there are no errors. Why isn't the awakening successful? At that moment, Li Lan suddenly spoke up. Grandma, does Xiao Wu have a congenital heart deviation? Xiao Li, how do you know? Grandma Yu looked at him in surprise. Li Lan simply explained, the awakening of powers mainly communicates with elemental energy through the heart. If the heart is deviated, according to the normal awakening method, it naturally cannot awaken powers. As he spoke, a chopstick flew over automatically. It tapped Zhu Xiaohu a few times before returning to its original position. Let Xiaohu try to communicate again according to these positions. Grandma Yu looked at Su Xian. Su Xian nodded and said, it really is like that. Zhu Xiaohu sat cross-legged again, and after a moment, he looked at his grandmother with joy. Grandma, I communicated with it. I saw the elemental energy. Really? Grandma Yu was also beaming with joy. Gratefully, she said, thank you so much, really thank you. Without you, my Xiaohu would probably. Grandma Yu, you don't need to say that. This is what we should do. We've been living with you for so long. We should be the ones thanking you. The peaceful days passed like this for 2 days. 2 days later, the military's orders came down again. The previous groupings were all cancelled, and everyone was to head to the core area to clear out the beasts. Early in the morning, Su Xian pushed Li Lan to the lakeside. Everyone went into the water, starting to clear the beasts along the large lake. Along the way, Li Lan saw many familiar faces. The hunters he had seen a few days ago, Duan Zitao, Wu Tianxi, Su Wanyue, and others. Many people discussed when they saw Li Lan. Li Lan is here, Li Lan is here. That's Li Lan? He doesn't look like much. What do you mean he doesn't look like much? He's just low-key. I heard he killed 3 leader-level beasts in seconds a few days ago. Hiss, 3 heads? Oh my goodness, that's terrifying. Leader-level beasts are comparable to supernatural beings, but beasts are much stronger than supernatural beings. Yeah, our captain teamed up with another squad and after a long fight, they only managed to kill 1 leader-level beast. He just killed 3. Is he even human? Is he just bragging? Go ahead and brag. If 10 people believe you, I'll be impressed. And Li Lan is from the Li family. A few days ago, the Golden Saint warrior Li Qin even gave him a few teleportation talismans. Hiss, teleportation talismans? The Li family is too generous. I can only see what teleportation talismans look like online. Huang Zichao looked at Li Lan in the wheelchair with disgust. Huang Cheng slapped him directly. What nonsense are you thinking about again? Let me tell you, there are some people in this world you absolutely cannot provoke. Li Lan's strength is still in question, but the fact that he is Li Qin's brother is already set in stone. If he wants to deal with you, even your father won't be able to protect you. Brother, I understand. What's wrong? Did your brother cause trouble again? A young man approached, speaking in a teasing tone. He was also a supernatural being named by you, and had a good relationship with Huang Chang. They were from the same province and the same school. No, it's still about the previous matter. The previous matter? Huang Chang nodded and said, he had a conflict with Su Xian and Luna from Li Lan's team. Luna? Isn't she from your team? She was at first, but later she followed her friend Lu Xiaoqi and went to Li Lan's team. This kid got into a conflict with Su Xian because of this, and it seems the insults were quite harsh. Your brother is quite lucky, huh? Baiyu said in surprise, I heard that a few days ago, Li Lan directly killed 3 leader-level beasts. His strength is probably already at the late stage of a supernatural being. If he had acted then. Hearing this, Huang Cheng felt a surge of unnamed anger and beat Huang Zichao again. Brother, why are you hitting me again? You deserve it. Su Xian ignited a vortex of flames in the water. Steam hissed up as a high-level beast was burned through, creating a large hole. Luna looked at him in surprise and said, Su Xian, it seems your strength has increased quite a bit in just a few days. It's all thanks to the young master's guidance, Su Xian replied. In the past few days, Li Lan had taught him a lot, greatly enhancing his strength. He believed that in another half-month, he would be able to enter the realm of supernatural beings. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqi looked enviously. Is the captain still looking for a study companion? Luna quickly pulled her away and said, Do you want to be hunted by the Li family? Why would the Li family hunt me? Su Xian, you must often cook for Li Lan, right? Su Xian nodded. Luna showed an expression of isn't that obvious? Lu Xiaoqi retorted, I think my cooking is quite good. To avoid gossip, Li Lan jumped directly into the water and fell asleep floating on the surface. Occasionally, he would kill a few beasts, leaving those nearby dumbfounded. At that moment, chaos suddenly erupted ahead. Large groups of people were swimming towards the shore. What's going on? What happened? Someone asked anxiously. No one answered, but when they saw a ferocious crocodile with blood continuously dripping from its neck swimming towards them, they were all horrified. Not good, that's an injured king-level beast. How did it get here? It seems to be the one that escaped from the core area over 10 days ago. I didn't expect it to be hiding in a cave by the lake. Everyone, run! Who is that on the water? He's actually floating and sleeping. That seems to be Li Lan. Not good. It's already here. Lazy God is in danger. Everyone, don't worry, Li Lan will be fine. After everyone escaped to the surface of the lake, they fixed their eyes on Li Lan on the water. Suddenly, a giant crocodile leaped into the sky, creating towering waves, and swallowed Li Lan whole. Su Xian's face turned pale, feeling dizzy, nearly fainting. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoqi and Luna caught him just in time. Instantly killing a king-level beast, awakening control abilities, the magic soul thread instantly killed the king-level beast, and the magic soul thread watched as Li Lan was buried in the belly of the beast, sparking a flurry of discussions among many. Lazy God, was eaten by the beast? This is impossible, Lazy God is invincible, how could he be eaten by a beast? This must be impossible, I must be seeing things. What's impossible about it? Didn't you see it with your own eyes? Although Lazy God is strong, that is still a king-level beast, a true master-level king-level beast. You walk by the river often, how can you not get your shoes wet? In the end, Lazy God still. Su Xian sat on the ground muttering, this is impossible, how could the young master? Lu Xiaoqi and Luna also wore expressions of disbelief. Su Xian, take it easy, that is a king-level beast after all. Su Xian, we should hurry to find the captain's third brother, we might still find the body. Su Xian seemed not to hear, sitting on the ground like a statue. No matter how they called, there was no response. Wu Liuqi, Duan Zitao, and others couldn't help but show a sense of desolation. Duan Zitao murmured, indeed, even a genius like Li Lan can die. Wu Liuqi sighed while holding his sword, his eyes dim. What a pity, we didn't even get to fight. Only Fang Han looked incredulous, saying, Li Lan, really dead? He knew far more than others, including that Li Lan was already a wood-type master. Huang Zichao felt a bit schadenfreude, but soon after, he received a beating from his older brother. Brother, why are you hitting me again? Think for yourself. Huang Cheng said irritably, nearly driven to death by his younger brother. At that moment, 3 figures descended from the sky. It was the army's commander, the Golden Saint fighter Li Qin, and the head of the Jiangnan Special Department. 3 master-level powerhouses. Many people rushed over. Where's the giant crocodile? Li Qin asked. It's gone. No one died, right? The commander asked. Although the giant crocodile was a king-level beast, it had been beaten to the brink of death before. Its internal organs were already shattered, and its mobility was greatly restricted. Moreover, the core area was quite a distance from the outskirts. If they had noticed its arrival in time, they should have been able to escape completely. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. A bad premonition rose in the hearts of the 3, wanting to speak but hesitating. The commander quickly asked, what's wrong? Everyone looked at the Golden Saint fighter Li Qin. What's wrong? Just say it. That Mr. Li Qin, Li Lan, he was eaten by the giant crocodile. What? Li Qin's face immediately darkened, saying, how is this possible? His strength was already infinitely close to a master level. He was eaten while floating on the water, sleeping. The person answered with a stiff neck. Upon hearing this, the other 2 had strange expressions. Just as they were about to comfort Li Qin, they saw that he had already soared into the sky, flying towards the lake. It seems Li Lan's death has hit him hard. Sigh, the blood ties of the Li family are the strongest among all the great families. Get ready, our Jiangnan province may not receive assistance from the Li family for the next few years. But let's find Li Lan's body first. Although his death was a bit strange, he sacrificed himself for our Jiangnan province. The two also flew into the air. Just as they were about to search for the giant crocodile together, a huge explosion suddenly echoed from the lake. Boom! Following that, a giant crocodile flew out of the water, crashing towards the shore in a parabolic arc. Seeing this scene, the three in the air were stunned. Then, they looked down in disbelief, because they unexpectedly saw a tiny human figure where the giant crocodile had flown out. Really, can't a person even get some peace while sleeping? Li Lan rubbed his eyes and flew towards the shore. It's Li Lan, the two exclaimed in disbelief. Li Qin let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Li Lan return, many felt as if they had just woken from a dream, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. It's Li Lan, he didn't die? Great, the lazy god is alive? Oh my, that giant crocodile was a king-level beast. Lazy god, he actually killed a king-level beast. Hiss, I told you the lazy god couldn't possibly be dead, but you didn't believe me. Not only is he alive, but he also counter-killed a king-level beast. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Many marveled at the giant crocodile's corpse. Only Li Lan frowned, as if he had discovered something within the crocodile's body. His mind stirred. A thin thread flew from the crocodile's head into his hand. A thread? Li Lan touched the thread, feeling it was extraordinarily strange. Although thin, it was very hard and impervious to water and fire. If he hadn't been swallowed by the giant crocodile and got tangled up, he might not have noticed it. At that moment, Li Lan saw Su Xian rushing towards him. Standing in front of him, Su Xian incredulously pinched his face, confirming he was real before finally relaxing. What are you doing? Young master, it's so good that you're okay. Li Lan put the thin thread into his pocket, patted his shoulder, and gave him a look. Su Xian understood. He lifted Li Lan and placed him back in the wheelchair. Looking at his haggard appearance, Li Lan couldn't help but say, "Don't worry, I'll be more careful next time." What should I be worried about? Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. At that moment, the commander-in-chief, Li Qin, and the head of the special department returned. They glanced at the giant crocodile's corpse, looking at Li Lan as if he were a monster. It should be known that although this giant crocodile was severely injured, it was still a king-level beast. And this king-level beast had actually died at the hands of a young man with supernatural powers. Who would believe that? Commander Jiang of Jiangnan scrutinized Li Lan, and after a moment of silence, said, "Kid, you must be a monster." The head of the special department, Director Jiang, clicked his tongue in amazement, saying, "Incredible, incredible, you're even more terrifying than your brother." Li Qin looked at the monster and then at Li Lan, his previous gloom completely lifted. He smiled widely. He looked at Commander Jiang and Director Jiang, who seemed to know what he was about to say, and helplessly said, "Got it, let Li Lan take it." Justice partner? I think bandit is more appropriate. It took me quite a bit of effort to deal with this heavily injured thing. As if I didn't put in any effort back then. Li Qin approached the giant crocodile and punched through its heart. He pulled out a blue crystal core from inside and tossed it to Li Lan. Little Lan, catch. Seeing this crystal core, many people showed expressions of envy and jealousy. Oh my, it's the beast core of a king-level beast. If this thing were sold, it could easily fetch tens of millions. Moreover, this thing is an extremely precious cultivation resource. After processing, the energy in the beast core can be used by supernatural beings. Hiss, the energy of a king-level beast, wouldn't that send you straight to the heavens if you absorbed it? So awesome. The lazy god is invincible. Li Lan is really lucky. You call that luck? Why don't you try being swallowed by this king-level beast? Opportunities are for those with strength. Without strength, you can't seize them. That said, Li Lan is truly terrifying. If an ordinary person were bitten by a king-level beast, they'd be dead in an instant. He didn't even suffer a scratch. The corpse of the beast was taken away by the military. The cleanup task continued. However, this time, to prevent any further accidents, the military specifically left two powerful supernatural beings at the periphery of the core area to help everyone clean up the beasts. Looking at the giant beast's corpse that had been moved away, everyone had a clearer understanding of Li Lan at this moment. That is, invincible. Looking at Li Lan, who was sound asleep on the shore, many who previously thought he was slacking off silently closed their mouths. After all, he had just killed a king-level beast. Wasn't that enough? If you think he was slacking, why not try killing one yourself? Don't even mention a severely injured one. Even a dead one could crush a person to death. That night, after dinner, once Su Xian fell asleep, Li Lan once again took the thin thread in his hand to examine it. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Ding dong, detected that the host has obtained a top-tier control-type treasure, Demon Soul Silk, automatically devouring. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening control-type abilities. Hearing this voice, Li Lan's heart skipped a beat. A control-type treasure. This thread is a control-type treasure? Before he could feel joy, a terrifying thought suddenly arose in Li Lan's mind. That is, this beast tide was artificially induced. Someone had controlled these king-level beasts and then used them to launch the beast tide. Otherwise, how could the Demon Soul Silk be explained? It couldn't have just appeared out of nowhere, right? No, for the safety of Jiangnan province, I must verify my thoughts. Li Lan's expression grew serious. He activated his mental power ability and controlled himself to fly deeper into the core area. About 4 hours later, he reached a part of the core area where the water's surface was covered with countless mines and the blood of beasts. 2 early king-level beasts fell at Li Lan's hands. This was also thanks to the wood element ability, which naturally restrained these water attribute beasts. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to handle them in such a short time. Li Lan took the beast cores from their bodies and indeed found the same Demon Soul Silk inside them. Control-type abilities are happily devouring Demon Soul Silk. Control-type energy. Control-type abilities are happily devouring Demon Soul Silk. Control-type energy, only increased by 100? It seems this Demon Soul Silk isn't complete. But who is controlling these beasts? What is the reason for controlling the beasts to create the beast tide? Regardless, the mastermind behind this must be a vicious person, or even an organization? Normal people wouldn't do such things. If it weren't for Jiangnan province's ample military strength and powerful capabilities, who knows how many people would die from such a beast tide? As dawn approached, Li Lan hunted another beast, took a sample of the Demon Soul Silk, and returned to his residence. After dawn, before Li Lan even opened his eyes, Suexian had already finished preparing for him. The first thing Li Lan did upon opening his eyes was to look at Suexian. Take me to see the general. What? Suexian was taken aback, feeling like he had misheard. What was the point of going to see the general? However, he seemed to sense something unusual in his young master's tone. It was a rare seriousness. Dark Moon Circus, puppeteer. Morning. Yunmeng Lake, deep in the core area. A strange puppet floated on the water's surface. It was the size of a baby's arm, dressed in a neat black suit, with a black cloth covering its eyes. Its expression was stiff, its face twisted and eerie. After encountering a king-level beast, it suddenly expanded rapidly to the size of an adult. It reached into the beast's head, touched it a couple of times, and then revealed a surprised and strange expression. It then moved to the corpses of 2 other king-level beasts, repeating the previous actions. Its expression remained surprised and eerie. After standing still for a moment, it slightly opened its mouth and let out a few chilling laughs. Not good, ha ha, I'd been discovered. Not good, ha ha ha, I'd been discovered. The leader's plan is going to fail. Not good, ha ha ha. After laughing, its size quickly shrank, transforming back into a small puppet, flowing downstream. As it passed an island in the middle of the lake, it was picked up by a man dressed in a clown costume, with an exaggerated smile and a big red nose. Gone? Don't worry, the plan is already halfway done. The puppet continued to emit that eerie laughter. Ah, Captain, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Puppeteer, you know I prefer others to call me clown. Ah, clown, clown. Go on, go find everything that's been lost. Ha ha ha, I laugh at your mother. The clown casually tossed the puppet aside like trash. Due to limited housing in the village, it was impossible for everyone to have assigned rooms. So aside from the supporting superpowered individuals, all the soldiers were basically stationed in the camp outside the village. Naturally, General Xiang, the highest commander of the army, was no exception. As Li Lan approached the camp, he was stopped by a group of soldiers. Halt, military restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. We are here to find General Xiang, Suexian explained. Do you have identification? A soldier hesitated and asked. Suexian shook his head. No. Do you have an appointment? The soldier asked again. Suexian shook his head once more. The soldiers' faces turned serious again. Sorry, military restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Young master. Suexian looked at Li Lan in distress, who was in a wheelchair. Li Lan opened his eyes and said, What if we are looking for the Golden Saint Sei Li Qin? Looking for Mr. Li Qin? A soldier asked in confusion. What do you want with him? He is my brother, and I want to discuss something important with him. The brother of the Golden Saint Sei Li Qin? Hearing this, the soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions filled with surprise and doubt. They had been stationed here since the beast tide began, guarding the camp without leaving an inch. The military discipline was strict, and different units rarely spoke to each other. Even if they did, it would not be about trivial matters, so it was normal for them not to know Li Lan. "Are you really Mr. Li Qin's brother?" the commanding officer questioned, scrutinizing Li Lan. He wanted to find similarities between the two through observation. He continued, "Mr. Li Qin has red hair, and Mr. Li Qin's brother Li Qingyang also has red hair. Why don't you?" Li Qingyang had recently been to the Jiangnan military district, so this officer had met Li Qingyang not long ago. In Manhwa, there were not many people born with red hair, especially those who were powerful, so both Li Qin and Li Qingyang left a deep impression on him. But after looking for a while, aside from feeling that Li Lan's face resembled Li Qin's a bit and that they shared the same gender, there were not many similarities. Hearing this, Li Lan felt a headache and silently closed his eyes. Beside him, Su Xian said, "My young master is named Li Lan, the youngest son of the Li family patriarch, Li Qin's brother, and also the grandson of the Flame Emperor. You can verify this. As for the red hair, you might not believe it, but everyone's red hair in the Li family is dyed, including the Flame Emperor." The officer's mouth twitched. After a moment of silence, he said, "Sorry, we currently do not have the ability to verify your identities, so we cannot let you in. However, if you have something to say, you can tell me, and when the generals return, I will relay your message." "Return?" Li Lan frowned and said, "Are you saying that the generals and my brother are not currently in the military camp?" The officer did not speak again. Li Lan already understood what he meant, nodded, and said, "Su Xian, let's go back." After watching the two leave, a soldier suddenly said, "A few days ago, I heard about a young man named Li Lan who killed 3 leader-level beasts in one go. It can't be him, right?" "What? 3 leader level? How is that possible? He can't be bragging, can he?" "Absolutely true. By the way, I think I heard while eating that the king-level beast corpse that was taken away not long ago was also killed by a young man named Li Lan." "It's impossible, absolutely impossible, this must be fake. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a supernatural being. How could he possibly kill a king-level beast?" "It's true, that king-level beast was heavily injured by the general and the others before it was killed by Li Lan." "Hiss, that's terrifying. Are the people from the Li family all freaks? Even though that king-level beast was injured, it is still a king-level beast." The soldiers were discussing among themselves, killing 3 commander-level beasts in an instant, slaying a heavily injured king-level beast. Hearing their conversation, the officer's heart jolted. Realizing what was happening, he quickly glared back at them. "What are you making noise about? Don't you know discipline? You all won't have lunch today. After the shift, you'll do 50,000 squats." After eating, the cleaning tasks continued. After yesterday's events, many people felt a sense of dread towards Li Lan. Even Huang Zichao didn't dare to discuss anything privately anymore. Seeing Li Lan's team, he turned and left, not daring to show any expression. Benefiting from Li Lan's influence, Su Xian and the others had a much easier day ahead. No matter what they did, there were people attending to them. It was a joyful atmosphere. Only one person was an exception. Behind a large tree, Xiong Jianxian watched Li Lan pound his chest in frustration. "Damn it, I was here first." That night, Li Lan inquired, but Li Qin and the general still hadn't returned. Seeing the master being lazy for another day, the fire elemental was very angry and beat up the lightning elemental before starting to diligently cultivate fire elemental energy. The lightning elemental was cultivating when it was innocently beaten up by the fire elemental. It cried while cultivating lightning elemental energy. The wood elemental stood up for the lightning elemental and beat up the fire elemental before happily starting to cultivate wood elemental energy. The telekinesis ability watched the fire elemental with glee. After being beaten up by the fire elemental, it began to cultivate telekinesis energy. In order not to be beaten up, the dragon and tiger body refining technique hid a way to start cultivating host body and spirit. The control ability watched everyone being so vigorous and began to tremble in a corner while cultivating control energy. Your control ability sorcerer level has been upgraded to early mid-level. That night, Li Lan was sleeping. Suddenly, he heard a crisp sound from outside the window. He opened his eyes to see that the window glass was shattered all over the ground. A strange little puppet was sitting by the window, looking at him. The puppet smiled slightly at Li Lan. Then Li Lan felt as if something was pulling at his body, dragging him out of the window. The puppet flew out as well. Li Lan used his telekinesis ability to stabilize himself. The puppet, however, fell into the hands of a much larger puppet. It was a large wooden puppet, adult-sized. It had its back to Li Lan, dressed in a neat black suit, wearing a black top hat, with a black cloth band over its eyes. "What is this strange thing?" Li Lan looked at it warily. Its head suddenly turned 180 degrees, revealing a bizarre smile to Li Lan. "Haha, hello there, friend, I am the puppeteer. It seems you have something of mine? What thing? Li Lan took out the magic soul thread. The puppet continued to smile. That's right, it's that. Friend, please return it to me, and I will leave immediately. It's very important to me. This thing wouldn't be the culprit controlling the beast tide, would it? What if I don't? What? The puppet asked, continuing to laugh. Ha, then die. Boom! Before the words fell, countless large trees uprooted. The puppet leaped into the air, shooting out dozens of fine threads from its hands. Each fine thread, upon touching a tree, caused those large trees to automatically transform into a giant wooden puppet, charging towards Li Lan. A master of wood and control abilities? Li Lan's mind stirred. Blazing flame explosion. Intense fire elemental energy gathered. Boom! The explosion sounded, and those large trees immediately turned into a sea of fire. The wooden puppet in the air continued to manipulate the fine threads in its hands. Those large trees moved again, charging towards Li Lan. Even if their hands, feet, and heads were burned away, they could still move, like immortal warriors. It seemed that only by dealing with that puppet could these tree people be stopped. Li Lan looked at the puppet, the wood element on it rapidly condensing. Imu Jin Tian. Countless vines instantly grew wildly, lunging at the puppet in the air. The puppet's mouth slightly opened, revealing a look of surprise. With a tug of the fine thread in its hand, all the tree people were instantly pulled to its front, forming a massive defensive shield that blocked Li Lan's attack. It slowly descended from the air and looked at Li Lan, saying in astonishment, "Ha, unfamiliar with system great power user, who are you? You don't seem to be from Jiangnan province? Can't it see me?" Li Lan gazed at the puppet before him, its eyes covered with a black cloth, pondered for a moment, and said, "My name is Mu Kei. Respected Mr. Mu Kei, thank you for telling me your name. We shall meet again if fate allows." The puppet quickly shrank and flew off into the distance, disappearing into the darkness. Let me introduce myself. I am the puppeteer, from the Dark Moon Circus, a mysterious wood system powerhouse, the mysterious wood system powerhouse of the Cold River Secret Realm, the Dark Moon Circus of the Cold River Secret Realm, one of the 5 branches of the Spirit Energy Association. Isn't there already a black coffin here? How could they appear here? What is their purpose in controlling these king level to stir up a beast tide? Li Lan frowned slightly. Logically speaking, if there was already an evil force in the area, other evil forces would not recklessly intervene. Moreover, they all had the same big backer, the Spirit Energy Association, a group of madmen mixed up with. Watching the lights around him flicker on, and the army approaching in the distance, Li Lan flipped back onto his bed with a thought and began to sleep soundly. Downstream of Yunming Lake, Lake Heart Island, Lake Dream Resort, a very famous exclusive sanctuary. The tourist flow was enormous before the beast tide, with visitors coming and going. After the beast tide, it became deserted. The popularity plummeted. At this time, only one circus still had its lights on. After leaving the village, the puppeteer flew into the circus tent. The circus was bustling. The animal trainer was entertaining his big lion, the magician was playing with his cards, the tightrope walker was walking the wire, and the clown, as the circus leader, was entertaining his strange guest, a child, a little boy around 6 or 7 years old, wearing a skull necklace. His eyes were clear, and he was engrossed in a book titled 120 Types of Torture in the Ancient Dragon Kingdom. He resembled the ideal child of others, the studious and well-behaved neighbor's younger brother. Little monster, have you thought about it? Now that you have severed ties with the Spirit Energy Association, only my Dark Moon Circus can help you. As long as you help me complete this task, I am willing to give you a black coffin, 1 holy relic, and 2 half-holy relics, the clown said in a tempting tone. The little boy seemed not to hear and continued reading his book. What's so interesting about a broken book? Illiterate, that's how it is. The little boy looked up at him, showing a look of disdain. Are you going to help or not? Although I am a bad child, I am also a principled bad child. To be honest, clown, I don't really like you, and I don't really like the Spirit Energy Association either. The little boy closed the book and said, "You spend all day with those monsters. Be careful, one day you might become a monster yourself." How is that possible? That's impossible. How is it impossible? It's just that you haven't noticed. You no longer have principles, do you? As if you have those things. The clown scoffed. The little boy smiled and said, "Of course I do. I never kill good children." That's easy to say. The clown said, "You're just a little monster who enjoys tormenting children. Say what you want. Are you going to help or not? 1 holy relic, 3 half-holy relics, and one of them must be of the dark type. Deal." With a wave of the clown's hand, a pitch-black ring appeared in the little boy's hand. The ring was covered in blood-red mysterious runes, looking peculiar and eerie. If one listened closely, they could even hear sharp wails occasionally emanating from the ring. This is the Blood Dark Ghost Ring. I believe it can greatly heal your injuries. Thank you. The little boy put on the ring and instantly felt more spirited, saying, "Leave the matter of finding the Hanjiang secret realm to me, but this is the last time I'll help you. I really don't like hanging around with you bugs from the Spirit Energy Association, but I heard you've been doing bad things under the banner of the Spirit Energy Association every day. Who doesn't like to throw dirt on others?" The boy chuckled, and the eyes of the skull necklace around his neck glowed with a blood-red light. At that moment, the puppeteer approached the clown and whispered a few words in a strange, crying laugh. The clown frowned slightly after hearing, "Failed? A wood element great power user? Didn't I send those guys away? Where's the wood element great power user? Haha, he says his name is Mu K, the leader. Call me clown." The clown said irritably, "Mu K? I didn't expect that old thing to still be around." Upon hearing this, the little boy couldn't help but snicker. "What's wrong with you?" The clown looked at him. The little boy replied, "Nothing, just can't help it." "Isn't he Mu K?" The clown questioned suspiciously. "Do you know who he is? When did a new great power user emerge in Jiangnan province?" "I'm not obligated to tell you that, but I can tell you that I hold a big secret, and if I reveal it, those alien races behind you might be overjoyed." "What secret?" the clown asked curiously. "I won't tell you." The little boy laughed, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and got up to leave the circus. As they watched him walk away, everyone in the circus stopped their actions. "Clown, why don't we just kill this traitor? He's just a severely weakened terrestrial immortal. Killing him would surely please the adults," the beast tamer couldn't help but say, a greedy expression on his face. He might not be wrong. The clown turned to look at the beast tamer, a hint of sadness on his face. "I remember you didn't join the circus to please anyone before. The rapid growth of power has made you, and even me, forget who we are." But soon he laughed again. "However, I believe it won't be long before we can break free from those guys' control." The next day, Li Lan woke up early to hear discussions outside. "So terrifying, who are these two great power users?" "I don't know, but judging by the commotion, they should be two wood element great power users. But I saw flames last night. That means one of them also possesses fire element abilities. So terrifying, feel that vine. It's so hard and big, if it were to be thrust hard, it could kill someone, right? Yeah, I feel like even top-tier great power users wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from that vine. Feel the remains of that branch. It even has poison on it. Oh no, Joe Cun fainted after touching that branch. It really is poisonous. I was just saying that casually. Didn't the village's great power users leave yesterday? Who is this wood element great power user? I guess it's that sweeper. He's always mysterious. Definitely one of those reclusive experts. I guess it's the village chief. He goes to Widow Lu's house every day. That Widow Lu must be a great villain. The village chief has sacrificed too much for the village. Pfft. Do you have a grudge against the village chief? You'd be better off guessing the lazy god. Li Lan lives so close to the battle site. It can't be the lazy god. He's only 17. Are you crazy? Sigh, if only the lazy god were a girl. Don't think about it. Even if she were a girl, she wouldn't look at you. The sun was just right, and the breeze was gentle. Su Xian pushed Li Lan as they strolled along the road. "Young master, today we continue to look for General Xiang." Li Lan rubbed his temples. He felt as if he hadn't slept well all night after the fight he had last night. It was psychological, not physical. "Young master, let me help you with a massage." Su Xian activated the massage mode on the wheelchair and pushed Li Lan towards the military district. Today, since General Xiang and the others were all at the military camp, they simply reported the situation, and the soldiers let them pass. "The generals are in the conference room, you can go in directly." "Okay, thank you." As Li Lan reached the door of the conference room, he heard a cacophony of discussions coming from inside. "I can assure you, there must be at least one powerful practitioner hidden in the village, and this practitioner is of the wood element." "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I've been stationed here for 30 years and have never seen any unfamiliar wood element practitioner." "Then can you explain what happened during last night's battle?" "Also, we found 3 corpses of king beasts deep in the core area. They all died at the hands of a wood element practitioner. One person fought against 3 king beasts. This person must at least be a mid-stage practitioner, and they might be quite old. You've only been here for 30 years, so it's normal not to recognize them." "Why must it be a wood element practitioner? Can't it be another type? What if they just have a wood attribute item? Regardless, they must be a very kind senior. If it weren't for their help last night, this place might have been a battlefield strewn with corpses." "Who was the one who ambushed the village last night? What was their purpose?" At this moment, everyone noticed Su Xian and Li Lan standing at the door and quieted down. "Is that Xiaolan?" General Xiang said kindly, "You can come in." Su Xian pushed Li Lan into the conference room. Li Lan scanned the room and noticed that his third brother was not there. "Xiaolan, did you come to see me for something?" "General, I have something to hand over to you." What is it? Li Lan took out the magic soul silk from his pocket and placed it in General Xiang's hand. I found this a few days ago on the corpse of that king-level exotic beast. Upon seeing the magic soul silk, everyone in the conference room fell silent. General Jiang Nan slammed the table and said, "Dark Moon Circus, puppeteers, those bastards. Damn it! These scoundrels are joking with the lives of over 100 million people in Jiangsan province. They are truly beasts." "What is this?" a confused military officer asked. General Xiang explained, "This is magic soul silk, one of the 5 branches of spiritual energy, a weapon used by the puppeteers of the Dark Moon Circus. It is a control-type relic. Once implanted in the brain, the puppeteer can briefly control the body of a person or beast through it." General Xiang, are you saying that the Dark Moon Circus used this to incite the beast tide? Chief Jiang of the Special Department asked. General Xiang nodded, then shook his head. "I'm afraid it's not just this one item. King-level exotic beasts are not so easily controlled." Another officer asked, "But isn't the Dark Moon Circus in the north? How did they suddenly come here? I might know why they came." At this moment, the old director of the Jiangnan Ability Bureau stood up and patted Li Lan's shoulder firmly. "Kid, on behalf of the hundreds of millions of citizens of Jiangsan province, thank you. You've helped us greatly." "For what?" Even General Xiang looked curiously at the old director. The old director pondered for a moment and solemnly uttered 4 words. "Cold, river, secret, realm, the terrifying high priest, the crisis has come, the terrifying high priest, the crisis has come." Cold River Secret Realm? What kind of secret realm is this? Why have I never heard of it? Me too, I've never heard of it at all. Does this secret realm exist in Jiangnan province? Is there anything special about this secret realm? Everyone was discussing, curiously looking at the old director. This matter was originally confidential, but now that such a thing has happened, it doesn't matter if I say it, the old director sighed and said. The Hanjiang secret realm was discovered over 500 years ago in Jiangnan province, hidden deep within Yunmeng Lake. According to the speculation of a powerful land immortal at that time, this secret realm might contain a tremendous secret. A tremendous secret. The crowd gasped. It should be noted that the old director is a well-known master of great abilities. Anything he describes as a tremendous secret is certainly not simple. What secret? Director Jiang asked. The old director shook his head. I don't know either. This is what my teacher told me before he passed away. He also said that if one could grasp the secret within, even an ordinary person could become a powerful land immortal within 3 years. Hiss! Everyone's eyes widened in shock. They felt a blankness in their minds. To enable an ordinary person to achieve the status of a land immortal in 3 years. What does that even mean? It should be known that among the entire human race, there are only a few dozen land immortals. Moreover, most of them are ancient monsters, living fossils that have existed for who knows how long. For example, the ancestor of the Qing family, Wood Emperor, was already a renowned master over 300 years ago. 3 years compared to their 300 years, no one dared to even think about it. But old director, if there really is such a terrifying secret realm, it should have been excavated long ago, right? General Xiang asked. Yes, if such a good thing really existed, it should have been excavated as soon as it was discovered. How could it still be the case that the Dark Moon Circus is now coveting it? You don't know this. According to my teacher, the secret realm is actually in a sealed state. To break the seal requires a massive amount of energy. Even if it requires a massive amount of energy, it shouldn't have taken this long to open it, right? The commander couldn't help but ask. I haven't finished yet, the old director continued. In addition to being sealed, it is also in a state of random movement, fluctuating unpredictably. It changes its position from time to time. My teacher learned this from his teacher, so he doesn't remember it very clearly. However, I can roughly guess that the first group of people who discovered the Hanjiang secret realm actually wanted to open it. But before they could, the secret realm disappeared on its own. Everyone knows that Yunmeng Lake connects to the sea, and at the deepest part of the lake, there are 2 royal-level exotic beasts residing. So for safety's sake, that group of people chose to keep the news of the secret realm under wraps, intending to leave it for future generations to explore. But this sealing lasted for hundreds of years. After hearing the old director's words, everyone looked serious. If such a terrifying secret realm fell into the hands of the Spirit Energy Association, the consequences would be unimaginable. The commander of Jiangnan said solemnly, a month ago, I received news that an elder of the Spirit Energy Association obtained a blood attribute relic from an alien race, which can absorb blood to gain powerful strength. It seems they plan to use this item to open the Hanjiang secret realm. But isn't the secret realm's location unpredictable? How will they find the Hanjiang secret realm? General Xiang asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a name involuntarily rose in the minds of all the great masters present. except for Li Lan. The Black Coffin, the High Priest. It seems the Dark Moon Circus intends to join forces with the Black Coffin. But hasn't the Black Coffin already been deemed a traitor by the Spirit Energy Association? Even if he is a traitor, the High Priest's master is also from the Spirit Energy Association. If the Spirit Energy Association is willing to pay a price, the High Priest might still cooperate with them. And don't forget, the High Priest is currently in a severely injured state and urgently needs resources to recover. The only one who can help the Spirit Energy Society is the High Priest. Everyone knows the power of the Holy Blood Puppet, the old director side. The urgent task now is to stop the cleansing of the, we absolutely cannot let the Spirit Energy Society's schemes succeed. Holy Blood Puppet? Upon hearing these 4 words, Li Lan's heart tightened. He couldn't help but ask, what does Holy Blood Puppet mean? The several powerful beings exchanged glances. Finally, the old director said, it's not a secret, it's fine to tell you. You should know that the sacred relic of the Spirit Energy Society, the Blood Moon Holy Grail, has a mother cup and 10 child cups. The child cups can plant holy blood, while the mother cup can plant holy blood and remove it. Li Lan nodded. His brother had told him about this before. He had also heard some rumors. The 5 branches of the Spirit Energy Society each have a leader who is incredibly powerful, at least at the late stage of the great power level. The reason the Spirit Energy Society allows them to act freely and isn't afraid of them becoming independent is that these 5 leaders, besides being leaders and owners of the Dark Moon Child Cup, have also been planted with holy blood by the Dark Moon Mother Cup and are controlled by the Blood Moon Holy Grail. At this point, the old director paused. Li Lan remained silent, knowing the old director would continue. The old director looked at Li Lan, seemingly waiting for him to ask, why would the High Priest, who was controlled, betray the Spirit Energy Society? However, after waiting for a long time without hearing Li Lan ask, he had no choice but to continue. As for the reason the High Priest betrayed the Spirit Energy Society later, it was because he broke free from the control of the Holy Blood, completely took control of the Dark Moon Child Cup, and even broke through to the Land Immortal Realm. The High Priest is a powerful being of the Land Immortal Realm. Upon hearing this, Li Lan felt a shock in his heart. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He had fought with the High Priest before, and the other party didn't seem like a land immortal at all. The old director continued, later, to prevent the High Priest from causing harm, 3 powerful beings at the land immortal level pursued him and severely injured him. It was at that time that everyone learned of the existence of the Holy Blood Puppet. After the Dark Moon Child Cup was controlled by the High Priest, it underwent a mutation and became a brand new Dark Moon Holy Grail. It can not only control the holy blood possessors but also seize their bodies, grant them power, and share senses with them. The High Priest was actually killed at that time. He was revived later thanks to the Holy Grail. However, judging by his current state, the restrictions must be significant. If he were killed again, he probably wouldn't be able to seize a body and revive. This holy blood should be like other holy blood. As long as it is suppressed continuously, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Li Lan couldn't help but ask. After all, Suxian still had holy blood in his body. If one day he were seized by the High Priest, it would be disastrous. The old director nodded. Theoretically, it should be like that. That's good. Li Lan breathed a sigh of relief. But why are you asking this? According to your nature, shouldn't you be too lazy to care about these things? The old director asked with a smile, looking like a kind old grandfather. Even lazy people have curiosity. The old director nodded in agreement, looking at the powerful beings and high-ranking military officials beside him. Then let's start taking action now. We absolutely cannot let the Spirit Energy Society's schemes succeed. General Xiang, Chief Jiang, and Special Section Chief Jiang all nodded in agreement. Leaving the conference room, Suxian pushed Li Lan to follow them. Along the way, many officers expressed their gratitude to Li Lan, and he simply nodded in response. Arriving by the lakeside, everyone looked at the group of officers and powerful beings surrounding Li Lan, their faces showing shock. What's going on? What major event happened? Why are there so many people here? Damn, how did Lazy God end up here? As expected of Lazy God, even infiltrating the command group for the sake of laziness. He's reached the highest realm of laziness. But why are there so many powerful beings? Could it be that something really big has happened? I also think something big might have happened. Why do you say that? Tell me, did you see it on the faces of those powerful beings? They are usually serious and rigid. Look at Li Lan, he hasn't slept. He's actually wide awake. Can't you see that? Logically speaking, at this time, the lazy god should be hiding away and sleeping. But he has been sitting here for a whole day, and all the eating and drinking has been taken care of by Suxian. General Xiang scanned the scene and said loudly, all personnel, starting today, cease the beast-clearing tasks. From now on, the clearing task is changed to a defense task. The task is to try to block the beasts at the water's edge without killing them. If it is necessary to kill a beast, after killing it, throw its body onto the shore. Do not discard it in the water. Remember, the key point is not to throw the beast's body into the water. Remember, the key point is not to throw the beast's body into the water. Although it was just spoken, the voice was like thunder, and basically everyone could hear it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone began to discuss. It seems something really big has happened. Why can't the beast's body be thrown into the water? I don't know, but since the higher-up said so, there must be a reason. We just need to follow the rules. True, but if that's the case, the lazy god can't take action. If his fire element explodes in the water, all the beasts will be shattered, and we won't be able to collect them. Did you all hear clearly? General Xiang asked loudly. Heard clearly. Everyone replied loudly. That's good. I know some people are not here, so I would appreciate it if everyone could relay what I just said. Yes. At that moment, a wind element practitioner hurriedly flew over from the distant lake surface, looking terrified. What's wrong? Not good, General Xiang. 5 king-level beasts are coming from deep in the core area. The identity of the powerful practitioner was exposed. What? How is that possible? How could they arrive so quickly? I just checked the beast detection instrument, and it clearly showed there were no beasts near the riverbank. Isn't the Golden Saint in the core area? How could the beasts possibly get in with him there? There were originally 6, but he held one back, so there are still 5. Everyone's faces turned pale, and they all ran towards the shore. At that moment, a winged monster fish, several dozen meters long, burst out of the water and lunged towards the shore. Its tail whipped, creating towering waves that crashed towards the shore like a landslide. Everyone, don't get close to the lake, retreat. You go block the beasts in the tributary, and leave the ones by the lake to us. General Xiang shouted. He soared into the air and kicked the fish. Boom! The monster fish flew backward and crashed heavily into the water. Bang! Immediately after, another massive beast charged out of the water. It was a gigantic crocodile. Its face was ferocious, its eyes as big as an adult's head, with exposed fangs, and its tail seemed to weigh thousands of pounds, creating a huge pit when it slammed down. Old Xiang, don't kick this crocodile back into the water, let's take it down together. Chief Jian laughed loudly. Alright, General Xiang nodded. The two surged forward. The other 4 king-level beasts climbed ashore, and the 5 powerful practitioners began to grapple with them. At that moment, the old director suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said to General Xiang, General, leave this to us. You quickly go tell Li Qin that the body of that king-level beast must not be thrown into the water. Okay. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, General Xiang nodded. Just as he was about to fly towards Yunmeng Lake, a young man in golden armor with bright red hair slowly descended in front of them. Everyone's expressions changed. Li Qin curiously asked, What's with your expressions? Aren't you welcoming me, the son of justice, back? The giant crocodile lunged at him. Boom! A fierce fire erupted from his body, and with a punch, he smashed the giant crocodile into the water. The expressions of the crowd changed again. Li Qin? General Xiang couldn't help but quickly explain the situation regarding the Cold River secret realm to him. Damn! Why didn't you tell me earlier? Li Qin hurriedly plunged into the water. He ignored the giant crocodile and rushed towards the place where he had previously killed that king-level beast. But it was too late. By the time he reached the spot where he had slain the king-level beast, it had vanished without a trace. Damn it, those pesky bugs! Li Qin couldn't help but curse. When he returned to the shore, all 5 king-level beasts had been killed. The battle on land was different from that in the water. In the water attribute beasts had a natural advantage. The overwhelming water elements and their unique racial advantages allowed water attribute beasts to unleash top-tier destructive power in the water. But once they reached the shore, their advantages would be greatly diminished, with their strength dropping by at least 30%. So naturally, they were no match for General Xiang and the others. Everyone's gaze turned to Li Qin. With a grim expression, Li Qin shook his head. The bodies are gone. If they're gone, then so be it. We just need to take care of these 5 bodies, General Xiang said. What had happened had already occurred. There was no use in saying more now. They could only focus on doing what they could at the moment. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a strange laughter rang out. I'm just afraid you won't even be able to keep these 5 bodies safe. Who is it? Everyone looked towards the lake's surface. They saw a small wooden boat with a puppet sitting on it. It was covered with a black cloth, adult-sized, holding a fishing rod as if it were fishing. A puppeteer. The name appeared in everyone's minds simultaneously. Be careful, the Dark Moon Circus people are here, the old director said solemnly. The puppeteer lightly flicked the fishing rod, and a beast's corpse immediately began to move, almost being dragged into the water. General Xiang quickly pulled it back. General Xiang, long time no see, a strange voice echoed. Everyone looked ahead and saw 6 people dressed in bizarre costumes had appeared on the lake's surface at some point. Their auras were strange and powerful, each possessing the strength of a great practitioner. Each person's face was painted with odd makeup. They seemed less like a group of great practitioners and more like a circus troupe. Magicians, animal tamers, tightrope walkers, clowns. A fierce battle was about to break out. Seeing this scene, the puppeteer revealed a strange smile. With a gentle flick of the fishing rod, dozens of thin lines shot towards the practitioners on the shore. At that moment, Lilan was in a wheelchair, half asleep and half repenting. He recalled his recent actions and sighed. Have I been too diligent these days? I wasn't like this when I was at home. Damn, if Lilan is diligent, then what should we call him? We might as well call him Li Qin. No, I must be even lazier in the future. He knew danger was approaching, but he was too lazy to move. Just then, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. The fire element is very angry at the master's laziness and has taken action on its own. The wood element is very angry at the master's laziness and has taken action on its own. The lightning element is very angry at the master's laziness and has taken action on its own. The telekinetic ability is very angry at the master's laziness and has taken action on its own. The control ability is very angry at the master's laziness and has taken action on its own. In an instant, the fire element began to surge, flames erupted fiercely, and explosions sounded from all directions. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder brewed within them, with bolts the size of a baby's arm striking down as if they needed no energy. Countless vines shot up from the ground, blocking the thin wires coming this way. Fiery explosions, lightning strikes, wood element barrier, the 3 great abilities activated on their own. The situation turned in an instant. After repelling those thin lines, the 3 elements charged towards the Dark Moon Circus people. Seeing this scene, not only the Dark Moon Circus but even Li Lan's third brother Li Qin, General Xiang, and others looked at Li Lan with expressions of horror. As for Su Xian, who was beside Li Lan, she even forgot to breathe, feeling a blankness in her mind. Impossible. How could this be possible? Am I dreaming? How could the young master be a great supernatural being? The ability's users gaped, their mouths wide open as if they could fit a large egg inside. The puppeteer on the ship, seeing his fine threads blocked, forgot to retract them. He stared intently at Li Lan. After a moment of thought, a strange smile appeared on his face as he loudly said, "Ha ha, Muke, we meet again." He looked at the clown. "Captain, he is the wood-type supernatural being from a few days ago." Everyone present felt a jolt in their hearts, including Li Lan himself. The secret realm stone door, the giant beast at the bottom of the lake. When Li Lan wanted to retract all these supernatural powers, it was already too late. The fire element and wood element were wildly venting. The lightning element struck everywhere as if it had no energy to spare. The number of strikes on the fire element was several times greater than those on other places. General Xiang, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. A 17-year-old great supernatural being, interesting, quite interesting. The clown laughed loudly. His eyes became incredibly sharp, and his tone suddenly turned cold. But you don't think a little brat can stop the grand plans of my Dark Moon Circus, do you? Puppeteer. Ha ha ha, I heard you, Captain. The puppeteer leaped up loudly, removing the hat from his head to reveal a thick mane of black hair. Immediately, this black hair began to grow wildly, rushing towards the shore. We also knew what was happening. General Xiang and the others glanced at Li Lan, and without time to think, various energies erupted from their bodies. The momentum of the great supernatural powers was unmistakable. But those black hairs did not attack them. Instead, part of them rushed towards the corpses of the 5 strange beasts on the ground. When the black hair touched these beasts, they seemed to come back to life, moving again. Some of the hair rushed towards the supernatural beings. General Xiang and the others had no time to think and quickly operated their supernatural powers to resist these black hairs. But upon contact, they realized that these were not black hairs at all, but a mass of black threads. Each one was incredibly hard, impervious to water and fire. When Li Lan's fire element saw that it couldn't burn these black hairs, it did not return to Li Lan's body. Instead, it turned around and fought with the lightning element in the sky. They struck at each other, fire and lightning clashing. Sensing the energy within him was rapidly depleting, Li Lan lazily closed his eyes. Forget it. I won't care anymore. I'm tired. But then, he felt his body moving on its own. It was actually the control of the supernatural ability and telekinesis. Li Lan initially wanted to resist a bit, but then he thought it seemed unnecessary. He let them be. After the wood element and General Xiang joined forces to protect the supernatural beings, those supernatural beings quickly retreated. The people in the black coffin originally wanted to pursue, but immediately heard the clown's voice. The secret realm is about to open. They exchanged glances, and their energies erupted. Boom! After a clash with General Xiang and the others, they quickly retreated. The strange beasts on the ground had already disappeared. General Xiang and the others hurried to chase after them. Li Lan followed closely behind while sleeping. The fire element and lightning element were still fighting. However, the lightning element, due to its insufficient strength, was clearly no match for the fire element and was at a slight disadvantage. After seeing that Li Lan was gone, they paused for a moment and then chased after him. The lightning element struck the fire element once, venting its grievances. The fire element, turning its flames into a fist, smashed the dark clouds carrying the lightning element, sending it flying. The two elements followed behind Li Lan, each taking a turn to strike. Li Lan had already entered dreamland. Li Qin occasionally looked back at his brother, feeling a bit strange. He always felt that Li Lan seemed to be asleep. He immediately chuckled to himself. How could that be possible? How could he fly while sleeping? At the same time, he felt a chill in his heart. His younger brother was truly hiding things deeply. Besides the wood element of a great supernatural being, he had even awakened telekinetic abilities. No wonder Grandpa had asked him to give the teleportation talisman to him. Such talent deserved the family's attention. Looking at the empty wheelchair, Su Xian sighed with worry. Lu Xiaoqi, seeing Su Xian's dejected expression, couldn't help but say, Su Xian, don't worry about the captain. He's so powerful, he will definitely be fine. Who is worried about him? Su Xian replied lightly, I'm just happy he's gone. Finally, I don't have to serve anyone anymore. Then why were you staring at the wheelchair just now? Why aren't you talking? Are you hungry? I made buns. The group arrived at the center of the big lake. A child stood on the water's surface, gazing into the depths of the lake, his eyes shimmering with a deep red light. Noticing the arrival of the group, the child blinked. You finally came. Did you find the entrance to the secret realm? The clown asked, then looked at the puppeteer. The puppeteer scratched his head, and the five strange beasts suddenly fell into the water with a loud splash, submerged by the lake. Then, a blood-red light rose from the lake, and the corpses of the five strange beasts quickly turned into mummies. A smile appeared at the corner of the clown's mouth. The energy is full, lead the way, little monster. The child nodded, his lively eyes turning to look at Li Lan, who was flying over. Little friend, we meet again. But Li Lan had already fallen asleep and didn't hear his words. Such rudeness, the child chuckled and jumped into the water. The members of the Dark Moon Circus followed closely behind. Should we follow as well? Director Jiang looked at General Xiang and the others. The secret realm might have already opened. We can't let them take advantage. General Xiang snorted coldly and jumped in. Following him were General Jiang Nan, the old director, and others. Li Qin retracted the fire element from his body and took out a bead of unknown origin, crushing it. A transparent defensive shield appeared around him, and he glanced worriedly at Li Lan. Realizing that he was a great supernatural being with the wood element, naturally restraining water attribute abilities, he jumped in as well. Li Lan followed closely behind him. Looking at the bottomless lake, the fire element trembled a few times and quickly burrowed back into Li Lan's body. The lightning element flaunted its power a few times before entering the water as well. The moment it hit the water, Li Lan was instantly awakened. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a bottomless expanse of water. The surrounding water was separated by controlled abilities. Li Lan looked bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? But upon seeing Li Qin in front of him, he immediately felt at ease. Just then, he was shocked again. He turned back to glare at the lightning element, which quickly burrowed back into his body in fright. Li Lan yawned and continued to sleep. Then, the system's voice rang out. The fire element saw the suddenly returning lightning element and gave it a beating. This time, the lightning element decided not to be cowardly anymore and fought back angrily. The fire element hit the lightning element even harder. The lightning element was completely defeated. The dragon and tiger body refining technique glanced at the two of them, shifted position, and continued to cultivate your physique. The group kept weaving through the water. Eventually, they stopped in front of a massive stone door. This stone door was dozens of meters tall, made of a peculiar material, with ancient and strange runes carved on it. It looked like writing from another world. The runes flickered with a blue light, emanating a terrifying chill. With each flicker, everyone felt as if they were plunging into a 1,000-mile ice abyss, their blood gradually freezing. Is this the entrance to the Cold River's secret realm? The clown exclaimed with joy. Boom! At that moment, everyone felt a nearby mountain move. A tremendous pressure rushed toward them. Everyone's heart sank in unison, because this was not a mountain at all, but a terrifying and enormous strange beast. A royal-level strange beast. Everyone's minds went blank. The clown hurriedly summoned the power within him. A blood-red orb immediately crashed into the stone door. Crack! A terrifying surge of blood energy erupted, causing the surrounding waters to churn. Under the influence of this immense force, the stone door, which had seemed unbreakable, was forced open just a small crack. To enter the secret realm, the first challenge was to sit quietly and enter, but it had not fully opened. It was only slightly ajar. This is bad. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the royal level beast, everyone's faces changed dramatically. The clown struck the stone door with his palm. The waves surged violently, but the stone door showed no reaction, only swaying slightly. Yet, it was this slight movement that gave him hope. He turned to General Xiang, who was with his subordinates, and said, "General Xiang, you don't want our entire army to be wiped out at the bottom of this lake, do you?" General Xiang and the others exchanged glances and nodded. General Jiangnan snorted coldly, "I'll spare your life for now." "As if you could kill us," the beast tamer mocked. "All right, now it's a matter of survival," the clown said to everyone, "let's work together." As his words fell, a tremendous energy surged. Everyone's power erupted simultaneously, as if the very space was about to be torn apart, and the lake water surged violently. This undoubtedly startled the royal-level beast nearby. It opened its enormous eyes, glaring angrily at the group. It slightly parted its mouth, and a massive suction force suddenly erupted. A giant abyssal mouth appeared before them. Everyone's faces changed drastically, just as they thought they were about to die. Li Lan was still asleep. Damn it! When did this kid fall asleep? Doesn't he care about his life? The tightrope walker from the Dark Moon Circus couldn't help but curse. Forget about him. Push harder. The door is about to open. The clown shouted. General Jiangnan wanted to curse as well, but seeing Li Qin beside him, he ultimately held back. At this point, there was no point in cursing. After all, he couldn't hear it. Feeling the suction growing stronger, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Their bodies were becoming increasingly uncontrollable, being pulled backward, and they were about to be sucked into the giant beast's mouth. In that instant, boom! The door suddenly opened. Great, the door is open. Not good, that royal-level beast is already moving. Everyone hurry inside. What kind of beast is this? I can't even glimpse its full form. It looks like an ancient turtle that has lived in this lake for thousands of years. Thousands of years, this. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, using all their strength to dive inside. The terrifying aura of the beast even made them forget that the enemy was right beside them. Li Qin slapped Li Lan awake and pulled him along. "You reckless kid! What are you doing sleeping at a time like this?" Li Lan was jolted awake and, seeing the beast behind him, his eyelids twitched slightly. The wood element divine ability instantly activated. A massive vine wrapped around the two of them, pulling them out of the secret realm. Just as the door to the secret realm was about to close, the puppeteer walked up to the clown and kicked him out. The members of the Dark Moon Circus watched this scene without surprise, as if they had known he would do this all along. The clown was completely stunned. The puppeteer looked at him with a strange smile. "Leader, the highest realm of control is to toy with people's hearts. You!" The clown didn't have time to speak before being swallowed whole by the giant turtle. The door slowly closed. The high priest watched this scene with some surprise, but not unexpectedly. He muttered to himself with a smile, "I warned him, staying with monsters for too long. Be careful, or you might become a monster yourself." The high priest glanced at the members of the Dark Moon Circus at the entrance of the secret realm and said, "Clearly, you have all become monsters." "Ha! To be called a monster by you is our greatest honor," the puppeteer said with a stiff and eerie smile. "But be careful, you might die in the secret realm." He glanced at General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others. "You too. Especially you, little friend Mu Kei." The puppeteer took one last look at Li Lan. "When did you turn into a wooden block?" Li Qin looked at Li Lan in confusion, only to find that he had fallen asleep again at some point. He felt a bit restless. Just then, the high priest approached and placed a small blood pill in Li Lan's hand. "What do you want to do?" Li Qin and the others looked at him warily. "Don't misunderstand, this is an antidote." "Antidote?" General Xiang and the others looked puzzled. "What antidote?" Li Qin seemed to have a deeper understanding. "Isn't little Su Xian affected by the holy blood? This is naturally the antidote to the holy blood. When did you become so kind-hearted?" "I've always been this kind-hearted." A hint of innocent smile appeared on the high priest's youthful face. "Everyone, we will meet again later." Li Qin sniffed and felt there was no problem, so he stuffed the antidote into Li Lan's pocket. They were currently in a freezing ice tunnel. The tunnel was filled with chilling air, and ahead were several separate tunnels. Each tunnel represented a person, and once someone entered, the tunnel would automatically close. After some discussion, General Xiang and the others each chose a tunnel to enter. Li Qin looked at Li Lan, intending to pull him into the same tunnel. However, as they approached the tunnel, an air wall blocked them. At the same time, an ethereal voice echoed in their minds. "Welcome to the Water God Palace. Each tunnel can only be traversed by one trial taker." Hearing this voice, Li Qin's hand itched again. He was about to wake Li-lan up with a slap like before when Li-lan opened his eyes on his own. "Brother, I'll take that one, you go into this one. Then be careful. You too." Watching Li Qin enter the tunnel, Li-lan rubbed his eyes and sat down to sleep again. The fire element sees you being so lazy, furious, and begins to train hard, fire element energy. The thunder element sees the fire element being beaten and laughs heartily, starting to train seriously, thunder element energy. The wood element sees the fire element only knowing impotent rage, beats the fire element up, and begins to train peacefully, wood element energy. Seeing you being so lazy, the telekinesis ability and control ability help you make a choice. Immediately, Li-lan's body began to move on its own, drifting towards the remaining tunnel. The tunnel closed automatically. Li-lan kept drifting forward until he encountered a small ice house, where he finally stopped. The telekinesis ability pushed the door open, revealing an empty ice house, except for a small mat placed on the ground. Once Li-lan sat on the mat, the ethereal voice echoed again. "Wind is movement, water is stillness. Welcome trial takers to the first level of the Water God Palace, entering stillness. Sit still on the mat, and for every day after 30 days, you will receive generous rewards." The flow of time in the level is different from the outside world, so you need not worry about time passing too long. Due to the special nature of the Water God Palace, you will not experience any discomfort while sitting still, only enduring prolonged solitude. During the stillness, you cannot move your body. Once you move, you cannot re-enter stillness. If you end the stillness within 30 days, it will be considered a failure to pass the level. Failure result, annihilation. The spirit of the water god tragically killed two great powers. Hearing the voice of the secret realm spirit, everyone felt a surge of joy. Generous rewards? Just sitting for a while would yield generous rewards? It seemed this trip was worth it. Although the sitting time was a bit long, it was still worth a try. At this moment, whether it was the Dark Moon Circus members or General Xiang and the others, they all began to roll up their sleeves. But when they heard the last part, their hearts sank. Annihilation? Is this a joke? Annihilation? Are they crazy? Just sitting still, is such a cruel punishment really necessary? Inside the ice house, the beast tamer frowned slightly. However, he did not say much, as this was the rule of the secret realm, and it couldn't be changed just because he disagreed. At the same time, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As a beast tamer, patience is a mandatory lesson. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to tame those unruly and ferocious beasts. With my patience, I could probably sit quietly for 30 days without any issue. Others in the Dark Knight Circus shared the same thought. Everyone was a circus member with a unique skill, and when it came to patience, they were all equally strong. The military personnel were the same. Only a few were anxious, mainly the old director of the Jiangnan Supernatural Bureau and several other non-officer superpowers. Li Qin wasn't too worried. After all, as a member of the Li family, being locked in a small dark room to cultivate patience was a common occurrence during childhood. Sometimes, it could last for several months, with all needs taken care of inside. In the entire Li family, the only one who hadn't undergone strict training was probably the peculiar Li-lan. To escape training as a child, he had even hidden in the ancestral hall's coffin, sleeping alongside his ancestors. Fortunately, with the Flame Emperor around, he hadn't been expelled from the family long ago. Sitting quietly, quite interesting, the high priest said, touching the skull necklace around his neck. His body instantly stiffened, his gaze became hollow, and life seemed to drain away, as if he had turned into a corpse. He sat upright on the meditation cushion. The puppeteer, similarly, gave a strange smile and transformed into a true puppet, losing its spirit, bowing its head and sitting cross-legged on the cushion. Dear challengers, the trial is about to begin. Please prepare quickly. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. The level has been activated. The level will automatically close once everyone finishes sitting quietly. Challengers, the spirit of the water god wishes you good luck. We will meet again in 30 days. The ethereal voice faded, and everything returned to silence. The Water God Palace. The spirit of the water god. It seems this secret realm is not simple. This thought arose in everyone's mind, except for Li-lan, who was sound asleep. The fire element is battling the lightning element to prove who is the strongest king in the elemental supernatural realm. The wood element cheers from the sidelines while cultivating wood element energy. The telekinesis ability drinks energy beverages produced by its master while watching the battle, pretending to cultivate telekinesis energy. The control ability looks down on the telekinesis ability's actions, directly snatching its drink, and the two abilities start fighting. The telekinesis ability accidentally hit the dragon and tiger body refining technique, which immediately slapped it. The telekinesis ability began to cry loudly, hiding beside the wood element ability. Dragon and tiger body refining technique snorted coldly, found a quiet place, and continued to cultivate the host's body and soul. The fire element beat the lightning element badly, achieving a complete victory. The lightning element shouted, "Damn it, I will be back," and began to silently cultivate lightning element energy. The fire element sighed about how lonely invincibility is and started to cultivate fire element energy. 5 days later, the control ability's cultivation level has risen to early mid-stage. Another day passed. The tightrope walker of the Dark Moon Circus felt an inexplicable itch on his scalp after sitting for too long. He involuntarily reached up to touch it. As soon as he did, he froze, feeling a chill run down his back. Then, he exploded from the inside out. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, disappearing upon hitting the walls and floor of the icehouse, as if no one had ever been there. Challenger number 3 has died. Warm reminder, there are 24 days left until the trial ends. Everyone, keep up the effort. Upon successful completion, the Water God Palace will reward you generously. Good luck to all, and may you all have the chance to claim it. The spirit of the Water God spoke in an ethereal and flat tone, yet it sent chills down everyone's spine. A superpower just died like that. This Water God Palace secret realm is truly not simple. I didn't expect someone to die so quickly. Number 3, who was that? The tightrope walker? I didn't expect him to die so quickly. The Steel Wire Man is dead. It seems the director's words might be true, that one can become a powerful being in the realm of land gods within 3 years. Everyone sat quietly, their minds racing. Li Lan was still sleeping. No one disturbed him. He felt exceptionally comfortable. He had never felt this comfortable in his life. A day later, the lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was brutally beaten by the fire element. The lightning element was completely defeated. 5 days later, the lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was brutally beaten by the fire element. The lightning element was completely defeated. Another 5 days passed. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was brutally beaten by the fire element. The lightning element was completely defeated. There were 10 days left until the 30-day completion. Control over the supernatural ability has been raised to mid-late stage. Li Lan was still sound asleep, while many others could no longer hold on. General Xiang's face was covered in fine sweat. Li Qin furrowed his brows tightly. The high priest's divine powers had expired. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his small face wrinkled as if he were about to cry. The puppeteer's puppet body had also regained its previous spirit, a strange smile appearing on its stiff face. There were 5 days left until the 30-day completion. Tester No. 10 has died. Friendly reminder, there are 5 days left until the end of the trial. Everyone, keep up the effort. Sigh, another one has died. How can your patience be so poor? This is the worst batch of testers I have ever seen. Another person has died? Who was it this time? It seems they weren't from our Black Coffin group. What a pity. I didn't expect old Qin to guard Jiangnan his whole life, only to die in the secret realm in the end. I wonder if his body can be brought back. The last sentence sounded so familiar. Everyone's expressions were strange, not daring to move an inch as they sat on their cushions. Another day passed. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was brutally beaten by the fire element. The lightning element was completely defeated. There was 1 day left until the 30-day completion. The lightning element stood up. The lightning element stood up. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was brutally beaten by the fire element. The lightning element was completely defeated. 30 days completed. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, straightening their stiff bodies and beginning to move. Finally over, these 30 days were truly unbearable, said Section Chief Jiang, twisting his neck. General Xiang expressionlessly leaned against the wall beside him for support. Others did the same. The few who still sat quietly were Li Qin, Li Lan, the puppeteer, and the high priest of the Black Coffin. The ethereal voice of the water god spirit rang out. Congratulations, everyone, for successfully passing the first level. Currently, there are 4 testers still enduring the trial. Once all 4 pass the trial, you may enter the second level together. Now, rewards are being distributed. After the voice disappeared, the 9 who had completed the trial felt their ice houses begin to move. A wisp of light blue energy slowly condensed and flowed into their bodies. Immediately, they felt the supernatural energy within them rapidly increase. Boom! A tremendous burst of supernatural energy erupted, and some even advanced a small realm because of it. What pure supernatural energy! What exactly is this Water God Palace? I wonder if this Water God Palace is a single-type secret realm or a repeated-type secret realm. If it's repeated type, then we're in luck. I hope it's single-type. Such good things must not fall into official hands. Hee hee, the feeling of leveling up is really great. If the first level is this difficult, what about the next? Reward, source of purity has been successfully distributed. The 9 testers who have passed the trial, you will now enter observation mode. A blue transparent screen, formed from condensed spiritual energy, appeared before everyone. Li Qin, Li Lan, the puppeteer, and the high priest appeared prominently on the screen. For Li Qin, the high priest, and the puppeteer, there was nothing surprising about it. After all, they had always been strong, like the high priest and the puppeteer, these old coins, even hiding quite a bit of power. But upon seeing Li Lan, they all widened their eyes. How is this possible? How can this little brat have such strong endurance? Could it be that the high priest was talking about him earlier? With such strong talent, the adults would surely be very pleased if they knew. A 17-year-old great practitioner, with extraordinary willpower, that young body is really impressive. The members of the Dark Moon Circus had shining eyes. General Xiang and the others were ecstatic. This little grandson of the Flame Emperor is really hiding deep, but soon their expressions turned serious. With such strong talent, once it is exposed, those alien races will definitely come to hunt him down. At that time, General Xiang's face was solemn as he clenched his fists. It's been a long time since I felt the urge to fight for my life. This kid seems to be sleeping, huh? The old director leaned closer to the screen, his big eyes carefully examining. He doubted he had seen it wrong. After staring for a long time, he confirmed he hadn't made a mistake. This kid hasn't been sleeping for a whole month, has he? Then he self-deprecatingly smiled. How could that be possible? What kind of person could sleep for an entire month? But he recalled how Li Lan looked when he first entered the secret realm, drowsy and in a daze. It really seemed possible. What kind of a mortal has the Li family given birth to? A day later, the lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. 2 days later, the lightning element challenged the fire element again. The lightning element used a move called Millennium Kill against the fire element, only to be beaten badly again, suffering a complete defeat. The lightning element vowed to train seriously and beat the fire element in the future. Lightning element energy. After 3 minutes of training, the lightning element felt exhausted and began to slack off. Lightning element energy. The fire element covered its backside and cried out, starting to train seriously. Fire element energy. 5 days later, Li Qin opened his eyes, a strand of pure source energy flowing into his body. Instantly, countless flames ignited around him, and his eyes sparkled with golden light. The golden armor radiated a fiery red glow. Combined with his resolute features, he looked like a blazing war god. This guy has gotten stronger again. A great threat. Damn it, he should have died 10 years ago. No wonder he is the grandson of the Flame Emperor. May heaven bless our dragon nation. May heaven bless our human race. This Li Qin seems to be almost on par with Li Qingyang now. It seems he has obtained much more pure source energy than I did. Damn it, I should have held on a bit longer. Then they seemed to think of something and looked at Li Lan, their expressions grave. He is still holding on. Incredible. His willpower is even stronger than his third brother Li Qin. I can already feel the adult's satisfaction. The young body is becoming more and more interesting. Too bad the clown is dead, otherwise, he would surely be very pleased. I wonder if he will end up dead or become one of us. This kid is truly a genius, even more so than those old men in the Psychic Association when they were young. Unfortunately, geniuses are the easiest to be led astray because they are mostly arrogant. Li Qin looked in surprise at Li Lan on the screen, but after seeing him asleep, he felt relieved. This kid really has maxed out his talent for sleeping. 10 days later, the high priest finished the trial. He glanced at the puppeteer, then looked at Li Lan, his heart filled with deep meaning. 5 days later, the puppeteer woke up. After absorbing the pure source energy, his puppet body actually began to sprout and grow wildly, transforming into a towering giant tree. Then it returned to its original form. He smiled strangely as he looked at Li Lan on the screen. "Ha, Muke, you are becoming more and more interesting. I really want to control you and turn you into my unique artwork." The fire element challenged the lightning element. The fire element brutally defeated the lightning element, leaving it utterly defeated. Half a month later, Li Lan had not woken up. Another half-month passed, and Li Lan still had not woken up. 10 more days went by, and Li Lan remained asleep. The beast tamers and magicians were on the verge of madness. How long was this kid going to sleep? Were they really going to be stuck in this broken ice house for the rest of their lives? General Xiang and the others were also anxious, but they managed to keep their composure. The lightning element diligently trained, its energy growing. The lightning element's cultivation had reached late stage of the divine ability. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element brutally defeated the fire element, which was vanquished. The lightning element exclaimed, "Ha! I, the lightning element, have finally risen." What element is the divine water element? What element is the divine water element? Another day passed, and Lilan was still sleeping there, motionless. How long is this kid going to sleep? The high priest frowned at him, silent. The puppeteer kept laughing, the puppet's body trembling incessantly, creating an extremely bizarre scene. The other members of the Dark Moon Circus paced back and forth in place, occasionally pounding on the wall. Spending a long time in a cramped and confined space made them irritable and easily angered. General Xiang and Commander Jiang Nan sat quietly, meditating and cultivating. What kind of freak has the Li family produced? How can he sleep so much? If he doesn't wake up soon, I'll die of old age here. The old director sighed sadly, rolling back and forth on the ground. Golden Saint Seiya Li Qin took out a comic book of Golden Saint Seiya from his pocket and read it with great interest. 2 months had passed since the 30 days to clear the level. Li Lan was still there, motionless, as if he were dead. After finishing the comic, Li Qin took out another book, Doraemon, and started reading it. Aside from that, he showed no further reaction. The members of the Dark Knight Circus had begun to bang their heads against the wall. General Xiang and the others wished they could dive into the screen and give Li Lan a big slap to wake him up immediately. The lightning element challenged the fire element again. The lightning element brutally defeated the fire element, which was completely vanquished. Another day passed. The lightning element challenged the fire element once more. The lightning element brutally defeated the fire element, which was utterly defeated. Half a month later, the lightning element challenged the fire element again. The lightning element brutally defeated the fire element, which was completely vanquished. The telekinesis ability was diligently training, its energy growing. The cultivation of the telekinesis ability had reached the late stage of high level. The control ability was also diligently training, its energy growing. The cultivation of the control ability had reached the mid stage of high level. 3 months had passed since the 30 days to clear the level. Everyone was about to go crazy. The old director was even on the verge of tears, looking pitifully at Li Lan on the screen. Please, wake up soon. I really can't stand this torment. Deep within the Water God Palace, the spirit of the Water God frowned slightly. Looking at the dwindling pure source, it sighed helplessly. Immediately, the entire Water God Palace began to tremble, as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone was startled at first. Then, seeing Li Lan shaking from the tremors on the screen, they all burst into laughter. He finally moved, he finally moved. Heaven rewards the diligent. This level is finally over. It was so hard. What on earth is Li Lan? How can he sit there for 4 months without moving at all? Li Lan was awakened by the noise, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He stretched and stood up. That feels great. Then he heard the voice of the water god spirit beside him. Congratulations, trial taker, you have successfully passed the first trial of the Water God Palace. Reward, high purity pure source, essence of the water god. Li Lan looked bewildered. What trial taker? What trial? I don't know anything. A surge of extremely pure energy flowed into his body, causing the energy within him to begin to swell dramatically. The fire element absorbed an extremely pure energy, the fire element energy. The lightning element absorbed an extremely pure energy, the lightning element energy. The wood element absorbed an extremely pure energy, the wood element energy. The telekinesis ability absorbed an extremely pure energy, the telekinesis energy. The control ability absorbed an extremely pure energy, the control energy. The dragon and tiger body forging technique absorbed an extremely pure energy, the host spirit and body. The cultivation of the fire element has been raised to early stage of the great supernatural being. The cultivation of the telekinesis ability has been raised to early stage of the supernatural being. Detected a sacred relic, water god essence, currently devouring. Devouring successful. Congratulations to the host for awakening the ability, water system element. The water element has comprehended the prototype of the supernatural ability, boundless ocean. The current level of the water element is low level early stage. The lightning element saw the fire element absorb most of the energy and became furious, challenging the fire element. The fire element pinned the lightning element to the ground and beat it 10 times, resulting in a complete defeat for the lightning element. The lightning element looked at the fire element with grievance and cried out loud, "What is going on? What is this water element? Can anyone tell me?" Li Lan stood there in confusion. In the next second, he was automatically teleported to a huge ice surface. The people from the Dark Moon Circus looked at Li Lan with red eyes, their killing intent evident. "You little brat, are you a pig? Sleeping for so long?" The beast tamer scolded angrily. A phantom of a lion appeared behind him, and with a roar, it pounced towards Li Lan. Li Lan was about to counterattack, but before he could make a move, the fire element within him burst out on its own. A raging fire transformed into a gigantic palm, sending the lion flying with a single slap. A massive blaze floated around Li Lan, containing the overwhelming force of fire. Feeling this intense elemental energy, the faces of the Dark Moon Circus members changed dramatically. This is the fire element of a great supernatural being. This little brat, he has broken through. My God, a 17-year-old dual-element great supernatural being is rare for 100 years, no, 1,000 years. Is this kid a monster? The beast tamer gasped in shock, his expression darkening. Just as he was about to make another move, he was suddenly stopped by the puppet master. The beast tamer showed a puzzled expression, while the puppet master smiled mysteriously. No rush. General Xiang and the others looked pleased, excitedly watching Li Lan, completely forgetting the previous torment. Not bad, Li Qin praised with a smile, as expected of the brother of my righteous son. General Xiang also intended to say a few words. Just then, a blue phantom appeared before everyone. She wore a crown, held a blue gold scepter, had flowing yellow hair, and was dressed in a blue gown embedded with jewels. Her large eyes sparkled with intelligence and mystery. Her lips, beneath a high nose, bore a slight smile. The aura of the entire person resembled that of the legendary queen of the Ice and Snow Kingdom. Greetings, everyone, welcome to the second stage. An ethereal voice rang out. Everyone widened their eyes. This familiar voice, is she the spirit of the water god from the water god palace? May I ask this beautiful lady, what is the content of the second stage? A magician in a suit asked with a smile, taking off his top hat. A large bouquet of roses appeared out of nowhere from inside. The content of the second stage is: entering the second stage, is Li Lan in danger? Entering the second stage, is Li Lan in danger? Welcome, trial participants, to the second stage of the Water God Palace, the comprehension of the Tao. Sit quietly on the ice surface and comprehend the transparent runes in the air. During the comprehension, participants must not disturb each other. The duration of comprehension is 30 days. After 30 days, participants who pass will receive generous rewards. The flow of time within the stage is different from the outside world, so you need not worry about time passing too long. Due to the special nature of the Water God Palace, you will not experience any discomfort during your comprehension process, just require enough patience. The more runes you comprehend within 30 days, the richer the rewards you will receive upon clearing the level. Now, I will impart to you a technique called Water Carries All Things. By using this technique to comprehend the transparent runes in the air, you can enhance your comprehension speed. You must grasp the essence of 10 runes within 30 days, otherwise, it will be considered a failure to clear the level. The consequence of failure, annihilation. The spirit of the water god smiled slightly. Many people were momentarily dazzled, but upon hearing the final words annihilation, they snapped back to reality, feeling a chill run down their spines. Annihilation again. This secret realm truly torments the heart. They hoped the comprehension process wouldn't be too difficult. They looked up at the sky, where they could vaguely see the transparent runes flickering. In the next moment, a technique appeared in everyone's mind. Water carries all things. A technique that can enhance energy storage capacity. After cultivation, it allows the body to store more energy. Although the name of the technique includes water, it is not exclusive to water element ability users. Every ability user can cultivate it. It perfectly illustrates the meaning of water carries all things. After obtaining the technique, smiles appeared on everyone's faces to varying degrees. This technique is great. Even if they didn't receive other rewards for this level, obtaining this technique would be worth it. In battle, when facing opponents of the same level, most of the time it becomes a war of attrition. Whoever can hold out longer wins. But what do they rely on to persist? Energy. At this moment, the significance of this technique becomes apparent. Just like a single element ability user cannot defeat a dual element ability user, an ability user with less energy cannot defeat one with more energy. I wish you all good luck. The spirit of the water god smiled. Good, good, good. Several members of the Dark Moon Circus revealed greedy smiles, but the spirit of the water god did not look at them. Instead, she approached Li Lan and continued to smile. I hope you can perform as brilliantly in this level as you did in the last. The beast tamers looked at Li Lan with envy and jealousy. Why does this kid get to have it all? But Li Lan didn't even glance at the spirit of the water god, as if he hadn't heard her words. He simply rubbed his eyes, found a comfortable position, and lay down to sleep. The spirit of the water god, this kid? She had guarded the water god palace for hundreds of thousands of years and had never seen such a peculiar trial taker. Li Qin's mouth twitched, and he quickly stepped forward, saying, "Don't mind him, he has always been like this since he was young." "It's fine," the spirit of the water god replied. "Geniuses can have some quirks, it's normal." Now the trial officially begins. The spirit of the water god vanished. The crowd was dispersed, and an air wall appeared between each person, isolating their positions. This was likely to prevent malicious competition. Everyone's expressions turned serious as they sat cross-legged on the ground. Operating water carries all things to begin comprehending the runes in the air. Only Lilan was still sleeping. One day later, a faint energy fluctuation emanated from the high priest, and a rune immediately entered his body. Seeing this scene, everyone became more serious. Soon after, another rune entered the puppet master's body. Then it was Li Qin's turn. 3 days later, members of the Dark Moon Circus and General Xiang began to comprehend in succession. Li Lan was still sleeping. Watching him, Li Qin felt a bit anxious but could only sigh helplessly. Deep within the Water God Palace, the spirit of the Water God looked at Li Lan thoughtfully. The only little guy who comprehended the divine water element. Although he is a good seed, if you cannot pass this trial, I will not show you any mercy. The fire element was training while beating the thunder element, gathering fire element energy. The thunder element was crying while being beaten, gathering thunder element energy. The wood element watched the thunder element being beaten and began to train with glee, gathering wood element energy. The divine water element, although unable to understand, was shocked and began to train, gathering divine water element energy. The telekinesis ability user was drinking a small beverage while training, gathering telekinesis energy. While controlling his abilities and contemplating snatching a small drink, he practiced controlling his energy. The dragon tiger body refining technique poked the new member Water Carries All Things on her fair little face, starting her cultivation, the host's body and soul. Water Carries All Things lowered her head, shyly beginning her cultivation, energy capacity. 6 days passed. The high priest comprehended 4 runes, the puppet master comprehended 4 runes, Li Qin comprehended 3 runes, and others successively comprehended their second rune. Li Lan was still sleeping, with a rune comprehension count of 0. Many looked at him with anxious faces, while the Dark Moon Circus members were gloating. Has this kid Li Lan gone mad? Even in this situation, he's still sleeping. Does he think he's still in the first trial? At this rate, Li Lan won't be able to comprehend 10 runes in 30 days. General Xiang and Commander Jiangnan stood up one after another, loudly calling for Li Lan. But Li Lan remained motionless on the ground, completely oblivious, sleeping soundly. General Xiang and Commander Jiangnan sighed helplessly. The beast tamer mocked, Xiang, don't waste your effort, he's doomed. The aerial performer and the circus doctor chimed in. General Xiang and the others could only look at Li Lan with concern before returning to comprehend their runes. The second trial had already begun for half a month. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. 5 more days passed. There were 10 days left until the trial ended. Li Lan was still sleeping. Even Li Qin couldn't help but stand up, loudly calling for Li Lan. But Li Lan remained unmoved. Every day thereafter, General Xiang and Li Qin would call for Li Lan 3 times on schedule, but it had no effect. Li Lan still lay motionless. With 5 days left until the trial ended, General Xiang and the others looked bitter. Damn it! Why hasn't Li Lan woken up yet? He can't really want to die here, can he? It's over, it's doomed. With only 5 days left, even if Li Lan is a genius, he can't comprehend 10 runes in 5 days, right? Is this kid trying to throw his life away? Li Qin even pounded on the air wall, but still, there was no response from Li Lan. Water Carries All Things reached great success, absorbing 100 runes. Stop wasting your effort, this kid is doomed. With 5 days left, even if a land god came, he couldn't comprehend 10 runes in 5 days. Stop the futile struggle. This kid is indeed a genius, but unfortunately, his brain isn't very good. What a pity, I thought I could see him at the Spirit Energy Conference in the future, but now it seems he can only die here. The Dark Moon Circus members laughed. The puppet master also sighed, feeling the loss of a talent. The Spirit Energy Conference recruits talents not only by having them join voluntarily but also by selecting geniuses to kidnap, inducing their fall to swallow holy blood, making them slaves of the Blood Moon Holy Grail. He had originally planned to report back immediately to the higher-ups of the Spirit Energy Conference to have them kidnap Mu Kei, but now it seemed unnecessary. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. 4 days remained until the trial ended. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The lightning element cried out, starting to cultivate in despair, lightning element energy. 3 days remained until the trial ended. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The dragon tiger body refining technique sat seriously nearby, cultivating the host's body and soul. Water Carries All Things shyly nestled beside the dragon tiger body refining technique, cultivating energy capacity. The telekinetic ability looked enviously at the dragon tiger body refining technique starting to cultivate telekinetic energy. The control ability sat next to the telekinesis ability, which kicked it over. Feeling wronged, it found a corner to start cultivating and controlling energy. There were still 2 days left until the trial ended. It's over, everything is over. General Xiang and the others looked ashen. Li Qin's face also lost its color. Li Lan was still sleeping. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. Water carries all things nestled beside dragon and tiger body refining technique to cultivate energy capacity. The divine water element was seriously cultivating divine water energy. Water carries all things had reached minor success. The divine water element's cultivation had risen to early mid-stage. There was 1 day left until the trial ended. Except for Li Lan, everyone had comprehended 10 runes. Li Qin comprehended 15. The high priest and the puppet master even comprehended 17. Water carries all things encountered a bottleneck in its cultivation, automatically drilling out of its host's body to begin comprehending runes. The control ability and telekinesis ability also automatically drilled out of their host's body, preparing to help water carries all things comprehend runes. The water god element automatically drilled out of its host's body, ready to assist water carries all things in comprehending runes. At this moment, General Xiang and the others had given up on waking Li Lan, with only Li Qin still tirelessly hammering the wall, looking anxious. The Dark Moon Circus people laughed nearby, quietly waiting for the night, waiting for Li Lan's demise. I say, Li Qin, don't waste your effort. That kid Li Lan is doomed. It's the last day. Do you think he's a god? The beast tamer said gleefully. The aerial performer nodded. With this time, you might as well comprehend more runes. Maybe after today, you can earn more rewards. Why are you all so chatty? Are you looking to die? Li Qin shot them a cold glance. He was about to continue hammering the wall when suddenly, the ice surface beneath them began to tremble. Countless pale blue particles rose into the air, surging towards Li Lan's direction. Li Lan also sat up at some point, and everyone looked surprised. Strange, what's going on? What are these blue particles? Such pure elemental energy. These blue particles seem to be water elemental energy. No way. This can't be water elemental energy. Water elemental energy can't be this pure. This seems to be a higher grade water elemental energy. Strange, this water elemental energy seems to be attracting the transparent runes in the sky. What good is that? Even if it can attract runes, I don't believe Li Lan can comprehend 10 runes in 1 day. Exactly, don't get too excited too soon. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This might just be a fleeting moment. Watching General Xiang and the others regain hope, the Dark Moon Circus people couldn't help but mock them again, their faces full of disdain. After all, they had worked hard for 30 days to barely comprehend 10 runes. Did they think Li Lan could match their 30 days in just 1 day? That was like dreaming. However, as soon as they finished speaking, their expressions darkened. Because at that moment, while they were talking, 10 runes automatically drilled into Li Lan's body under the pull of the mysterious water element. Then another 10, 20, 30. The sky was filled with divine water elemental energy, turning the entire space into a sea of blue particles. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their minds go blank. What on earth is happening? Am I seeing things? Is this mysterious water element also Li Lan's ability? How come I've never seen it before? I can't be dreaming, right? I want to report. I want to report. Spirit of the water god, that brat Li Lan is cheating. The aerial performer shouted loudly. The beast tamer was about to comprehend a rune, and it was just about to be completed. But at that moment, a cluster of blue particles suddenly appeared before him, forcefully snatching the rune away. The beast tamer's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there such a trick? He was so furious he nearly spat blood. He quickly searched for another unnoticed rune to comprehend. But just as he made contact, the rune was snatched away again. The beast tamer watched helplessly as it merged into Li Lan's body. What the hell? General Xiang and the others gaped, their mouths wide enough to fit an egg. Then came a wave of wild joy, and they couldn't help but dance with excitement. Li Qin looked at the beast tamer with glee, causing the members of the Dark Moon Circus to turn dark with anger. 40, 50, 60. More and more runes merged into Li Lan's body. The once densely packed transparent runes in the air suddenly became sparse. Water carries all things is crazily devouring energy, successfully breaking through its shackles, reaching great success. The water element successfully absorbed the divine water energy contained in the runes, and the cultivation level has risen to late stage of the initial level. After absorbing 100 runes, Li Lan stretched lazily. Everything came to a halt. Is it finally going to end? Everyone couldn't help but wonder. The second round ended, severe punishment for cheaters? The second round ended, severe punishment for cheaters? Li Lan turned over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that everything had truly come to an end. The beast tamer was about to try comprehending the rune again. This one was surprisingly smooth. In just a few seconds, the comprehension speed surpassed that of the previous several hours. It seems I can comprehend another rune before the test ends, the beast tamer thought gleefully. But the next second, his face fell, because those terrifying blue particles began to surge again, forcefully snatching away the rune he had just comprehended. He exerted all his strength to try to reclaim the rune, but he was no match for those blue particles. They even bullied him, coalescing into a giant hand that slapped him. They even flicked him lightly. The beast tamer watched helplessly as his rune was devoured by Li Lan. He was so furious his eyes turned red, but he could only seethe in frustration. Damn, that little brat. The members of the Dark Moon Circus saw this scene and, although they felt sorry for the beast tamer, couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. Beast tamer, I'm usually not this amused unless I can't help it. It's just too funny, ha ha ha. Hearing the laughter around him, the beast tamer wished he could find a wall to bang his head against. Here he was, a mighty master, being toyed with by a bunch of energy. With the beast tamer's example set, neither the members of the Dark Moon Circus nor General Xiang and Li Qin continued to comprehend runes. Instead, they kept their eyes on Li Lan. More and more runes drilled into Li Lan's body, and they felt increasingly horrified. 150, 200, 250, it's almost 300. How on earth is he doing this? Could something be wrong with this secret realm? It's possible, otherwise why are we stuck at a dozen while he has hundreds? Just because he looks good? Goodness, 300 runes. What kind of rewards will that bring? With so many runes, I'm curious what his first reward will be. Aren't we all? Isn't Li Lan from the Li family of the Flame Emperor? It's one thing that he's a wood attribute master, but why does he have such a strong water element? Li Qin, are you sure Li Lan is your brother? You weren't switched at the hospital, were you? Do we not look alike? We do, but this doesn't make sense. They debated among themselves. Not only were they shocked, but even the spirit of the water god deep within the core of the secret realm was equally astonished. He is definitely sleeping. So how is this happening? What on earth is going on? This has never happened before. Why can he automatically comprehend these runes while clearly sleeping, and even manipulate the elemental water in the secret realm? This is not scientific. She quickly searched her mind for relevant information, but after a long time, found nothing. No, the core of the Water God Palace is currently inactive and cannot draw energy from the outside world. If this continues, when the Water God Palace opens again, there will be no rewards to give to the challengers. The spirit of the Water God frowned, and the entire secret realm shook again. At the same time, all the runes floating in the air disappeared, and the air wall vanished as well. In the space of the second level, everyone looked at this scene with puzzled expressions. What happened? Why did the air wall and runes suddenly disappear? Did we clear the level? But there was still half a day left. How can it end now? Could it be that the spirit of the water god discovered that Li Lan was cheating, so they terminated the test early? Don't say that. It really seems possible. How many runes did Li Lan absorb just now? It seems to be 1,050. What? Did you say how many? 1,050? I didn't even absorb as many as his tail number. Hiss, over 1,000 runes. Even if he cheated, that's terrifying. Everyone exchanged glances. Although General Xiang and the others wanted to say something for Li Lan, they couldn't find the words after thinking for a long time. After all, the number of runes Li Lan comprehended was simply too frightening. They also began to suspect whether Li Lan had used some cheating method. After all, that was a full 1,050 runes. The runes they comprehended were even less than Li Lan's tail number. Li Qin hurried over to Li Lan and lifted him directly from the ground. What time is it? Still sleeping. Who is it? Li Lan grumbled in dissatisfaction, opening his eyes to see his third brother's angry gaze. Third brother, is there something you need? How did you do that just now? Li Qin asked, frowning. Li Lan looked confused, his face full of doubt. What did he do? Wasn't he just sleeping? At that moment, he was surprised to find that the energy within him was in a state of overflowing. His strength had even doubled compared to before. What on earth happened while I was sleeping? This left Li Lan even more puzzled. Speak, third brother. I said I just took a nap. Do you believe me? I believe you, my foot. The beast tamer shot him a murderous look. He still couldn't forget the humiliation he had suffered earlier. The others also looked disbelieving. Do you think I believe you? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. As soon as Li Lan finished speaking, the spirit of the water god appeared before everyone again. The beast tamer looked at Li Lan with a you're done for expression, standing by to watch the show. Congratulations to all challengers for successfully passing the second test of the Water God Palace. Now I will distribute rewards to you." The spirit of the Water God waved her hand gently. Except for Lilan, everyone else received a sparkling blue gem in their hands. The High Priest and the Puppet Master received the largest ones, followed by Li Qin, with the others getting gems of lesser quality than Li Qin's. This gem contained rich water elemental energy, and just a simple breath made everyone feel refreshed. This is a half-step divine relic, the universal elemental gem. With this, I can break through to the earth immortal realm in less than half a year. The energy in this gem is so pure. This is the most refined elemental gem I've ever seen. Even a strong person in the earth immortal realm would find it hard to obtain this, right? I encountered an earth immortal in a 5-star secret realm before. At that time, he risked everything to obtain a thunder elemental gem, but the purity of his gem was far inferior to this one. Everyone discussed excitedly, filled with joy. At this moment, the beast tamer stepped forward and respectfully said, "Senior, since the rewards have been distributed, should we not punish the cheaters?" Upon hearing this, Li Qin, General Xiang, and the others immediately darkened their expressions. "The sun's trial, the gods scrambling for the sun's trial, the gods scrambling." "Senior, there must be some misunderstanding in this." "Yes, there must be some misunderstanding. Lilan just took a nap and has no idea what happened." Li Qin and General Xiang hurriedly said. The beast tamer looked on disdainfully and said, "Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Why don't you try sleeping and comprehending 1,000 runes?" "There is no misunderstanding," said the spirit of the Water God. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the beast tamer's face. But when he heard what the spirit of the Water God said next, his expression suddenly changed. "Li Lan's results are genuine. There is no misunderstanding. Since his reward is different from yours, I did not give him a reward just now. How is this possible? What right does he have to comprehend 1,000 runes?" The beast tamer said defiantly. The spirit of the Water God was not angry at his offense. She merely smiled slightly and said, "You wouldn't understand the world of geniuses." Upon hearing this, General Xiang, Li Qin, and the others smiled. The beast tamer's expression fluctuated, and he retreated back into the crowd. The members of the Dark Moon Circus sighed in disappointment, but soon returned to normal, their minds becoming active again. They pondered how to capture Lilan and make him a puppet of the holy blood. "Alright, Lilan, it's time to reward you," the spirit of the Water God said, looking at the lazy boy in front of her. But the boy seemed not to have heard her words, standing there drowsily. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and Li Qin and General Xiang looked particularly expectant. Li Qin was Li Lan's brother, so it was only natural for him to feel happy for him. General Xiang, who had a close relationship with Li Qin, also saw Li Lan as a junior of sorts. "I wonder what reward Li Lan will receive. 1,000 runes, how did he manage that? 10 runes can earn an elemental gem, so 1,000 runes, this is beyond imagination. Why is there such a huge gap between people? This kid won't directly become a terrestrial immortal, will he? He shouldn't. Advancing too quickly can lead to an unstable foundation. But I have a feeling that this kid will definitely become a terrestrial immortal within a year." "A year? If he takes the holy blood, wouldn't our spirit energy gain another terrestrial immortal? Let's talk about that later. But this isn't something we should worry about. We just need to inform those adults about his news. The Li family is not to be trifled with. If Li Lan joins the Spirit Energy Association, let the leader apply to transfer him to our circus. This kid is quite interesting." "Wasn't the clown killed? Who is the clown? Isn't our leader a puppeteer? Then who will replace the clown's position? The circus cannot be without a clown, just like the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Just apply for one from above. Let the puppeteer find the clown's corpse and turn it into a puppet. The clown's corpse might have already turned into waste." "Stop talking, the spirit of the Water God is about to reward that kid." The spirit of the Water God smiled and asked, "What do you want?" "No matter what you want, I can fulfill it for you." With a very tempting tone, "Even if you want to directly become a Star Realm sorcerer." "No, according to your planet's terminology, it should be called a terrestrial immortal." "Directly becoming a terrestrial immortal?" Upon hearing this, everyone present became fervent, including the usually calm puppeteer and the high priest. If he can directly become a terrestrial immortal, then the probability of spirit energy capturing him will be almost negligible, the puppeteer murmured to himself. What will he choose? To directly become a terrestrial immortal? Or will he choose something else? Their eyes were fixed on Li Lan, filled with anticipation, greed, envy, and jealousy. The spirit of the Water God also looked at Li Lan with expectation, but Li Lan merely blinked, saying nothing. Everyone looked bewildered. "Come on, speak up. I'm about to die from anxiety." "Li Lan, what do you want?" the spirit of the Water God asked again. Li Lan blinked once more. Seeing this, General Xiang was in tears. Please, just say something. The spirit of the water god was not Su Xin. She couldn't read his mind from his eyelids. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Just as the spirit of the water god was about to ask again, Li Lan finally spoke. I want to leave the secret realm quickly and go home to sleep. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Is it really that simple? Dude, are you still half asleep? The members of the night circus were ecstatic. This is great. Xiaolan. Li Qin couldn't help but scold him a bit, but the spirit of the water god waved her delicate hand, sealing his mouth. Are you sure? Li Lan nodded. But according to the rules of the water god palace, you can't leave until you pass the first 10 trials. General Xiang and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Li Lan looked at her expressionlessly, asking how all her promises could be fulfilled. As if she knew what Li Lan was thinking, the spirit of the water god continued, however, I have a way for you to leave the secret realm early. What method? Li Lan remained silent, quietly waiting for her to continue. The spirit of the water god looked at Li Lan, waiting for him to respond. But after a long wait, Li Lan still didn't ask her anything, instead looking at her expressionlessly, as if to say, I can't be bothered to ask, you tell me. So lazy. The spirit of the water god sighed and said, as long as you can pass the sun's trial and become the son of the water god palace, you can leave the secret realm early. Moreover, you will gain some authority in the water god palace and become half a master of the water god palace. Half a master of the water god palace? Upon hearing this, everyone gasped. The water god palace looked extraordinary. If one could become half a master, it would be an immense stroke of luck. This was far more enticing than becoming a powerful being in the land of immortals. After all, the water god palace could easily produce treasures coveted by land immortals. If one could become half a master, wouldn't such treasures be available in abundance? With those treasures, wouldn't becoming a land immortal be a sure thing? However, most of them believed that Li Lan could never pass the so-called sun's trial. After all, even the trials to clear the levels were so difficult. Wouldn't the trial to become the sun be even harder, nearly impossible? Are you willing to participate in the sun's trial? The spirit of the water god looked at Li Lan, waiting for his answer. Li Lan lazily nodded, blinking once to indicate his agreement. The spirit of the water god didn't understand his meaning and showed a puzzled expression. Seeing this, the telekinetic ability controlled Li Lan's head to nod twice. If you fail the trial, the consequence is annihilation. Do you still agree? What? Annihilation? Although I'm lazy, I don't want to die here. Li Lan's expression changed, and he was about to refuse. But at that moment, the telekinetic ability again controlled his head to nod twice. Li Lan's heart sank, his face turning ashen. Telekinetic ability, damn you. Good, you have courage, and I appreciate that. The spirit of the water god smiled. With a gentle wave of her hand, she and Li Lan disappeared before everyone. Trial interrupted. Please wait a moment in place. No fighting, okay? Otherwise, if you get annihilated by the water god palace later, don't blame me for being merciless. The ethereal voice of the spirit of the water god reached the ears of the others. Everyone exchanged glances. Li Qin, your brother really doesn't know his limits. The flying person looked at Li Qin and laughed. The sun's trial? Just don't be surprised if you see him next time as a corpse. Li Qin snorted coldly, too lazy to respond to them, and sat down in a corner with General Xiang and the others. He knew they were trying to provoke him. Li Qin, is this really okay? General Xiang said. Li Qin sighed and said, there's no room for maneuver now. Besides, I think that even if Xiaolan fails the assessment, he won't die. Why not? His requirement is to leave the secret realm. As long as he hasn't left the secret realm, his requirement hasn't been fulfilled. Li Qin slowly said, when the time comes, if he fails the assessment, he can definitely propose a request that allows him to survive. Upon hearing this, General Xiang and the others suddenly understood. No wonder Li Lan dared to agree to the water god spirit. It turns out he had this plan. I can't believe it can be done this way. How clever. Why didn't I think of that at the time? No wonder he's the grandson of the Flame Emperor. They're all so smart. Wonderful. Once Li Lan completes the trial, he can become the holy son of the water god palace, soaring to great heights. Even if he unfortunately fails, it's fine, he can still survive safely. With his qualifications, even if he loses the rewards from this level, he can easily make up for it in the subsequent levels. It's simply brilliant. A business with guaranteed profits, this kid has a bright future. The mind of the young is so flexible, I thought he was going to die. Sigh, I'm getting old. The crowd discussed fervently, admiring Li Lan's thoughts to the fullest. Li Lan was pulled into a blue grand hall by the water god spirit. It resembled an underwater temple, like the legendary Atlantis. The stone pillars inside were engraved with ancient and mysterious runes, radiating a blue glow that illuminated the temple brightly. On both sides of the temple stood dozens of statues of various sizes. Each statue seemed like a living deity. Even though some of their bodies were damaged, they still exuded a terrifying majesty. A rich water elemental energy filled every corner of the temple. It was not hard to see that this should be the most core location of the entire water god palace. The water god spirit waved its hand lightly. In an instant, the water elemental energy in the hall surged like a tsunami towards those statues. After absorbing this water elemental energy, the gray shells on the surface of the statues began to fall off, revealing a terrifying divine light. A tremendous pressure bore down on Lilan, sweeping away his fatigue. He said in disbelief, "Alive? Alive? Not really." Rarely seeing Lilan show such an expression, the water god spirit felt somewhat pleased and said, "These 36 statues represent the 36 deities served by my water god palace. As long as you obtain one of these statues, you can become one of the 36 holy sons of my water god palace." Lilan nodded. "Let's begin. I can give you half a year." After the water god spirit finished speaking, it disappeared. Lilan casually chose a statue to sit down. However, after comprehending for half a day, he gained nothing. So he switched to another statue and comprehended for another half a day. Still, he gained nothing. "I can't really be dying here, can I?" Lilan said with a grim expression. Over the next 10 days, he tried all the statues in the temple, yet still gained nothing. Damn! Lilan cursed and was too lazy to try anymore. He began to slack off, lying on the ground to take a nap. The fire element is tired from training these days and refuses to cultivate. The thunder element is striving to improve, starting to diligently cultivate thunder elemental energy. The wood element sighed that there was no good show to watch today and began to cultivate absent-mindedly wood elemental energy. The telekinesis and control abilities are good friends, cultivating together hand in hand, telekinesis energy, control energy. The dragon and tiger body refining technique and water nurtures all are closely embraced together for cultivation, host body and soul, energy capacity. The divine water element is earnestly cultivating divine water elemental energy. The divine water element senses the power of the source of divine water and automatically drills out of the host's body. Deep within the core of the water god palace, the water god spirit looked at Lilan, who was lying on the ground sleeping, and sighed in disappointment. It really isn't working after all. Sigh, it's not easy to encounter a genius. If he can't become a holy son, then who can? Is my water god palace going to continue to be buried here underwater for tens of thousands of years? The core energy is already running low. In 1,000 years, the water god palace may never be opened again. But just then, the entire water god palace began to shake violently. What's happening? The spirit of the water god quickly checked the situation of the palace. The cause of the shaking turned out to be from the temple where Lilan was located. All the statues shone with dazzling divine light, vying for the already slumbering Lilan. Their power was overwhelming. Although the statues contained only a minuscule amount of their divine power, it was enough to make the dilapidated water god palace tremble precariously. This boy has such pure divine water energy. I want it. Get lost. This kid is the one I have my eye on. A bunch of ants, step aside for me. This young man carries the boundless seeds of the ocean. He is clearly suited for my lineage. Boundless ocean? Humph. Just a supporting divine technique. Trash. Give this kid to me, and I will surely cultivate a new war god for my water god lineage. The so-called war god is just a brute that knows how to fight. This kid belongs to my deep-sea lineage. You, with your tentacles, don't delay him. He is human and wouldn't want to become a monster. What do you know, you trash? Tentacles are a symbol of power. Those ancient water deities and legends were all covered in tentacles and eyes. Seeing this scene, the spirit of the water god felt her mind go blank. Were these still the lofty deities from before? Just how pure was Lilan's divine water element to awaken them all? The spear of the sea god, in charge of the water god palace. Which deity will Lilan choose? The spirit of the water god stared intently at Lilan, anticipating his choice. She knew that no matter which deity Lilan chose, he was destined to become the holy son of the water god palace. The only holy son of the water god palace. The one who would control the fate of the water god palace. After all, the water god palace was currently in a closed state, and all the energy consumed was from the remnants of the palace's previous energy. But no matter how much energy remained, there would eventually come a day when it would be exhausted. The only way to replenish energy was to absorb the energy from the outside world. But now, apart from her, the spirit of the secret realm, there was no one else in the water god palace. As the spirit of the secret realm, she could only oversee matters within the water god palace. She had no authority to activate the core of the secret realm to draw energy from the outside. Only 3 types of identities could activate this authority: the Holy Son, the Divine Son, and the master of the Water God Palace. But now, let alone the master of the Water God Palace, apart from a few remaining challengers, there wasn't even a shadow of a person in the entire palace. So now, the soon-to-be holy son, Lilan, naturally became her only hope. Wait a minute, he seems to still be in a sleeping state? The spirit of the water god was taken aback. If that's the case, how was he communicating with those deities? No, it seemed that the divine water element within him was automatically communicating with those deities. How could this be possible? Looking at Lilan's divine water element, the spirit of the water god widened her eyes in disbelief. After a moment, she suddenly realized, no wonder Lilan could attract so many deities to fight over him. The divine water has spirit, this is the symbol of the divine sun. But how could a mere mortal who has never encountered a deity exhibit such anomalies? Could it be, is he the reincarnation of a certain water deity? Thinking of this, the spirit of the water god's breathing became rapid. Her gaze towards Lilan turned respectful, because deities cannot be offended. At the same time, she felt a bit relieved that Lilan was merely the reincarnation of a deity, not a true god. Even the weakest demigod carries divine might. This is the authority of a god, and also a symbol of a deity's power. Even if a deity looks down on those who offend them, their divine might can automatically kill all those offenders. A mortal cannot gaze directly at a deity. This is the reason. If Lilan were a true god, then when she locked eyes with Lilan in the secret realm, she might have already perished. The debate among the gods in the temple continued. Thinking of Lilan soon becoming the holy son of the Water God Palace, she felt honored. But at that moment, the entire Water God Palace suddenly began to tremble violently. The spirit of the Water God's face changed dramatically. Not good, the divine power overflowing from these deities is too immense, and the Water God Palace, having aged and fallen into disrepair, cannot withstand this force and is gradually collapsing. No, I must stabilize everything quickly, or everyone will be buried here. She hurriedly waved her hand, activating the core of the secret realm of the Water God Palace to resist this force. Meanwhile, in the space of the second trial, feeling this terrifying energy, everyone's faces showed fear. What's happening? Such a strong energy fluctuation. What is this? I feel my soul trembling. What kind of energy is this? It's too terrifying. I can't breathe. This energy comes from the Supreme. The Supreme, this is the energy of the Supreme. There are deities in this secret realm. I felt this kind of energy in a 5-star secret realm before. It comes from the ancient deities of legend, the ancient supremes. I won't mistake it. What? There are actually deities in this secret realm? It should just be the power left behind by the deities. If they were true deities, we might have died long ago. Could it be that Lilan caused this again? Are you dreaming? How could that kid have such power? Whoever caused it doesn't matter. I just know what we should do now. I feel like I'm dying. The power of the deities is domineering and strong. I feel it eroding my body. Do you have any solutions? If this continues, before the secret realm collapses, we will be scattered by the power of the deities, becoming living puppets. Li Qin, are you okay? Mr. Li Qin, are you alright? Li Qin, hold on, your brother hasn't come out yet. You can't fall here first. Quick, take out the elemental gems from before and inject them into Li Qin's body. Li Qin suddenly collapsed, and the faces of General Xiang and others changed dramatically. They hurriedly picked up the precious elemental gems given by the spirit of the water god and injected the energy into Li Qin's body. Li Qin was a master of fire elements, and the energy of this deity was clearly of the water element. Water and fire are opposites. The impact Li Qin would endure would be several times that of the others. Watching the officials unhesitatingly take out the extremely precious elemental gems to inject into Li Qin, the members of the Dark Moon Circus were somewhat surprised. General Xiang, you're quite generous, the puppet master said with a strange smile. General Xiang coldly glanced at him and said, one who gathers firewood for the masses must not freeze to death in the wind and snow. Li Qin has given so much for my Jiangnan province. How could a monster like you, who has no sense of home and country, understand? Home and country sentiment? The beast tamer scoffed. What use is that? The old director, expressionless, stuffed his own elemental gem beside Li Qin. If the heart has no place to rest, it will wander everywhere. No matter how strong you are just a group of wanderers. No one cares, you are merely tools for the higher-ups. If you die, no one will remember you, and you might even be killed by your own companions at any moment. No, you have no companions. Just like the clown before. This is a kind of sorrow, not just within the secret realm. At this moment, outside the secret realm, the winds began to rise and clouds began to surge. With the turmoil of the Water God Palace, the water level of Yunmeng Lake began to rise dramatically, and the beasts within the lake also stirred. Seeing this scene, the army stationed by Yunmeng Lake immediately sprang into action. Quick, Evacuate the civilians. Evacuate the civilians. Captain, the water level is rising too fast. I'm afraid we won't make it in time. If it weren't for the current situation, I would really want to kill you. It's fast. Then you must be faster than it. Yes. Captain, quickly notify the provincial government to prepare flood relief supplies. Rapidly dispatch the troops above the level of supernatural beings for support. What about those civilian supernatural beings? Many of them are supernatural beings. If we let them join us, it could relieve a lot of our pressure. Let them retreat as well. They are still young, and we have not fallen yet. Captain, it's bad. Several king-level supernatural beasts have drilled up at the No. 1 river mouth. All members of teams 3 and 4, grab your weapons immediately and come with me to fight at the No. 1 river mouth. But Captain, we are no match for those guys. Remember what your instructors told you when you enlisted. Yes, Captain. Enlisting to defend the country is of utmost importance. Brothers, charge with me. Large numbers of troops began to mobilize. In just half an hour, all the residents by the riverside evacuated. At the same time, the river water submerged all the places they had previously stationed. A large number of soldiers jumped into the water, fighting desperately against the supernatural beasts. The lake's surface was stained red with blood, and corpses were everywhere. But this blood was the blood of the supernatural beasts. These corpses were also the corpses of the supernatural beasts. All civilian supernatural beings, get on the vehicle quickly. The military will take over here completely, and someone will take you to a safe place shortly. The officer shouted at the crowd on the ground. Under his command, everyone hurried to get on the vehicle. Only a handsome young man stood under a big tree, pushing a wheelchair and gazing at the lakeside. Suxin, aren't you leaving? Lu Shaoqi couldn't help but ask. Not leaving. Why? Waiting for the captain? But the captain is a supernatural being. Nothing will happen to him. Who is waiting for him? Suxin pushed the wheelchair in front of Lu Shaoqi. Keep this for me. I'm going to help the military kill the supernatural beasts. Wait a minute. Lu Shaoqi called out to him, surprised to find that Suxin exuded a completely different aura than before. You broke through to become a supernatural being? Suxin nodded. By the time Lu Shaoqi came to her senses, Suxin had already left without her noticing. What happened to the boy who was with you just now? Back in the vehicle, the officer looked at Lu Shaoqi, who was pushing the wheelchair. He said he was going to help the military kill the supernatural beasts. Nonsense. The officer couldn't help but say, he's a high-level sorcerer, and he's fire type, isn't that going to his death? He has suddenly become a supernatural being. What? Upon hearing this, the officer immediately breathed a sigh of relief and showed a hint of a smile. But he still said, but orders are orders. You all wait for me here. I will go and bring him back right now. Captain Lu, it's bad. Just as the officer was about to get out of the vehicle, a cracking sound came from inside the car. What happened? What happened? He hurriedly ran back to check and saw a large hole in the car window. A high-level supernatural being pointed at the window and said, Feng Heng and Duan Zitao and the others have run away. The officer looked outside and saw Feng Heng, Duan Zitao, and a group of supernatural beings rushing towards the battlefield between the military and the supernatural beasts. Tears welled up in his eyes. Captain Lu, what's wrong with you? You little brat, are you looking for a beating? The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten by the fire element, and the lightning element was completely defeated. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten by the fire element, and the lightning element was completely defeated. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten by the fire element, and the lightning element was completely defeated. Inside the water god palace, Lilan was still asleep. The lightning and fire elements were fighting continuously within his body. Outside his body, the water system gods were arguing incessantly, even coming to blows. Get your stinky hands off him. He's mine. Why? He's mine. Because I'm stronger. This human kid belongs to me. I am the strongest. You all get out of my way. What good is strength? Even gods must be wise. Only the wise can lead him in the right direction, and I am that wise one. You're nothing but a fool. I see you as a complete idiot. Impudent. Take this. Is that all? Humph. I haven't moved in tens of thousands of years. It's time to stretch my muscles. A deity with a human head and a fish body, resembling a mermaid, declared. With a thought, a massive torrent suddenly surged from the ground. At this sight, the spirit of the water god deep within turned ashen. It's over. But just then, a towering shadow appeared in the temple. He held a trident, wore a crown, and had a stern face, his blue eyes seemingly containing the vastness of the ocean. Enough, what a ruckus, he said in a deep voice, speaking a language never heard on Blue Star. Yet all the gods understood the meaning of his words. Upon seeing him, all the deities involuntarily fell silent. "We pay our respects to your majesty, the God King," one deity quickly said. The others echoed in agreement. "We pay our respects to your majesty, the God King." He nodded in satisfaction, looking at Lilan, and said, "I want him." Hearing this, the other gods felt a bit reluctant but nodded helplessly, exchanging glances of blame. In their view, if it weren't for the interference of the other gods, they might have already taken Lilan into their fold. Seeing Lilan asleep, the God King was not angry. Instead, he gently tapped Lilan's brow and then vanished without a trace. "It's all your fault. Isn't it because of you? Humph. Nothing good ever comes from seeing you," the gods said, their consciousness returning to the statues, and the temple returned to calm. But Lilan was not calm. The moment the God King tapped his brow, a tumultuous wave surged within him. At the same time, an extremely pure divine power appeared in his spiritual sea. The water element is wildly absorbing unknown energy, water god energy. Water carries all is wildly devouring unknown energy, energy capacity. The water element is wildly absorbing unknown energy, water god energy. Water carries all is wildly devouring unknown energy, energy capacity. The water element is wildly absorbing unknown energy, water god energy. Water carries all is wildly devouring unknown energy, energy capacity. Your water god element cultivation has been raised to early stage of divine ability. You have successfully comprehended the divine ability, spear of the sea god. Hearing the system's voice, Lilan sat up in confusion. What's going on? What happened? How did I become so strong after just a nap? At that moment, he saw ripples forming in the space before him, and the spirit of the water god reappeared. He was about to inquire about what had happened when he saw the water god spirit kneeling on one knee, respectfully saying to him, "We pay our respects to the palace master." Lilan? His mind went blank in an instant. The majesty of the sea god, the majesty of the sea god, palace master? What palace master? Am I not a man? If I am, then I must be a prince, right? Have I crossed over again? Lilan felt down to confirm that the guy was still there and then breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing his confusion, the water god spirit stood up and briefly recounted what had happened, including the god's contention and the subsequent arrival of the sea god. It turned out that the palace master was not a princess, and Lilan felt relieved. He never expected that after waking up, he would inexplicably become the palace master of the water god palace. Truly, fate plays tricks on people. "May I ask, palace master, what do you plan to do next?" the water god spirit asked, feeling very nervous. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. Moreover, Lilan was still a young man. Young people are often impulsive. Suddenly gaining such immense power, she feared Lilan might do something outrageous with the water god palace, and she couldn't stop him. After all, she was merely the guardian spirit of the water god palace. Strictly speaking, she was considered Lilan's private property. Whatever Lilan wanted her to do, she could only comply. "Can I do anything?" Lilan suddenly asked. Sure enough, the spirit of the water god looked serious and nodded. "Anything is possible, after all, you are the master of the water god palace." Lilan's rosy lips parted slightly. Just when she thought Lilan was about to say something earth-shattering, she only heard Lilan simply say, "Alright, from today on, you are the master of the water god palace." "Master, please let me go. I want to go home and sleep." Upon hearing this, the spirit of the water god was stunned, looking bewildered. "Ha, what did you say?" Lilan frowned slightly. Was this spirit hard of hearing? As a qualified lazy person, he didn't like to repeat himself. "I'm sorry, master, that's not possible." The spirit of the water god hesitated for a moment and said, "The successor to the position of master can only be chosen from the Holy Sun and the Divine Sun." "And what about the Holy Sun and the water Divine Sun?" Lilan looked at her, remaining silent. As if understanding Lilan's meaning, the spirit of the water god said, "Right now, you are the only one in the entire water god palace, so I'm just a lone commander, huh?" Lilan was silent for a moment and said, "Then from today on, you are the acting master. You are fully responsible for everything in the water god palace. That should be fine, right?" The spirit of the water god nodded, looking strange. This new master doesn't play by the rules. If it were someone else becoming the master of the water god palace, they would be overjoyed. But here he was, looking disdainful as if he had caught some enormous trouble. "Alright, since that's the case, let me go. I want to go home." "That might not be possible." "What do you mean?" Lilan looked at her with dissatisfaction. "Didn't you say that as long as you became the holy son of the water god palace, you could leave the secret realm early? Now that he had become the master, wasn't that more impressive than the holy son?" "Master, you have gained the recognition of the great god king. Now you are the master of the water god palace. and the glory and loss of the Water God Palace are now tied to you. So I would like to ask you to work together with the Water God Palace to overcome difficulties and revitalize the Water God Palace." The spirit of the Water God seemed afraid that Li Lan would refuse and continued, "This process isn't very tiring. You just need to activate a few permissions, and I can handle everything else." "So simple? If it were just like this, then being a princess, no, a master, wouldn't be too bad." Li Lan looked at her. She nodded seriously twice. "What permissions?" Upon hearing Li Lan agree, the spirit of the Water God revealed a smile. She gently reached into the air. The space rippled slightly, and her hand reached into the void, pulling out a blue crystal the size of a thumb. The crystal was crystal clear, and it seemed to contain boundless energy within. Li Lan just felt it lightly and felt as if he had plunged into a deep sea, being swallowed by the ocean. However, he did not feel afraid. Instead, he sensed a familiar warmth from it. It was as if he had been born and raised by the sea, like a child of the ocean and water. Was this the reason for the God King's mark in his spiritual sea? How he longed for the sea. Li Lan quickly suppressed the thoughts in his mind. After all, his grandfather hated water the most. If this thought were to be known by his grandfather, he would surely receive a severe beating or a harsh scolding. Among the top experts in the Dragon Kingdom, there was a powerful figure named Shui Xian, a top water element ability user. Every time his grandfather saw her, the two would always end up fighting. The permission to draw energy from the outside world for the Water God Palace. The spirit of the Water God handed the crystal to Li Lan and said, "This is the core of the Water God Palace. With it, everything in the Water God Palace will be under your control. Why don't you do it yourself?" Li Lan moved his eyelids, silently inquiring. To fully master the core of the secret realm, one must gain the recognition of the deities in the temple. And I am just a guardian spirit, not qualified for that. The spirit of the Water God explained, "You can communicate with the core using the divine mark within you." Li Lan followed suit. In an instant, the core vanished, transforming into a mass of particles that surged into his body. The layout of the Water God Palace became clear in his mind. He was astonished to discover that the position he had previously breached only occupied 1/500th of the total area of the Water God Palace. Aside from the first and second trials, there were countless more challenges ahead. In addition, there were training rooms, beast gardens, herb gardens, housing, and a series of other buildings. However, most of them were closed and required sufficient energy to be activated. Currently, the energy of the Water God Palace was not very abundant. It could only open the main gate of the palace and ensure the normal operation of the first 10 trial levels. As for how to replenish energy, it was quite simple. The Water God Palace had a unique energy operation system that could automatically draw energy from the outside world once activated. With a thought, Li Lan instantly opened the gate of the Water God Palace. Countless water element energies surged into the palace from the outside, and the Water God Palace sprang to life. However, replenishing energy was a lengthy process. Li Lan estimated that it would take at least 1,000 years to fully replenish the core's energy. That was far too slow. It seemed that the water spirit sensed Li Lan's disappointment and stepped forward, saying, "Palace Master, this is already quite good, leave the rest to me." Li Lan nodded, suddenly realizing that his third brother and the others had vanished from the space of the second trial. Strange, where did they go? Not good. At that moment, the water spirit's expression changed dramatically. "What's wrong?" Li Lan looked at her in confusion. "Palace Master, the commotion you caused when communicating with the deities of the temple was too great. The Water God Palace couldn't withstand the pressure from the deities and trembled for a while. Those trial participants might have fallen out of the Water God Palace during the tremor." The water spirit said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Palace Master, this is all my fault." "And outside the Water God Palace is Yunmeng Lake." Having stayed in the lake for thousands of years, the water spirit still knew the name of Yunmeng Lake. Li Lan breathed a sigh of relief. It was just Yunmeng Lake. What was the big deal? His third brother and General Xiang were all powerful beings. If they were in Yunmeng Lake, they shouldn't encounter any danger. So it was just Yunmeng Lake. "But, Palace Master," the water spirit said, "in the depths of Yunmeng Lake, there reside 3 royal-level exotic beasts." "What?" Li Lan was taken aback, all laziness vanishing. 3 royal-level exotic beasts. That was equivalent to 3 land immortals. And in the water, even 3 land immortals might not be a match for a single royal-level exotic beast. How long have they been down there? The water spirit thought for a moment and said, "According to your time, it has been about a few minutes." "Just a few minutes?" Li Lan felt relieved. He continued to ask, "Can we fish them back?" The water spirit shook her head and said, "Currently, the Water God Palace lacks sufficient energy to influence the outside world. But, Palace Master," she continued, "those 3 are royal-level exotic beasts that have ascended by absorbing the great power dissipated from the Water God Palace. making them half-guardians of the palace. If you were to take action, perhaps you could suppress them. Me, Li Lan was taken aback. What a joke. He was just an ordinary powerful being, not even a land immortal. How could he go and suppress royal-level exotic beasts? The water spirit nodded and said, the energy dissipated from the water god palace contains the supreme power of the deities. The power of the deities is lethal to ordinary beings. Those exotic beasts absorbed this power, and their fear of the deities is naturally etched into their souls. As the master of the water god palace, you are the one chosen by the god king, and you can naturally use the power left to you by the god king to suppress them. Li Lan didn't expect it to be like this. Understanding her meaning, he decided to take a gamble. After all, there was no other way. He couldn't just watch his brother perish in the belly of an exotic beast. Let me out. The spirit of the water god nodded, and a blue particle coalesced into a spatial wormhole, appearing before the two. Master of the palace, on the other side of the passage is the depths of Yunmeng Lake, where those trial takers fell. I'm very sorry, but as the guardian spirit of the water god palace, I cannot leave with you. At this moment, the bottom of Yunmeng Lake was turbulent with waves. Looking at the lake water around them, General Xiang and the others, along with the members of the Dark Moon Circus, wore puzzled expressions. What's going on? Where is this? It seems we are underwater. Is this the bottom of Yunmeng Lake? Did we come out? Weren't we just in the water god palace? How did we get out? I don't know. After that terrifying power appeared, the water god palace started shaking, and then I lost track of what happened. Is Li Qin okay? He's fine, he's awake. That's good. But can someone tell me how we got out? The crowd began to discuss among themselves. The childlike high priest focused his mind, isolating the lake water around him. He slowly said, during the few minutes when that terrifying power appeared, you all fell unconscious. As for what happened afterward, at that moment, the puppeteer laughed and said, after that, the space shattered, and we all fell into a spatial rift. Then we returned to the bottom of the lake. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Then puppeteer, what should we do now? Should we go back? The beast tamer asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the bottom of the lake instantly turned pitch black. Everyone quickly used their mental perception to check their surroundings. After entering the realm of the great supernatural beings, the mental power of the ability users greatly increased. At this moment, even without using their eyes, they could sense what was happening around them. They were shocked to discover that the beast tamer, who had just been speaking, had vanished. What happened? Everyone held their breath and looked around. They noticed a gigantic octopus above them, staring at them. This octopus was 100 times larger than a normal one, completely black, with countless tentacles swaying in an irregular manner. Beneath it, black ink was continuously gushing out. It was because of this that they had briefly lost their sight. At this moment, they could clearly see the beast tamer being bound and restrained by several tentacles, slowly being forced into the terrifying maw of the octopus. Blood sprayed out like bursting juice, but it was quickly dyed black. A royal-level beast. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps tingle. Their bodies stiffened, and their minds went blank. What to do? General Xian quickly enveloped Li Qin in fire elemental energy, fearing that he might accidentally provoke this deep-sea giant. This octopus must have come from the ocean. After all, Yunmeng Lake does not produce such creatures. But why did it travel thousands of miles from the sea to Yunmeng Lake? The group didn't want to know and had no time to find out. They just wanted to escape quickly and leave this cursed place. Don't make a sound. This creature is very sensitive to noise, the high priest conveyed telepathically. At this moment, regardless of friend or foe, everyone nodded in agreement. Which way to go? Director Jiang looked at General Xiang. General Xiang scanned the crowd and noticed that Li Qin was slowly swimming to the left. To the left. Seeing this, everyone followed behind him. A few seconds later, the puppeteer stopped. Then Li Qin and the high priest also halted. The crowd looked at the three of them in confusion. Why did we stop? Puppeteer, did you find something? Li Qin pointed ahead, where a large black fish was glaring at them. It had a massive mouth and was covered in green moss and algae, perfectly blending into the surrounding environment. If one didn't look closely, they might not even notice it. Another royal-level beast. The mood of the crowd plummeted. Damn, how could we possibly be a match for two royal-level beasts? It's over, we're doomed. The members of the Dark Moon Circus scattered in all directions. General Xiang and the others huddled closely together, exchanging glances. Each of you, if there's a chance to escape later, hurry and run, don't worry about us. Yes, General. Two royal-level beasts slowly approached, their terrifying presence pressing down on everyone like a mountain. It sent chills down their spines, causing them to tremble all over. Just as they were about to fight to the death, the two royal-level beasts suddenly began to cry out. Their cries were filled with sorrow, as if begging for mercy. What's going on? What's wrong with them? A powerful practitioner asked in confusion. They seem to be afraid, General Xiang gasped, his expression grave. The crowd's pupils dilated in disbelief. Afraid? What could make royal-level beasts so terrified? Could it be an even more powerful royal-level beast? Just as everyone felt despair, a frail figure appeared before them. It seemed to be the source of the fear for the two royal-level beasts. Upon seeing this figure, the two beasts even began to tremble, as if they had encountered a great terror. The beast tide calmed down, preparing to head to Longjing. This figure seemed to be a person? But what kind of person could possess such immense power to instill fear in two royal-level beasts? Could it be a deity? Everyone held their breath, staring at the figure before them, not daring to move an inch. Gradually, the figure became clearer. As they recognized his face, everyone widened their eyes in shock. Li Lan? General Xiang exclaimed in disbelief, is it really you? Li Lan, rubbing his sleepy eyes, waved at General Xiang. Then he walked over to Li Qin's side. Seeing his third brother looking weak, Li Lan couldn't help but ask with concern, third brother, are you okay? Xiao Lan, why did you come out too? Li Qin shook his head, somewhat incredulous that Li Lan was the one who scared off the two royal-level beasts. I finished that test and came out. Did you pass? Li Qin asked in surprise. The Water God Palace secret realm was clearly not an ordinary one. Now that Li Lan had become the holy son of the Water God Palace, wouldn't he take off directly? Sort of, Li Lan nodded, not elaborating. After all, the reality of the Water God Palace was beyond common sense, and he feared that speaking out would attract unnecessary trouble. At that moment, the pitch-black giant fish let out a low growl, and everyone felt an overwhelming pressure. Li Qin instinctively shielded Li Lan behind him. Li Lan activated the sea god mark in his sea of consciousness and glared at it. The royal-level beast immediately fled in panic. Seeing this, the octopus also dared not linger and scurried away towards the sea. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt blank in their minds. Li Qin, who had intended to continue speaking, suddenly forgot what to say. This. Director Jiang stammered. Watching the shocked expressions of these seniors, Li Lan could only helplessly explain, this is all thanks to the Water God Palace. Everyone suddenly understood, thinking that Li Lan had driven away the royal-level beasts by leveraging the might of the Water God Spirit. So, are you going back to the Water God Palace later? Li Qin asked. Li Lan shook his head. The remaining matters could be resolved by the Water God Spirit without his involvement. Moreover, he had already obtained the core of the Water God Palace and could contact the Water God Spirit at any time. Even if the Water God Spirit needed to unlock some permissions in the Water God Palace, he could control it remotely. Then, can we still enter the Water God Palace? The old director asked in confusion. Li Lan shook his head again. After the previous earthquake, many of the Water God Palace's barriers had been damaged, and repairs would take time. Seeing this, everyone sighed in regret. After all, there were many treasures in the Water God Palace. Although the process was dangerous, what did that danger matter in the face of such rich rewards? Among these powerful practitioners, who hadn't fought their way out of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, General Xiang, it seems that the people from the Dark Moon Circus and the High Priest have escaped. At this moment, a powerful practitioner spoke to General Xiang. General Xiang nodded and said, if they escape, then let them go, we can't catch them anyway. But, he looked worriedly at Li Lan and said, you might be in danger from now on. The High Priest may not do anything to you, but the Dark Moon Circus, as long as they dare to come, I'll make sure they come and go without return. Li Qin said coldly from the side. Little Lan, aren't you going to Qinglong Academy in a few days? I'll accompany you then. I want to see if these rats in the gutter dare to touch you. Third brother, don't make it so complicated. Have you forgotten? I still have the swift movement talisman. What a joke. If his brother went with him, he would be tortured to death. All his little secrets would be exposed. With Su Xian's words, he might just get by with a soft approach. Li Qin thought about it and nodded lightly. The fluctuations from the Water God Palace calmed down, and the lake water gradually receded. Those strange beasts that had originally fled from Yunmeng Lake also began to return to the lake. The crowd by the lake, seeing this scene, felt it was hard to believe. Strange, why has the water level receded? Great, those strange beasts have retreated. This is too fast. The supplies from the provincial city haven't even arrived yet. Isn't this a good thing? You should go notify them not to send the supplies. Does anyone know the casualty numbers? Report to the captain. With the help of the little heroes, our soldiers have suffered no casualties. Everyone was discussing excitedly, filled with joy. Su Xian and Duan Zitao bumped fists to celebrate their victory, but then looked worriedly at the lake's surface. Just a moment ago, Duan Zitao had almost been devoured by a strange beast during the battle, but fortunately, Su Xian had rushed forward in time to save him. thus forging a friendship between the two. What are you looking at? Waiting for Li Lan to come back? Duan Zitao sat down beside Su Xian and asked, looking at the lake. Su Xian nodded slightly and took out a potion from his pocket, drinking it down. Don't worry, Li Lan will be fine. He's a powerful practitioner and is with General Xiang and the others. His third brother is also there. With so many powerful practitioners, unless they encounter a royal-level strange beast, nothing should happen. Just as he spoke, a group of people flew over from above the lake. Seeing this, Duan Zitao quickly said, "Look, they're back." Su Xian hurriedly looked up at the sky and smiled faintly. However, the smile quickly disappeared. Duan Zitao found it hard to believe and rubbed his eyes. Could this poker face actually smile? Must be an illusion. As General Xiang and the others returned, more and more people gathered by the shore. Everyone was discussing, and many people's gazes were focused on Li Lan. Everyone, look! It's General Xiang and the others returning. It seems like one person is missing. It's Captain Qin. Captain Qin sacrificed himself? How is that possible? He's a powerful practitioner. What's impossible about it? It's rumored that there are royal-level strange beasts at the bottom of Yunmeng Lake. How could a powerful practitioner be a match for a royal-level strange beast? And we also have to guard against the Dark Moon Circus's schemes, those damned things. If it weren't for them, Captain Qin wouldn't have died. Look, Li Lan is back too. Lazy god, lazy god, lazy god. My god. Great, the lazy god is back. I hope the lazy god isn't injured. He looks a bit listless. Isn't he always like this? A 17-year-old powerful practitioner, Li Lan is simply terrifying. I must thank Li Lan properly later. If it weren't for him, I might have already died. Me too. I didn't expect Li Lan to hide so deeply. Li Lan is so powerful. Why didn't he just take action to win the championship during the selection competition? I can't figure it out. What's there to figure out? When you play games, don't you also wear down your opponent first before unleashing your ultimate move? But this isn't a game. The selection competition might not be much different from a game for the lazy god. Li Lan had just fallen from the sky when a crowd of people surrounded him. In fact, there were even a few bold girls who attempted to kiss him. Startled, Li Lan lost all sense of sleepiness and quickly used his telekinetic powers to float away. However, halfway through, he spotted a familiar figure. Su Xian was standing outside the crowd, looking at him. To his surprise, the aura around Su Xian had also reached the realm of divine powers. Seeing this, Li Lan hurriedly rushed over. Su Xian looked at him with disdain but skillfully picked him up on his back. I thought you were dead. Do you really wish I were dead? Yeah, I almost died in that wretched lake. Do you know? There were 3 royal level at the bottom of that lake, Li Lan said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Su Xian's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, "You weren't hurt, were you? Why are you not following the script? Shouldn't you be asking how we escaped from those 3 royal level?" Li Lan continued along his line of thought. My third brother said I have only a week left to live. What? Li Lan felt Su Xian suddenly stop, his body tensing up. He slowly turned his head back and asked, "Really? You're not lying to me?" Seeing his reaction, Li Lan realized he had gone too far and quickly said, "Just kidding. Why don't you just go die then?" Su Xian threw him off his back and walked ahead without looking back. No, Su Xian, don't be angry. Li Lan hurriedly used his telekinetic powers to float over. I was wrong. I really was wrong. A few minutes later, Su Xian helplessly picked Li Lan up again. I really owe you one. Once I repay my debt, I'm going to the border to fight, and we should never meet again in this lifetime. Li Lan said, You promised me you'd work for me for free for 30 years. During those 30 years, I can command you to serve me tea every day. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the small blood pill the high priest had given him in the secret realm. He quickly took it out and shoved it to Su Xian's mouth. Without a second thought, Su Xian swallowed it. Li Lan, what is this? Shouldn't you have asked that before eating? Li Lan remained silent. A few seconds later, Su Xian felt a warmth rising within him. The next moment, the holy blood in his body vanished without a trace. Su Xian looked back at Li Lan in disbelief, only to find that Li Lan had somehow fallen asleep. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was beaten badly by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The wood element is diligently cultivating, gathering wood element energy. Telekinesis and control powers are good friends, practicing together hand in hand, gathering telekinetic energy and control energy. Telekinesis and control powers have comprehended a fusion divine power, mental control, prototype. The water element is teaching water carries all things while also seriously cultivating, gathering divine water energy. Dragon and tiger body refinement technique looks at water carries all things with pity, absent-mindedly starting to cultivate, gathering the host's spirit and body. Water carries all things is diligently and painstakingly cultivating, increasing energy capacity. When Li Lan woke up, he found himself sitting in a wheelchair. Su Xian was reading a book nearby, something called Caged Clan. His third brother was also reading beside him, but he was looking at a comic book, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. Li Lan looked at him with disdain. Having such a brother was truly embarrassing. The space in the car was large and noisy. The usual atmosphere hadn't changed just because there were two divine power users present. However, Li Lan could clearly feel that the principal and several teachers looked at him with much more respect. Look at the sword! Look at the sword! Look at the sword! Cui Mingho, you're doing well, but I'm even better. Watch out, I'm hitting your left side. Ha ha ha, didn't expect it? I actually hit the right side. Huang Xiaotian's swordsmanship had improved significantly, using a water bottle to beat Cui Mingho without giving him a chance to fight back. Lu Yuya narcissistically admired himself in the mirror, pinning a medal in the most prominent position on his chest. This was an honor awarded by the military to all outstanding performers during the recent Beast Tide cleanup, including civilian ability users. According to a teacher nearby, although Lu Yuya was usually quite pretentious and wore a suit even in battle, he was no less effective when it came to clearing the beasts. He had saved several children's lives and even tore his favorite suit in the process. For an ordinary person, tearing clothes might not mean much, but Li Lan knew it was a significant matter for Lu Yuya. Sometimes he would rather get hurt himself than let his suit suffer any damage. My idol, you're awake! Wang Shishir exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Li Lan wake up. She quickly took a bottle of cola from her backpack and placed it in front of him. My idol, have some cola. Thank you, Li Lan nodded in gratitude. He had initially wanted to refuse, but the temptation of the cola was too strong to resist, so he accepted it. Using his telekinetic ability, he opened the bottle cap and poured it into his mouth. When there was only a little less than half a bottle left, he tossed it to Su Xian, who drank it down without hesitation. What about mine? Li Qin put down his comic book and looked at Li Lan with a resentful expression. You've forgotten your brother now that you have a girlfriend, right? Are you stupid? Li Lan shot him a glance and continued to sleep. In his dreams, Li Lan sighed, wishing he really had a girlfriend. His requirements weren't high fair skin, beautiful, long legs, and a stunning appearance would be enough. Not too big, though, he couldn't handle that. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the more he wanted a girlfriend. After thinking for a long time, Li Lan sighed again. Forget it, he thought, looking for one was too tiring. Just the thought of having to accompany a girlfriend shopping, on dates, and chatting made him feel a slight headache. Love was no match for a good sleep. Don't you agree, single nobles in front of the screen? After staying at school for a few days, Li Lan received a notice from the Provincial Education Department. The National Martial Arts Competition would be held in Longjing a month later, and participants had to arrive there within 10 days. Once they arrived, there would be dedicated personnel to receive them. Meanwhile, teachers from the 5 major academies would also be in Longjing to handle enrollment procedures for new students. After a great victory on the front lines, private jets, and 3 small wooden boxes, Su Xian pushed Li Lan to the airport. Li Qin, shining in gold, followed closely beside them, attracting attention. Third brother, I told you, you don't need to see me off, Li Lan said helplessly, noticing the gazes of those around them as he ruffled his fluffy hair. But Li Qin looked very pleased, tilting his head slightly as if he thoroughly enjoyed the attention. Xiao Lan, being personally escorted by the Golden Saint warrior, you should feel honored. This honor, I don't want to enjoy, Li Lan sighed and closed his eyes to sleep. Li Qin enthusiastically greeted the people around them. The airport was crowded, and with a few of them being semi-celebrities, it didn't take long for more and more people to notice them. Look, isn't that the Golden Saint warrior Li Qin? That armor looks so cool. My golden war god. It really is him. He's a hero from our Jiangnan province. But unfortunately, he's not my type. I prefer someone a bit more aloof. That person in the wheelchair looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere. That's Li Lan, the lazy god, the war god from the selection competition. My uncle is in the military, and according to his description, Li Lan's performance during the Beast Tide can be described as a deity descending to Earth. Is that true? That's so exaggerated. Of course. Just look at who he is, a 17-year-old great ability user. Sigh, so many days have passed, and the lazy god is still as lazy as ever. Why, I really want to be the lazy god's girlfriend. The lazy god is a high mountain flower that can only be admired from afar. He is not suitable to be a boyfriend. You wouldn't want him sleeping while you're doing that at night, would you? I hate it. I don't understand what you're saying. The person next to him must be Su Xian, right? So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Just my type. Mr. Li Qin, may I have your autograph, please? I want one too. I want one too. The crowd surged forward. Li Qin accepted all the adoration with pleasure. Of course, one at a time. Halfway through signing, he saw a group of girls running towards him, youthful and full of energy. My charm has grown to the point where even young girls are going crazy for me, Li Qin thought, a proud smile appearing on his face. Little sisters, one at a time, crowding is an unjust act. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the smile on his face quickly froze. The group of girls didn't stop in front of him. Instead, they turned and ran towards Li Lan. Lazy God, may I take a picture with you? A bright-eyed little girl politely asked Li Lan. Li Lan opened his eyes and saw a group of little girls looking at him expectantly. Without thinking, he nodded. Yay! The little girls immediately jumped up in excitement. Seeing this, Li Qin turned back to the group of big men in front of him, feeling that his good mood for the day had vanished. Mr. Li Qin, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell. Li Qin continued signing, his heart aching with envy. A tall, dark-skinned, muscular man quickly supported him, saying, Mr. Li Qin, are you okay? If you're not feeling well, it's fine if you don't sign. Yes, the people around nodded in agreement. At that moment, laughter and cheers came from Li Lan's side. Thank you, Brother Lan. Thank you, Brother Su Xin. Thank you, Lazy God, love you to death. Ouch, it hurt even more. Li Qin shook his head. It's nothing, just didn't sleep well last night. I'll take a nap later. After finishing the autographs, Li Qin sighed repeatedly. Li Lan woke up, stretched, looked at Su Xian, and moved his eyelids. I don't know, Brother Qin has been like this since before, Su Xian said. Li Lan nodded, feeling good as he looked at the scenery along the way. Jiangnan Province's base city, as one of the 18 base cities in the country, had a pretty impressive airport. It was full of technological flair, with a huge screen hanging in front of the waiting hall, displaying hot events from all over the country. Countless small screens below showed all the flights for the day. Li Lan, Su Xian, you're here too. A clear voice rang out from not far away. The three looked towards the source of the voice and saw a group of teenagers walking towards them. It was Duan Zitao, Wu Tianxi, Wu Liuqi, Fang Heng, and a few others. Besides them, there were also some people from other provinces, like Huang Chang. Clearly, they were also heading to Longjing. Some were participating in the national martial arts competition, while others were attending the recruitment of the 5 major academies. Hello, Li Lan waved at them. Hello, Lazy God. Lazy God, didn't expect to see you at the airport. Lazy God, didn't expect to meet again. Hello, Mr. Li Qin. Hello, Li Lan, long time no see, Wu Liuqi said, still dressed in black, holding a sword, looking cool like an emotionless assassin. Long time no see, Li Lan nodded. Are you all waiting for a flight? Duan Zitao asked, holding a cup of unfortunate coffee, looking at Su Xian. Su Xian nodded. That's great, if that's the case, maybe we'll all be on the same plane. The others looked delighted as well. As a representative of the younger generation in Jiangnan Province, being with him naturally made them very happy. If nothing unexpected happens, we should not be on a plane, Su Xian suddenly said. Why? Aren't you going to Longjing? The others looked puzzled. Su Xian helplessly replied, to ensure the young master's safety, a private plane will pick us up to Longjing. As the young master's companion, I naturally have to go with him. I see. Ah, what a pity. The group looked disappointed. However, they could understand. After all, Li Lan had already been exposed to the Dark Moon Circus and was very likely to face assassination from the Spirit Energy Association. If Li Lan were to fall, it would not only be a loss for the Li family but also for the Dragon Kingdom and even the entire human alliance. While they were chatting, the large screen at the front of the airport hall suddenly changed, replaced by the beautiful figure of a news anchor. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Fan Jia from the Border News Channel, and I have a piece of good news to share. Let us congratulate the 7th Legion of the Border for successfully annihilating 3 elite enemy forces from the alien races and killing a demigod from the barbarian spirit clan. Now, let us enjoy the live report. The scene shifted to a blood-soaked battlefield, with yellow sand rolling in the border landscape. A man with red hair, tied in a short ponytail and dressed in military uniform, stood suspended in midair. He was covered in wounds, his uniform tattered, and a giant bird of flame circled around him, emitting a deafening cry. The man and the bird had eyes as sharp as eagles, glaring intently at a giant over 4 meters tall, with bulging muscles. The term demigod refers to the alien races, the land deities. Seeing this scene, Li Qin and Li Lan felt as if their hearts had been lifted to their throats. Because this red-haired man was none other than their elder brother, Li Qingyang. It's the young emperor Li Qingyang. He has been severely injured. What? A demigod? Does the barbarian spirit clan have no shame? A dignified demigod actually attacking a junior? How despicable. Everyone, don't worry. Didn't the news say they killed a demigod from the barbarian spirit clan? I think that must be him. The crowd murmured, and the hall fell silent, the atmosphere tense. The footage was likely shot by a drone from a distance, so the quality wasn't very clear. But everyone could still see the arrogant expression on the demigod's face from the barbarian spirit clan. Li Qingyang, you are quite impressive. I have lived for hundreds of years and have never seen such an outstanding alien. Now I give you a chance. Join my barbarian spirit clan, and you will be promoted. Otherwise, die. His eyes were as large as a baby's head, filled with sharp teeth, and saliva splattered as he spoke, his face grotesque and terrifying. You are not worthy, Li Qingyang said coldly. Despite being severely injured, he still looked down at him, like an emperor of the mortal realm. He held a sword over 2 meters long, which began to shine with a blazing light. Very well, the demigod from the barbarian spirit clan said in a deep voice. He lightly pushed off the ground and soared into the air, charging at Li Qingyang. His massive body resembled a small mountain, carrying a destructive force that seemed capable of shattering everything. If you refuse, then die. Let me die? Li Qingyang's expression remained indifferent as he looked down at him, his tone filled with disdain. You are not worthy. Just as everyone pondered what he would do next, a terrifying scene unfolded. Li Qingyang raised his hand and plunged the sword into his own heart. Has he gone mad? The crowd's minds went blank. But in the next second, Li Qingyang let out a loud shout. His entire body began to burn. The flames grew larger and larger, ultimately transforming into a 10-meter-tall giant of fire. It wore a crown and held a massive flaming sword, resembling a legendary fire deity. He pulled the sword out, and the blood on the blade began to burn fiercely. At that moment, the sword looked exactly like the one held by the fire giant. Li Qingyang's was much smaller. Watching the charging demigod of the barbarian spirit clan, Li Qingyang picked up the flame divine sword and swung it fiercely forward. The fire giant mirrored this action. In an instant, a scorching sword aura was unleashed, dyeing the entire world a fiery red. With a crack, even the surrounding space could not withstand this searing and sharp sword aura, shattering like glass. The scene shifted again. The giant of the barbarian spirit clan had already fallen to the ground, his body cleaved in two. Li Qingyang slowly approached him, crushing his head underfoot, the brain matter exploding like fruit pulp, yet not a single drop stained him. At this moment, Li Qingyang still wore a cold expression. Sheathing the sword, he left indifferently, as if he had merely accomplished something trivial. The scene ended here, and the large screen in the airport hall returned to normal. The audience fell silent for a moment. Then, cheers and screams erupted one after another. This scene was simultaneously playing out across the country. He won. He actually won. Li Qingyang soloed a demigod from another race. As expected of the young Emperor Qingyang, this is simply divine. So cool. Especially that little expression at the end, as if he was saying, is this all a demigod from another race? The other demigods of the barbarian spirit clan must be furious seeing this. What kind of monster has the Li family produced? No wonder he is the grandson of the Flame Emperor. One sword burning the heavens, slaying these damned outsiders. I wonder if they will dare to invade our human territory again. Does anyone know who that demigod was? I feel like I've seen him before. I remember him. He appeared on the battlefield at the border of the White Bear Federation 7 years ago. In that battle, the White Bear suffered several losses of powerful beings, and it was only when 2 land immortals intervened that they managed to drive him back. Hiss, 2. If young Emperor Qingyang becomes a land immortal, it will be incredible. Seeing Li Qingyang's victory, the 2 brothers, Li Qin and Li Lan, both breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother actually won. Li Qin exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. So cool. Li Lan glanced at Su Xian and Duan Zitao beside him, who looked equally impressed. I hope Big Brother's injuries aren't serious. Li Lan furrowed his brow and took out his phone, sending a few messages to his brother. After confirming that although his injuries were quite severe, he would fully recover and not suffer any lingering effects, he finally felt at ease. Is Big Brother okay? Li Qin looked at Li Lan. Li Lan smiled and nodded. As long as he's fine. Li Qin also smiled. At that moment, a dozen identical small planes landed on the empty space of the airport. Why are there so many planes? Li Lan looked at his third brother in confusion. To confuse the people from the Spirit Energy Association, we won't land directly in Longjing. Li Lan nodded. Everyone looked at them with envy as they walked toward the private planes. Li Lan initially wanted to suggest they take another plane to Longjing, but thinking about the potential attack from the Dark Moon Circus on the way, he dismissed the idea. Although the chances of encountering danger in the air were low, what if? He couldn't bear the responsibility of dozens of lives. Sir, where are we flying to? The pilot asked Li Qin. To the North River Province base city, Shituzwang Airport. In the sky, everything was stable. Li Lan squinted, enjoying the service of the massage robot. Su Xian and his third brother were reading. Li Lan looked down and found that his third brother was reading Sailor Moon. he immediately made a face of disdain. Looking at Su Xin, he discovered he was reading a literary book called Love in the Time of Cholera. Li Lan was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Su Xin to be a literary guy. He had heard of the book's author, who seemed to be named Marquez, a literary master from thousands of years ago, renowned in his time. By the way, this is for you. At that moment, Li Qin suddenly stood up and took out 3 small wooden boxes. Strange runes were carved on the box, and a peculiar energy continuously overflowed from within. A sky-high bounty, the second sister Li Qingya's sky-high bounty, the second sister Li Qingya's underground black market official website, mysterious Jianghu section. At this moment, a post was gaining heat, skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. Within just an hour of being posted, it had successfully dominated the board, ranking 3rd on the monthly heat list. 1. Another spiritual energy conference? The Black Holy See publicly declares allegiance to the Dark Demon Clan. 2. The Second Flame Emperor? Young Emperor Li Qingyang slaughters alien demigods. 3. The young master of the Li family actually committed such a heinous act, provoking the female executives of the Spiritual Energy Conference to issue a sky-high bounty. 4. A new 5-star secret realm discovered in Jiangnan province. Numerous great practitioners and several terrestrial immortals are heading there. 9. The lifelong enemy of the Spiritual Energy Conference, the High Priest of the Black Coffin, has recovered from his injuries, claiming to have taken control of half the personnel of the Spiritual Energy Conference. 10. Inside information from the Spiritual Energy Conference. The great practitioner clown of the Dark Moon Circus has fallen. The underground black market was established a century ago by a group of wild terrestrial immortals as an anonymous trading website. The user expansion method adopted a recommendation system, where only those recommended by existing users could gain access to the site. Initially, it only had simple trading functions. However, after 100 years of development, it had long become a mixed bag. It was filled with all sorts of strange people, countless official practitioners, rogue cultivators, and evil practitioners. Over time, it became the fastest website for obtaining information among great practitioners in the country. Indeed, it was among great practitioners, because the earliest users of the site were friends or descendants of those terrestrial immortals who built the site. Friends of terrestrial immortals were naturally also terrestrial immortals, or at the very least, great practitioners. So, over the years, although the user base had somewhat declined, it had always maintained a normal level. Of course, there was also a crucial reason for this. 50 years ago, the site's administrator announced that only great practitioners could enter the site. The verification method was simple. Just inject spiritual energy into the phone. After all, most modern phones are equipped with very powerful energy sensing systems. It had been 3,000 years since the revival of spiritual energy. Surely no one was still using traditional phones? Upon seeing this post for the first time, a sense of curiosity arose in everyone's hearts. Young master of the Li family? Heavenly wrath? Female executives? He. At first, everyone thought it was some scandalous news, but upon clicking in, they found the content was anything but ordinary. Poster: Milky white snow leaked from the branch of the Spiritual Energy Conference, Dark Moon Circus, the Flame Emperor family, the Flame Emperor's grandson Li Lan, a would attribute great practitioner. After learning the news, the high-ranking officials of the Spiritual Energy Conference, the top great practitioner Tao Yao, announced a bounty on Li Lan. Live capture reward, 1 holy relic. Death reward, 1 semi-holy relic. Claim the reward with the head. Below the post were countless comments. Ludan Xiao Long Bao, poster, you know how to post better than anyone. Bayu D, are you fishing? A 17-year-old great practitioner, how is that possible? And the great practitioner of the Li family is actually a wood type. If what you say is true, I'll eat my phone. Username 66, this news is too fake. Yao Bao, I'd believe you if you said it was Li Qingyang's third brother, but the fourth brother, let's forget it. Jin Yang's wind ant, I also think it's impossible. I love eating squid soup, me too. I love eating banana milkshake Junling, I'm really not non-tone. At first, everyone was skeptical until the post reached over 30 replies, and the situation began to reverse. At the same time, the post's heat began to soar wildly. And, everyone, go check the black market bounty, what the poster said is true. Sanring Yumeng, damn, I saw it too. Zhu Ji Qi's Qingli, the Li family has produced another prodigy, a 17-year-old great practitioner, too terrifying. Can, he, I want this bounty. Annihilation in Thunder, the Li family is so deeply hidden that they have managed to deceive the world. Degu, kill Li Lan, claim the bounty. Nuayu, kill Li Lan, claim the bounty. Li Hui, who loves to eat Wulongguaba, with so many powerful evil forces coming to Longjing, it seems Longjing will be in chaos for a while. Mu Huang, if you dare to come to Longjing, be prepared for a one-way trip. Mia Emperor, hello, Grandpa Mu Huang, Puppet Master, ha, Old Man Mu, long time no see. It seems this time Mu K is doomed, too bad I'm not the one to kill him. Puppet Master, by the way, is the administrator here? I want to report that the person upstairs doesn't have the strength of a powerful practitioner. They've snuck in. I really am Mu K. What does that have to do with me? Mia Emperor, how did the post's popularity rise so quickly? Are the people from the Spiritual Energy Association paying for trending searches? User, Mia Emperor has been permanently blacklisted by the site administrator. After suddenly jumping to third place in trending, the post's popularity continued to soar. In no time, it reached second place, but just as it was about to take the top spot, the post suddenly disappeared. For a long time after the trending topic vanished, the phones of the core members of the Li family were bombarded with calls. However, most people expressed confusion about the matter, especially Li Lan's father, the current head of the Li family, Li Kaitian. My youngest son is a powerful practitioner? How come I didn't know? Longjing Supernatural Bureau. Looking at the suddenly vanished post, Director Li Fei frowned. Xiao Lu, Director. Send my orders, relay to all public security departments in Longjing to strengthen vigilance in Longjing and the surrounding areas. Yes. Shenlong Military District. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face stamped a red-headed document. Immediately, the entire military district began to bustle. Various units received orders to patrol different areas of Longjing. If they discover anyone from the evil forces, they do not need to report. They can shoot to kill on sight. Longjing 5-star Hotel, Hangyi Hotel, in the presidential suite. In front of a makeup mirror sat a woman with a head of red waves, sexy lips, a curvy figure, dressed in an evening gown, comparable to a supermodel. At this moment, she was applying a face mask, looking at her phone with her mouth slightly open, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Miss Qingya, what's wrong? Her assistant asked softly. Nothing much, just discovered something surprising, Li Qingya replied with a slight smile. Oh, what is it? Something about my brother. Upon hearing this, the assistant stopped asking further questions. She knew these matters were not for her to know. After all, the woman before her was not only a popular star in Longwa but also the second young lady of the Li family. Xiao Wei, Miss Qingya, you say. Cancel tomorrow's fashion show for me. Contact the staff at the Beha base. I need to go to Shatuzwang for a few days. But Miss Qingya, this fashion show was scheduled a long time ago, and many companies have sponsored it. It might not be possible to cancel. The assistant looked troubled. If it can't be cancelled, then postpone it. Alright, I'll talk to the company. On the plane. Qingu, what is this? Su Xian asked in confusion. Li Qin smiled and said, good stuff. He opened 3 boxes in succession and took out 3 masks. What are these? Disguise masks. Li Qin put one on his face and said, these are disguise props. Once worn, you can change your appearance according to your thoughts, so even if someone from the Spiritual Energy Association stands in front of you, they won't recognize you. With a thought, his appearance quickly changed. Aside from his physique, even his aura transformed, shifting from a youthful demeanor to that of a composed adult. You all put them on. Okay. Su Xian put one on Li Lan, then put one on himself, transforming into an unremarkable young man. Li Lan had transformed into the appearance of Mu Kei, a recruitment teacher from the Qinglong Academy. Li Qin said. Su Xian remarked, that face looks a bit familiar. Li Qin frowned and said, isn't it a bit too old for you to look like Teacher Mu? Old? I think this looks pretty good. You look a bit out of place with us. I think you should change it. Li Lan's face changed again, becoming a tender boy of about 14. Why did you turn into my childhood self? Su Xian recognized the face at a glance. It was indeed how he looked at 14. However, due to his growth in recent years, there was quite a difference from his current appearance. Li Lan remained silent. Su Xian sighed and let it be. At that moment, a news broadcast came on the airplane's TV. Breaking news, popular actress Li Qingya is set to walk the runway at Shatuzwang tomorrow. Why is my second sister coming to Beha? Li Lan blinked. Li Qin laughed. Xiao Lan, your second sister came specifically for you. Are you touched? I don't dare to move. I have to listen to my second sister's chatter again. Li Lan sighed. He quietly fell asleep. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element was completely defeated and was beaten by the fire element. The lightning element confessed to the fire element, leaving the fire element stunned. At this moment, the lightning element launched an attack on the fire element, which was slapped away by the fire element. The wood element was exchanging insights with the divine water element while diligently cultivating wood element energy. The telekinesis and control abilities were researching divine powers together, telekinesis energy, control energy. The divine water element was working hard to cultivate divine water energy. The dragon tiger body refining technique was closely leaning against water nurtures all things for cultivation, host body and soul, energy capacity. After getting off the plane, the three of them walked through the passage, so no one noticed them. They casually found a hotel and checked in. I have some matters to attend to in the next couple of days. Once I'm done, I'll take you to Longjing. Li Qing glanced at his phone and said. To hide his identity, he had taken off his golden armor long ago. Now he was dressed in formal attire, looking like a high-end businessman. By evening, after Li Lan finished his meal using his telekinesis ability, he heard a knock on the door. Young master, it's me. Su Xian pushed the door open and entered. Li Lan looked at him in confusion. Young master, do you want to go downstairs for a massage? Brother Qin prepared it for us. Before Li Lan could respond, he hoisted Li Lan onto his shoulder and left the room. Li Lan thought, is it really okay to act without consulting me first? He sighed and let himself be carried. One must say, high-end hotels are quite nice. With all sorts of facilities available, you can get whatever you want. Of course, everything costs money. Young master, let me give you a scrub bath first. Upon arriving at the massage place, Su Xian suddenly said when he saw a bathhouse. Li Lan nodded. One must admit, Su Xian's scrubbing technique was top-notch, though he seemed a bit gentle, as if afraid of hurting him. Let me scrub you too, Li Lan said. Okay. After about 10 minutes, Su Xian walked out of the bathhouse covered in bruises and bloodstains. Young master. Forget it, it's nothing. Su Xian sighed. After a proper massage, the two lay in the lounge to cultivate. At that moment, two girls walked towards them, holding their phones and shyly looking down. Do you need something? Su Xian asked. Can we get the contact information of that little brother next to you? One girl in student attire asked, looking at Li Lan. My name is Yun Shui, and this is my best friend Ding Miao. They both looked around 17 or 18, the pure type. Hearing this, Li Lan felt a pang of jealousy. Although it was him they wanted the contact for, he was currently wearing Su Xian's face. How infuriating. It was truly infuriating. Nevertheless, Li Lan exchanged contact information. Watching them leave, Su Xian helplessly said, Young master, can you not use my face for strange things? I won't do it next time. Li Lan glanced at the social media posts of the two and found that they were still preparatory students of the Qinglong Academy. The so-called preparatory students is a term for students from affiliated schools of the Qinglong Academy. The school they attended was directly established and managed by the Qinglong Academy, and as long as they passed the assessment, they could directly enter the Qinglong Academy. It was much easier than the usual assessments for entering the Qinglong Academy. Back in his room, Li Lan received a call from his second sister. Xiaolan, I have a fashion show at Shirtu Village tomorrow, remember to come. I haven't seen you in a long time. I want to see if you really are my biological brother. You haven't seen me for such a short time, and you've already turned into a great master. Impressive. A bright voice came from the other end. Li Lan simply replied and hung up. His second sister was great in every way, good figure, high looks, but unfortunately, she had a big mouth. Even her fans affectionately called her mute wife. The fashion show was held in the evening. Before that, Li Qingye specially sent Li Lan a few tickets. The next evening, the Tianhai Hall in Shirtu Village was packed. Li Lan and Su Xian hadn't even approached the hall when they could hear the enthusiastic voices of the fans from afar. Goddess, 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 I finally made it. I came all the way from Jiangnan. Fellow townsmen, I also came from Jiangnan. But I arrived in Longjing first, and after hearing Qingya was coming to Beha, I came here. I'm just like you, my wife is just too willful. Who are you calling wife? She's my wife. As long as she doesn't speak, she's everyone's wife. Does anyone know why Goddess Qingya suddenly came to Beha? I had already bought tickets for Longjing, but then it got postponed. Who isn't? How is the program arranged for tonight? They said it's a fashion show. It can't just be a simple walk, right? There are some details on the official website. It seems there are several segments: fashion show, dance, and singing. Singing? Are you serious? What is the program thinking, to have Qingya sing? My goodness. It seems she requested it herself, saying it was to give the fans a surprise. Surprise? More like a shock. Don't you all like the goddess singing? I quite like it. Me too, the program will be great. Hurry and buy tickets. If you go late, you won't get any tickets and will have to watch the live stream. My sister is actually going to sing. In a supermarket next to the park, Li Lan heard the voices outside and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Su Xian took the things from his hand, quickly paid, and said, Young master, stop standing there foolishly, let's go. Oh, Li Lan came to his senses. Just as they walked out of the supermarket, he heard his phone ringing in his pocket. He took out his phone and saw it was his sister calling. Hello, second sister. Where are you guys? Outside the hall. Okay, there are quite a few people, so I'll have someone come pick you up. You should have disguised yourselves, right? Send me a photo. By the way, is your third brother there? Li Qingya said a lot in one breath. Okay, I'll send it to you in a bit, Li Lan replied one by one. Third brother left right after getting off the plane. He said he would take me to Longjing after he finishes his work. This brat is avoiding me, huh? When I see him, I'll make him pay. The other side said angrily. Then we'll see each other later. The call ended. Li Lan smiled and beckoned to Su Xian, who looked over in confusion. Li Lan hooked his shoulder and said, "Come on, Xiao Xian, let's take a photo." A few seconds later, with a click, a clear photo appeared on the phone. The boy holding the phone had bright eyes and a charming smile, a lollipop in his mouth, his hair tousled, and his whole demeanor lazy, with a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth and in his eyes, like the warm sun of early spring. The boy he was flirting with had a cool expression, seemingly plain, but his eyes were bright and deep, his lips of moderate thickness, and his nose was high and straight, exuding an air of elegance. "Why don't you smile a bit?" Looking at the photo, Li Lan muttered a couple of words, and after feeling there was nothing wrong, he sent it to his second sister. Just as he looked up, he saw Su Xian's exaggerated smile. "What are you doing? You scared me. Just showing you my smile." Weird. Li Lan couldn't help but laugh. Today, he was unusually spirited, perhaps because he wasn't in a wheelchair. The two walked shoulder to shoulder outside the auditorium. Li Lan glanced at the long line at the entrance and sighed. "Should we just go back?" As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from the ticket booth not far away. "Yin Shui, Ding Miao, trust me, I really have a way to get you in." "How to get in? It's all your fault. If you hadn't been dawdling, we wouldn't have missed the tickets. Trust me, I have connections inside. In a bit, not only can I get you in, but I can also get you seats in the inner circle." "Inner circle? Are you serious?" "Of course." Li Lan turned to look and found it was indeed the two girls he had met yesterday who wanted his contact information. They were standing with a group of people who looked like classmates. The two girls seemed to notice Li Lan as well, waving and smiling to greet them. "Hello, nice to see you again." Li Lan nodded. The two girls approached. "Are you here to buy tickets too?" Before Li Lan could respond, they answered themselves, "But now tickets are sold out. The ticket booth is closed." "Ah, what a pity. Xinya has come all the way to Beihe." "Yun Shui, Ding Miao, who are they?" A boy walked over, looking wary. Yun Shui replied, "We met yesterday in the lounge at Hung Yi Hotel. My dad is a shareholder there, so I go often." Hearing they had just met yesterday, the boy immediately relaxed, saying, "I thought they were your boyfriends. How could that be?" Yun Shui's face turned red instantly. Seeing this, the classmates began to tease. The boy frowned slightly but didn't say anything. At that moment, Ding Miao spoke up. "Wu Sihan, didn't you say you have connections inside? Can you help them get a ticket too?" Just as Li Lan was about to refuse, the boy spoke again. "I'm afraid that's not possible. The seats in the inner circle are scarce. My friend only managed to get a few because he is related to the goddess Qingya. It would be difficult to get more." Hearing this, his classmates began to chatter, shocked. "What? Your friend is related to the goddess Qingya?" "The goddess Qingya is from the Li family. Wu Sihan, you're impressive. Knowing someone from the Li family, truly hidden talent." "Wow, Wu Sihan, with connections to the Li family, you must be set for entering Qinglong Academy this year. Which relative of the goddess Qingya is it, helping you get in through the back door?" For them, the Li family was an enormous entity. The boy slightly raised his head, glanced at Li Lan, then lowered his voice and said, "My friend here has a decent status in the Li family, but you might not have heard of him." "Who is it?" Ding Mao asked curiously. Li Lan was also a bit curious. He remembered his second sister didn't seem to like family members and had distanced herself from them in her career. The young master of the Li family, Li Lan. Li Lan? Hearing this, Li Lan looked puzzled. He had just arrived in Beihe a few days ago, having been in Jiangnan before. When did he get this friend? As for the ticket situation, he rarely inquired about his second sister's affairs, let alone help others get tickets. Li Lan, the little brother of the goddess Qingya? Is that true? You're not lying to us, are you? Isn't Li Lan always part of the Li family? How could you possibly have contact with him? Others were also skeptical. Su Xian glanced at Li Lan curiously. Li Lan smiled back at him, signaling him to be patient. "Of course it's true," the boy said confidently, pulling out his phone. "I'll show you the chat records." He opened the app, scrolled through, and opened a contact labeled Li Lan, revealing a dense array of chat messages before everyone. Upon seeing this, the crowd gasped in amazement, looking at the boy with envy. "Wu Sihan, you're impressive. No wonder you could get tickets. Turns out you know Li Lan. If you knew someone else from the Li family, I wouldn't believe you. but him. What's so special about this Lilan? You don't even know this? The Li family dotes on Lilan. The boy lifted his head slightly, enjoying the attention of the crowd. At that moment, Yun Shui said, Wu Sihan, since you know Lilan, can't you get a couple more tickets? Even for the outer circle. That really isn't possible, the boy replied helplessly. Even if it were, he wouldn't get tickets for an outsider. What did they take him for? No need to make it so complicated, Lilan interrupted them. We have tickets. You have tickets? Yun Shui exclaimed in shock. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lilan nodded, saying helplessly, You didn't give me a chance to speak. Yun Shui thought about it and felt a bit embarrassed. By the way, I still don't know your name. Lilan thought for a moment and said, My name is Muke. Muke, Yun Shui nodded, muttering softly, What a strange name. Just then, 2 staff members in black suits walked out of the hall's exit. Upon seeing Lilan and the others, they quickly approached. Yun Shui's classmates were excited at the sight of the 2 staff members. Wu Sihan, they're coming this way. Are they here to find you? No way, it's not right for the staff to personally greet someone. They really seem to be coming this way. Wu Sihan, you're amazing. Seeing the 2 staff members, Wu Sihan looked visibly flustered and confused, but he forced a smile. He quickly took out his phone and opened the chat, asking, What's going on with you, scalper? Why are there staff members personally welcoming you? The reply came back almost instantly. What staff personally welcoming? Dude, you just bought an inner circle ticket, dreaming of a personal welcome? Even if they did, you wouldn't have that qualification. Not because he was a scalper? Then what was going on? Wu Sihan looked puzzled. When he noticed the staff approaching, they didn't come to him but instead looked at Lilan and Su Xin. Excuse me, gentlemen, one of the staff members took out his phone to verify something, then smiled and said, Young masters, this way please. Young masters, let's go, Lilan nodded. Then, to everyone's shock, he followed the staff through the employee exit into the hall. What is going on? Yun Shui, what exactly is the identity of these 2 friends of yours? I thought they were here to find Wu Sihan. Wu Sihan, aren't your friends Lilan? Who are these 2? Ding Miao, do you know what's happening? Yun Shui and Ding Miao both shook their heads in confusion. Then, along with the other classmates, they looked at Wu Sihan with puzzled expressions. Wu Sihan held back for a long time before timidly lowering his head and saying, I'm sorry, I lied to you. I don't know any Lilan. I bought the tickets from a scalper. As he said this, he braced himself for ridicule. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't hear any harsh laughter. Instead, he heard his classmates discussing among themselves. You scared me. I thought you really knew someone from the Li family. Me too. Wu Sihan, you still love to brag so much. Luckily, you didn't run into Lilan himself, or I would have laughed to death. To be honest, when I saw how nervous you were when you saw those 2 staff members, I knew something was off. Wu Sihan's face turned red as he said, Aren't you all mad at me? Mad at you for what? You didn't do anything heinous. Exactly, you got us the tickets, we can't thank you enough. At that moment, Wu Sihan's phone rang. He glanced at it and exclaimed, The tickets have arrived, let's go in. Lilan and the others followed the staff to the makeshift backstage in the auditorium. Besides the staff, there were many actors and models. Most of them were good-looking and had great figures, all handsome men and beautiful women. Of course, if you weren't a handsome man or a beautiful woman, you couldn't be an actor or a model. When they saw Lilan and the others, expressions of surprise appeared on their faces. Xiao Wang, where did you bring these 2 handsome guys from? They both look pretty good. One is delicate and handsome, and the other has bright, piercing eyes. They're great candidates for acting. These 2 have impressive auras. They must be extraordinary talents. Don't waste their time. How can that be called wasting their time? Look at Sister Qingya, a popular star and a top-tier master. There's no conflict there. Sister Qingya is a genius, an exception, you can't compare them. Hearing this discussion, the staff helplessly said, Don't set your sights on these 2, they are brought by Sister Qingya. Upon hearing this, they showed even more astonished expressions. The staff led Lilan and the others to a separate room and gently closed the door. Gentlemen, we're here. The room was neither too big nor too small, but the equipment was luxurious. Inside, there was a large mirror, and a woman in a red gown was sitting in front of it, applying makeup. The mirror reflected her appearance regal and elegant, like a queen. One could describe her as stunningly beautiful. Yet, this enchanting woman spoke very rudely. She stood up and looked at the 2, saying, You lazy boy finally came. Let me see if you've gained weight. Lilan took a step back and gently pushed Su Xin away with his telekinetic ability. Young master, I suddenly need to use the restroom. Please excuse me for a moment. With that, he left, leaving Su Xin looking bewildered. Su Xin? After stepping out, Lilan was greeted by a group of enthusiastic older sisters. Little brother, do you want some cola? I have some here. Little brother, What's your relationship with Sister Qingya? At the Manhwa martial arts school, the lightning element stood up again, his gaze could kill. Sister King Kinjia. Su Xian stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Su Xian, long time no see. Sister Qingya, you know it's me? Of course. Li Qingya chuckled, they say the eyes are the windows to the soul. Your gaze is completely different from that little guy's, it's not hard to see who is who. Should I call the young master back? No need, I'll teach him a lesson after I'm done. Li Qingya smoothed out the wrinkles in her clothes and left the room. You can rest here for a while, feel free to eat anything on the table. I might be gone for a long time. Okay, thank you, Sister Qingya. Rarely alone, Su Xian felt bored and picked up his phone to check the news. Mysterious disappearance in the newly discovered 5-star secret realm in Jiangnan province? Many extraordinary beings looked confused. The former director of the Jiangnan Province Supernatural Bureau stated that everything was expected. Riots occurred in coastal areas, with many king-level extraordinary beasts coming ashore, suspected to be on the verge of a beast tide. The military has sent people to investigate the sea area. Experts suggest that low-level extraordinary beings can venture into the high-risk 5-star secret realm to seek opportunities for advancement. The next day, a body was found in their mansion. 5-star secret realm. It seems like the young master entered this secret realm before, right? Su Xian mumbled a couple of times and continued flipping through. Li Lan declined the invitations from a group of older sisters and used his telekinetic ability to float to a deserted rooftop, sweeping away the dust on the ground. He stretched lazily, lay down, and began to take a nap. A gentle breeze brushed against him, lifting a few strands of hair from his forehead. So comfortable, Li Lan thought, feeling bored, and opened his phone to take a look, discovering that someone had sent him a message. It was from Li Mia. Li Lan clicked to open it and found that she had sent a long voice message, followed by several pictures. The images depicted a building called Manga Martial Arts Hall, which was impressively decorated and luxurious. Li Lan even saw his own photo enshrined inside the martial arts hall. Next to the photo were the 7 large characters Ancestral Master of Manga Martial Arts Hall. The characters were written with a brush, the strokes sharp and imposing, exuding the aura of a grand master. It was clear that Li Mia had specially hired someone to write it. In front of the photo were several incense candles and fruits. Fortunately, the photo was in color and not black and white, otherwise, those who didn't know might think he was dead. Li Lan's mouth twitched as he clicked on the voice message. Li Mia's cheerful voice came through. Brother, are you happy? Surprised? Our Mia Martial Arts Hall is finally built. From today on, you are the ancestral master of my Mia Martial Arts Hall and the #1 boss, while I am the #2 boss. Brother, I will definitely make Mia Martial Arts Hall thrive. When the time comes, I will not only put your photo in all the martial arts halls across the country, but I will also build a statue of you in the territories of other races, so they can worship you day and night. Li Lan remained silent for a while, then quietly clicked the 3 dots in the upper right corner and pressed the delete key. As Li Mia's avatar disappeared, the world suddenly became much quieter. He showed a satisfied expression, then found a comfortable position to lie down and slowly closed his eyes. The lightning element challenged the fire element. The lightning element executed a 1,000-year kill on the fire element. The lightning element was tied to a vine tree of the wood element and whipped with a small whip, resulting in a complete defeat for the lightning element. At that moment, on the other side of the phone, in the core area of Longjing, Mia Martial Arts Hall, Li Mia sat cross-legged in the master's throne, happily sipping on a cold cola. Around her stood a dozen people, all her newly recruited disciples. As for why there were a dozen disciples on the first day of the martial arts hall's opening, it was because other martial arts halls required payment for enrollment, while she was paying them. Originally, over 100 people had signed up, but after several rounds of elimination, only these 13 remained. You might ask where she got the money? That's because she claimed to her family that this martial arts hall was Li Lan's property. So her family waved their hands and directly gave her tens of millions in startup funds. In fact, she wasn't wrong. Li Lan held the majority of the shares in this martial arts hall. He just didn't know it. I wonder if brother saw the message I sent, she murmured, taking out her phone. She sent a cute emoji. However, it displayed a pitiful red. The other party is not your friend. Please add them before sending a message. Li Mia, what's wrong, master? A 2-meter-tall man leaned over. Nothing. Li Mia quickly stuffed her phone into her pocket. After all, as the future master of the #1 martial arts hall in the Dragon Kingdom, she couldn't let her employees discover such an embarrassing thing. Master, here's the list of martial arts hall disciples. The big man handed a stack of documents to Li Mia. She counted them. There were exactly 13 sheets, neither more nor less, and she nodded gently. She carefully looked at the disciples' information, but when she saw the last sheet, she was shocked. Name, Duan Yuan Kai, gender, male, age, 14, talent, body system ability, strength enhancement, talent level. She glanced over and looked at a group of muscular men and women, spotting a blonde-haired boy among them. After careful comparison, he slowly said, Duan Yuan Kai, you are a level power enhancement ability user? Upon hearing this, everyone present turned to look at Duan Yuan Kai, some in shock, some in surprise, and others in confusion. Did I hear that right? Level? What is a level genius doing here? Such a genius shouldn't be short on money. There are plenty of people willing to sponsor them. It can't be made up, right? I think it can't be fabricated. Otherwise, how did he pass those previous assessments to enter the martial arts academy? But at that moment, Duan Yuan Kai suddenly lay down on the ground. The people around him hurried to help him up, only to find that he wasn't fainting but had fallen asleep. I remember now, said a big man next to Li Mimi. Earlier this year, a level power enhancement genius appeared at Longjing No. 1 High School. He performed well in all aspects, but in the end, he wasn't admitted, and no other schools wanted him either. Is this person Duan Yuan Kai? Li Mimi asked in confusion. Why did no one want him? The big man sighed and said, that's because he has a strange sleeping sickness, which has no regular pattern when it strikes. In other words, as long as Duan Yuan Kai is alive, he could fall asleep at any moment. Master, do you need me to expel him? No need, Li Mimi smiled slightly and said, my brother might have a lot in common with him. The fire element is diligently cultivating fire element energy. The thunder element is seriously cultivating thunder element energy. The thunder element is seriously cultivating thunder element energy. Your thunder element cultivation has been upgraded to early stage of the great divine power. Your thunder element divine ability, falling thunder, has evolved into thunder of 10,000 June. The divine water element is cultivating together with the wood element, which is the so-called water and wood generating each other. Divine water energy, wood element energy. The telekinesis ability envies the cultivation of dragon and tiger body refining technique, telekinesis energy. The telekinesis ability successfully comprehended the divine ability, mental perception. The control ability envies the cultivation of dragon and tiger body refining technique, control energy. Water nurtures all things, leans against dragon and tiger body refining technique, both techniques shyly cultivating energy capacity, host's body and soul. The thunder element challenged the fire element. The thunder element brutally defeated the fire element. Thunder element, ha 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 ha, I finally stand up again. After an unknown amount of time, Li Lan woke up from his dream. To his surprise, he found that he had gained 2 brand new divine abilities. These 2 little guys are quite impressive, the telekinesis ability and the control ability, both belonging to the mental system abilities, would also strengthen mental power while cultivating. So he wasn't very surprised that the telekinesis ability comprehended the divine ability of mental perception. If the 2 abilities were to compete, Li Lan felt that the thunder element was superior. The fact that the thunder element's divine ability could evolve was unexpected for him. Perhaps this is what it means to turn sorrow into motivation. Well, all of this is thanks to the fire element. Fire element, you are amazing. The thunder element cried, a single ability hiding in the corner, secretly weeping. Under the influence of the telekinesis ability, Li Lan leaped down to the first floor. Many gazes turned towards him, and at first, Li Lan didn't pay much attention. But just as he was about to return to the assembly hall, several figures caught his attention. Such a familiar aura. Li Lan suddenly thought of the people he encountered from the Dark Moon Circus when he was in the Water God Palace's secret realm. The previous perception wasn't very clear, but now that he had awakened the perception divine ability, the possibility of error was almost negligible. Even if they weren't from the Dark Moon Circus, they were likely from the same source. Could they be assassins sent by the Spirit Energy Association? Upon further thought, he felt it wasn't likely. After all, his identity had not yet been exposed. If that were the case, there were only 2 possibilities. First, he was ordered to be hunted down by the Spirit Energy Association, and they saw his second sister here, thinking he might be here too, so they came to check. Second, they weren't coming for themselves, but for others. Li Lan thought it over and felt that the former possibility was greater. After all, her second sister had suddenly come from Longjing to Beha, which was indeed a bit suspicious. However, at the moment, it couldn't be determined whether they were from the Spiritual Energy Association or what their strength was. So, they couldn't act rashly. But Li Lan estimated that their strength might not be very strong. At most, they were just minor characters sent to gather intelligence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily discovered by him. Just as he was pondering how to find out the identities of those people, they started talking. Big brother, there's a little kid watching us? Are we exposed? Exposed my ass, we're supernatural beings. Unless we encounter a great supernatural being, it won't be so easy to expose us. Wang Fugue, are you overreacting? That little kid looks like he's only in his teens. Not to mention being exposed, he probably doesn't even know what the Spiritual Energy Association is. Then why are they staring at us? Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. Maybe it's because you're too ugly. But it's creepy being stared at like this. Then go chase him away. But you can't kill him. If you alert the Public Security Bureau, I won't spare you. Recently, patrols in Longjing have been increasing, and the patrols in Beihai have also been ramped up. If we get into trouble, it won't be easy to get out. Isn't there an adult around? Adult? Don't forget, this is near Longjing. Once we attract the attention of the Ability Bureau, even the adult might not be able to protect himself, let alone help us. That kid is still watching us, and his gaze seems a bit strange. What's strange about a little kid's gaze? As he spoke, the big brother also looked at Li Lan, locking eyes with him. But in that instant, both the big brother and the person who had looked at Li Lan earlier were completely stunned. Big brother, Wang Fugue, what's wrong with you? Big brother, Wang Fugue. The people around poked the two. They turned back, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Just as they relaxed, the big brother and Wang Fugue suddenly sprang up, drawing daggers hidden on their bodies, and lunged at the people beside them. The others were shocked and quickly retreated. Passers-by also began to flee, calling the Public Security Bureau. Some reckless ones even took out their phones to post on social media. Big brother, Wang Fugue, what's wrong with you? No, it seems they are being controlled. Only then did they realize that the big brother and Wang Fugue had blank expressions, their eyes vacant. They had completely lost the vitality they had before. What should we do? It must be that kid. Let's go, we have to kill him. The group glared fiercely at Li Lan. Just as they were about to charge at Li Lan, their big brother suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. They wanted to resist, but it was clear they were no match for this big brother. The big brother and Wang Fugue teamed up and easily killed everyone on the ground. Then they committed suicide one after another. After it was done, Li Lan yawned. Feeling heavy with sleep, he returned to the auditorium with his ticket, planning to find a place to sleep. The more sweet words you say, the more I want to look at you. Show a little more, so I can really see. But at that moment, it was his second sister's singing segment, the enchanting melody lingering in the air. The sleepiness that had just appeared was quickly dispersed. The Public Security Bureau personnel soon arrived outside the auditorium. The captain of the security team was shocked to see the bodies scattered all over the ground. This was a serious violent murder case. He quickly ordered the scene to be sealed off. Then he loudly asked the surrounding crowd, "Where's the murderer? Did anyone see which direction the murderer ran?" The unknown great power user, the water god Palace entering the sea. Having such a brother is truly embarrassing. The onlookers exchanged glances, all looking at the corpses on the ground. Finally, a security officer ran over and whispered a few words in the ear of the security team leader. The team leader's expression changed slightly, and he quickly crouched down. He scanned the area and found a dagger in the hands of both the older brother and Wang Fugue. He glanced at the wounds on the corpses on the ground, then looked at the injuries on the older brother and Wang Fugue, muttering to himself, they really committed suicide. But why would they kill someone and then commit suicide? Revenge killing? Did they kill out of psychological guilt and then take their own lives? He stood up and placed the two daggers into evidence bags, looking at a nearby security officer and asking, "Is there any surveillance?" The young security officer, clearly a recent graduate from the academy, was now pale with fear. After a while, he finally responded, "Captain, this just happens to be a blind spot for the cameras. If this happens again, just get lost," the security team leader said, giving him a glance. He looked towards the nearby surveillance camera and then back at the corpses on the ground, frowning slightly. A blind spot? Is it a coincidence? Or is it intentional? "Captain, the information has come in." At that moment, another security officer approached, holding a laptop. The team leader took the computer and saw the information on the screen, his pupils contracting. Name, Yang Fu, gender, male, age, 48, description, place of birth, metal type power user, specific strength unknown. Member of the Outer Circle of the Spiritual Energy Association. Name, Wang Fugue, gender, male, age, 36, description, place of birth, physical type ability user, specific ability unknown, specific strength unknown. Member of the Outer Circle of the Spiritual Energy Association. The people who died here are all members of the Outer Circle of the Spiritual Energy Association. The security officer gasped, saying, "Quickly notify the Ability Bureau, this is beyond our responsibility." Yes. Upon hearing the three words Spiritual Energy Association, the surrounding security officers understood that this matter was not simple and quickly nodded. Just as they were about to call the Ability Bureau, two people pulled aside the police tape and barged in. A man and a woman, both appearing to be around 30 years old. The man had a scar on his face and wore a world-weary expression, exuding a strong aura of menace. The woman was equally intimidating, with sharp eyes like knives, smoking a cigarette, and a large floral python tattooed on her right arm, resembling a queen of the underground world. "You two, this is not a place for you. Please leave quickly," the security team leader warned loudly, hand resting on his waist, ready to draw his gun. He sensed an extremely heavy aura of menace from these two. This kind of aura he had only seen before in his own director who had retired from the battlefield and in some soldiers. As his words fell, the woman tossed a small notebook, which landed steadily in the security team leader's hand. Ability Bureau, North River Headquarters, Special Operations Investigator. They were actually from the Ability Bureau. The security chief waved his hand, signaling those around to lower their guard. "You two, what do you need us to do? Just cooperate." The tattooed woman squatted down and examined the corpses on the ground. The scar-faced man asked, "Rose, did you find anything?" "Yes." The tattooed woman looked into the eyes of one of the corpses and said in a crisp voice, "These two members of the Spiritual Energy Association were likely controlled by someone using mental manipulation while they were alive. The purpose of this is obvious. They didn't want to act personally or expose their identities. After all, being able to easily control two power users clearly indicates a great power user. And for a great power user to kill two power users is a trivial matter." The security team leader couldn't help but ask, "Can power users not control other power users?" Rosa glanced at him and simply said, "Yes, but I can't control it for too long. Controlling abilities consume an immense amount of energy. It's difficult for an ordinary ability user to control two at once, make them kill, and then have them commit suicide afterward. Unless his energy reservoir is extraordinarily powerful, or he possesses a top-tier treasure that replenishes energy. But the likelihood of either scenario is quite slim." The security captain nodded. He still felt that the notion of a great ability user was more plausible. However, the fact that there was a powerful mental ability user hidden in the base city of Beha province made him uneasy. After all, no one wants their body to be out of their control. They didn't know whether the other party was friend or foe. The scar-faced man nodded and asked, "Is there anything else?" "There is one more thing," Rosa said. "I looked into the eyes of these people, and before they died, they all showed a strong emotion of disbelief. Clearly, they knew who the murderer was at the time of their death. If the mastermind were a robust adult, they wouldn't likely exhibit such emotions. So I boldly speculate that the mastermind must appear as someone who doesn't evoke a sense of threat, like a child, an elderly person, a disabled person, or a frail woman." Upon hearing this, everyone became alert, nervously glancing at the nearby children, elderly, women, and disabled individuals. "Captain, what should we do now?" "A great ability user is not something we can handle," one of the security personnel stammered. The security captain looked at the two people from the Ability Bureau. The scar-faced man quietly said, "We still don't know if the other party is a great ability user. But even if they aren't, this matter is beyond our control. The bodies will be sent to the Ability Bureau shortly. We should head back first." He turned to the woman with the floral tattoos and said, "Rosa, let's go back." "Yes." After the two left, a security officer looked at the captain and asked, "Captain, what should we do now?" "What else can we do? Of course, we follow their orders, collect all the bodies, send them to the Ability Bureau, and then pretend this never happened." Upon hearing this, all the security personnel began to act, trembling with tension. They had lived long enough to know the terror of great ability users. A non-friendly great ability user was akin to a nightmare in their minds. Moreover, this great ability user was the most bizarre type, mental. Leland sat down on a resting chair and drank a cup of ice cola offered by a kind older sister nearby. Just as he was about to sleep, he heard a message from the core of the Water God Palace within him. "Palace Master, I have already controlled the Water God Palace to the deep sea. Currently, I have tamed 3 king-level beasts and 1 emperor-level beast as guards. I plan to open the gates of the Water God Palace when its energy reaches a certain level and recruit disciples from the outside. What do you think? The Emperor-level beast has been tamed?" Leland was slightly shocked and simply communicated with her through thought, "Just do as you see fit." "Okay, I will wait for your return in the sea. I will definitely give you a surprise then." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. The older sister sitting next to Leland hurriedly asked a friend who had just come in, "What's going on? Why is it so noisy outside?" The person, still shaken, patted their chest and said, "Fortunately, you didn't go out earlier. It was terrifying outside. A great ability user killed over 10 people. And I heard that the murderer is very likely a child, an elderly person, or a disabled person." "What? A great ability user?" the older sister exclaimed, her lipstick smudging. At that moment, someone nearby laughed and said, with Qingya here, why are you all so scared? Qingya is also a great ability user. She looked at Li Lan, who was sitting beside her, and joked, and that murderer might just be this little brother next to you, he just came back from outside. What nonsense are you talking? Don't scare him. The older sister couldn't help but laugh. Li Lan smiled slightly and didn't say much. However, he didn't quite agree with the rumors about some powerful practitioner outside. After all, his telekinetic ability was only at the level of a practitioner. His control over abilities was even limited to a high level. He could control those two practitioners, forcing them to turn on each other, purely relying on the terrifying suppression of his mental power and the vast sea of energy within him. Water nourishes all could expand the energy solubility of the energy sea. The practitioner ability Boundless Ocean was an auxiliary type that could restore the energy of the energy sea. Mind, techniques, auxiliary abilities, these three were indispensable if he wanted to control those two practitioners. When Li Lan returned to the lounge, Su Xian had already become so bored that he fell asleep on the reclining chair. The air conditioning in the room was set to a very low temperature. This was the temperature most favored by fire attribute practitioners. Fire attribute practitioners had a body temperature much higher than that of other practitioners, especially the powerful ones. But Su Xian was just a practitioner, and such a temperature was clearly too low for him. Li Lan worried he might catch a cold and found a small blanket to cover him. It felt so comfortable to feel the cold air rushing in. Li Lan stretched and was about to lie down when the lounge door suddenly opened. His second sister walked in holding a stick and struck him. You lazy boy, trying to fool your second sister, huh? I'll see if I don't beat you to death. The force of the strike wasn't very strong, even small, but Li Lan had to show a pained expression. He pretended to scream, second sister, I'm about to be beaten to death by you. Li Qingya was amused by his expression and said, you're still pretending. You weren't pretending before, were you? A powerful practitioner, who would have thought? Just then, the door was pushed open again. The three of them saw Li Qin take off his mask and walk in. Second sister. Little Lan, I finished my business. Tomorrow I can take you to Longjing. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingya's stick struck him hard. Smack! It made a crisp sound. You run away, huh? As soon as I arrive, you run off. You really have some nerve. You didn't even come to see me when I came to Longjing. Li Qin was a powerful practitioner, so such an attack naturally couldn't hurt him. He also pretended to show a pained expression, sitting down and saying pitifully, second sister, I really had something to do. Looking at the fierce second sister, the two brothers exchanged glances. Silence was the theme of the night at Kongqiao. After that, the three of them chatted a lot. During this process, Li Qingya asked Li Lan many questions, and he just gave vague answers. When she asked him why he became a powerful practitioner so quickly, Li Lan answered without hesitation, this is naturally the result of my hard work. Fire element, I'm throwing up, master. Wood element, I'm throwing up, master. Thunder element, I'm throwing up, master. Other techniques, abilities, I'm throwing up, master. Li Lan, what are you doing? Isn't what I said the truth? Li Lan didn't know when he fell asleep. When he woke up, his second sister had already left. Li Qin looked at Li Lan and said, let's go back to the hotel. Tomorrow we'll go to Qinglong Academy. Li Lan nodded, wanting to wake Su Xian, but found he was still sleeping, and sleeping like a dead pig. Thinking about how he had been staying up late to practice every day recently, Li Lan sighed helplessly and didn't wake him. Instead, he picked him up in a horizontal position. Just as he lifted him, Li Lan suddenly thought of his telekinetic ability. Then Su Xian floated up. Let's go, third brother. Li Qin looked at Su Xian, who was floating in midair and sleeping soundly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. He nodded. Behind them, Li Lan felt too tired and floated up as well. Looking at the two people floating in the sky, Li Qin couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth again. He felt embarrassed to have such a brother. However, he seemed to feel a bit envious. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. I, a dignified golden saint, a messenger of justice, a nemesis of evil, the pride of the Li family. How could I have such a fallen thought? Third brother, do you want to float for a bit? Li Qin decisively nodded. The three of them hailed a taxi back to the hotel. Just as they were about to rest, Li Qin suddenly said, by the way, Xiaolan, I'll give you a website, register on it. Third brother, I never visit those messy websites, Li Lan replied with righteous indignation. Li Qin shot him a glance and opened his phone to send it over. When Li Lan opened his phone, he found it was just an ordinary website. What is this? Entering the site, the words underground black market appeared before him. This is a website for powerful practitioners to communicate. You can check it out when you have nothing to do. Of course, you can also buy things there, but most of the items are of unknown origin. The family has created a group on this website. I'll pull you in shortly. After Li Lan completed a series of tedious registration processes, he was immediately added as a friend. The avatar was a little pig wearing cartoon underwear, with a big snotty nose. The nickname was the handsomest messenger of justice in the universe. No need to think. It was obviously his third brother. Such a childish avatar. Such a cringeworthy name. At this moment, Li Lan felt embarrassed to have such a third brother. In a loving family, how could you tarnish someone's reputation out of thin air? Looking at the naming box, Li Lan felt a bit troubled. What name should he choose? After thinking it over, he finally typed 4 characters into the box. Lord Myuk, why did you choose such a terrible name? After seeing Li Lan's name, Li Qin said disdainfully, I've added you to the family group. You have been added to the group chat by user, the handsomest messenger of justice in the universe, a loving family. Welcome, Lord Myuk, to the chat group. Click to enter. As soon as Li Lan entered the chat group, several people started messaging. Sheepy, welcome, Lord Mook. First Gundam Warrior, welcome, Lord Mook. Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, welcome, Lord Myuk. Primordial Heavenly Sovereign, Sheepy, Li Mian, wasn't your account blacklisted? How did you come back? Sheepy, what's wrong with having multiple accounts? Admin, Open Skybeast, the handsomest messenger of justice in the universe, didn't I say not to let anyone outside the family in? Did you take my words lightly again? The handsomest messenger of justice in the universe. The handsomest messenger of justice in the universe, he is Li Lan. Admin, Open Skybeast, Lord Myuk, what kind of terrible name did you choose? Also, most people in the group are your elders. You didn't even say hello when you came in? Open Skybeast? Who is that? With a name like that, how dare you criticize me? Li Lan frowned. His long, strong fingers moved rapidly across the screen. Lord Mook, who are you? Admin, Open Skybeast, I am your father. Lord Myuk, no, how can you curse? That's so rude. The handsomest messenger of justice in the universe. The handsomest messenger of justice in the universe, he really is your father. Lord Myuk, Dad, I miss you so much. Laughing like a blooming chrysanthemum, Lord Myuk, hello, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, I am Li Lan. Love you all, Sheepy, ha 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 ha. First Gundam Warrior, ha 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 ha. Please call me Queen, welcome, Xiaolan, welcome, welcome. Blazing Sun, welcome, Xiaolan. Sheepy, Lord Myuk, bro, why did you delete my message? Pouting, Li Lan silently closed the group chat and looked at his third brother. Li Qin grinned and said, you didn't ask me either. By the way, be careful lately, there are quite a few people offering bounties on the black market. Bounty? Well, the bounty from the Spirit Energy Association. You can check the black market bounties. Li Lan opened the black market bounty and entered his name, and a dazzling golden post appeared before him. Bounty target, Li Lan, young master of the Flame Emperor Li family, target strength, wood elemental great power user, target description, very lazy, not just any kind of lazy, possibly the type that needs to be carried to the bathroom. Specific combat power unknown, bounty reward, life capture reward, 1 holy relic, 2 semi-holy relics. Death reward, 2 semi-holy relics. Claim the reward with the head. 2 holy relics? Am I really worth that much? Holy relics are treasures that might not even appear in a 5-star secret realm. Only those powerful terrestrial immortals might possess them. Li Lan was astonished. He looked at his target description and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What the hell? Needs to be carried to the bathroom? Thank you, but he wasn't that lazy. He was perfectly healthy. How infuriating. How could the Spirit Energy Association slander someone's reputation like this? Without hesitation, Li Lan quickly clicked to report. Moments later, the report failed, and he was prompted to submit proof materials, video, photos, recordings, etc. Li Lan, does this matter really need proof? He was left speechless by this website. Looking at other posts, Li Lan discovered that, apart from himself, everyone in the Li family had their own bounty, including Li Mian. Bounty target, Li Mian, member of the Flame Emperor Li family, target strength, unknown. Target description, violent woman. Bounty reward, $5. Below the bounty, someone had left a message. Mian the Great, why am I only worth $5? Mian the Great, who is the one offering the bounty, step forward. Watch me not call someone to beat you to death. Mian the Great, damn it. However, her name was different from the others, it was in dark letters. When Li Lan clicked in, he found that she had been permanently blacklisted by the website. Unsurprisingly, this person should be Li Mian herself. By the way, Xiaolan. At this moment, Li Qin suddenly said. Li Lan looked at him in confusion. He pulled out a fiery red crystal from his pocket. This is for you. After entering the Great Power User stage, energy consumption is enormous, and advancing further is not an easy task. So you can put aside the matter of advancing the wood element for now. Your immediate priority is to advance the fire element to the Great Power User stage. If you can reach the Great Power User stage before the end of the year, perhaps you can take a look at the family secret realm during the annual meeting. Of course, besides improving your realm, you can't neglect the honing of your powers either. I noticed that although your wood element has advanced to the Great Power User stage, you only have one power. This is your weakness. If you don't make up for it, you'll be at a disadvantage in future battles. Li-Lan nodded, took the fist-sized fiery red crystal, and realized it was a top-tier treasure of the fire element. It's not just any valuable item. Could it be that third brother spent these past few days getting this? Li-Lan looked at him gratefully. Thank you, third brother. It was obvious that his third brother must have paid a considerable price for this. After all, top-tier treasures are coveted even by great power users. Do your best. Li Qin patted Li-Lan's shoulder. What is in the family secret realm? Li-Lan had heard about the family secret realm since he was a child. Only great power users could enter. At that time, he thought he could never become a great power user in his lifetime, so he didn't pay much attention. He never expected that one day he could truly become a great power user. Moreover, he was being pushed along, riding the wave of success. There are good things inside. Li Qin smiled mysteriously and said, the reason Grandpa can become one of the peak powerhouses of the human race now is closely related to this secret realm. So amazing? Li Qin continued, even if it costs 5 holy relics to exchange for this secret realm, it would still be a huge loss for the Li family. Hearing this, Li-Lan was shocked. 5 sacred relics, what does that even mean? Sacred relics are the strongest treasures known today. Each one can be described as possessing heavenly power. The foundation of the Spirit Energy Association, the Blood Moon Holy Grail, is one such sacred relic. Previously, when they were at the Water God Palace, the elemental gems everyone obtained were merely half-step sacred relics. But Li-Lan could assert that within half a year, those people could all become land immortals. Of course, the premise is that this treasure must be an elemental gem, and the user must be a top-tier master. After all, elemental gems are specifically for cultivation. Other treasures do not have this effect. Let's not talk about this anymore. At the end, Li Qin changed the subject and said, if you're having difficulty comprehending the divine powers, you can take a look at the divine power models. The divine power model, also known as the divine power operation model or divine power visualization diagram, records the unique trajectories of each divine power. Observing the divine power model can help one comprehend the divine powers more quickly. However, there is a flaw. No matter how powerful the divine power model is, that divine power is not your own. Unless you are exceptionally lucky, don't expect to unleash the full power of that divine power. I understand. Good, then I'm going to take a shower. As soon as Li Qin finished speaking, he stripped down completely. Li-Lan was left dumbfounded. This big man was wearing a pair of dynamic Superman underwear. Dynamic Superman, charging forward, how absurd. So embarrassing. He wouldn't even care if people laughed at him. But this guy took pride in it, boasting with a smug expression. Cool, right? Limited edition. I fought hard to get it. I even wore my phone out. Get lost. Li-Lan returned to his room and began to sleep soundly. Don't get it wrong, they had booked 3 rooms in total, and Su Xian was sleeping next door. Ding Dong, detected that the host has obtained a fire attribute treasure, Extreme Flame Crystal, currently auto-devouring. Fire element is devouring the top-tier fire attribute treasure, Extreme Flame Crystal, Fire Element Energy. Fire element is devouring the top-tier fire attribute treasure, Extreme Flame Crystal, Fire Element Energy. Fire element divine power, Scorching Flame Explosion, is evolving. Evolution successful. Fire element has successfully comprehended the divine power, Extreme Flame C. The fire element's fire element energy has reached the critical value, currently breaking through the shackles. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed. The fire element puffed its cheeks, bit its lip, and tried to break through again. Breaking through. Fire element breakthrough successful. Cultivation level has risen to mid-stage master. Li-Lan turned over. His hair was too long, tickling his ears a bit. Forget it, he couldn't be bothered. He continued to sleep. The thunder element challenged the fire element. The thunder element was beaten badly by the fire element, utterly defeated. The thunder element challenged the fire element again. The thunder element was beaten badly by the fire element, utterly defeated. The thunder element cried loudly, starting to train hard, hoping to stand up again soon. Thunder element energy. The wood element looked at the thunder element and couldn't help but laugh. The telekinesis ability was guiding and controlling the ability while training, telekinesis energy. The control ability was seriously training, control energy. The divine water element was assisting water nourishes all things while training divine water energy. The dragon and tiger body refining technique was distractedly training host's body and spirit. Water nourishes all things was working hard to train energy capacity. The cultivation level of the control ability successfully rose to high level late stage. By the time Li Lan woke up, the sun was already shining brightly. Li Lan lazily floated up from the bed. With the help of the telekinesis ability, he got dressed and finished washing up. Just then, Su Xian walked in with a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge and a cup of soy milk. "Young master, it's time for breakfast." Li Lan looked at him in confusion. Su Xian said, "I've already eaten." "Liar." Li Lan glanced at him, and soy milk and lean meat porridge flew up simultaneously, stuffing into his mouth. Startled, Su Xian hurriedly went to get another identical breakfast. As Li Lan ate this new breakfast, he casually asked, "Didn't you say you already ate?" Su Xian, without a hint of embarrassment, drank his soy milk and said, "I have a big appetite, I can eat 2 portions. You too, having breakfast without calling me, huh?" Li Qin, with his messy hair and sleepy eyes, walked in. "I'll go get it for you from my room." "No need, I'll get it myself." Li Qin rubbed his face and said, "Xiao Xian, you're at least half my brother, why so distant? Don't do this next time." Su Xian smiled. "Young master, are you still hungry? If you are, I can get you more." "Don't call me young master anymore, I feel like a local tyrant squeezing the laborers." Li Lan slumped on the sofa like a salted fish, with porridge and soy milk swirling around him. "Li Lan, I call you young master as part of my job, and it's also a task given to me by the family." "Task? Yeah, there's a reward." "What reward? Can you give me half?" "Sure, but I don't even know what the reward is." "You're really going to give it?" "I don't want it. Your young master has plenty of money. By the way, how long does this task last?" "Next year, I don't know the exact time. From now on, just call me boss, a 30-year worker." "What 30 years?" Li Qin, who had just walked in with breakfast, looked confused. "Su Xian said he would work for me for free for 30 years. Free? As a righteous golden saint, how could I have such a black-hearted brother?" Li Qin said with righteous indignation, "Su Xian, come to me in the future, I'll give you a salary of millions. I can even let you be your own boss." After finishing breakfast, the three boarded the psychic high-speed train, heading northeast. After an unknown amount of time, they finally arrived in Longjing. As the center of the Dragon Kingdom, Longjing is the safest place in the entire country. Upon arriving in Longjing, the three of them completely removed their disguises and took a taxi towards the martial arts center. Although he had passed the selection round and obtained the qualification to participate in the martial arts competition, this qualification needed to be activated. If one did not actively go to the martial arts center to activate it, it would be considered a withdrawal. The Longjing Martial Arts Center was now a sea of people, filled with young faces. These people came from all over. Some were participants in the martial arts competition, while others were here to train. After all, the Martial Arts Center, besides being the registration place for the competition, was also the largest and most well-equipped psychic training ground in all of Longjing. Gravity training rooms, elemental sensing rooms, mental meditation rooms, and so on, everything was available. Many martial arts schools, educational institutions, enterprises, and factions spent a lot of money here every year to rent space for training. Just as Li Lan was about to head to the registration area, he heard a familiar voice. "Disciples of the Mia Martial Arts School, our slogan is," followed by a rough roar. "Invincible, invincible, invincible. Conquer the nation, unify the world, tear apart the other races, strive for excellence. Invincible, invincible, invincible." Li Lan was horrified, a fear from the soul, witnessing the ancestor. "Ha ha ha, what a cringe-worthy slogan. It's killing me with laughter. Where did this group of clowns come from? Were they sent by monkeys? Aren't they embarrassed? If I were them, I'd have already dug my toes into a 3-bedroom apartment. So funny, this slogan. It's like a middle school syndrome. He 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 he, gaga gaga. Mia Martial Arts School, what kind of school is this? I've never heard of it." "I haven't heard of it either. This martial arts school seems quite wealthy, just look at the fabric of their clothes, each set costs at least 10,000. "Excuse me, are they comedians?" Upon hearing this, the people around burst into laughter. Li Lan couldn't help but stop. Looking over, he indeed saw a girl in a pink dress with twin ponytails. She was sucking on a lollipop and holding a cold cola, boldly shouting at a group of burly men in front of her, "Great, do it again. Disciples of the Mimi Martial Arts School, our slogan is." The group of men, upon hearing her words, closed their eyes and shouted again with flushed faces. "Invincible, invincible, invincible. Conquer the nation, unify the world, tear apart the enemies, strive for excellence. Invincible, invincible, invincible." From their unnatural expressions, Li Lan could easily tell they were forced. How could I be so unlucky to run into her right after arriving in Longjing? No way, I absolutely cannot let her find out. Thinking of that group shouting their ancestor's name in public, Li Lan felt a wave of social death wash over him. Young master, what's wrong? Noticing Li Lan's odd expression, Su Xian looked over in confusion. Li Lan looked at him without moving his eyes. If nothing's wrong, then let's go. Su Xian understood his meaning. Li Lan nodded. The three of them walked towards the martial arts competition registration area. Watching Li Mimi's figure disappear from view, Li Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just then, Li Qin suddenly stopped and looked not far away. Isn't that Li Mimi? What is she doing here? Before Li Lan could stop him, he had already waved and shouted loudly, Li Mimi, Sheep Mimi, what are you doing over there? Li Lan's expression changed slightly, and he was about to leap up but found he couldn't fly. Xiaolan, what are you doing? The martial arts center is equipped with ability shielding devices that can block all abilities below that of a great master. Li Qin looked over. Li Qin didn't respond. Watching the pink figure that looked like a rabbit running wildly in the distance, he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Behind the pink rabbit was a group of strong men and women, each tall and muscular. However, one of them seemed to be carrying someone. That person appeared to be asleep. Seeing this scene, Li Lan felt a strange sense of familiarity. After arriving in front of Li Qin, Li Mimi stopped and laughed loudly. Hello, Qin Gu, what are you doing here? I'm here to accompany Xiaolan for registration. What about you? I recently opened a martial arts school, and I'm here for the students' training. Li Mimi turned to the disciples behind her and shouted, You guys, this is Qin Gu, quickly greet him. Hello, Qin Gu. The group of disciples shouted loudly, curiously sizing up Li Qin. People around began to look over, but Li Qin seemed to have long been accustomed to such gazes, smiling and waving. Hello, everyone. By the way, Qin Gu, where's my brother? Xiaolan, isn't he right beside you? Li Qin looked to the side and found that, he didn't know when, Li Lan had already disappeared. Along with him, Su Xian had also vanished. Strange, where did they go? Li Nini frowned. Taking a sip of cold cola, she snapped her fingers, and a dozen strong men quickly assembled in front of her, standing straight. What does the master want? You should remember what your ancestor looks like, right? Ancestor? The one we pay respects to every day? They certainly remembered. The crowd quickly nodded. You have 10 minutes to find your ancestor. Yes, young master, the martial arts competition registration is on the other side. I know. Are we still going? Of course. Then let's go. But I'm tired. Su Xian sighed helplessly, half squatting down, and Li Lan lay on his back. Noticing the gazes of the people around, Su Xian couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Having such a young master was truly too shameful. However, Li Lan was already asleep and had no idea what he was thinking. Of course, even if he were awake, he wouldn't know. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is brutally beaten by the fire element, suffering a complete defeat. The fire element punishes the lightning element by making it wash its socks, while the lightning element clenches its small fists in anger, glaring at the fire element. The fire element shoots a glare at the lightning element, causing it to lower its head in fear. While wiping away tears, the lightning element washes the fire element's socks, vowing to become the strongest. The fire element sighs, realizing how lonely invincibility is, and begins to train seriously, harnessing fire element energy. Seeing the fire element training, the lightning element sneaks away. The wood element trains while listening to the lightning element's complaints, shrugging its shoulders to indicate that it can't defeat the current fire element either, using wood element energy. The telekinesis and control abilities are training together, exchanging insights while diligently practicing, using telekinesis energy and control energy. The water element is guiding its disciple in the cultivation of water nourishes all things. After becoming a disciple of the water element, water nourishes all things begins closed door training, increasing its energy capacity. The dragon and tiger body refining technique lies on the ground, back to the dirt and face to the sky, indifferent to training. The participants in the martial arts competition come from 18 base cities across the country. Each base city selects the top 5, so there are a total of 90 participants. It's not a large number of people, but at this moment, the registration area is packed with people. Among them, aside from a few registrants and participants, most are just there to watch the excitement. Some are there to recruit for martial arts schools, and some are even looking for boyfriends or girlfriends. After all, being in the top 5 in the province means they are, to some extent, young talents and prodigies. Su Xian carries Li Lan into the registration area, quickly attracting the attention of some people. Another pair has arrived. Why are there 2 people? Which one is the participant? It should be the one carrying the other. The one being carried looks like an easy target. I wonder how strong they are. Both are so handsome, I wish one of them could be my boyfriend. I wouldn't even dare to dream big, if it were me, I'd want them both. They chattered among themselves, curiously sizing up Lilan and Su Xian. Feeling their gazes, Su Xian frowned slightly. He approached the staff at the registration desk. "Hello, we are here to register." The staff member was a young woman, probably in her 20s, similar in age to most participants. Dressed in formal attire, her features were well defined, and she seemed to be a water element ability user, exuding a somewhat gentle aura. "Okay, please show me your ID, and I'll help you activate your participation qualification," she said. "Young master, did you bring your ID?" Su Xian shook Lilan, who was sound asleep and completely ignored him. Seeing this, the staff member looked surprised. "Aren't you the participant?" Su Xian helplessly shook his head and shook Lilan a couple more times. Lilan still did not wake up. Just as he was about to put Lilan down and search for his ID, the ID suddenly flew out of his pocket and landed in Su Xian's hand. "A telekinesis ability user?" The staff member looked at Lilan in surprise. Mental abilities have always been relatively rare and difficult to cultivate. This boy looked to be around 17 or 18. To reach the top 5 in the province at such a young age using telekinesis is indeed a talent. However, unfortunately, the national martial arts competition is filled with hidden talents. She estimated that this boy, being young and possessing a mental telekinesis ability, would likely end up at the bottom in this national martial arts competition. If he participates again next time, he might achieve a good result. Su Xian handed Lilan's ID to her. She nodded and scanned the ID as if using a scanner. A few seconds later, the scanner emitted a green light. Activation successful. Su Xian retrieved his ID card, just when he thought everything was over. Suddenly, the broadcast in the registration area blared to life. "Let us welcome the first place from Jiangnan Province, student Lilan. His power is an early-stage master of the wood element." "Let us welcome the first place from Jiangnan Province, student Lilan. His power is an early-stage master of the wood element." "Let us welcome the first place from Jiangnan Province, student Lilan. His power is an early-stage master of the wood element." The staff member stared wide-eyed, looking at Lilan in disbelief. Her mouth slightly agape, as if a pigeon egg could fit inside. He was actually a master. Upon hearing the broadcast, the onlookers in the registration area all gasped. "This kid is actually a master. A master at such a young age, is he a prodigy? The broadcast can't be wrong, right? Impossible, it has never been wrong before. Just search online, the top few from each province's selection will be published online. I found it, Jiangnan Province Selection First Place Lilan, Power Wood Element Master, Thunder Element Master, Fire Element Master. My god, a 3-element ability user, is he a monster? Damn it, I've lived for 30 years and only just became a master. How old is he? He already has 1 master and 2 powers. He really is only 17, not some ageless old monster? A 3-element ability holder. I wonder which academy he joined. According to online news, it seems to be Qinglong Academy. Does he have a girlfriend? No. No boyfriend either, right? No. Good, from today on, I will work hard to get into Qinglong Academy and strive to be his girlfriend. It's daytime, little sister. No, he's not a 3-element ability user, he's a 4-element ability holder. Just now when he took his ID, he also used telekinesis. Isn't that the person behind him? That's Lilan's. I just sensed the mental energy fluctuations from him. Trust me, I'm also a mental type. Damn, I'm even more envious. Stop talking, don't be fooled by how lazy he seems now, letting others carry him. Behind the scenes, he might be working harder than all of you combined. I'm useless and lazy. Lilan was awakened by the sound of the broadcast and the discussions. Just as Su Xian was about to carry Lilan away, the staff member suddenly called out to the two. Wait a moment. Is there anything else? You can't leave yet. I need to confirm Mr. Lilan's identity. How do you confirm? Just inject elemental energy into this stone. The staff member took out a pitch-black stone. Leave it to me. Lilan jumped down from Su Xian's back. The stone fell into his hand automatically. Lilan injected energy into it. Suddenly, all the elements swarmed out. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly threw them all back, leaving only the wood element. The black stone instantly shone with a green light. The staff member suddenly felt a tremor in her heart. A suffocating sensation of something implanted in her soul arose, then quickly vanished. What was going on? Why was the water element inside me trembling just now? Was it afraid? How could that be? It's just an ability. How could it be afraid? Was it my illusion? Is it done? Lilan's voice pulled her back to reality. She looked at the stone, confirming that this was indeed the light emitted by a wood element master. She quickly nodded. She took a document from the drawer and handed it to Lilan, Alright, you two take care. As the two stepped out of the registration area, they were surrounded by a group of people. Hello, student Lilan, may I ask if you could come to our Bailong Martial Arts Hall as an instructor? The owner of our Bailong Martial Arts Hall is a teacher from Qinglong Academy. If you are willing to come, we can offer you great benefits and treatment. Lilan, come to my Ice Point Martial Arts School. Behind our school is a great director from the White Tiger Academy. As long as you can come, we might invite him to be your teacher. Classmate, come to my Extreme Martial Arts School. If you're willing, I can apply to the school owner to recommend you as the youngest vice owner of our Extreme Martial Arts School. Extreme Martial Arts School, one of the top 5 martial arts schools in Long Country? Captain Luo, has your Extreme Martial Arts School gone mad? Also, do you have the authority to do that? Ha ha ha, Lilan is worth it. I naturally don't have that authority, but I believe the school owner would be willing. They were discussing fervently, surrounding the exit tightly. Just as Lilan was pondering how to get out, a clear and bright voice rang out. I will only say one thing. All of you, step aside for me. Immediately, a group of strong men squeezed in. They rushed to Lilan's front, cupping their hands and bowing their heads, shouting loudly, "We pay our respects to the ancestor." Louder, haven't you eaten? We pay our respects to the ancestor. This group of strong men used all their strength, shouting at the top of their lungs. The entire venue fell silent. With a wave of the hand, life is extinguished. With closed eyes, all is deathly still. Seeing this group of strong men, many people were too scared to speak. After a few seconds, many realized, wait, what are we afraid of? Although they look strong, our strength is greater than theirs. These strong men, although each one looks extremely intimidating, are merely at the level of high-level sorcerers. Among them, there are quite a few who are capable practitioners. At this moment, a girl bounced over to Lilan, smiling. Brother, how about it? Aren't you going to thank me for helping you out? Thank you for what? Hello, Brother Xin. Li Mia made a gesture she thought was very cool towards Su Xin. What are you doing here? Lilan asked expressionlessly. I'm here to train the students. Li Mia glanced at the group of strong men beside her and said, Brother, you are the big boss of the martial arts school, and they are also your students. By the way, brother, I found someone who looks just like you. Take a look. Li Mia pulled a young boy out of the crowd and said, It's him, Duan Yuan Kai. He looks just like you and can fall asleep anytime, anywhere. Impressive, right? Greetings, ancestor. Duan Yuan Kai's face turned red as he lowered his head and spoke softly. No need to call me ancestor. My name is Li Lan. Hello, Brother Lan. Duan Yuan Kai raised his head, revealing a shy smile. But the next second, he fainted, collapsing onto Li Lan. Li Lan helped him up, looking puzzled at Li Mia. Li Mia quickly had a strong man nearby carry him and said apologetically, Brother, Duan Yuan Kai has a strange sleeping sickness and suddenly falls asleep. I don't know what's going on. Isn't it treatable? Su Xin asked. Li Mia shook her head and said, I went to Duan Yuan Kai's house to ask, and it's not treatable. He went to many big hospitals when he was young, and it was useless, so no school was willing to take him. Otherwise, a genius like him wouldn't come to our martial arts school. As she spoke, a hint of regret appeared on her face. At this moment, Li Mia suddenly asked, Brother, weren't you like this before? Is there any way to treat it? If we can cure his illness, our martial arts school will have an extra trump card. I sleep because I'm lazy, not because I'm sick. Li Lan looked at Su Xin. Su Xin understood and half squatted down, offering his back to Li Lan. Brother, don't go. Li Mia hurriedly chased after him, but Li Lan was stopped by someone. Li Lan, are you really not considering joining our martial arts school? It was a middle-aged man in a black jacket, with a large scar on his face, clearly a tough character. Before Li Lan could respond, Su Xin refused first. Sorry, sir, my young master will not join your martial arts school. I think we can talk a bit more. Don't worry, my White Dragon martial arts school won't treat your young master poorly. Our Ice Point martial arts school won't either. Neither will we. Hey, uncle, there's nothing to talk about here, right? Li Mia walked over, looking at the middle-aged man with hostility. My brother, Li Lan. He's from my Mia martial arts school and won't join your so-called White Dragon martial arts school. Besides, isn't the head of your school just a teacher from Qinglong Academy? What's so impressive about that? Do you know who my grandfather is? Li Mia said proudly. You know Yin Di, right? He's my grandfather. Little kid, don't cause trouble. Uncle and your brother are discussing serious matters. The person from the White Dragon martial arts school frowned. He wouldn't believe the word of a child. Moreover, he had lived in Longjing for over 10 years and had never heard of this so-called Mia martial arts school. Who's causing trouble? What I said is true. Li Mia stubbornly stretched her neck and glared at him. Shaolan, Mia, it's just a registration. why are you still here? Li Qin's voice came from outside. Everyone looked out. The others had no reaction, but the person in charge of the extreme martial arts school was momentarily stunned before quickly stepping forward, saying, Mr. Li Qin, what brings you here? Who are you? Li Qin looked at him in confusion. The person in charge of the extreme martial arts school quickly said, we met at the border 2 years ago. By the way, my code name back then was Blade. So it's you. Li Qin immediately remembered. I came here to accompany my brother for registration, and you? I came to join the fun. Blade scratched his head. Li Qin? The golden saint from the Li family? Many people present had seen the world. Seeing how respectful the person in charge of the extreme martial arts school was, they immediately realized. They looked at Li Miamia in shock. What she said was actually true. If that's the case, then this Li Lan must also be the grandson of Yan Di? No wonder. Only a big family like the Li family could cultivate such a monster. The person in charge of the White Dragon martial arts school looked embarrassed and awkwardly said to Li Lan, I'm really sorry for the disturbance. It was true that their school head was a teacher from Qinglong Academy, but many people from the Li family held important positions at Qinglong Academy. Yan Di from the Li family was even the honorary dean of Qinglong Academy. Compared to that, their school head seemed a bit lacking. No, not just a bit lacking. It was extremely lacking. It's fine, Li Lan said softly. After his identity was revealed, those blocking the way quickly stepped aside, no longer daring to obstruct him. The few of them left without hindrance. At this moment, Duan Yuan Kai also woke up and came over. Li Lan was lying on Su Xian's back, while he was on the back of a big man. The two exchanged glances. Hello, Brother Lan. Li Lan nodded. He closed his eyes, intending to sleep, but the divine water element within him suddenly wanted to break free. Li Lan hurriedly stuffed it back in. What are you doing? The divine water element struggled a bit, realizing it couldn't get out, and had to choose to give up. After leaving the martial arts center, Li Qin had to leave first due to other matters. Su Xian then bought Li Lan a new wheelchair. When they arrived, the wheelchair shop owner was about to close the shop. Thanks to Li Miamia, with a group of big men behind her, the owner was quite frightened. Only then did the owner reopen the shop. Although she did nothing, she remained quiet the whole time, playing a game called Sheep Got Sheep. However, it seemed the situation was not optimistic. She had already crushed several phones. After having lunch, Li Miamia, under the shop owner's nervous gaze, completed the payment and left. She said she was going back to the family to find a doctor, a wood water element master, to treat Duan Yuan Kai. One must say, although Li Miamia was a bit violent, she had a good heart. Young master, where are we going next? Qinglong Academy. Qinglong Academy is located in the suburbs outside Longjing City. Covering over 40,000 acres, it features mountains, water, small rivers, and even a few small secret realms. It is extremely vast, comparable to a small city. At first, Su Xian was worried that there would be dangers on the way to Qinglong Academy, but thinking about the fact that they were in Longjing and Li Lan's strength, he relaxed. The two chose to take the bus to Qinglong Academy. I must say, the service quality of the bus is quite high now. There are even specially designed accessible pathways for the disabled. There weren't many people on the bus, most of whom were students from Qinglong Academy. They chatted and laughed, discussing everyday life, while a few talked about the upcoming National Martial Arts Competition. Who do you think will win the National Martial Arts Competition this time? I don't know, but I think the champion should come from one of the 5 major academies. Isn't that always the case? If I had to choose, I'd pick Senior Yuan. Senior Yuan's lightning element abilities have reached an extraordinary level, and his insight ability is already at the late stage of divine powers, so he definitely has a good chance of winning. There are a total of 90 contestants in this competition. Among them, 6 are great powers, so it might be a bit difficult for Senior Yuan to win. Anyone can win, but the one in 6th place might feel a bit awkward. The one at the bottom should be Feng Xinghuan, right? Although he is a disciple of a terrestrial immortal, his foundation is still not as deep as that of the 5 major academies. It's hard to say. Feng Xinghuan's abilities are dual elements of wind and fire, plus gravity. He rose to prominence after entering a secret realm 2 years ago, defeating quite a few great powers, so his strength shouldn't be underestimated. By the way, which base city do you think will come in last this time? I don't know. Jiangnan, Shijiang, Jiangbei, and Jiangdong all have a chance. In recent years, the southern regions have seen a decline in talent, and their schools have been slacking off. Talented individuals are being sent to those sects, and they hardly participate in martial arts competitions. Speaking of Jiangnan province, I heard in the news that they seem to have a new 5-star secret realm, and even the Spiritual Energy Association got involved. I've heard about that too, but that secret realm seems a bit strange. Only a group of people entered, and then the entire realm mysteriously disappeared. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's discuss what we will eat tonight. Listening to the discussions around him, Suexien said, Young master, in this martial arts competition, you will first enter a secret realm. This secret realm is jointly created by the 5 major academies, official departments, and the Loose Cultivator Alliance. The competition format is a points system, ranking and eliminating 60 contestants. Then the remaining 30 will compete in a ring. As long as you make it into the top 30, you can receive rewards. Of course, even if you don't make it into the top 30, there are consolation prizes. If you enter the top 5, you'll receive a grand prize. Young master, I believe with your strength, making it into the top 5 is no problem. Suexien was full of confidence and spoke with excitement, his eyebrows dancing and ears twitching. But you see, your young master just wants to slack off, Lilon sighed. Not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm, he nodded. A few minutes later, Lilon suddenly opened his eyes. What's wrong? Get off. Although he didn't know what was going on, Suexien still complied and spoke to the driver. They got off at the next stop, along with a few other passengers. Young master, where are we going next? Head towards Qinglong Academy. Okay. Suexien pushed Lilon in the direction of Qinglong Academy. At this moment, Suexien also noticed that a middle-aged man had been following them. Nichuan Gangban, a wild great power. Over a decade ago, his hometown, the Island of Gods, was sunk by several royal level, and he had been making a living in Longwa ever since. However, he was an outsider and had never been well received. Even entering some secret realms had many restrictions for him. Later, he joined a large commercial association. Originally, with the strength of a great power, he lived quite well in the association. But later, he was expelled for frequently teasing female employees. Coincidentally, the president of that chamber of commerce was a big shot. After being expelled by him, no one dared to hire him again. In fact, many forces avoided him. From that moment on, he became like a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting to beat him. Without the support of powerful allies, he had no money, no resources, and no connections, making it difficult to progress in his cultivation. He thought this state would last a long time, but until today, he saw a glimmer of hope to break through his predicament. While walking down the street, he unexpectedly saw Lilon. In the underground black market, that coveted fruit, desired by countless people. Nichuan Gangban licked his lips, greedily looking at Lilon, murmuring to himself, Lilon, little friend, great big good. Capture him alive, quickly break through. Both of them look pretty good, from now on, they are all mine. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Young master, it seems we are being followed. What should we do? Suexien asked anxiously. His strength seems not low, at least a great master. Do you need me to call the family? Lilon shook his head. He opened his eyes and raised his hand. Fire element confirms there is no danger outside, peeking out from the host's body. Thunder element strides out of the host's body, loudly proclaiming, Ants of another world, your king has arrived. Wood element said, I am duty-bound to fight for my master. In an instant, the wind began to surge. The 3 elements of fire, thunder, and wood stirred restlessly in the air. The sky was overcast, clouds swirling, countless purple thunders brewing in the dark clouds, producing a deafening roar. A massive flame transformed into a war god, standing in midair, wielding a giant red flame axe, looking down upon all things. Countless vines shot up from the ground, weaving into a gigantic cage. A few seconds later, Lilon closed his eyes again and gently lowered his hand. The 3 elements erupted together. Everything fell silent, and the sky returned to clarity. Yet that man had already vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Raising his hand to extinguish all life, closing his eyes meant deathly silence. Not even bones were left. Seeing this scene, Suexien looked at Lilon in terror. Why, young master, what just happened? Looking at his astonished expression, Lilon felt a bit pleased. Suexien, you must not speak of what just happened. Then can you win first place in the martial arts competition? After a moment of silence, Suexien suddenly asked, Lilon, is this the time to ask such questions? Shouldn't you be saying, wow, young master, you are so amazing. Wow, young master, I definitely won't tell anyone. Wow, young master, I admire you so much. The Fox Dean, the law enforcement teacher, the restless elements. As one of the 5 largest academies in the Dragon Kingdom, Qinglong Academy not only has a strong faculty but also boasts top-notch defense capabilities. As soon as Lilon and Suexien got off the bus and arrived at the academy's entrance, they felt several gazes watching them. It was the patrol team's gaze. They wore dark green uniforms, badges on their chests, and had an extraordinary demeanor. Each member of the patrol team possessed at least the strength of a high-level sorcerer. The team leader was a red-haired beauty, with fair skin, sharp features, and a piercing gaze, like a female general on the battlefield. Her strength as a master was not hidden but rather evident. Su Xian glanced at the tightly closed academy gate. "Young master, I'll go ask them how to get in." Li Lan nodded slightly. Su Xian jogged over. Just as he was about to speak, a young patrol member pointed to the registration window not far away and said, "Classmate, the registration office is over there." "We are not here to register," Su Xian politely replied. "I just want to ask how to enter the school gate." "Do you have a registration?" The young patrol member was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Xinglong Academy prohibits unauthorized personnel from entering. If you don't have a registration appointment, you can only be taken in by a teacher from the academy, or enter with a student token." Su Xian shook his head but still maintained his politeness. "I don't have a token or an appointment, but thank you anyway." Just as he was about to turn around, the female team leader suddenly called out to him, "Wait a moment." Everyone looked at him in confusion. The female team leader asked, "Hello, are you Su Xian?" "Yes," Su Xian replied, looking at her in puzzlement. "And you are?" "Hello, my name is Li Jixia." Not recognizing her, Su Xian tentatively asked, "Are you from the Li family?" There are many people with the surname Li, but only those qualified to call themselves part of the Li family are from the family of the Flame Emperor. Upon hearing this, all the patrolling team members looked at Su Xian with surprise. It was clear that Su Xian also came from the Li family. The female team leader responded with a looking at Li Lan, and said, "Is that young master Li Lan?" Su Xian nodded. The surprise in the female team leader's eyes flashed away as she looked at the young man from earlier and said, "Wang Jiao, take them inside." "Yes." Wang Jiao quickly nodded. He didn't expect they were actually from the Li family, not someone to provoke. "By the way, once you go in, please don't run around the academy," the female team leader reminded. Letting two people in already broke the rules. If someone with ill intentions reported her, she would face consequences. "You can rest assured about that," Su Xian said gratefully, glancing at her. He had always stayed with Li Lan. Wherever Li Lan went, he went too. But Li Lan, let alone running around, might not even bother to walk. "You too, follow me," Wang Jiao said. Swiping his student card, the gates of Xinglong Academy shone with a blue light and opened automatically. Su Xian pushed Li Lan into the academy. At this moment, there were quite a few people inside Xinglong Academy, and when they saw Li Lan and Su Xian walking into the campus, many were drawn to them. "Look, more new students have arrived. I wonder if they are freshmen or sophomores. So handsome, both of them are so handsome. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Wife, both of them are my wives. Friends, tone it down. Sigh, sigh, it's the disabled handsome young master and the cool big guy, perfectly suited to my taste. You girls are too crazy. Unlike me, I only care about how strong they are." "Exactly, a bunch of useless people. I only desire valuable opponents." "Useless is useless. There has to be useless people in the world, so why can't it be me?" I didn't expect the students of Xinglong Academy to be so enthusiastic, Su Xian couldn't help but say. Li Lan gently nodded. Noticing that none of the crowd was looking at him, Wang Jiao, looking somewhat sour, said, "Is there?" Among the crowd, 3 people looked at Li Lan in surprise. I didn't expect Lazy God to come to Xinglong Academy too. If Su Xian had seen them, he would have recognized them at a glance. The 3 were Huang Chang, Huang Zichao, and Bai Yu, who had cleaned up the beast tied together with them in Jiangnan province. Thinking about how his younger brother had provoked Li Lan in Jiangnan province, Huang Chang felt an itch in his hand and slapped Huang Zichao. Huang Zichao let out a cry and said aggrievedly, "Brother, why are you hitting me again? You just have that kind of face that deserves a beating." "But Mom and Dad said we look quite similar," Huang Zichao retorted. Another slap greeted him. This time, Huang Zichao dared not speak again. Bai Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Zichao, you really need to change that bad temper of yours. Luckily, you ran into Li Lan. If it had been those petty disciples from big families, you wouldn't even find your body now." "I got it," Huang Zichao said weakly. "By the way, I still don't know where you guys are going," Wang Jiao suddenly asked. Su Xian looked at Li Lan. He didn't know either. The two waited for quite a while, with Li Lan only opening his eyes but not speaking. Su Xian had gotten used to it, but Wang Jiao was dying of anxiety. Just when he thought Li Lan was mute, Li Lan finally spoke, looking for Teacher Mukei. "So you can talk, old man." Hearing Li Lan's slow and leisurely tone, as if he needed to gather strength for every word, Wang Jiao felt powerless to complain. He took out his phone and glanced at the college map. Then he led the way, saying, "Teacher Mukei's residence is this way." Su Xian pushed Li Lan, following behind him. After a few minutes, the 3 stopped in front of a huge treehouse. The tree was over 10 meters tall, with a wooden house suspended above it. "Li Lan, you finally made it." An old man was leisurely sipping tea up there, with a fox sitting beside him. The fox seemed almost human, holding a porcelain cup and savoring the tea. Occasionally, it would take a gentle sip. Seeing this scene, Wang Jiao quietly stepped back. He took a deep look at Li Lan, just as he was wondering if Li Lan had come to find Mouquet to treat his leg. A shocking scene unfolded. Li Lan actually got out of the wheelchair, stretched, and stood up straight. With a light leap, he jumped onto the treehouse with Su Xin. "So it turns out you're neither mute nor crippled, but a normal person." Wang Jiao's face was filled with disbelief. He had never seen such a peculiar person in his life. However, he felt a bit better. What good is being so handsome? Being this lazy must mean he's weak. But the next second, his eyes widened. A surge of mental energy erupted from Li Lan. "A psychic! Senior Mu, Teacher Qi." The two greeted. "Li Lan, you really have been hiding deep," Mouquet said, looking at Li Lan in surprise, taking a sip of tea. "A rare psychic ability, and at the divine level, very impressive." He used his wood-based ability to grow a chair behind Su Xin. Just as he was about to grow a second one, Li Lan picked up the fox beside him and sat down, rubbing its head with his hand. Mouquet's heart skipped a beat. "Teacher Qi, your fox is really cute," Li Lan said lazily. "By the way, Teacher Qi, how did you know I was coming?" Mouquet no longer felt conflicted about his surname. He looked nervously at the fox in Li Lan's arms and said, "It was the vice president who told me." "The vice president of Qinglong Academy? One of the few terrestrial divine beings in Manhwa?" Su Xian's face turned serious with respect. "I wonder if he is here." Li Lan swept away his usual lazy demeanor and looked at Mouquet with clear eyes. Before Mouquet could respond, the fox in Li Lan's arms suddenly spoke. "Little friend, how does my touch feel?" It turned its head, looking at Li Lan with deep, dark eyes. Li Lan was taken aback, quickly glancing at Mouquet. Mouquet gave a good luck look and nodded slightly. Li Lan hurriedly released the fox. The fox's fur was as smooth as silk. With a gentle movement, it left Li Lan's embrace. A chair grew beside the table, and it sat down lightly. "Senior, I'm sorry," Li Lan quickly stood up to apologize. But the fox, seemingly unfazed by his earlier offense, simply waved its hand lightly. "No matter." Then it squinted its eyes and softly said, "Wood-based divine being, lightning-based divine being, fire-based divine being, psychic divine being, control sorcerer, quite interesting." The voice was loud, indistinguishable in age or gender, but Li Lan could clearly sense that this voice was only for him. At that moment, Li Lan felt as if he had been seen through, all his secrets laid bare before this fox. Such powerful strength. Is it a mind-reading ability? But why didn't it detect the divine water element? Could it be because it's particularly special? Li Lan's expression grew serious, but a few seconds later, for some unknown reason, my body automatically relaxed. I felt as if I were bathing in a sea of trees, enjoying the spring breeze. My mood was unprecedentedly pleasant. "Don't be nervous, little friend, I won't eat you," the fox dean said softly, not knowing when a cup of tea had appeared in his hand. What was going on? Mouquet and Su Xin looked at each other in confusion. "By the way, Vice Dean, where do you plan to assign Li Lan?" Mouquet suddenly asked. "Idle, there aren't many positions that are not tiring," the fox dean muttered. "Then you can go work at the enforcement court. Speaking of which, the Grand Elder of the Enforcement Court is still from your Li family." Enforcement Court teachers, equivalent to the Student Council's disciplinary department. But the teachers of the Enforcement Court not only manage students, they also manage teachers. They can even oversee some subordinate schools of the Qinglong Academy. In a university like Qinglong Academy, this is a position of power. Yet now they want a child to take it. Mouquet couldn't help but speak up. "Vice Dean, isn't that against the rules? Not to mention that to be a teacher at the Enforcement Court, one must have worked at the school for at least 10 years. Just the minimum requirement for a teacher at the Enforcement Court is to be at the mid-level of the Great Ability stage. Li Lan doesn't meet the standard, but I believe that a mere mid-level Great Ability stage is simply no match for Li Lan." The fox dean squinted, taking a sip of tea. "A mere mid-level Great Ability stage is no match for Li Lan? Does the vice dean hold Li Lan in such high regard?" Mouquet gasped. "I understand now. I'll go to the dean right away to activate Li Lan's teacher identity." "Li Lan, you should go to the library's Great Ability Pavilion for a while to make up for your deficiencies in that area," the fox dean pondered and said. "Your body refinement is quite good. It seems you've been diligent." Li Lan nodded. "I understand, Vice Dean. Self-improvement has always been my pursuit." Fire Element widened its eyes and said, "Master, have some self-respect?" Thunder Element laughed heartily and said, "Master, you're killing this thunder god with laughter." While laughing, Thunder Element accidentally hit Fire Element in the face. Fire element immediately slapped thunder element. The smile on thunder element's face disappeared. What element said, "Master, you're amazing. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is still yours." Water element expressed a desire to remain silent and rolled its eyes at you. Other abilities and techniques beside them, Muke and Suxin had black lines on their faces. Kid, young master, where does your confidence to say such motivational words come from? Leaving Elder Muke's small wooden house, Suxin pushed Lilan as they walked through the academy, searching for the library mentioned by the vice dean. However, after searching for a while, they still couldn't find it. What are you doing? Lilan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Suxin. Looking for the library. Young master, aren't you going to the Great Ability Pavilion? Did you find it? Suxin shook his head. At that moment, Lilan's phone automatically flew out of his pocket and landed in his hand. At the same time, a voice came from the phone. The deceitful map continues to navigate for you. The route to the library clearly appeared in Suxin's eyes, and his face turned red, wishing he could find a hole to burrow into. So it could be like this. He thought that in a top-tier academy like Qinglong Academy, maps wouldn't appear on these websites. Qinglong Academy truly deserves to be one of the 5 major academies of the Dragon Country. The library was impressively built, covering a larger area than the entire Jiangnan one high school where Lilan had previously been. Walking inside felt like being in a massive fortress made of books. Besides books related to abilities, there were also large sections dedicated to literature, online novels, and comics. Seeing the pile of books in the literature section, Suxin's eyes widened. But thinking about the fact that he wasn't a student of Qinglong Academy and couldn't borrow books, he could only sigh helplessly. At that moment, Lilan said, "If you want to borrow, just go ahead, consider it on me." Suxin hesitated for a moment, then responded with excitedly pushing Lilan forward. But just a few minutes later, as Lilan was sleeping, he suddenly felt the elements within him becoming restless. It seemed like something in the library was attracting them, making them eager to break free. Shintong Pavilion, Dean Dog, goodbye clown. What madness is this during the day? Lilan frowned, and with a thought, he gave them a punch. The fire element paused for a moment, then punched the lightning element back. Lightning element, this thunder god is dying of laughter. It doesn't hurt at all. Young master, what's wrong? Suxin noticed the fluctuations in his young master's emotions, put down the book in his hand, and asked in confusion. Lilan shook his head. It's nothing. He noticed that even after he punched these elements, they remained extremely agitated. It seemed like something in the library was drawing them in. Even the usually aloof water element was the same. What secret was hidden in this library that attracted the water element? Lilan thought for a moment. He originally didn't want to bother with it, but just as he was about to close his eyes and take a nap, his telekinetic ability took control of his body and automatically flew up. It flew towards the 2nd floor of the library, then to the 3rd floor, and finally to the 4th floor. It stopped in front of a door at the end of the 4th floor corridor. The door was pushed open by the telekinetic element. Lilan saw that inside this door, there was another door. It turned out to be a massive ancient bronze door, intricately carved with various bizarre beasts. The most eye-catching was a divine dragon, surrounded by thunder, with a fierce expression and sharp claws. Lilan recognized this divine beast at a glance. It was the totem of the Qinglong Academy, the Azure Dragon. What was hidden behind this door? Lilan, driven by an inexplicable urge, planned to push the door open. But suddenly, everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, a Shiba Inu appeared beside him. A dog? Lilan was taken aback and squatted down to pet it a couple of times. The Shiba Inu suddenly spoke. Young man, what do you want here? Don't you want to know that this is the forbidden area of the academy? Those who trespass into the forbidden area will face light penalties at best, or expulsion and memory erasure at worst. The dog's voice was deep and hoarse, yet it exuded a strong sense of authority, like an elder who had long held power. Looking at it, Lilan was stunned, his hand frozen in midair. No way? Another big shot? What's wrong with these seniors at Qinglong Academy? They're either foxes or dogs. As senior, I'm sorry, I didn't know this rule. Are you a new student? Lilan nodded, then shook his head. The Shiba Inu frowned. Lilan quickly took out his teacher's token from his spatial ring. After all, he was already wanted, there was no harm in exposing himself. Upon seeing the token, the Shiba Inu paused for a moment, looking at Lilan with a doubtful expression. Is this from your elder? No, it's mine. The Fox Dean gave it to me. Fox? The Shiba Inu's eyes sparkled with golden light as it looked deeply at Lilan, then suddenly laughed. A great practitioner, interesting. Kid, how about abandoning the dark and joining the light, and becoming my student? Let me introduce myself. I am Chai Shang, one of the vice deans of Qinglong Academy. The king of beasts, Chai Shang? Lilan was stunned, looking at the Shiba Inu in disbelief. He never expected its identity to be so terrifying. This land immortal was only slightly weaker than his grandfather, possessing the ability to tame and cultivate animals. Under his command, there was a large group of tamed beasts comparable to the realm of great practitioners. Just as he finished speaking, a fox jumped out from who knows where and landed steadily on Lilan's shoulder. Old dog, how many years has it been, and you still want to dig into my territory? You stole my underwear when we were kids, took my drinks, stole my first love when we grew up, took my teacher, and now you want to steal my student. You still want to steal, huh? Unfortunately, this kid isn't mine. He's the grandson of that old man, the Flame Emperor. Wow, is it really that explosive? Is it really okay for you to talk about this in front of me, a junior? Too bad I've never liked gossip. So, bring it on. Lilan stared intently at the fox and the dog. Flame Emperor? Damn, how come all of that old man's descendants are geniuses? It's infuriating. The Shiba Inu glared at Lilan. Lilan felt darkness envelop him again. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the corridor outside. The door from earlier had vanished. What kind of ability is this? As Lilan pondered, the other abilities quieted down since they could no longer sense the source of their earlier excitement. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I might as well sleep. Using his telekinetic ability, Lilan cleared a clean area on the ground and lay down, drifting off to sleep. A faint snore escaped him. His arched eyebrows twitched slightly, and the surroundings fell silent. After Lilan disappeared, Suexian had been searching for him. He searched the second floor but found nothing. He scoured the third and fourth floors as well, still with no luck. Just as he was wondering where the young master had gone, he saw a group of girls gathered in a corner, seemingly watching something. Suexian curiously approached, and their discussions reached his ears. Who is this? Why is he sleeping here? I don't know, but I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Isn't he the handsome guy in the wheelchair from downstairs? How did he end up here? Where are his companions? Could it be some kind of wealthy family inheritance drama? He's the eldest son, and that one is the second son. The second son might have chosen to harm the disabled eldest son to monopolize the family fortune. A sense of foreboding rose in Suexian's heart. He stepped closer and discovered that the person sleeping on the ground, being discussed by everyone, was indeed Lilan. With a blank expression, Suexian walked over, picked Lilan up onto his back, and, under the curious gazes of the crowd, carried him away. He felt embarrassed following the young master around. Damn it! When Lilan woke up, he found himself at the entrance of the Divine Ability Pavilion. The Divine Ability Pavilion, as the place where Qinglong Academy stores divine ability models, is heavily guarded, with someone on watch 24 hours a day. To enter, one must verify their identity and register. Young master, are you really okay on your own? What kind of question is that? I'm not a 3-year-old. Lilan looked at him strangely. Then I'll wait for you at the door. No need, just wait for me in the reading area on the first floor. I don't know how long I'll take. When you come out, you mustn't sleep on the ground again. Okay. Suexian looked at him with half-belief, but since he couldn't go in, he had no choice. Hello, student, please show your identity. As soon as Lilan entered the Divine Ability Pavilion, he was stopped by an old man with white hair and a youthful face. Lilan took out his teacher's token, and the old man was momentarily taken aback. He scanned the token with the scanner. A teacher from the enforcement court. He looked at Lilan deeply and waved his hand casually. Go in. Although the Divine Ability Pavilion is on the third floor of the library, it is divided into several levels. The first floor contains relatively ordinary and easy-to-practice divine ability prototypes, categorized into elements, mental types, physical types, and so on. Lilan took a look around and found nothing particularly precious. He initially released those elements to let them observe themselves, but when the lightning element didn't come out, it showed a face of disdain. It said something, and all the divine abilities present were deemed trash. This thunder god never learns these low-level things. Because of the arrogant tone, the fire element gave it a good beating. Then, the lone element hid in a corner, whimpering. Truly heartbreaking to hear, tears flowing from the sound. Referring to the water element, wood element, and other elements and techniques nearby, laughing heartily. Lilan went to the second floor. The second floor had several small compartments, each containing different types of divine abilities. Unlike the first floor, the divine abilities in the compartments on the second floor require payment to browse and practice. There are a total of 13 compartments on the second floor, and each door has an introduction to what is inside. It costs 150,000 yuan to enter once. If you enter and do not choose any divine ability, the money is non-refundable, so please make your choice carefully. The guardian of the second floor looked seriously at Li Lan. Without a second thought, Li Lan took out his bank card and swiped it, entering one of the compartments. 150,000? Choose carefully? Who does he think he is looking down on? It's just pocket change. The guardian's face darkened. This young man was the only one in the vast compartment because of the payment requirement. This was a compartment filled with fire element divine abilities. All types of fire element divine abilities were available here: offensive, defensive, and supportive types. As soon as Li Lan entered, the fire element eagerly emerged. It looked around with curiosity, its little hands dancing restlessly as it selected its desired divine abilities. Just as its little hand reached for a divine ability model, Li Lan's expression changed, and he quickly pulled it back, fearing it would burn the model. The fire element, a small flame, looked at Li Lan with big, confused eyes. The thunder element laughed heartily. So funny, I'm dying of laughter. The fire element returned to its host's body and slapped the thunder element. The thunder element's smile vanished. Li Lan thought for a moment and released his telekinetic ability as well. Once the telekinetic ability was out, everything became much easier. The fire element was in charge of watching, while the telekinetic ability was responsible for retrieving. As for Li Lan himself, he was in charge of sleeping. The fire element is learning the divine ability, Fire Snake Dance, learning successful. The fire element is learning the divine ability, Fire Barrier, learning successful. The fire element is learning the divine ability, Extreme Flame, learning successful. The fire element is attempting to merge divine abilities, merge failed. The fire element is attempting a second merge. Merge failed. When Li Lan woke up, the sky was already dusk. He was awakened by the guardian. After waking up, he intended to check out other compartments, but as soon as he stepped out, he saw Su Xian with a resentful expression. "Young master, I thought you had died in there." Li Lan covered his head and fell back asleep. He watched as Su Xian carried him away. The guardian clicked his tongue in wonder. How can this young man be so lazy? In the following days, feeling bored, Li Lan was either sleeping or on his way to sleep. After several days of effort, the fire element finally succeeded in merging the divine abilities. Merging 5 or 6 divine abilities at once was quite a challenge for it. After the successful merge, it collapsed and fell asleep. The thunder element, unusually, did not disturb it. The fire element is attempting to merge divine abilities, merge failed. The fire element is attempting to merge divine abilities, merge failed. The fire element is attempting to merge divine abilities, merge successful. The fire element successfully comprehends the divine ability, Lava Paradise, semi-domain divine ability. It turned out to be a semi-domain divine ability. Li Lan was slightly surprised. After advancing to the land immortal stage, great divine ability practitioners would unlock their own domain. But before that, they must condense a semi-domain divine ability. Semi-domain divine abilities are generally comprehended by late-stage or peak-level practitioners. Unexpectedly, the fire element comprehended it in the mid-stage of great divine ability practitioners. The fire element was truly impressive. Hearing Li Lan's praise, the thunder element stared intently at the sleeping fire element, wishing it could take its place. There were still 2 days until the martial artist competition. Early in the morning, Li Lan received a notification that the competition would be held in the suburbs of Longjing, in a newly opened secret realm. The secret realm was called Mist Island. According to the introduction, it was a massive island shrouded in mist, home to many exotic beasts. These exotic beasts were all artificially placed here. There are 12 king-level exotic beasts, 500 leader-level exotic beasts, and countless ordinary exotic beasts. The secret realm is vast, roughly equivalent to the size of 6 or 7 cities. Killing exotic beasts earns points, and the competition results are ranked according to these points. The bottom 60 participants in the points ranking are all eliminated. Those who can enter the national martial arts competition are the elites from various provincial bases. This immediately eliminates more than half, indicating how brutal the competition is. "Young master, would you like some milk?" Before having breakfast, Su Xian came over with 2 bottles of milk. Li Lan nodded. Su Xian brought the milk to his lips. After finishing the milk, Li Lan, feeling bored, opened the underground black market website. He discovered that his bounty had increased again. Looking at the trending topics, the top 3 were all about one person. Moreover, this person was a slight acquaintance of Li Lan, the puppeteer. 1. Breaking news: the puppeteer of the Dark Moon Circus has turned the new leader into a puppet. 2. New update: the Ghost Knight Blade Demon will replace the puppeteer as the temporary leader of the Dark Moon Circus. 3. The Dark Moon Circus is about to betray. Let's see the puppeteer's recent actions. Truly a madman. Leland turned off his phone, intending to go out for a breath of fresh air and enjoy the morning breeze, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw a puppet placed at the entrance. The appearance of this puppet seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment of confusion, Leland quickly remembered. This puppet looked exactly like the previous leader of the Dark Moon Circus, the clown. Leland, long time no see. The voice, identical to the clown's, came from the puppet's mouth. A dual-soul entity. The competition is about to begin. The leader of the Dark Moon Circus, the clown? Leland frowned slightly. Fire, thunder, and wood elements swirled around him, revealing a very volatile elemental aura. This volatility did not belong to Leland himself but originated from these three elements. They tightly enveloped Leland, glaring at the clown puppet as if ready to pounce and tear it to shreds at the slightest hint of threat. Aren't you dead? Or are you the puppeteer? The clown moved its wooden body and slowly said, the leader is dead, but the clown is still alive. What do you mean? What I mean is, I am no longer a member of the Spirit Energy Association. The clown smiled and said, you need not harbor such hostility towards me, for I pose no threat to you now. Leland looked closely at him and found that what he said was indeed true. He was now a puppet, merely a puppet. Aside from being able to speak, it seemed the puppet had no real power. What do you want from me? I need your help. I need you to take care of me for a while. That's all. Are you dreaming? Leland looked down at it and said, the leader of the Dark Moon Circus, the head of one of the 5 branches of the Spirit Energy Association, notorious for his misdeeds, why should I help you? And why do you think I would help you? Just looking at how the Dark Moon Circus casually stirred up a beast tide in Jiangnan province showed how rotten they were to the core. If it weren't for his curiosity about what it was up to, Leland might have already killed it without hesitation. Who is the leader of the Dark Moon Circus? I'm really not familiar. The clown puppet said, I already told you, I am the clown, and I only go by the clown. As for the leader of the Dark Moon Circus, he is dead. He has been completely devoured by a royal-level exotic beast, leaving not even a trace. You saw it with your own eyes, everyone saw it, didn't they? If you don't clarify your words, I will take action. Leland looked at him meaningfully. Did this mean that the clown, the leader of the Dark Moon Circus, was someone else? Hearing the threat in Leland's words, the thunder element responded with a rumbling sound. He also cast a showy glance at the fire element beside him. The fire element immediately retaliated with a slap aimed at the lightning element. Was this a demonstration of power among the elements? The clown dared not continue his idle chatter and instead turned to Leland, asking seriously, do you know about the dual souls in one body? One body, 2 souls? The clown nodded. You mean to say? That's right, I am a dual soul in one body, the clown simply stated. When I was young, I obtained a treasure called the Soul Split Pearl, which can split a person's soul in 2. His explanation was lengthy, but the gist was as follows. When the Psychic Association absorbed talents, they would use the Blood Moon Holy Grail to control a person's soul and even their body. With the help of the Soul Split Pearl, the young clown narrowly escaped disaster, only to have half of his soul controlled by the Blood Moon Holy Grail. However, due to the side effects of the Soul Split Pearl, his soul was severely damaged, causing him to occasionally fall into a deep sleep. During these times, the other half of his soul, under the training of the Psychic Association, became murderous and cruel. When he awoke, intending to correct this, it was already too late. He no longer obeyed the young clown and had transformed into a completely new, dark persona. Meanwhile, the young clown was imprisoned within his own body. The young clown was also a genius, and as a genius, he certainly would not show weakness. Over the years, he continuously attempted to reintegrate his soul and made some initial progress. However, due to the significant differences in personality between the clown and the young clown, the others in the Dark Moon Circus quickly noticed something was off. To avoid exposure, the young clown had to cease further integration, allowing the clown to maintain control of the body. The young clown then hid in the background, contemplating how to escape the control of the Psychic Association. Later, without alarming the clown, the young clown formed a friendship with the puppeteer. The puppeteer also wanted to leave the Psychic Association, and the two hit it off. Then, when Lilan was in Jiangnan province, he witnessed the scene with others. The clown, along with the clown's body, died beneath the massive jaws of a strange beast. The young clown, however, gained a new life through a soul-nurturing puppet created by the puppeteer. The puppeteer helped the clown escape from the Psychic Association. In exchange, once the young clown's strength was restored to some extent, he had to return to the secret realm where he had obtained the Soul Split Pearl and hand over another Soul Split Pearl to the puppeteer. The puppeteer would then use the same method to leave the Psychic Association. These words seemed quite reasonable, and Lilan found some credibility in them. However, while listening, he discovered a loophole. He looked at the clown puppet and asked, "The puppeteer also wants to leave the psychic association?" The clown puppet nodded. "He did say that to me, and he has acted according to the plan. The blood moon holy grail controls a person's body and soul. Since the puppeteer has already been controlled, whether his soul is split in 2 or 3, no matter how many times it is divided, those souls are still under control. If that's the case, why does he still need the soul split pearl?" Upon hearing this, the clown puppet fell silent. After a moment, he spoke again. "I had thought about what you just said, but I don't know why he wants to do this. However, I can guarantee that everything I just said is true. Why should I believe you?" The clown fell silent again. A scroll appeared in his hand, and he said earnestly, "I can swear an oath." An oath scroll? Lilan recognized this item at a glance, something produced in a 5-star secret realm of the Lighthouse Nation. Although it was a top-tier treasure, its price was only half that of a high-tier treasure. There were 2 reasons for this. First, its quantity was simply too large, appearing in batches of tens of thousands each time. Second, it had only one function, to make oaths. If the oath-takers spoke falsehoods, the scroll would be immediately burned. However, its limitations were significant. To use the scroll, there had to be a Party A and a Party B. Assuming now that Lilan is Party A and the clown is Party B needs to swear an oath, and Party A's strength must crush Party B, otherwise, the oath cannot be established. Most of the time, if one party's strength is far superior to the other, there is no need to establish any oath. Just using fists to speak is enough. Lilan looked at his scroll and nodded. Moments later, the scroll remained intact in Lilan's hand, and the oath was established, indicating that everything the clown had just said was the truth. Could it be that the puppet master has some means of purifying souls? Lilan pondered. The clown puppet said, "Lilan, do you believe what I said now?" Lilan nodded. "Then are you willing to help me for a while? I need time to regain my strength." "No, why should I help you?" Lilan looked at him and said, "What reason do I have to believe that you won't backstab me after you regain your strength? I am willing to pay a certain price." Knowing that Lilan would say this, the clown smiled and said, "As for the backstabbing after regaining strength, you don't need to worry. I will give you the core of the soul puppet shortly. If I make any improper moves, you can crush it immediately. While this won't kill me, it can still leave me severely injured. Aren't you in that state now?" Lilan looked at him. "Can you speak?" The clown still maintained his smile. "It will be even worse than this state. After all, the puppet core carries most of my current soul. Once damaged, the consequences are unimaginable." The clown tossed the puppet core to Lilan. Lilan held it in his hand and played with it carefully. Seeing the core that could be crushed at any moment, the clown showed no signs of panic. As expected of an old powerhouse, Lilan secured the core and said, "I agree. What can you give me?" "1 half-holy relic." "Do you look down on me that much? Then 2 pieces? I feel like you still look down on me a bit. 3 pieces? Are you joking? Then 1 holy relic, no more. In that case, have a nice day." Just as Lilan was about to throw the core back, the clown quickly reached out to stop him. 1 holy relic, plus 2 half-holy relics. The clown gritted his teeth and said, "This is already all my possessions. If the deal doesn't go through, we still have our friendship, my friend." Lilan smiled. "Then 2 pieces. Really can't give more. If you do, I'll just leave." The clown looked at Lilan, and after several minutes of silence, he finally reluctantly extended 2 fingers. "Clown, from today on, you are my best friend." Lilan stepped forward and enthusiastically lifted the puppet. "Clown, by the way, why did you come to find me?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" Lilan looked at him strangely. "Is he sick? Spending 2 holy relics just to stay by my side? Am I really that charming?" The clown nodded and said, "The high priest sent me to find you." "The high priest?" The puppet master chuckled self-deprecatingly. He said this was the result he predicted using a half-divine relic. He said that staying by your side is better than staying by his. But I feel like he is lying to me? 2 holy relics, I really feel wronged. If I don't gain any benefits from you, I will definitely settle the score with him later. The high priest? Why is this little monster involved again? It's really hard to guess what he wants to do. You really are a wronged party. Lilan looked at him and said, "When do you plan to give it to me?" "Ha, do you want to go back on your word?" Lilan pretended to throw him away. "I'll give you one as a deposit first. When I leave, I'll pay the balance. Otherwise, you can throw it away," the clown hurriedly said. Lilan thought for a moment. "That works." He nodded. The next second, a green glass ball appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to ask what it was, the clown puppet turned into a real puppet, losing its previous vitality. It seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Lilan looked at the bead in his hand, his consciousness entering it. He immediately understood the full function of this bead. A healing treasure bead, a wood-type auxiliary holy relic. A fully charged healing treasure bead can, in an instant, heal the injuries of 3 great practitioners, even if they are severely wounded. Of course, special injuries do not count, such as curses or soul damage. A good item. Just as Li Lan was about to stuff it into his pocket, he noticed a thin vine beside him brushing against his face. It was a wood element. Do you want it? The wood element shyly nodded. You weren't this shy when you were dealing with the fire element, Li Lan chuckled and, without much thought, tossed it to the wood element. After receiving the healing treasure bead, the wood element quickly devoured it. Ding dong, the wood element is devouring the wood attribute holy relic, healing treasure bead, wood element energy. Ding dong, the wood element is devouring the wood attribute holy relic, healing treasure bead, wood element energy. Ding dong, the wood element is devouring the wood attribute holy relic, healing treasure bead, wood element energy. The wood element's wood element energy has reached the critical value and is breaking through the shackles. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed, attempting to break through again. Breakthrough failed. The wood element gritted its teeth and tried to break through again. Breakthrough successful. The wood element's cultivation has been raised to mid-level great practitioner. The wood element has gained the ability, Healing Forest. Another new healing ability, not bad. Li Lan learned from the information provided by the wood element that this ability, when activated, can cause a small forest to grow in place. Any life within this forest can receive healing support. Of course, if Li Lan does not want to heal a specific target, he can cancel it at any time. Hearing your praise, the wood element danced with joy and said, "This is all thanks to you, master." Little flatterer. Li Lan teased it a bit, and after putting away all the elements, he carried the puppet back to where he was staying. They lived in a place called Yanzhuang, a property of the Li family in Longjing. It served 2 purposes. One was to host guests, and the other was to provide a place for the Li family members to stay in Longjing. Although the Li family's location was also in Longjing, it was built in a deep mountain outside of Longjing City, still somewhat far from the city. Young master, what are you holding in your hand? After returning, Suexian looked at the puppet in Li Lan's hand. A good item. It's really ugly. Yes, you're the most beautiful. Li Lan smiled. By the way, don't lose it. Got it, young master. 2 days later, the weather was clear. The sun was just right, and the breeze was gentle. Suexian got Li Lan out of bed early in the morning, urging him to finish washing up. Then he pushed him to the venue of the martial arts competition. At this time, the competition venue was already crowded with people. Li Lan even spotted many familiar faces among the crowd, some from Jiangnan province and some from the Li family. The competition began, entering the secret realm, dangerous king-level exotic beasts. The competition venue was a massive white circular fortress. The center was hollow, resembling a giant, irregular white donut. A huge secret realm teleportation portal was placed in the center, with gray particles constantly emerging from the circular door. Deep and mysterious. As far as Li Lan knew, this secret realm was obtained 100 years ago when a group of terrestrial immortal strongmen ventured into the secret realm. At that time, they acquired the core of this secret realm, and after repair, refinement, and transformation, it became the current competition's secret realm. Every major competition would be held there. It was also used by the military for combat drills. The scenes inside the secret realm could be freely changed, but each time it required relatively expensive resources. Only participants could enter the circular fortress, so it was surrounded by a crowd. They were discussing and filled with curiosity about this national martial arts competition. How long until the competition starts? I've been standing here for ages. Who told you to come so early? Aren't you the same? You still have the nerve to criticize me. It should start in the afternoon, right? Some participants haven't arrived yet. Who do you think will make it into the top 5 this time? Is that even a question? It's definitely those 5 participants from the 5 major academies. That's not so certain. Don't forget about Feng Xinghuan. He's been rising rapidly lately, and many seasoned experts have been defeated by him. He has a very good chance of making it into the top 5. His master is Feng Yao, that ancient monster who's lived who knows how many years. Ancient monster? How old? Older than the Flame Emperor, I'd say. Hiss. Stop chatting. Zhu Tianjiao from Juke Academy is here. A middle-aged man pointed to the sky, where a private jet was descending. The jet bore a huge Juke emblem, clearly marking it as belonging to Juke Academy. As the plane landed, a girl with a flat chest but an imposing presence stepped out. Her eyes were a fiery red, and she carried a 2-meter-long spiked wolf-tooth club on her shoulder, followed by several students from Juke Academy. They were all participants in this competition, having been accepted by Juke Academy after winning in their respective provincial bases. Noticing the eager gazes around her, Zhu Tianjiao furrowed her brow, took the wolf-tooth club off her shoulder, and dropped it to the ground. Bang! The ground immediately caved in, startling those who were watching her, causing them to quickly avert their eyes. Oh my gosh, that's terrifying. Chu Tianjiu is as violent as ever. Isn't that right? A fire-type expert. Her temper is off the charts. The Chu family is the second fire-type family in our dragon country, so it's normal for her to be fiery. The Li family is also fire-type, but they aren't this violent. The Li family isn't violent? A classmate of mine once teased a girl from the Li family, and the next day his clothes were completely burned off and he was hung from a traffic light. Oh my gosh, that's too scary. Well, he had it coming. Who told your classmate to tease her? Wait a minute, isn't that girl named Li Mimi? How do you know? She used to be from my school. Because of her, our school's traffic light is filled with people every day. Chu Tianjiu is actually quite pretty. Stop looking. If she catches you, she might just gouge your eyes out. Young master, it's Chu Tianjiu. So Chu Tianjiu is actually a girl? I always thought it was a guy. Chu Tianjiu is notorious for being brutal, a stronger version of Li Mimi. You shouldn't say that about her. Aren't you afraid she'll hear? Su Xin laughed. Do I need to be afraid of her? Li Lan looked at Su Xin and patted his chest. It seemed he really didn't need to be. Su Xin recalled a scene not long ago outside Qinglong Academy. Let me push you in. Your second uncle might already be inside. Li Lan nodded slightly. The second uncle Su Xin mentioned was another land immortal from the Li family. However, his strength was much weaker compared to the Flame Emperor, belonging to the normal land immortal level. Su Xin pushed Li Lan into the competition venue, making him very conspicuous as a person in a wheelchair. As soon as they entered, they attracted countless gazes. Just when they thought Li Lan wouldn't be allowed in, the next scene left them stunned. After verifying his identity, not only did Li Lan get in, but he was also personally welcomed by several staff members who were powerful experts. One of the Li family's experts was particularly enthusiastic. Wait, who is that disabled person? Aren't non-participants prohibited from entering the venue? I don't know. Probably a descendant of some family or an elder. You don't need to guess, he is also a participant in this competition, and his entry complies with the rules. The one pushing him is the one who broke the rules, but with their family background, it's not a big deal. Who are those two? You make them sound so impressive. I ask you, how many great powers are there in this competition? 6, isn't that common knowledge? Wrong, it's 7. How is that possible? If there are 7, how come there's not a single piece of news about them? You mean the one sitting in the wheelchair just now? Exactly, he is the 7th, the top contestant from Jiangnan province, from the Li family. The reason you don't know about him is purely because Jiangnan province previously faced a beast tide, and the contestant list wasn't reported in time, so you didn't see it. I found out, his name is Li Lan, the young master of the Li family. Li Lan? Isn't he a waste? Every day. Li Lan, a 4-element power holder. What element? Great power, fire element power, thunder element power, psychic ability unknown. Age, 17 years old. What? A 17-year-old great power holder? Is he a monster? Terrifying indeed. What's going on over there? Seeing a noisy group at the entrance, Chu Tianjia couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing the name Li Lan, a young man with a grim expression in her team suddenly realized. Senior sister, it must be something Li Lan did. Who is Li Lan? Our Jiangnan province's top contestant, and also from the Li family. The young man said simply. If either Li Lan or Su Xian were outside, they would recognize him at a glance. This person was one of the more familiar faces in Jiangnan province, later joining the Zhuke Academy, the Poison Wolf, Wu Tianxi. Li family? Oof. My Chu family has never been inferior to the Li family. In this martial arts competition, watch me crush him hard. Let's go. Chu Tianjiao didn't ask for specific information about Li Lan, shouldering her wolf-toothed club as she walked into the competition venue. Inside the venue, a middle-aged man sat down next to Li Lan. He chattered on about a lot of things, wanting to see how Li Lan would respond, but then he heard Li Lan's light snoring. 6th uncle, the young master is asleep. 6th uncle, so lazy, I don't know how he became a great power holder. He sighed, intending to wake Li Lan up, but seeing Su Xian's expression of if you call him, I'll immediately push the young master away, he could only give up helplessly. Today's young people are getting lazier. It's all spoiled. He slapped his thigh and got up to leave. It was unclear whether he was talking about Su Xian or Li Lan's older siblings, or perhaps his own older brother. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Before long, everyone was gathered. Li Lan opened his eyes, and with a thought, a bottle of mineral water automatically floated to his lips. Then it slowly returned to its original position. Seeing this scene, several contestants beside him had black lines on their foreheads. Is psychic ability really used like this? Young master, Chu Tianjiu is coming. At this moment, Su Xian said beside him. Li Lan turned to look, only to see a fierce-looking woman striding towards them. Chu Tianjiao, what does she want? Why is she coming this way? Did any of you provoke her? Who would dare provoke her? Are they looking for death? Get ready to watch the show. She's heading towards that disabled person. What disabled person? He's a normal person. How do you know? Duh, of course it's because of his powers. If my dad hadn't forced me to participate in the martial arts competition, I would have become a doctor. That disabled person, wait. Who is that person sitting in the wheelchair? How did he provoke Chu Tianjiao? That person is called Li Lan, from the Li family. The Chu and Li families have been at odds over the title of the first family in fire powers. You understand why she's looking for Li Lan. Chu Tianjiao approached Li Lan, and Su Xian quickly stood in front of her. What do you want? And who are you? A fire element power holder, not bad. Chu Tianjiao smiled. Don't be so scared, I won't eat Li Lan. Xin, step aside. Li Lan said, she won't dare to do anything here. He stood up from the wheelchair and extended a hand. The Li family, Li Lan. Li Lan wasn't quite sure if he dared to take action. He asked Su Xian to step aside mainly out of concern for Su Xian's safety. After all, Su Xian was merely a practitioner and couldn't possibly be a match for a great practitioner. The Chu family, Chu Tianjiao. Chu Tianjiao held Li Lan's hand. Be careful in the competition, don't run into me. You too. You're the only one in your age group who dares to speak to me like this. You too. You're quite good, but still a bit lacking compared to me. You too. Why only say one sentence? Because I'm lazy. After they shook hands, Chu Tianjiao left. Although there was no conflict between them, they still attracted quite a few gazes. Who is that person, daring to speak to Chu Tianjiao like that? Li Lan, from the Li family, a great practitioner of wood element, but looking at the fire energy around him, it seems he's more than just a practitioner. From the Li family, no wonder. The meeting of two oddities, I wonder who will come out on top. In a corner of the venue, Yuan Go. He seems to be from your Qinglong Academy, shouldn't you go take a look? A carefree young man said to a cool young man beside him. The cool young man waved his hand, looking towards the central teleportation portal. No need. If fate allows, perhaps we will meet later. If there's no fate, even if we meet now, it would just be a waste of our time. You're still so mysterious. The young man shook his head and smiled. A few minutes later, the broadcast sounded. Alright, since all the participants have arrived, the competition is about to begin. I'll say a few words. A rough male voice said, in a moment, you will enter the secret realm known as the Misty Realm, a vast island covered in mist, home to various exotic beasts. Once you enter, there is only one task, to earn points. The competition lasts for 1 month, and after 1 month, the top 30 participants in points will enter the finals. In addition to hunting exotic beasts to earn points, you can also increase your points by robbing others' points. Participants with 0 points will not be directly eliminated. Lastly, and most importantly, all exotic beasts in the secret realm are real. If you encounter danger, you can crush your jade pendant. Once the pendant is shattered, you can leave the secret realm immediately. However, leaving the secret realm early means elimination. As for the jade pendants, the staff will distribute them to you when you enter the secret realm. Alright, the competition officially begins now. Good luck to everyone. Participants, please enter the secret realm in an orderly manner. After the voice in the broadcast faded, everyone hurried towards the central teleportation portal. Young master, be careful. Su Xian couldn't help but say. Li Lan nodded and smiled. Don't worry. After receiving the jade pendant, everyone walked into the teleportation portal. Once all the participants had entered the secret realm, the large screen in the venue lit up. Dozens of images appeared before everyone's eyes. The National Martial Arts Competition was of great significance, so it was recorded in a live broadcast. At this moment, not only the people in the venue could see it, but the entire populace of Long Country could also watch. Many people eagerly turned on their televisions to watch the competition. Su Xian quickly searched for Li Lan's location. When he saw that Li Lan was in a large lake, his expression turned somewhat grim. The lake was the main territory of water element exotic beasts. There were only a few lakes on Misty Island, and it was easy to guess that each of these lakes was teeming with exotic beasts. Time for a nap. Glancing at the surrounding waters, Li Lan wove a small boat with wood element and quietly lay down inside. However, just as he lay down, he noticed a giant creature in the water, motionless, staring at him. A king-level exotic beast. Sensing the aura around him, Li Lan felt a bit wary. He was about to take action, but he quickly realized that this giant creature did not exude any aggression. Li Lan dipped his head into the water and discovered that it was actually a massive sea otter. It looked at Li Lan, making soft sounds, its large, dark eyes fixed on him, resembling a puppy seeing its owner. Strange? What was going on? Why was it looking at me with such a gaze, as if it were looking at its mother? At that moment, many people's attention was drawn to Lilan. Watching him, their hearts raced. Who would have thought that this unlucky guy would encounter a royal-level beast right from the start? Would he make it through safely? If it was just one, the young master should be able to handle it. Su Xian frowned and thought. A clingy sea otter king, a malevolent great power user, a crisis? A clingy sea otter king, a malevolent great power user, a crisis? Hello there, Lilan waved at the big sea otter. The sea otter tilted its head in confusion, then showed a hint of a human-like smile, mimicking Lilan's wave. However, it waved both its paws, looking as if it were clapping. Just as Lilan pondered whether to invite the creature onto his small boat for a moment of fun, dozens more otters surfaced in the water. They were similarly massive, with strengths ranging from leader level to high and mid-level. It seemed that the largest and the first one was their leader. So many? Lilan's eyes lit up as he beckoned, and the group of sea otters swam over in droves. As they approached, Lilan sensed the aura of the sea god palace on them. Only then did he realize why these beasts posed no threat to him. They must have been tamed by the sea god palace. It was just unclear how they ended up trapped in this secret realm. The scene was being broadcast live, and everything happening around Lilan was displayed before the eyes of the entire nation watching the livestream. They saw a large number of beasts rushing towards Lilan and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for him. Of course, there were also those who took pleasure in his misfortune. At that moment, on the Shuweiyu platform, the National Martial Arts Competition livestream. How tragic, encountering a bunch of beasts right at the start. And one of them is a royal-level beast, a creature that can be considered a great power user. Yeah, royal-level water attribute beasts in the water are even more terrifying than normal royal-level beasts. Looks like the first eliminated contestant is about to be born. Is he crazy? Why hasn't he crushed the jade pendant? Is he trying to throw his life away? Does anyone know who this unlucky guy is? No idea, never seen him before. Just when everyone was pessimistic about Lilan, a flood of comments suddenly dominated the screen. These comments were very synchronized, even bestowing Lilan with the title of a god. Go, lazy god. You're the best. The people of Jiangnan province stand behind you. Lazy god is the coolest. Lazy god, quickly deal with them. Go, lazy god. By the way, the brother upstairs, you misspelled something. Who are these people upstairs? Are they water army? Who is this lazy god? Just as everyone was puzzled about who Lilan was, his identity was revealed, along with his previous achievements in Jiangnan province. Wow, brothers, this person is called Lilan. Who is Lilan? Is he a big deal? Just search him up. The first one is him. Wow, looks like he can't be eliminated now. And there's one more strong competitor in the top 5. Who is this impressive? I'm too lazy to check. Can someone copy and paste? Lilan, 17 years old, 4th son of the Li family, the Emperor of Flames, 1st place in the Jiangnan province selection, great power user strength, an outstanding contributor in the beast tide of Jiangnan province. Wow, so impressive, what a monster. Is the world going crazy? A great power user in their teens, a once-in-a-century occurrence. Fun fact, there was also a great power user in their teens before, also from the Li family, but later. Upstairs, if the Li family hears you say that, you're going to get beaten up. Even if it's a great power, dealing with so many at once must be a bit difficult, right? Who says you have to deal with them? Can't you just escape? Su Xian, who was in the venue, was also sweating for Lilan. Everyone thought Lilan would run away immediately. But then, an eye-popping scene unfolded. But, after approaching Lilan, did not launch an attack, and Lilan did not flee. The two sides coexisted in an unusually harmonious manner. Lilan even patted the head of a king level, which showed a hint of enjoyment and pleasure. What was going on? Was this really a king level? Are king level this easy to talk to now? Big brother, although you look cute, you are a king level. Where is your dignity as a king level? Is your several meter height just for show? Shouldn't you be slaughtering everything in sight and battling Lilan for 300 rounds to showcase your ferocity as a king beast? Everyone looked at the giant sea otter in disbelief. Su Xian was also extremely puzzled. The secrets about the young master that he didn't know were increasing. The sea otter came to Lilan's side, opened its big eyes, lowered its head, and rubbed against Lilan. Iya. Hello, palace master. It seemed to be acting cute. However, its strength was so great that it made Lilan's boat sway, splashing a lot of water into the boat. Lilan was surprised to find that he could roughly understand what the sea otter was expressing. However, he couldn't understand the lower-level sea otters. Iya. I want a hug. The giant sea otter spread its furry big paws. Lilan looked at its several-meter-high body and twitched the corners of his mouth. You must weigh 7 or 8 tons, right? Hugging a ghost? Do you want to crush me? Seeing that Lilan didn't want to hug it, the giant sea otter pouted. It crossed its arms and placed them on its chest, looking like it was a bit upset. Just when Li Lan thought it had given up, the giant sea otter directly opened its arms and pressed down. Li Lan's expression changed slightly, and he quickly leaped away. He watched helplessly as his small boat was pressed into the water by the giant sea otter. As he saw the small boat being crushed, the giant sea otter panicked and hurriedly searched for Li Lan's figure in the water. It wasn't until it saw Li Lan behind it that it finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then it crossed its arms again and placed its hands on its chest, showing an expression of "I'm angry again." Li Lan, feeling helpless, had no choice but to jump onto the giant sea otter and give it a hug. Seeing this scene, many people outside widened their eyes. God, my worldview is collapsing. Is this really a king level? This thing is more obedient than my dog. So cute, it even knows how to get angry. I really want to raise one, but it must be very expensive at this size, right? Upstairs, are you crazy? Is this a matter of money? If you want to see otter-type king level, you can find one by the sea. I hope you won't get slapped to death by it. Could it be that Li Lan is cheating? How could a king level be so affectionate towards him? Cheating? Show me the same trick. Could it be that he awakened a natural affinity ability? Even if he awakened such an ability, it shouldn't be this outrageous, right? This is a king level, comparable to a great power. The male god is mighty. The male god is really amazing. At this moment, in a huge conference room within the venue, a group of people sat together. Their expressions were serious as they watched the footage of Li Lan interacting with the sea otter on the screen, frowning slightly. From the faint aura they exuded, it was clear that the weakest among them was also a top-tier great power. The four sitting in the main seats were all land immortals. Aren't you going to explain? An old man at the main seat said, taking a sip of the hot tea in his cup. The people in front of him fell silent. Finally, someone in military uniform said, Old Xiao, I don't know what's going on either. These strange beasts were not captured by us. Hearing this, the old man looked at a middle-aged man in military uniform sitting next to him. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment and said, Don't look at me. I don't know what's going on either. When I caught these strange beasts, they were all more ferocious than the last. At that moment, a powerful practitioner in the meeting room quietly suggested, Why don't we enter the secret realm and see what's going on? As soon as this was said, two figures at the main seat spoke simultaneously. No. One of them had red eyes and red hair, with a face full of wrinkles, an old man leaning on a cane, exuding a formidable presence, clearly someone who had held a high position for a long time. The other was not quite human but a sleek-furred fox, a creature that no one in the room dared to overlook. As this man and fox spoke, the powerful practitioner quickly closed his mouth. Alright, since we don't know what's going on, let's continue to observe, the clever old man who had first spoken said. If we really can't figure it out, we can check after the competition ends. He glanced at the man and the fox, knowing without guessing what they were concerned about. They were merely worried that Li Lan might be using some disposable item to confuse those strange beasts. If they rashly entered, it could disrupt Li Lan's plan and affect his performance. Hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. Seeing that the four at the main seat did not agree with his plan, the powerful practitioner who had suggested entering the secret realm frowned. Damn it, it seems I'll have to find another way to enter the secret realm. He looked at Li Lan on the screen, revealing a greedy expression, along with a hint of urgency. At this moment, chaos had erupted within the secret realm, with many people fighting against strange beasts. Numerous individuals were also clashing with each other, trying to seize points from one another. Ultimate Great Gale. A young man flying in mid-air produced a blue light sphere in his hand and forcefully threw it forward. Instantly, a massive tornado burst forth from the light sphere, sweeping through a large area of forest, pulling many strange beasts into the wind and tearing them to shreds. Watching his points continuously increase, he revealed a satisfied smile. Windstar Soul, 143 points, 3rd place. At this moment, he suddenly recalled that there seemed to be a new powerful practitioner emerging in this competition. What was his name again? I think it was Li Lan. He hurriedly searched for Li Lan's name, but after looking several times, he still couldn't find Li Lan's figure. Realizing he had flipped to the end, he saw, Li Lan, 0 points, 90th place. Not only was he puzzled, but many others were equally confused. The only ones who knew the truth were the other four who had come out from Jiangnan province with Li Lan. In the White Tiger Academy's camp, Duan Zitao revealed a bitter smile. Li Lan is still so lazy. I wonder if I can encounter him in this competition. A powerful practitioner, sigh, I might never catch up in this lifetime. Duan Zitao, what's wrong with you? A girl in his team asked him. He smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. Really? If it's nothing, why do you look so down? I saw you when I went to Jiangnan province, and you were shining brightly back then. Yes, he was indeed radiant before encountering Li Lan. He was also when they first met. But once Li Lan's strength was revealed, he realized that his meager talents were nothing in comparison. he had no right to be proud. I said it's nothing, as long as it's nothing. The girl didn't press further but looked at the captain leading them ahead. Captain, what's wrong with you? He was Xiao Dong from the White Tiger Academy, one of the 7 powerful practitioners in this competition. It's nothing, just feeling strange. Strange? Xiao Dong nodded and said, this Li Lan is quite interesting, clearly a powerful practitioner, yet his points are 0. A 17-year-old powerful practitioner, I really want to spar with him. Sparring, I think I had that thought too, Duan Zitao suddenly reflected. On the lake where Li Lan had previously been, a giant boat woven from vines was floating on the water. If one looked closely, they could see many large furry balls on the boat. These large furry balls were huddled together, sleeping, and on one of the giant furry balls, there was even a person sleeping. It was Li Lan. He was hugging the Sea Otter King, sleeping soundly. Although the surface of the Secret Realms lake was very cold, the Sea Otter King was like a natural furnace, continuously radiating warmth. To avoid getting Li Lan wet, the Sea Otter King had even dried its fur with energy while sleeping. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The lightning element is easily defeated by the fire element, suffering a complete loss. The lightning element angrily shouts at the fire element, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, don't bully the young when they are poor. The wood element adds from the side, don't bully the middle-aged when they are poor, don't bully the elderly, the dead are the greatest. The Tears of Tomb Raiders. Lightning element, the control ability and telekinesis ability are on the side, eating melon seeds while cultivating, controlling energy and telekinetic energy. The water element is guiding the cultivation of water nourishes all things. After finishing the cultivation of water nourishes all things, it gets up to go home energy capacity. The dragon and tiger body forging technique is lonely at home, shouting, little water, I miss you so much. Water nourishes all things opens the door just in time to hear this, blushing and lowering its head. At this moment, by the lake, a group of people was drinking water. Because the mist on the lake was too thick, they couldn't see the center of the lake clearly. At this time, the mist on the lake dissipated a bit. Big brother, look. What's wrong? What is that? Oh my god, that's actually a boat. How could there be a boat on a perfectly calm lake? Could it be a hidden instance? Big brother, why don't we go take a look? Bro, let's go take a look too. These people were not powerful practitioners but ordinary competitors. Since they hadn't found their respective teams after entering the secret realm, they simply banded together. Huang Chang and Huang Zichao were among them. As a relatively powerful practitioner, Huang Chang held a high status among these people. Naturally, as Huang Chang's brother, Huang Zichao's status also rose accordingly. Chu Tianzhou had arrived, ready to confront Li Lan. Huang Chang, what do you plan to do? A practitioner of similar strength asked him. After pondering for a moment, Huang Chang said, why don't we take a boat over? The practitioner looked at the calm surface of the lake and frowned slightly, saying, there are no fish swimming in the lake, quietness is dangerous. Then what do you suggest? I think we can call upon wood and ice element practitioners to build a bridge over. That would be safer, but wouldn't that take too long? And do we even have that many wood and ice element practitioners here? Huang Chang glanced at the people present and then at the distance from the shore to the boat. The boat was over 100 meters from the shore. If they did as he suggested, it would likely waste a lot of time, severely delaying his speed and earning points. Although this elimination round would eliminate 60 people at once, standing out among those 60 would still bring rewards. Moreover, with his strength, making it into the top 30 was more than enough. He didn't want to waste his precious qualification for the top 30 by exploring an unknown instance. No, that's still too risky. How about we first build a boat, then tie a weaker beast on it and push it into the lake to test it? That's a good idea. The practitioner smiled. All right, Huang Chang, you're in charge of building the boat. My brother and I will go catch a beast. Huang Chang said. Huang Chang nodded and looked at his 4 little brothers beside him. The little brothers exchanged glances and slightly closed their eyes. In an instant, a layer of shimmering green light appeared on their hands. Immediately, a sapling grew up from the ground. The sapling transformed into a small tree, then into a larger tree, gradually reaching heights of 4, 5, 6, and finally 7 meters, before slowly coming to a stop. At this point, the 4 of them were already drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Clearly, the growth of this tree had consumed a significant amount of their energy. Wang Chang examined the large tree carefully, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked, it's too thin, can it grow a bit sturdier? He took out 4 medicine bottles and said, this is energy recovery medicine. The 4 took the bottles, nodding seriously, saying, Brother Chang, leave it to us. They drank the liquid in the bottles in one go, and their fatigue vanished instantly. A few minutes later, a tree appeared before him that was twice as robust as the previous one. Wang Chang nodded in satisfaction, his eyes sharpening, and his entire demeanor gradually becoming fierce. A layer of sharp golden light also appeared on his left hand. He raised his hand and struck heavily at the large tree. The crown of the tree was instantly severed, leaving only a sturdy trunk. Then flames ignited in his hand. A few minutes later, a small boat appeared before everyone. At that moment, Huang Chang also returned, holding a low-tier monkey in his hand. "Not bad," Huang Chang said with a smile, tossing the monkey over. Wang Chang caught the monkey and tied it to the boat. He pushed the boat towards the center of the lake, and the small wooden boat slowly drifted towards the center. Just when they were about 20 to 30 meters away from the boat, a giant crocodile, 4 to 5 meters long, suddenly emerged from the water and bit the wooden boat in half. The wooden boat was instantly shattered, and the monkey became the crocodile's meal. A top-tier leader-level exotic beast. Wang Chang and Huang Chang exchanged glances, both sensing a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. What should we do? Even if we join forces, we can't defeat this guy in the water. Crocodiles are social animals. There should be a group of them in this lake. Are we just going to let it go? While the two were conversing, several people emerged from the woods. It was a woman with red eyes, wielding a wolf-toothed club. Behind her were several young men, all wearing the uniform of the Vermilion Bird Academy. Upon seeing them, Huang Chang and Wang Chang frowned slightly. The people around them began to murmur. Who are they? That woman has such a strong aura. They're from Vermilion Bird Academy. The one in front is one of the favorites to win this competition, Xu Tianjiao. Xu Tianjiao, that great power user? That's right, it's her. Great. If she comes, can't we easily get on that boat? What nonsense! Whether she's willing to take us on the boat is another matter. If she has the strength of a great power user, would she share benefits with us small fries? Miss Chu, long time no see, Wang Chang said, looking at Xu Tianjiao with a serious expression. Xu Tianjiao revealed a mocking smile and said, Brother Chang, after so many years, you're still the same. Sorry, I speak bluntly, I hope you don't mind. She glanced at the large boat in the center of the lake, showing a hint of surprise. What is that thing? Wang Chang shook his head and said, I don't know, we were just about to check it out, but we ran into some difficulties. He pointed to the crocodile that was currently devouring the monkey on the lake's surface. Is this what has you stumped? Xu Tianjia asked. She aimed at the crocodile and swung her wolf-toothed club. Boom! The club ignited in fierce flames, and the crocodile's head was instantly smashed to pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. The wolf-toothed club automatically flew back into Xu Tianjiao's hand. Seeing this scene, the people around Huang Chang and Wang Chang widened their eyes, gasping in shock. This power was simply terrifying. Since you don't have the ability to explore the big boat, I'll take everything on that ship, Xu Tianjiao said with a smile. She leaped up, stepping onto the surface of the lake, as if gliding over water, heading towards the large boat where Li Lan was. Seeing Xu Tianjiao about to board the ship, many people outside the barrier showed expressions of anticipation. Who was stronger, Li Lan or Xu Tianjiao? At this moment, the live stream was already in an uproar. Great, Xu Tianjiao has made her move. This Li Lan is done for. Let's see how he can be lazy now. Tisk tsk, my lazy god will annihilate this nonsense. Xu Tianjiao. Annihilate? That's the funniest thing I've heard about a campus bell. Campus bell? Where's the campus bell? What confidence has Li Lan given you to say such big words? Xu Tianjiao is the pride of Zhuke School. What is Li Lan? What qualifications do you have to talk about the lazy god? The lazy god's family background and talent are far better than you bunch of useless people. What is Li Lan? Ah, you're killing me. Li Lan's older brother is Li Qingyang. Li Lan's grandfather is the Flame Emperor. Li Lan is a great practitioner, and he's only 17. What do you say Li Lan is? Even if Li Lan is strong, he's only 17. How could he be a match for Xu Tianjiao? What a joke. A bunch of blindly confident guys in the comments. That's because you don't understand the lazy god's strength. Humph. I bet my lazy god doesn't even need to lift a finger to deal with this Xu Tianjiao. Why? Look at that big sea otter under the lazy god. Is it awake? Hiss, Xu Tianjiao is a fire attribute great practitioner. It's dangerous once she enters the water. Humph, hiding behind is no skill. This Li Lan is just a coward. A bunch of wise guys, why don't you try taming a king-level exotic beast? If you can tame it, I'll kneel down to you. I'll say it here, if Li Lan and Xu Tianjiao fight one-on-one, Xu Tianjiao can take down Li Lan within 10 moves. As the verbal battle intensified, the administrator quickly came out to mute the chat to restore normalcy. Inside the venue, a group of staff members also showed expressions of watching a good show. However, they were much smarter than those netizens. Even if they didn't have faith in Li Lan, they didn't say it out loud. After all, Li Lan's identity, status, and talent were all higher than theirs. Trouble comes from the mouth. Su Xian squinted his eyes, not afraid of this Chu Tianzhou. In his view, as long as his young master was willing, he could easily bury her in this secret realm, even before she had a chance to crush the jade pendant. Hey, you seem to have come with this Li Lan, right? Who do you think is stronger if Chu Tianzhou faces Li Lan? At this moment, a staff member sitting next to Su Xian jokingly asked. Su Xian glanced at him and said softly, Li Lan can defeat Chu Tianzhou within 3 moves. The staff member was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. As expected, young people are the most passionate. Su Xian didn't bother to explain to him and seriously watched the big screen. Not just him, many people were seriously watching the screen. Li Qingyang, Li Chenya, the Flame Emperor, General Xiang, the old director, the high priest, and the puppeteer were all in a circus. The puppeteer sat on the corpse of a hulking beast, crazily staring at his phone. Hee, Mu Kei, don't let me down. At this moment, at Qinglong Academy, teacher Mu Kei, who was in class, shivered. Who is thinking of me? Li Lan rubbed his eyes. When he woke up, he found that the big sea otter beneath him was gone. In its place were 7 or 8 smaller sea otters. He squinted in confusion. Then he casually hugged one and continued to sleep. While Li Lan was sleeping, the wood element ran out of his body. The lightning element also wanted to run out, but because the fire element wouldn't let it, it could only stay in place, puffing up its cheeks in anger. Dare to imprison this thunder god, just wait until I'm outside the ship, dozens of meters away. Chu Tianzhou smashed down with a wolf fawn club, and a pile of bloodied crocodile corpses floated on the lake's surface. She stood on the small wooden boat that Wang Chang had previously carved, her sharp gaze fixed on the large ship not far away. Strange, this wooden boat has such strong wood element energy. Could it be that this boat is man-made? Forget it, let's go up and take a look first. I hope to find something good. Just as she was about to abandon the boat and enter the water, a large sea otter suddenly burst out from the water, baring its sharp teeth and lunging at her. She kicked it away with one foot. Immediately, an even larger sea otter surfaced. Feeling its overwhelming presence, Chu Tianzhou's heart sank. A king-level beast. There was actually such a big guy hiding here. The next moment, her eyes lit up with fervor. What treasures could be on this ship? It was actually guarded by a king-level beast? Could it be a top-tier exotic treasure? Or perhaps a semi-saint relic? No matter what it is, it's mine now. The Sea Otter King let out a roar and charged at Chu Tianzhou with its massive body, creating towering waves. Just in time. Watch me crush it. Chu Tianzhou swung the wolf-tooth club in her hand and struck the oncoming Sea Otter King. Bang! A dull sound echoed. But the Sea Otter King's fur was simply too thick, and there were countless water elements forming a defensive barrier around it. Not only did she fail to injure the Sea Otter King, but she was also knocked back several meters. Just as she was about to take the initiative and attack the Sea Otter King, suddenly, countless vines shot up from the bottom of the water, tightly surrounding her. Chu Tianzhou was stunned, her eyes wide in disbelief. A king-level wood attribute beast? No, this is the power of wood elements. Are there wood-type great powers around? Impossible, there can't be anyone else here besides me. It must be some kind of artifact. No matter what it is, watch me crush it. Regaining her composure, her gaze sharpened, and a phantom of a flame bear appeared around her. Boom! The flame bear swung a wooden stick down onto the ground. She also swung her wolf-tooth club down onto the ground. Instantly, countless magma erupted from the water's surface, creating massive steam. The vines around her also began to burn fiercely. At that moment, the Sea Otter King suddenly appeared behind her and struck her heavily, accompanied by a monstrous wave like a divine spear. A ring appeared in Chu Tianzhou's hand out of nowhere, transforming into a hard silver shield that blocked the Sea Otter King's attack. Bang! The Sea Otter King roared in anger and clapped its hands forcefully. Boom! A tremendous explosion sounded. Chu Tianzhou was directly blown away, but immediately after, she charged at the Sea Otter King with her shield and wolf-tooth club. It seemed her shoes were also some kind of artifact, as upon touching the water's surface, they caused the lake to rapidly freeze into several meters of ice, allowing her to walk on it. Without the aid of water, the Sea Otter King could only use brute force to break through the thick ice. Fortunately, the vines provided it with considerable assistance. The powerful entangling ability caused the ice to hold for less than a minute before being completely shredded into ice shards. A person, a sea otter, and a vine engaged in fierce combat for dozens of rounds. During this time, Chu Tianzhou took out several more artifacts. Finally, she swallowed a potion-type exotic treasure to enhance her strength. With all her might, she managed to send the Sea Otter King flying. Crack! The Sea Otter King crashed into the vine ship, creating a massive hole in the vessel. Water began to flood in, slowly sinking the ship. The Sea Otter King whimpered, its face already a bloody mess, with blood continuously oozing from its wounds. Hearing the sound, Li Lan suddenly woke up. Feeling the ship he was on sinking rapidly, he frowned slightly. What happened? As he stepped outside the ship, he saw the battered Sea Otter King beside him, and not far away, Shu Tianjiu was wiping her wolf-tooth club. Upon seeing Li Lan, the Sea Otter King immediately burst into tears. Woo woo, aya aya aya. It tightly hugged Li Lan, expressing the injuries it had just suffered and the grievances in its heart. The Sea Otter King's strength was simply too great. Even though it had been extremely careful, the force it had just exerted was enough to crush an ordinary practitioner. Fortunately, with the persistent effort of the dragon and tiger body forging technique, under this immense embrace, Li Lan was able to navigate with ease. Alright, I understand. Let me heal your wounds first, Li Lan said softly. Upon hearing Li Lan's voice, the previously anxious voice of the Sea Otter King immediately quieted down. It gently nodded. Thank you, Palace Master. What are you doing here? Seeing Li Lan, Shu Tianjiu, not far from the sunken ship, showed a surprised expression. The group of people on the shore also expressed their astonishment. Who is that? Seems quite impressive. So handsome, no, so strong. Strange, why isn't that strange beast attacking him? Instead, it looks like it's being affectionate. I feel like I've seen this person somewhere before. Where have you seen him? He's Li Lan, the mysterious great power who almost clashed with Shu Tianjiu at the venue. Is he really Li Lan? Looks like there's a good show to watch, with Shu Tianjiu facing off against Li Lan. I wonder who will win. It should be Shu Tianjiu, after all, she's much older. That's hard to say, Shu Tianjiu just exhausted a lot of energy, while Li Lan is still full of vigor. Did you just say that Li Lan came out of that ship? Does that mean everything on the ship was taken by him? Who knows, we'll find out soon. The crowd buzzed with discussion, showing expressions of anticipation. Huang Zichao frowned at his older brother. Bro, why do we keep seeing that guy everywhere? It's so annoying. Huang Chun quickly looked around to confirm that no one was paying attention to them before he reluctantly sighed in relief and then gave his brother a hard knock on the head. What do you mean that guy? You should call him Senior Li Lan. Bro, are you overreacting? I'm already too scared to do anything to Li Lan. Can't I just vent a little? Huang Zichao said somewhat defiantly. If someone with ill intentions heard what you just said, even if Li Lan couldn't be bothered with you, countless others would take his side. What? Huang Gu, do you know Li Lan? Suddenly, someone asked Huang Chang. Huang Chun quickly nodded and smiled. Yeah, I fought alongside Li Lan when I was in Jiangnan province. He's quite a decent person. Li Lan cast a faint glance at her, too lazy to engage in conversation. His hands rested on the Sea Otter King's body. Healing forest. In an instant, dozens of towering trees over 10 meters high grew on the ice and the sunken ship. They surrounded each other, forming a massive barrier that emitted a shimmering green light. Boom! A terrifying healing energy erupted. The wounds of the Sea Otter King, as well as those of other sea otters, began to heal rapidly. Is this Sea Otter King your pet? Did you create this ship too? Seeing this scene, Shu Tianjiu furrowed her brows and asked. Anyone who thinks they've discovered a treasure only to find it's empty would feel somewhat uncomfortable. Li Lan remained silent. A surge of unnamed anger rose in Shu Tianjiu's heart. She raised her wolf fawn club and leaped up, fiercely smashing towards the barrier created by Li Lan. Sister, you're really loud. Li Lan retracted his hand, stood up, and stretched lazily. His gaze sharpened. In an instant, countless vines shot up from the water, rising from the ground. A move forbidden heaven. Vines controlled by someone are faster and more resilient than those uncontrolled. Before Shu Tianjiu could get close to the barrier, she was already bound tightly. Outside the barrier, in the live broadcast room, many people were discussing. I didn't expect Li Lan to actually have some skills, managing to trap Shu Tianjiu. Could it be that Shu Tianjiu isn't Li Lan's opponent? How is that possible? Shu Tianjiu is a fire attribute great power. This is just the beginning. Her true abilities haven't even been unleashed yet. Exactly, Shu Tianjiu naturally restrains Li Lan. Why would Li Lan win? Go, lazy god. Humph, Shu Tianjiu hasn't shown her true abilities, but Li Lan has? The one upstairs must be a brainless fan of Li Lan. Everyone look, those vines are on fire. Shu Tianjiu has definitely won. At the venue, the staff looked at Su Xin and said, Kid, it seems the battle is about to end. Your young master is still lacking a bit. Su Xin chuckled lightly. The battle is indeed coming to an end. I didn't expect you to have some skills, but unfortunately, I am a fire element great practitioner, naturally restraining you. Shu Tianjiu's mind stirred, her pupils turning crimson. The surrounding vines quickly ignited. Li Lan smiled slightly, as if everything was within his expectations. The next second, countless water elements began to gather behind him, forming a massive shadow. Looking at this enormous unknown shadow, Shu Tianjiu felt a surge of intense wariness. Strange, what is this? What is that shadow? Clearly only at the level of a practitioner. Why does it seem to be suppressing me? Forget it, whatever it is. I am the supreme great practitioner, let's see how I crush it. Boom! A layer of scorching purple flames enveloped Chu Tianzhou as she grabbed her wolf-tooth club and swung it towards Li Lan. Facing this rapid assault, Li Lan was not anxious. Instead, he slightly closed his eyes. Watching his actions, many people outside changed their expressions drastically. Is he crazy? At such a critical moment, he actually closed his eyes to fight. What gives him such confidence? Is it his talent that advanced at 17? Or is it ignorance? Has he resigned to his fate? Is he out of his mind? At this rate, even if he doesn't die, he'll be severely injured. By the way, what is that thing behind Li Lan? Who cares what it is? Could it be stronger than a full-force strike from a great practitioner? What is Lazy God doing? This is driving me crazy. Lazy God, rise up quickly. Lazy God, don't be foolish at this moment, just dodge this strike. There will be plenty of opportunities to counterattack later. Why do I feel like Li Lan has a chance to counterattack right now? What's with the smile on Li Lan's face? It gives me a very confident feeling. Still calling him Lazy God? Your Li Lan is about to be done for. The first one eliminated out of 90 people is actually a great practitioner. What a joke. Just when everyone was not optimistic about Li Lan, a terrifying scene unfolded. The shadow behind Li Lan slowly opened its eyes, and a spear shining with blue divine light appeared in its hand. With a gentle wave, the spear shot out like lightning. The spear of the sea god. Feeling the surging water elemental divine power on the spear, Chu Tianzhao's expression changed slightly. Such terrifying water elemental energy. Clearly, this water element looks like the strength of a practitioner. Why is it so terrifying? Her mind stirred, and the ring on her hand immediately transformed into a massive shield, blocking in front of her. The spear of the sea god crashed violently against the shield, but she couldn't grasp the power of the spear of the sea god at all. The shield was sent flying. She, along with the shield, was thrown backward, crashing into the forest. Li Lan opened his eyes and looked at the sea otter king beside him. Seeing this, the sea otter king leaped up and jumped into the forest. Moments later, it returned to Li Lan's side, carrying the heavily injured Chu Tianzhou. Yeah, Palace Master, I'm back. What exactly was that technique you just used? Chu Tianzhou gasped for breath, incredulously asking Li Lan. When she was struck by the spear of the sea god, she felt her soul trembling. As a great practitioner, she had faced countless dangers. She had even entered several 5-star secret realms. She had been severely injured multiple times, and there were several occasions when she nearly died. But the fear she felt today was stronger than ever before. As she spoke, her expression suddenly turned to one of terror. Wait a minute. Could this be the power of a deity? Then, without waiting for Li Lan to answer, as if she had already confirmed the answer, she sighed in disappointment. All my points are yours. After saying that, she cleared all her points, took a bottle of potion, and returned to the shore. Watching his score suddenly soar from 0 to over 130, jumping to 4th place, Li Lan's mood didn't change at all. He patted the sea otter king beside him and jumped onto its back. Take me to a quiet place. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Seeing Chu Tianzhao's defeat, many people were taken aback. Huang Chang and the others gasped, watching Li Lan leave with incredulous expressions. Huang Chang was stunned for a few seconds, then patted his younger brother's shoulder. You know what to do from now on, right? Huang Zichao nodded heavily and said, when I see Li Lan in the future, I will definitely bow down to him. Huang Chang showed a look of approval. At this moment, many people outside, looking at the footage of Chu Tianzhao's defeat on their phones, widened their eyes. Is this Li Lan a monster? What method did Li Lan use just now to instantly defeat Chu Tianzhou? That divine ability just now was clearly water element. Could it be that Li Lan is also a great master of the water element? This is too ridiculous, right? Even if he is a great master of the water element, it shouldn't be possible to defeat Chu Tianzhou in one move. Lazy God, I'm sorry, I underestimated you. I actually thought Lazy God was going to lose. I don't deserve to be his fan. Who says otherwise? Defeating Chu Tianzhou in just 2 moves, Li Lan's current strength might be considered the best among the 7 great masters in the secret realm. It's hard to say, Yuan Cheng and the others are not weak, and I saw that Chu Tianzhou didn't even use her trump card just now. True, if it weren't for a life and death duel, no one would easily reveal their trump card. I really look forward to Li Lan's future performance. Inside the venue, Su Xian was so excited that he clenched his fists, his ears twitching. He knew Li Lan would win, but he didn't expect Li Lan to win so decisively. The staff wiped their eyes and muttered, wow, this young man. Are young people nowadays this impressive? He can't be cheating, can he? In the conference room, Li Lan's second uncle showed a gratified smile. This really surprised me. I just don't know how his fire element cultivation is. Fire element? A 17-year-old great master? You should be satisfied, old man. The Fox Dean joked. suddenly asking, by the way, do you know what that water element technique he used just now was? It feels extraordinary. Hearing this, everyone present looked at the second uncle. They were also curious. He gently shook his head. The last time I saw Lilan was during the last event. You shouldn't ask me about this, go ask my brother, he might know. The Fox Dean quickly shook his head. Forget it. My fur is quite expensive. The middle-aged man in military uniform at the main seat carefully recalled the water god spear that Lilan had used. He felt that this power was strangely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. At this moment, in a cave within the White Mountain heavenly pool of Longwa, a charming masked woman lay on a cold white jade bed, intently watching the television hanging on the stone wall. A mysterious smile curved at the corners of her mouth. Interesting, the divine water element has finally reappeared. She looked at a maid beside her and asked, do you know his name? Reporting to Water Fairy, his name is Lilan. The information shows he comes from the Li family and is the grandson of the Flame Emperor. That old man's family, huh? It seems I need to meet that old man again. Lilan's rapid rise in points and Chu Tianjiao's plummeting rank stirred up a huge wave in the secret realm. No one expected that the famous Chu Tianjiao would lose to an unknown new great master. This added a sense of pressure to the other five. In a swamp, two young men in robes sat together on a massive wooden formation beneath them. As long as there are entering, they will be quickly strangled by the vast wood energy within the giant formation, turning into blood food to attract other. Yuan Gu, do we really not need to meet this Lilan? If we join forces, in the top 5, our Qinglong Academy can at least secure 2. The carefree young man asked. Yuan Qing shook his head, closed his eyes, and formed a hand seal. After opening his eyes, he looked towards the east. No need to be so troublesome. Perhaps we will meet soon. That was indeed the direction where Lilan was located. Lilan was carried by the Sea Otter King to a nearby lake, into a huge cave. The ground of the cave was too wet. Lilan wrapped himself in vines, made a sleeping bag, and hung it on a stone pillar to sleep soundly. The Sea Otter King seemed afraid that Lilan would fall, so he called a group of little brothers to sleep under Lilan's sleeping bag. This sleep lasted for several days. 4 days later, Lilan suddenly heard a loud rumble. He jolted awake. Opening his eyes, he saw a dark and narrow underground tunnel appearing on the ground not far inside the cave. What is this? The same scene appeared simultaneously in hundreds of other places within the secret realm. Seeing this, the elder Qiao, sitting in the main seat of the venue, revealed a slight smile. Now let's see how you can continue to be lazy. The strange dungeon, capable of instantly killing king-level monsters, echoed with a tremendous rumble throughout the secret realm, as countless tunnels appeared before many contestants. Some contestants didn't even react in time and fell into the tunnels, swallowed by endless darkness. The crowd was terrified. But upon seeing the scores, those people realized they hadn't died or been eliminated, which made them slightly relax. What happened? What is this? There was no notification before the competition started? Could it be that something unexpected happened in the secret realm? How is that possible? Misty Island is a secret realm created by many land gods. It can't have problems. The unknown elemental energy in this tunnel is so strong. Should we go take a look? Maybe not. It seems very dangerous inside. If you don't go, I will. Anyway, with my strength, I can't even make it into the top 30. At worst, I'll just crush the jade pendant and be eliminated. Countless people discussed, looking at the dark underground tunnel with wary expressions. After hesitating for a few minutes, many either went alone or teamed up to walk into the tunnel. The sudden appearance of this scene also sparked discussions in the outside world. In the live broadcast room and on major forums, the screens were flooded with comments. Su Xin squinted in confusion. The staff member sitting next to him said, "Don't worry, this kind of thing happens every time there is a martial arts competition. But this time, it seems a bit more intense." Su Xin nodded. In the conference room, all the powerful beings looked at Elder Qiao, who was sitting in the main seat. Elder Qiao's mind stirred, and an ancient yellow scroll unfolded before everyone's eyes. It depicted several images, with a group of black monsters imprisoned in several cages. Dungeon? Elder Qiao nodded. The Fox Dean beside him said, "In recent years, although we have controlled most of this secret realm, it has many functions that we still do not know. But just last year, we discovered a new function of this secret realm. It can create a peculiar shadow monster by consuming energy. These monsters can have various attributes, strengths, and shapes. So we want to take this opportunity to test this new function." The red-haired second uncle took a sip of tea, staring intently at Lilan. A powerful being asked with concern, "Will this be dangerous?" Elder Qiao shook his head and said, "No, the core of the secret realm is personally controlled by Lord Wood Emperor, who can always observe what happens within the secret realm. Then the energy consumed to create these shadow monsters." Another powerful being expressed concern. "Opening a secret realm is a very energy-consuming task. As a powerful figure in the Ability Resource Bureau, he is quite sensitive to such matters. Don't worry, once this monster is killed, the energy will return to the secret realm. There won't be any large-scale energy loss. At most, there will be a slight loss during the return process, said the man in military uniform. Looking at the tunnel, Leland showed a puzzled expression. He entered with his consciousness, trying to use his mental perception to probe the information inside. However, he found that it was as if he was being blocked. No matter how he exerted his abilities, all he discovered was a blank space or darkness. Strange? What exactly is in this tunnel? Forget it, I won't think about it. Time for a nap. Leland continued to close his eyes. Many people watching the live broadcast outside were initially looking forward to Leland at least going down to take a look. But upon seeing this scene, they couldn't help but twitch their eyes. One shouldn't be too lazy like Leland. Has he always been this lazy? A staff member at the martial arts venue curiously asked Su Xin. I must maintain the young master's reputation, Su Xin thought firmly. So he nodded, yes. In the conference room, the military's powerful figure frowned slightly as he looked at Leland. He dissatisfiedly turned to the red-haired second uncle and said, "What is your Li family doing? How did you turn a genius into this lazy state? After the competition, I think we must hand him over to the military for some training." The second uncle shrugged, "As long as you can catch him, do as you please. This brat used to find all sorts of places to hide even before he had abilities. It was even ridiculous enough to sleep with the ancestors. Now that he has abilities and is a powerful figure, catching him is like trying to fish a needle from the bottom of a river." The middle-aged man in military uniform looked at the Fox Dean. The Fox Dean also nodded slightly. The lightning element was in a good mood today, happily dancing and singing loudly. "I love you walking alone in the dark alley. I love your defiant stance. I love how you faced despair without shedding a tear." The fire element, who was meditating, angrily opened its eyes, stood up, and kicked the lightning element in the butt, releasing fire energy. The lightning element covered its little butt in grievance, daring to be angry but not saying anything, silently thinking, "Damn fire element, how dare you hit my butt? When I get stronger, I will definitely." The fire element glared at the lightning element. The lightning element decisively left the fire element's sight. Controlling abilities, telekinesis abilities, practicing while happily drinking ice cola, controlling energy, telekinetic energy. The divine water element was meditating, divine water energy. Water nurtures all things, and dragon and tiger body refining technique were practicing together intimately. Energy capacity, host's body and soul. Not knowing how long it had been, Leland slowly opened his eyes as a cool breeze blew in from outside the cave. He felt much more alert. The entrance to the tunnel was still there. Just as he was contemplating whether to go in and take a look, he suddenly noticed a shadow at the edge of the tunnel, watching him. It was a face, with monkey-like features and a grinning expression. What is this thing? Just as Leland was puzzled, the shadow jumped out, opening a mouth larger than its face, and lunged at Leland. Leland merely glanced at it, and the shadow spontaneously combusted, turning to ashes. Is that it? I thought it would be stronger. At that moment, another shadow emerged. This time, Leland did not take action. Just as the shadow got close to him, the Sea Otter King flipped over. Then it was gone. Following that, more and more shadows emerged from the tunnel. The Sea Otter King stood up, sat down on the tunnel, and let out a fart. Suddenly, it became much quieter. Leland lay down again. But just a few minutes later, he suddenly heard the Sea Otter King's cries. Leland opened his eyes to see the Sea Otter King looking at him with a face full of grievance. It raised its butt, pointing towards the dark, long tunnel, then pointed at its own butt. Continuously gesturing with various movements in his hands, Leland noticed a clear bite mark on the Otter King's plump backside, with even some fur bitten off. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing Leland's laughter, the Otter King paused for a moment, then put its hands on its hips and glared at Leland angrily, mumbling incomprehensible words. From its expression, it was easy to guess that it was saying something like, "How can you be such a palace master?" Leland laughed again. The Otter King became even angrier and, not knowing where it found a fish larger than Leland, hugged it and started gnawing on it. Just then, a scream echoed through the tunnel. The Otter King and Leland exchanged glances, both looking towards the tunnel. Moments later, a black figure crawled out from inside. Unlike the weak shadow before, this time the shadow possessed commanding-level strength. Vines grew from the ground, and the black figure was instantly strangled, dissipating into a wisp of black mist in the air. Points. This tunnel is strange, Leland said as he walked into the tunnel. With a thought, a flicker of flame appeared ahead, illuminating the path forward. The Otter King followed behind, but its massive body was too large, it could only squeeze in its head. Watching Lilan walk further away, it called out anxiously. Just as Lilan told it to stay obediently at the entrance, a small otter jumped onto his shoulder, rubbing its head against his face. Eek eek eek. Palace Master, I'm here. So you can shrink, huh? Then why were you squeezing earlier? Lilan glanced at it, lifted his feet off the ground, and floated deeper into the tunnel. Before long, he saw several damaged cages. Those previous black shadows must have crawled out from here. But why would there be such a place in the secret realm? Lilan continued deeper, and the space gradually opened up. It was like an underground world. The terrain was complex, with many shadowy monsters generating and darting about. Is someone there? Lilan looked towards a nearby tunnel, where two figures slowly walked in. They moved slowly, sometimes advancing, sometimes looking around. Old Shah, do you see someone ahead? It's just one person. Should we call him to join our team? Are you crazy? Such lone wolves are the most terrifying. Either they're strong and have made it this far alone, or they're ruthless and have killed all their teammates. But, no buts. Let's go around him and head the other way. The two turned to walk in the opposite direction of Lilan, but after just 2 or 3 steps, they stopped in their tracks, because they saw a terrifying black monster in front of them, watching them. Over 3 meters tall, frog-like, with eyes as big as a baby's head and a tongue that moved like a tentacle. It exuded the aura of a king-level beast. It's over. A sinking feeling filled their hearts. Just as they were about to crush their jade pendants, the frog suddenly exploded like a balloon. Watching the dissipating black mist, the two stood frozen in place, their minds blank. After a few seconds of confusion, they suddenly reacted. Turning to look at Lilan, he was still standing in the same spot as before. The difference now was that a small flame was burning at his fingertips. 30 points, not bad. The two exchanged glances. Did he kill that monster just now? It should be. When the monster died, it released a strong burst of fire elemental energy, one-shotting a king-level beast. Who exactly is this ruthless person? Should we go thank him? The one who had previously disagreed with teaming up with Lilan hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. The two walked towards Lilan. At this moment, the outside world was in an uproar. Many staff members were wide-eyed, but only Su Xian showed no reaction. One staff member said to Su Xian, Lilan, he still, before he could finish, Su Xian gently nodded. The staff member gasped in surprise. Such a monster! It's one thing for the wood element master, but the fire element is also a master, and he possesses the mysterious water element energy. The newcomers these days are getting more and more abnormal. I wonder who is stronger, Yuan Cheng or him. In the conference room, many people looked at the red-haired second uncle. Old Xiao spoke first. Yuli family really aren't being honest, hiding everything. It's one thing that Lilan hasn't been exposed, but even after he has, you still didn't tell us he was hiding his strength. A middle-aged man in military uniform nodded in agreement. The second uncle had grievances he couldn't express. Seeing his expression, Old Xiao curiously asked, "You old rascal, you don't know he's a fire element master, do you? How could I not know?" The second uncle, who was always competitive, raised his head slightly and pretended to be casual. "I just think telling you is pointless. After all, you can't possibly produce such outstanding descendants. So I didn't mention it." Others. At that moment, Teacher Chi, who was in class, had his phone ringing incessantly. When he opened it, a bunch of messages cursing him appeared on the screen. "You shameless old man, next time I see you, I will definitely kill you. Thief, Muke, you're just a thief. Shameless scoundrel, despicable, despicable. Muke, I'm not playing with you." All were from the enrollment teachers of various colleges who had gone to Jiangnan province with him before. Why are they cursing me for no reason? Muke frowned, feeling a bit unhappy. At that moment, a new message appeared on the screen. "Director, Muke, you're something else, quietly recruiting such a big shot without telling me." A big shot? Is this about Lilan? Didn't I tell him all about Lilan? Just as Muke was puzzled, a pop-up news appeared at the top of the screen. Latest news from the National Martial Arts Competition. Master Lilan is not only a wood element master but also a fire element master. Oh, a master. What? A master? Fire element? Muke widened his eyes in disbelief. Then he burst into laughter. He quickly sent carefully edited messages to the group that had just cursed him. "Sai, Lilan insists on joining our Qinglong Academy. What can I do?" Watching the messages sent, Muke couldn't help but chuckle. The students below the podium looked at him strangely. "Teacher Mu, what's wrong?" "It's nothing, students. Let's continue the class. Ha 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 ha. Now let's turn to page 107 of the textbook. Ha ha ha. Sorry, students. Ha ha ha. Students." With overwhelming strength, the performance was too poor. The light underground was too dim, and the two could only see Lilan's slightly youthful face as they approached. They couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. So handsome. Wait, so young? Is there such a person among the fire element masters competing this time? He can't be a monster too, can he? Thinking of this, the two stiffened slightly. Lilan looked at the two in confusion, his sea otter on his shoulder tilting its head and making curious sounds, iya iya iya. Why is there this thing on his shoulder? It seems pets aren't allowed in the secret realm. He can't really not be human, can he? The two exchanged a fearful glance, and finally, the slightly more mature young man steeled himself and said, "Thank you, senior, no, friend, for your help. My name is Prestigiou, and this is my brother Yu Yang." He cupped his hands, ready to crush the jade pendant and escape at any moment. He didn't even have the thought of resisting. After all, the person standing in front of him could easily kill a king-level monster. Silly pig? Kill pig? What kind of ridiculous name is that? My name is Lilan. Lilan? The one who took first place in the Jiangnan province selection, the Lilan from the Li family? They had heard of Lilan's reputation while at the venue. However, they were sitting on the other side of Lilan, so they hadn't seen him in person. Now that they heard the person in front of them was Lilan, they couldn't help but relax completely. Just be normal people. That lazy god, can we follow you? This way we can look out for each other. Prestigiou seemed afraid that Lilan would refuse, and hurriedly added, "All the points will go to you. We'll just sip some soup on the side." Lilan initially wanted to refuse and turn back. It was dark and chilly underground, not a good place to sleep. But he suddenly noticed that the tunnel he had come through had vanished without him realizing it. After thinking for a few seconds, he gently nodded. Prestigiou and Yu Yang revealed surprised smiles. They had thought Lilan would refuse. After all, they were so weak. They didn't care about the strength of the transcendent. "So, lazy god, what do we do next?" Yu Yang asked. "You can handle it as you see fit," Lilan said, stretching lazily and floating into the air. He closed his eyes and began to sleep soundly. Hearing Lilan's light snoring, the two stared wide-eyed in disbelief. It could be done this way? "Old Shah, the exit has been blocked for who knows how long. We should find a way out first. What about the lazy god? He should follow us all the way, right?" Whoosh! While the two were chatting, several dark shadows darted around the three of them. Just as they were looking for an opportunity to strike, a loud bang sounded as the shadows self-destructed, their dark energy dissipating into the air. Prestigiou smiled. "Let's get started." The two began to feel their way forward in the darkness, with Lilan floating behind them. They startled them several times, but it didn't take long for them to get used to it. During their exploration, they discovered that the three of them were in a peculiar underground cave. The cave was filled with many damaged dungeons. It was completely enclosed, with numerous mechanisms inside. Only by finding the correct mechanism could they open the right passage to other caves. However, after searching for a long time, they found nothing and kept circling in the same cave. The powerful shadow monsters were dealt with by Lilan, while the weaker ones were handled by themselves. Even so, after 7 or 8 hours, beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on their foreheads. They looked at Lilan behind them with envy. Having telekinetic abilities was really nice. "Old Shah, have you found the mechanism?" Prestigiou shook his head, looking troubled. "No, but I think I'm close. Listen, there's a sound on the other side of this wall. There should be another cave over there." Yu Yang pressed his ear against the wall and listened carefully, and sure enough, he heard sounds coming from the other side. There were both men and women. It seemed there were quite a few people. The two continued to move. Outside, Xuexian watched Lilan lazily floating in midair, looking helpless. He curiously glanced at other scenes and found that most were like Lilan and the others, trapped in the first cave and unable to get out. Only a few had entered the second cave. The second cave seemed no different from the first, still pitch black. The only difference was that the monsters seemed to have multiplied. More and more people were gradually being eliminated. In the live broadcast room, as usual, many people were expressing their opinions. "This cave is too dangerous. With this setup, many people are being eliminated directly." "Yeah, my brother was just eliminated as soon as he entered the cave. It's too tragic." "Isn't this a points competition? Why do we still have to play a puzzle? What's the point of doing this? Puzzle? This is clearly just a small part. The main theme is still combat." "Exactly, those transcendent beings who entered the secret realm are like they've taken drugs. Their points are shooting up. The only ones who might complete the cave's puzzle game are probably those two people in Lilan's team." "Isn't Lilan just bullying his teammates? He's taking all the points for himself." "Upstairs, you're an idiot. Without Lilan, those two would have probably been eliminated long ago. Speaking of which, Lilan is still strong. Transcendent beings, can they not be strong? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that he can fall asleep while floating. I've encountered quite a few telekinetic practitioners, but he's the only one who can do this." Lilan, the disgrace of telekinetic practitioners. The more people there are to decipher, the faster it goes. Lilan's team only has 2 people. Who knows how long it will take? Feng Xinghuan has also entered the next cave. Yuan Chang from the Qinglong Academy has gone in too. Among the 7 great practitioners, only Li Lan is still standing still. Everyone, look quickly. Yuan Chang from Qinglong Academy is facing off against Xiaodong from Baihu Academy. It seems that entering this second cave leads to a vast underground world where everyone will meet. The real show is just beginning. While everyone was chatting, many turned their attention to the scene where Li Lan was, their eyes widening in surprise. A question mark floated in their minds. This is possible? A shadowy monster was slapped to death by Li Lan. He slowly descended from mid-air and opened his eyes. Lazy god, you're awake, Yu Yang hurriedly greeted. Li Lan glanced at Sha Zhu, who was feeling around the wall. What is he doing? Looking for a mechanism. Yu Yang briefly explained to Li Lan that they needed to find a mechanism to enter the next cave. Li Lan nodded, touched the wall, and smiled. This is simple. Yu Yang was overjoyed. Lazy god, do you know where the mechanism is? Li Lan shook his head. Yu Yang said, as long as we can enter the next cave, right? Li Lan asked. Yu Yang nodded, that's true, but we need to find the mechanism first. No need to make it so complicated, Li Lan said. You go call that guy, Sha Zhu, yes, bring him back. Although Yu Yang didn't know why Li Lan wanted to do this, he complied. Sha Zhu, called back, looked at Yu Yang with confusion. You two step aside. The two retreated a few meters away. Li Lan stroked the stone wall. The next moment, with a loud boom, a massive explosion echoed. Flames erupted, and thunder rolled. Vines crazily grew on the ground, crushing the rocks. Dust filled the air. After the dust settled, a huge hole appeared before the 3 of them. On the other side of the hole was a dark underground world, filled with all sorts of strange flowers and plants. They could also see several other contestants, like them, looking over in terror. Sha Zhu and Yu Yang's eyes widened. This can also be done? After all their hard work, they couldn't compare to Li Lan's single move. Is this what they call breaking 1,000 methods with one force? In the live stream. What the hell? This is possible? A path I never imagined. Did I just see lightning? Or is it my imagination? Whoever said this is a puzzle game, come out. Is this what you call a puzzle game? Lazy God's thought process is indeed different from ordinary people. How did Li Lan come up with this method? It's too amazing. Friends upstairs, is there a possibility that he was just too lazy to find the mechanism, so he thought of this method? There is indeed that possibility. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. In the conference room, many great practitioners looked at old Xiao with strange expressions. Is this what you meant by training thinking ability in danger? This isn't dangerous, nor is it thinking. Old Xiao awkwardly coughed twice. Why are you looking at me? I didn't expect this kid to play by his own rules. The middle-aged man in military uniform said, Li Lan's personality is very suitable for our military district. Fox, I suggest Li Lan directly join our military. Him going to your Qinglong Academy is just a waste of talent. Dean Fox smiled nonchalantly. If the other 4 academies tried to snatch Li Lan, he might worry a bit. But if it's the military, what does he have to worry about? Let's go. The two were taken aback for a moment, then nodded. They followed in Li Lan's footsteps. Across from the cave, 3 men and 2 women watched Li Lan warily. Are you Li Lan? Li Lan glanced at them with indifference, too lazy to react. Instead, he leaped up and landed on a stone pillar, overlooking the dark land below. Those dark monsters had the ability to shield Li Lan's spiritual perception, but the terrain here did not. Just a simple glance was enough for Li Lan to grasp the situation. There are quite a few people here. Aside from those who haven't entered the tunnel, everyone must be gathered here, right? Feeling as if something was watching him, Li Lan's gaze sharpened. He pointed his finger like a gun and shot at a spot. Boom! A great fire erupted from his fingertips, spreading like a dragon's breath. The people below looked bewildered, but the next second, countless wails filled the air. The flames illuminated the surroundings, and countless dark energies dissipated in the blazing heat. Several shadows twisted in the flames, and moments later, only a ground of ashes remained. Points. Li Lan's expression remained cold. He jumped down from the stone pillar and flew deeper into the darkness. The 3 men and 2 women first sighed, so cool. But soon, a wave of fear took over their emotions. So many monsters had been watching them from the dark just moments ago. If it weren't for one man swallowing hard and asking in fear, what should we do now? What else can we do? This damned place is too dangerous. What we need to do now is find more people. The more, the safer, another man replied. The others nodded in agreement. The 5 of them looked at Sha Zhu and Yu Yang in unison. There were simply too many monsters in this cursed place. Li Lan couldn't find a quiet spot to rest. He could only keep killing. Before long, his points ranking had steadily climbed to 6th place, just behind 6 other powerful practitioners. Chu Tianjiao's points also increased rapidly. After Li Lan took all her previous points, she had now risen to 4th place again. The benefits of her strong abilities were fully evident at this moment. The sea otter king on Li Lan's shoulder looked around. After a moment, it suddenly began to chirp, its chubby little paw pointing to the left front. Li Lan used his spiritual perception and discovered that 2 people were approaching from that direction. Someone's coming? Li Lan looked ahead and saw a man and a woman. The man was being supported, about 2 meters tall, severely injured, with bandages wrapped around his waist, continuously spitting blood. The woman was in tattered clothes, her delicate skin exposed, but her hair was neatly tied back. He looked at the 2 of them curiously. Upon seeing Li Lan, the 2 seemed to have found a savior and rushed over eagerly. "Help! Please save us! We beg you!" The woman clutched Li Lan's hand, rubbing against him. Li Lan frowned slightly, withdrawing his hand in disgust and wiping it off, carefully examining the 2. Both of them were at the late stage of the practitioner level, making them quite formidable competitors in this secret realm. "What do you want?" Seeing Li Lan's disdain, the woman frowned but still spoke pitifully. "Friend, my teammate is injured. I don't know if you can help him." The burly man looked at Li Lan, also showing a pleading expression. His face was pale, clearly indicating he was seriously hurt. Li Lan chuckled lightly. "Of course I can." The 2 were overjoyed. But the next second, countless vines shot up from the ground, tightly binding the 2 of them and suspending them in midair. Powerful practitioners. The 2 showed expressions of terror. What do you want? "Brother, even if you don't want to save us, you don't have to do this, right? Let's talk this out. We can talk." Li Lan looked at the 2 expressionlessly and stretched lazily. "You 2, your acting skills are a bit lacking. Even a god cannot stop me from sleeping." The minds of the 2 were blank. Feeling the sharp aura emanating from Li Lan, the burly man trembled and said, "What do you want?" At that moment, the faint smile on Li Lan's face appeared to them like the grin of a devil. Li Lan did not speak. He continued to look at the 2 with sleepy eyes and asked a perplexing question. "Do you 2 know of a place that is quiet and undisturbed?" Upon hearing this question, the 2 were stunned. What kind of question is this? Is this really the time to ask such a thing? But they dared not remain silent. The woman trembled as she pointed to the west and stammered, "There is a giant stone forest over there, where monsters are relatively scarce. It's much quieter compared to other places." But why is she only saying half of it? Li Lan looked at her with displeasure. The woman seemed to think she had angered Li Lan and quickly shut her mouth. The burly man shot a glare at the woman and hurriedly added, "But that place is occupied by people from the Xuanwu Academy. They don't allow others to go there." The powerful figure from Xuanwu Academy, it seems, is called Ouyang Yufei? Li Lan recalled the information that Su Xin had been nagging about a few days ago. Ouyang Yufei, 24 years old, a metal and insect-type powerful practitioner. Cold and cruel in personality. Seems like he's not an easy person to deal with. No wonder he would do such things. Li Lan nodded slightly. The 2's expressions brightened. The burly man quickly asked, "May we leave now?" Li Lan looked at them with a strange gaze. "Do you think that's possible? Damn it! I never expected that one day I would also capsize in the gutter." A flash of sharpness crossed the burly man's eyes, and after a moment of silence, he asked Li Lan, "What is your name, classmate? Is he planning to take revenge on me later?" Li Lan chuckled lightly, too lazy to tell him his name. With a thought, the vines that had ensnared the 2 suddenly tightened. The 2 sensed something was wrong. Their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly crushed their jade pendants. In an instant, their figures transformed into white particles and vanished into the secret realm. They sure can run fast. Li Lan leaped and dashed into the darkness, heading west. Due to the speed, the sea otter king on his shoulder was chirping away. If Li Lan didn't know it was a king-level beast, he might have thought it was scared. Annoyed by its noise, Li Lan pushed it into his arms. The sea otter king rubbed against him a couple of times and then quietly fell asleep. "Li Lan, this guy is even lazier than I am." In the center of the venue, 2 figures flew out from the secret realm's gate. A man and a woman. They were panting heavily, cold sweat dripping from their bodies, and it took them a while to stand up from the ground. "Damn it!" The burly man cursed under his breath. Noticing the gazes of those around them, the woman quickly covered the burly man's mouth. "Be careful, trouble comes from the mouth." The burly man shut his mouth. A staff member approached them enthusiastically and asked, "Are you alright? Do you need treatment?" The burly man shook his head. The woman couldn't help but ask, "Who was the one who eliminated us just now?" She wasn't looking for revenge, she simply wanted to know. After all, they had been eliminated just a few days after starting, and no matter how good their mindset was, they would still feel unwilling. Upon hearing the woman's question, the staff member looked surprised and said, "You don't know him? Is he famous?" The burly man asked. The staff member hesitated for a moment, first nodding, then shaking his head. His name is Li Lan, and he is from the Li family. You should know about the Li family, right? The construction of this secret realm was personally handled by the Fire Saint. The Fire Saint refers to Li Lan's great uncle, the strongest elder of the Li family besides the Flame Emperor. Upon hearing the name of the Li family, the two were instantly shocked. It's actually someone from the Li family. You really didn't know? The staff member said. The woman smiled apologetically and said, "We've been in seclusion for the past 2 years, so we're not very clear about things in the outside world." The staff member showed a look of sudden realization, said a few simple words, and then left. The woman shot a reproachful glance at the burly man. "It's all your fault. If you hadn't started proposing such plans, we wouldn't have been eliminated so early. You can explain it to the master yourself later." The burly man awkwardly scratched his head and couldn't help but mutter, "At first, you were the happiest about the points, and now you change your face just like that. Truly, a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. The young master is really impressive." Su Xian smiled, continuing to excitedly watch Li Lan. Li Lan headed west. After more than 10 minutes, he finally found a forest of giant stones. The terrain here was steep, with giant rocks spiraling around. Some of the boulders even seemed to be stacked into a castle, towering dozens of meters high. No wonder there were fewer monsters here. In such chaos, even monsters would get lost, right? Li Lan floated in, reaching the depths of the stone forest. After dealing with a few annoying monsters, just when everyone thought he was about to show off his skills, Li Lan simply lay down on the spot and began to take a nap. Seeing this scene, the live stream was filled with question marks. Su Xian had long since gotten used to it, but a few black lines appeared on her forehead. She sighed helplessly. In the conference room, the Fire Saint awkwardly coughed twice and closed his eyes, as if to say, "Don't look at me, I don't know him." Many people in Jiangnan province were left speechless. The lightning element challenges the fire element. The fire element easily defeats the lightning element, a complete defeat for the lightning element. The lightning element refuses to accept this and continues to fight. The fire element once again easily defeats the lightning element. The lightning element and fire element fought for over 100 rounds, already battered and bruised, yet it still glared angrily at the fire element and initiated another battle. The fire element looked at it helplessly, and under the lightning element's strike, it lay down. Seeing that it had defeated the fire element, the lightning element was ecstatic, dancing and laughing. "I'm back on my feet again." Other abilities and techniques looked at the lightning element with a foolish gaze. The lightning element didn't care, happily dancing a hot dance. The fire element lay on the ground, looking helplessly at the lightning element. The lightning element excitedly helped the fire element up, proudly saying, "Little fire, from now on, the thunder god will protect you." The fire element smiled and nodded. The sea otter king grew large again, with Li Lan sleeping beneath it. After an unknown amount of time, Li Lan was awakened by a cacophony of noise. He slowly stood up, opened his eyes, and saw a group of practitioners engaged in a fierce battle with a group of black monsters behind a large stone pillar not far away. Attacks of various colors were shooting wildly, causing the surrounding giant rocks to sway precariously. Watching the rocks around him shake, ready to fall at any moment, Li Lan frowned slightly. With a thought, a great fire erupted, instantly engulfing those black monsters. It became quiet. Li Lan smiled and continued to sleep soundly. At Xuanwu Academy, Ouyang Yufei exclaimed, "Xuanwu Academy, Ouyang Yufei points, points, points." Boom! The terrifying flames swept everything away, countless monsters being obliterated in this endless fire. Like autumn leaves, they ignited upon encountering fire, turning to ashes. Watching all this, the practitioners on the spot looked bewildered, still unaware of what had happened. Wow, what powerful fire element power. What's going on? Could it be that Chu Tianzhou is nearby? It shouldn't be her. If it were her, she wouldn't help us at all. Instead, she would hammer us all out of the misty realm. If it's not her, then who could it be? Someone said incredulously. He seemed still immersed in the recent sea of fire, his gaze vacant, unable to recover. Now, besides her, whose fire element could be this strong? Look at the points leaderboard. At that moment, a practitioner wearing the Xuanwu school uniform shouted loudly. The others instinctively checked the points leaderboard of the secret realm. They saw that the leaderboard had undergone a striking change compared to before. First place, Ouyang Yufei, 286. Second place, Yuan Qing, points, 267. Third place, Li Lan, points, 244. Fourth place, Feng Xinghuan, points, 223. Fifth place, Xiaodong, points, 220. Li Lan, who was previously outside the top 5, suddenly leaped to third place. What's going on? Who is this Li Lan? Someone asked in confusion. Li Lan is the 7th-ranked transcendent in this competition, apparently from the Li family of the Flame Emperor, a wood element transcendent. How did his points suddenly skyrocket like that? I don't know, but such a sudden increase in points can only mean two things. The first is that he killed a bunch of demon beasts or black monsters at once, and the second is that he robbed a large number of people all at once. Robbery seems impossible. I don't see anyone else's points suddenly dropping on the leaderboard. The group of transcendent beings began to discuss among themselves. Could it be, one transcendent suddenly said, that the flames earlier were caused by him? That would explain how he suddenly gained so many points. That shouldn't be possible. Isn't he a wood element transcendent? Someone said in disbelief. Transcendents are the backbone of the human race. For ordinary ability users to become transcendents, it takes at least 2 to 3 years, and it could take 4 to 50 years, or even longer. Those who become transcendents in just over a decade can already be considered geniuses. For Li Lan to become a transcendent at under 20 years old is already a terrifying feat. But now someone is telling him that not only is he a transcendent, but he is also a dual-element dual transcendent. This is absolutely shocking. He not only finds it hard to believe but also struggles to accept it. I think it's possible. After all, Li Lan is from the Li family of the Flame Emperor. What if he was hiding his strength before and only revealed his wood element? How old is Li Lan? He seems to be around 17 or 18. Can there really be such a huge gap between people for a dual-element transcendent? I have a way to find out if that person was Li Lan. What method? Duh, of course, we should find someone. Given the complexity of the underground world, he shouldn't have gone far. We can catch up and see. The crowd scattered like loose sand, radiating outwards, eager to find out if the mysterious strong person was indeed Li Lan. But they had barely taken a few steps when they heard one of their companions call out, "Wait, don't go yet." Everyone looked at him. He pointed to a corner near a large stone pillar and said, "If nothing unexpected happened, that should be Li Lan." Everyone looked over and saw a young man lying next to the large stone pillar, seemingly unconscious or perhaps asleep. "Why is there a person there?" someone asked curiously. "Are you saying he is Li Lan? Let's go check and see. What happened to him? Did he overexert himself and faint? I feel like he's just sleeping." "Remove that feeling. I think he's fainted. Who would sleep in a place like this?" The crowd slowly approached Li Lan, exchanging comments. Once they got closer, they realized he was indeed sleeping. Most of the people present were transcendents, and even from 10 meters away, they could hear Li Lan's shallow breathing. At the same time, they discovered something strange. The place where Li Lan was sleeping seemed different from the surroundings. It was spotless. Even if dust and debris fell from the nearby large stone pillar, they would be magically isolated by the aura surrounding him. What should we do now? A student from Xuanwu Academy looked at his companions. How about we go take a look? The group nodded and approached Li Lan. Just as they were about to touch Li Lan to wake him up, they suddenly felt a powerful force binding them. In a panic, they looked down at their feet. They saw that, at some unknown time, a vine as thick as an adult's finger had tightly wrapped around all of their feet. Although the vine appeared weak, it contained immense energy, rendering them completely immobile. Even attempting to channel their inner strength to resist was futile. They could only remain bound as they were. The moment any power tried to escape their bodies, it would be immediately absorbed by the vine, turning into nourishment. Damn it! When did this happen? The crowd was taken aback. They looked at Li Lan, only to find that he had vanished without a trace. "Who are you?" a clear voice came from above. Everyone looked up to see a massive vine entwined around 2 enormous stone pillars, forming a vine arch bridge. Li Lan, who had been sleeping right in front of them, was now sitting atop that arch bridge, looking down at them from a height. Although he appeared lazy and indifferent to the world, none of the practitioners present dared to let their guard down. They knew that this young man could throw them out of the secret realm at any moment if he wished. "Brother, you misunderstood. Yes, we came to thank you. Thank you for dealing with those black monsters for us just now," the people from Xuanwu Academy quickly pleaded. Li Lan frowned slightly. "Thank me? Black monsters?" He vaguely recalled that while dreaming, he had seemingly burned some beasts to death with fire. So it wasn't a dream. It really happened. "But since I helped you, why are you bothering me while I'm trying to sleep?" "Oh, is that so? Then you should leave quickly and not disturb my rest." Li Lan waved his hand irritably, intending to throw them all out, as far as possible. Buzz! A poisonous stinger shot toward him from the shadows. A gigantic wasp appeared not far in front of him, the size of a young elephant, with a menacing mouthpart dripping with purple venom. The noise from its wings was so loud that it could be heard throughout the underground world. Li Lan merely glanced at it before shifting his gaze downward, where he saw a young man with silver hair and brown skin. "If you don't want to be out now, let go of my people from Xuanwu Academy. The Marvelous Zoo, Phoenix Blood, Marvelous Zoo, Phoenix Blood." Upon seeing this person, many ability users watching the live broadcast outside felt their hearts race. Not for any other reason, but because this was Ouyang Yufei, the unparalleled genius newly recruited by Xuanwu Academy this year. At just 24 years old, he had already become a great practitioner. Moreover, he was an extremely rare insect type. Countless poisonous insects were in his hands. Even some seasoned great practitioners did not wish to be his enemy. After all, every insect master was a poison expert. If you provoked them, you wouldn't even know how you died. Furthermore, according to rumors, Ouyang Yufei was not only an insect-type great practitioner, but his mastery of the gold element had also reached the realm of great practitioners. His black metal purgatory was not to be underestimated. Additionally, he was known for being vengeful and extremely cold, making him a very difficult opponent. It's actually Ouyang Yufei. This is bad. I wonder if Li Lan is his match. Among the 7 great practitioners in this competition, Ouyang Yufei's strength definitely ranks in the top 3. I wonder how Li Lan will respond. He shouldn't continue being lazy, right? He probably won't. Li Lan is in danger. Just right, this is a good opportunity to see Li Lan's true strength. If he's still the same as before, he can just wait to be eliminated. He seems to have gotten stronger in the few months since we last saw him. Various discussions erupted in the major live broadcast rooms, outside the secret realm, in the competition venue. Although Su Xian knew that this person was definitely not a match for their young master, he still stared intently at the screen, not daring to miss a single detail. The staff member beside him smiled upon seeing this. What's wrong? Are you worried? Do I look like I'm worried? Then why are you so nervous? I want to see how that person gets eliminated. The staff member immediately showed a look of disbelief and said, do you know who that person is? That's Ouyang Yufei, a peerless genius from Xuanwu Academy. Su Xian couldn't be bothered to even glance at him and retorted, isn't my young master also a peerless genius? The staff member hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. After stammering for a while, he finally said, but it's not the same, is it? That person is an experienced master, someone who's actually been on the battlefield. Your young master probably hasn't even seen blood that many times. Su Xian ignored him, fixated on the big screen. Seeing that he was making a fool of himself, the staff member stopped talking and also focused on the screen, ready to slap Su Xian's face with the outcome. The previously dull conference room gradually became lively with the appearance of Ouyang Yufei. The middle-aged man from the military chuckled, Li Lan finally gets to see appear among his peers, he should shake off that laziness. Old Xiao nodded with a smile, looking forward to the performance of the 2 young men. The fire saint remained silent, watching closely. The only one present of a different kind, a fox with pure white fur, indeed smiled without speaking. Fox, what are you laughing at? In this match, Li Lan will win. It hasn't even started yet, how do you know? The military man asked, puzzled. How about we make a bet? The Fox Dean, who knew Li Lan's true strength, glanced at him lightly. Seeing his confidence, the military man grinned. What shall we bet on? Let's bet on whether Li Lan can finish the match and win within half an hour, 1 hour. Heh, old fox, you're just giving it away, the military man said. Although he knew Li Lan was strong, Ouyang Yufei was no slouch either. To resolve the battle and win within an hour was highly unlikely. Moreover, Ouyang Yufei was a torment-type ability user, lurking in the shadows and constantly sending out bugs. Time would pass in an instant. But then he thought, if the fox was so confident, things must not be simple. Before he could think it through, the fox's voice rang out again. Whether it's giving it away or not, we'll only know when it's over. The Fox Dean said, if I lose, I'll give you the old dog Zoo. How about that? Upon hearing the word zoo, nearly everyone present turned their gaze to the Fox Dean. Old Fox, are you serious? The military man said in disbelief, thinking the Fox Dean was joking. The zoo, officially known as the Wonderful Zoo, was a semi-holy relic-level treasure in the hands of the Beast King, Chai Shang. Although it was only semi-holy relic level, its value was infinitely close to that of a holy relic. The function of this treasure was simple, taming. Whether human or beast, as long as they entered the zoo, they would almost certainly be tamed by the zoo's magical powers. With this treasure, Chai Shang had tamed countless powerful beasts in his early years. His title as the Beast King was largely attributable to this treasure. The Wonderful Zoo could be considered a treasure of profound heritage. Of course it's true. Do you think I would lie to you? This thing is now in your hands. It's not. What do you mean it's not? I can help you snatch it back. The Fox Dean said confidently, just tell me what you're betting. You're good. You're impressive. The military man conceded, in that case, I'll bet. He thought carefully and said, what do you want? What do I want? The Fox Dean scanned the man and his gaze landed on his chest, revealing a hint of a teasing smile. The man's expression suddenly changed. What are you thinking? If I win, how about you give me that piece of phoenix blood? The piece of phoenix blood hanging around the man's neck was a red jade pendant, pure as blood. Although it seemed ordinary to those great powers, the 4 land immortals present could tell that this jade was extraordinary. It contained a vast vitality, as if it could truly allow a person to be reborn like a phoenix. "So you were just looking at the jade," the man said. "Old fox, your appetite is quite big. That phoenix blood is my second life, and you really dare to ask for it. Just say whether you want to bet or not." Are you afraid of losing?" The fox said. "If you think it's a loss, then I'll give you my moonlight tree as well." "Deal." Witnessing all this, a great power couldn't help but quietly ask Old Xiao, "What is this phoenix blood? Is it really valuable?" Both the zoo and the moonlight tree are treasures worth their weight in gold, enough to make countless people envious. Let's not talk about the zoo for now. The moonlight tree can channel the power of the moon for cultivation. It's simply a sacred artifact for training. Phoenix blood can allow a land immortal to recover from serious injuries to peak condition instantly. "Do you think it's valuable?" Old Xiao replied lightly. Everyone present gasped in shock. These 2 land immortal level figures were actually putting such precious items on the line for a bet. Thinking about the cause of the event, everyone turned their gaze back to Li Lan and Ouyang Yufei. With 3 treasures at stake, these usually calm big shots were all getting a bit nervous. Who would win in the end? A fierce battle was about to unfold. Who is this person? So rude. After being interrupted repeatedly, even Li Lan was a bit annoyed. He ruffled his messy hair, gathered his spirits, and stared coldly at Ouyang Yufei, his voice somewhat icy. "What if I say no? Then let's fight." As soon as these words came out, the few people bound by Li Lan felt a chill run down their spines. "Wait." They looked at Ouyang Yufei, who was about to call for him to stop. "Ouyang, if you want to fight, go ahead, but we're still in their hands. If you make a move against him, won't we be done for? At least wait for us to leave first." But before they could finish, the vines binding their feet spontaneously ignited. They made a crackling sound. The flames were unlike ordinary fire. While burning their flesh, they also scorched the spiritual power within their bodies. "Ah, it hurts. What kind of fire is this, burning my spiritual power? I can't take it anymore. My spiritual power is burning. If this continues, my meridians will be damaged. I'm leaving first. Take me with you. Take me with you. Whoa, don't leave me behind." In an instant, all the practitioners from the Xuanwu Academy who were bound could no longer endure the excruciating pain, shattered their jade pendants, and left the secret realm early. "A bunch of useless trash." Ouyang Yufei snorted coldly, staring fiercely at Li Lan. "Since that's the case, you can leave with them." As he spoke, dozens of flying knives shot up from his body, aimed directly at Li Lan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing through the air was intense, but Li Lan showed no signs of panic. He merely raised his hand slightly, and countless massive vines shot up from the ground, tightly wrapping around the flying knives. After a few seconds, the vines dispersed, and the flying knives fell to the ground, losing their spiritual essence. Li Lan waved his hand again, and countless vines rose from the ground, surrounding Ouyang Yufei. Ouyang Yufei didn't waste any words. He leaped onto the large wasp from earlier, evading the pursuit. He patted the wasp's rear and shouted, "Shoot for me." Immediately, the rear of the giant wasp turned towards Li Lan, and countless stingers shot out like a rain of arrows. Li Lan remained motionless, simply channeling the wood element within him, quietly observing it. The vines beneath him began to move, effortlessly helping Li Lan evade the attack. "You think this is it?" Ouyang Yufei spoke again. Li Lan looked around and saw that from the shadows, more than a dozen giant wasps had emerged, silently closing in on him. With a command from Ouyang Yufei, the stingers fell like a torrential downpour, bringing with them a stench of blood and chaos. "Now let's see how you dodge." "Oh no!" Seeing this scene, countless supporters of Li Lan outside the arena felt a pang of anxiety for him. Ouyang Yufei, as the star contestant of this competition, was a favorite to win. They were well aware of his strength and naturally knew that the toxins of those wasps were no joke. If Li Lan got entangled with these wasps, his strength would be reduced by nearly a third. Facing Ouyang Yufei afterward, he might not even have the power to fight back. "Li Lan is going to capsize," a staff member murmured in the arena. Su Xian, who usually spoke little, surprisingly said, "Don't worry, Li Lan will be fine." The staff member glanced at him, unsure where he found the courage to say that. Although the overall strength of these wasps was not very strong, with so many combined, even a late-stage master would likely be in trouble. Moreover, there was still Ouyang Yufei, the insect master, present. Who knows how many insects he had at his disposal? "You have a good mindset." A group of eliminated practitioners from the Xuanwu Academy sat in the arena. Aside from a few who were dissatisfied with Li Lan and spoke sarcastically, most had a decent attitude. After some frustration, they didn't react much, just quietly watching the big screen, learning the micro-operations between the two masters. However, many of them felt quite disheartened. The reason was that this was simply impossible to learn. No, it wasn't that they couldn't learn, it was that they couldn't find anything to learn from. Ouyang Yufei was a bit better, he moved occasionally, his body not too active but not too still either. But Li Lan was simply a devil. He remained completely still, just sitting on that broken vine, moving only his hand. It was as if he wasn't in a battle but playing a game. It was infuriating to watch. "It's so annoying," muttered a student from the Xuanwu Academy. Watching the countless stingers flying towards him, Li Lan remained calm and unhurried. He simply stretched lazily and said, "Let's end this, I'm a bit tired." "Are you surrendering?" Ouyang Yufei asked, somewhat displeased. "Not at all," Li Lan replied with a smile. Ouyang Yufei was taken aback. Suddenly, Li Lan leaped down from the vine and landed on the ground. In an instant, the entire space of the giant stone forest trembled. Countless streams of lava surged from the ground, the earth cracked continuously, and those massive stone pillars collapsed like dominoes, plunging into the lava. The entire world instantly turned a fiery red. Half-domain supernatural power, lava paradise. Feeling the scorching heat wave rushing towards him, Ouyang Yufei felt he could hardly breathe. Looking at Li Lan, he suddenly felt like he was just a grasshopper in the palm of his opponent. As long as the other party made a slight move, he would be left with no place to die. Strange, what is happening? Why do I feel this way? This is not scientific. Ouyang Yufei calmed himself and soon figured out the answer. It was that he had stepped into the opponent's domain. His teacher had once said that under normal circumstances, if one felt this way during a battle, it meant that the enemy, a land immortal, had unleashed a domain supernatural power, and he was targeted by that domain. However, the person before him only had the strength of a master, absolutely impossible to be a land immortal. Otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. Since that was the case, there was only one possibility: the person before him had unleashed a half-domain supernatural power. Ouyang Yufei gasped. The person in front of him seemed younger than him and had already comprehended a half-domain supernatural power. It was simply terrifying. It should be known that the half-domain divine ability, although merely a preliminary form of the domain divine ability, can only be comprehended by those seasoned and powerful divine practitioners. And now, he has actually grasped it. His name seems to be Li Lan. What a monster! Knowing that if he continued to stay here, he would surely be eliminated, Ouyang Yufei immediately recalled all the wasps and urged them to fly swiftly out of the stone forest. The half-domain divine ability is different from the domain divine ability. The half-domain divine ability does not have the power to seal space. As long as one can fly out of the giant stone forest, there is a glimmer of hope. Seeing this scene, the audience, who originally thought there would be a fierce battle, were instantly taken aback. They still did not understand what was happening. Half-step fusion divine ability, the doubts of the Flame Emperor. Heavens, what is going on? How did the environment of the underground world suddenly change so drastically? What happened to Ouyang Yufei? Why is he running so fast all of a sudden? Hurry back. Exactly, although the sudden change in terrain affected him, it also affected Li Lan. What is there to be afraid of? Why is Ouyang Yufei so timid today? He wasn't like this before. Why do I feel that this sudden change was caused by Li Lan? Impossible, that is absolutely impossible. What a joke, you think he caused this? Such a terrifying illusion. Do you think he is a land immortal? He isn't even a divine practitioner of the illusion system. I think it is indeed possible. If you observe closely, you will find that although this terrain change is terrifying, most of it is just an illusion. Among the two divine practitioners present, only Li Lan is the most likely to cast this technique, otherwise, Ouyang Yufei wouldn't be so flustered. Illusion? I can't see it. Nonsense, you're just trash. I don't believe it. This is indeed an illusion, but Li Lan is not an illusion system practitioner, let alone a divine practitioner of the illusion system. If I am not mistaken, this should be the preliminary form of the fusion divine ability. Besides illusion techniques, only fusion divine abilities can unleash such terrifying power. What do you mean? Are you saying Li Lan has comprehended the half-fusion divine ability? He's only 17, right? The last person from the younger generation to comprehend the fusion divine ability was Li Qingyang, and he was 21 at the time. What a pair of freaks! The strongest genius of the human federation has been born. So terrifying, this Li Lan is truly a freak. Having comprehended the half-fusion divine ability, Li Lan is in danger. With such brilliance, a tall tree attracts the wind. I have a premonition that after the martial arts competition ends, he will be crazily hunted by the alien races. Alien races? Don't forget who Li Lan's grandfather is. With the Flame Emperor overseeing, anyone who comes will die. Can the Flame Emperor protect him for a moment, or for a lifetime? Don't let others gain the upper hand while diminishing your own momentum. Although Li Lan is more handsome than me, which annoys me, as a member of the Dragon Kingdom and the human race, I truly hope he grows. Lazy God is amazing. having comprehended the preliminary form of the fusion divine ability. How far can the true fusion divine ability be? The fusion divine ability is something only land immortals can learn, and now my lazy god is also half a land immortal. Your family? Clearly, he is from my family. He is from my family. My family. Ha! Are you also from the Li family? With the fusion divine ability, as long as Li Lan wants to compete, the first place is almost a certainty. Unless the other divine practitioners unite, almost no one will be his opponent. It would be too difficult for the other 6 to unite. Yuanqing's Qinglong Academy, as Li Lan's affiliated academy, naturally cannot unite. It depends on the other 5. Feng Xinghuan should also be unlikely. He has always been at odds with the 5 major academies. It's getting more and more exciting. With the exposure of Li Lan's half-fusion divine ability, it was like a stone stirring up 3 layers of waves, shaking the entire community of supernatural practitioners in the Dragon Kingdom. In the conference room, the Fire Saint was especially happy, laughing heartily, making the other 2 look on with envy and jealousy. The one who was laughing the happiest was the Fox Dean. He was extremely fond of Li Lan at this moment. One reason was Li Lan's talent. The other was the jade pendant in his hand. A bet is a bet, the Fox Dean chuckled. The military martial artist beside him merely snorted coldly and cast an excited glance at Li Lan on the big screen. Li family manor. In an ancient and elegant study, Li Lan's old father frowned as he looked at the incessantly ringing phone. Just as he was about to burn the noisy thing on the spot, he felt darkness envelop him, and he vanished into thin air. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself inside a volcanic crater. The volcano was bubbling with hot air, and thick black smoke billowed. Magma continuously surged from the ground, bubbling like boiling water with bright red bubbles. A red-haired old man bathed in the magma, his golden runes flickering, resembling a war god from ancient times. Upon seeing this elder, Li Lan's old father approached with respect in his eyes. Father, no outsiders, just call me old man. Yes, father. The Flame Emperor's crimson eyes looked at him and said, Kaitian, do you know about Lanner? Li Kaitian nodded. I just found out. It seems he has kept it quite deep. What should we do next? You arrange it as you see fit. The Flame Emperor's gaze suddenly sharpened. After the competition ends, bring that kid to see me. I suspect. Li Kaitian felt a mix of complex emotions and tension. I understand, father. Second uncle is at the competition site. When Lanner comes out, I will have second uncle bring him to see you right away. He certainly knew what his father was suspecting. It was simply a suspicion of whether the current Li Lan was still the same Li Lan from before. After all, the strength Li Lan had repeatedly revealed was truly bizarre. Previously, when his extraordinary powers were exposed, it could still be somewhat understood. My Li family's genes are good. What's wrong with producing a few prodigies? But now, a 17-year-old child has comprehended half-integration divine powers, which is simply unbelievable. Even he began to doubt whether Li Lan had been possessed by some powerful alien being. No one knows a child better than their father. In his eyes, the previous Li Lan was definitely not a genius. He felt a bit lost. If Li Lan had truly been possessed, what should he do? With a complicated heart, he dialed a phone number. A cold voice came from the other end. Father, Xingyang, do you know about your younger brother's situation? I heard about it. I didn't expect Xiaolan to have comprehended half-domain divine powers. Although Li Qingyang's voice was very calm, the excitement in his tone was impossible to hide. Li Kaitian smiled and nodded. Right? He surpassed you by a few years. I want to ask you something. What is it? When you last saw Xiaolan, did you notice anything unusual about him? Father, are you suspecting? Not just me, your grandfather is also suspicious. This is too strange. Li Qingyang thought carefully and after a long while said, when I last saw Xiaolan, it seemed I didn't notice anything unusual about him. However, he indeed seems a bit more diligent than when he was younger. This should be due to spending a long time outside. Father, you could actually ask Su Xian about this. He has always been by Xiaolan's side. Xiaolan used to need help getting dressed, so he should know Xiaolan's situation very well. In the depths of the Great Northwest, within the borders of Long Country, underground, 1,000 meters deep, a black temple stood majestically. Outside the temple, a few scattered worshippers knelt, dressed in black robes, their expressions serious as they murmured obscure prayers. Their gazes were resolute, and an evil aura emanated from them. Each one was, surprisingly, a master of extraordinary powers. At that moment, a sudden gust of wind arose, stirring up a fierce storm. The crowd looked up in astonishment at the statue in the great hall, their reverence deepening. The statue was incredibly strange, with 3 heads and 6 arms, a blue face with tusks, and a large eye on its forehead. At that moment, the eye flickered with an eerie red light. We welcome the might of our Lord. At the call of the faithful, a projection identical to the statue, but reduced in size by several dozen times, appeared before the worshippers. Upon seeing the apparition, all the believers became even more fervent, trembling with excitement. The divine envoy has descended upon the northwest branch. May I ask what brings you here? A deep voice came from outside the hall. Bang! 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 Accompanying it were several loud thuds of heavy footsteps. The worshippers looked outside and saw a giant, towering 3 meters tall, clad in crimson armor and wielding a blood-red axe. I have seen the Scarlet Bishop. Scarlet, long time no see, the apparition replied, looking at him. You too. The crimson giant chuckled. It seems you've been doing well lately. Even your appearance has taken on the form of our Lord. When he said our Lord, he emphasized the tone, and the apparition clearly detected the mockery, but he didn't mind. Things are going well. The facts prove that my choice back then was correct. Scarlet, we are already mired in a quagmire. Struggling in the mud is useless. It will only pull us deeper until death. You need to learn to assimilate with the quagmire, the crimson giant said impatiently. Cut the nonsense and just tell me what you want. Humph, you're still the same as before. The apparition didn't continue the conversation but changed the topic. Do you know Leland? Leland? Who? I don't know him. Alright, you can leave now. Goodbye. Take care, no need to see you off. Don't come back again. The crimson giant picked his nose and, without thinking, blurted out a long string of words. The apparition frowned slightly and said, Scarlet, mind your tone, I am currently serving the consciousness of our Lord. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, the eye on his forehead opened, flashing with an eerie red light. Bang! The instant the red light shone on the crimson giant, he immediately showed a pained expression. His face twisted in agony, he let out a low growl and struck the ground with his axe, unleashing a suffocating, powerful force. I just don't know him. Just tell me what you want. If you don't accept it, then kill me right now. The apparition coldly looked at the surrounding worshippers. Those people immediately perked up and hurried to the side of the crimson giant, briefly explaining the situation regarding Leland. Bishop, it's like this, half-domain divine powers in fire and wood. Good lad, a 17-year-old divine practitioner, and he has even comprehended half-domain divine powers. Truly impressive. The crimson giant laughed heartily. What, does the barbarian spirit clan want me to take care of this kid? The apparition nodded. Yes. Humph. My northwest is separated from Longjing by a vast distance. Are you joking asking me to take him out? Are those people at sea fools? Are the branches of the Spirit Energy Association you established fools? The crimson giant said unhappily. Damn it, I should have killed you when you were a kid. Recently, there have been some issues with the branches at sea. A mysterious force called the Water God Palace has appeared, seemingly with land deities stationed there. They are investigating, and it feels like other alien races have entered the territory of Manhwa, the apparition patiently explained. As for the branches of the Spirit Energy Association under the jurisdiction of the Barbarian Spirit Clan, they have been somewhat eroded by the Black Coffin. Until it is cleaned up, I dare not rashly assign such an important task to them. Alright, I understand. The Crimson Giant waved his hand. Once you're done talking, get lost. I will keep an eye on this matter for you. I don't need you to keep an eye on it, the apparition said sternly. Then should I take action myself? I hope you keep your word, the shadow said before vanishing into thin air, and the temple fell silent once more. Bishop? The followers looked towards the Crimson Giant, awaiting orders. The Crimson Giant scolded. What are you still looking at me for? You have 10 minutes to gather your things. In 10 minutes, we will head to Longjing together. Remember to bring something to mask your presence if you don't want to die the moment you step outside. He cast a glance at the other followers. As for you, all of you stay behind in the temple. Yes, in the Misty Realm, the underground world, the Stone Forest. Everyone was focused on the fleeing Ouyang Yufei and the imposing Leland. Yet, no one noticed that at this moment, a plump little sea otter was trembling while clutching a large stone. He looked pitifully at Leland not far away, trying to stretch his feet to the ground, only to quickly pull them back from the heat. He could only continue to look pitifully. With his big, watery eyes, he stared intently at Leland, afraid he would suddenly leave. Under Leland's terrifying powers, the black monsters in the stone forest were nearly wiped out. The remaining contestants either got eliminated or fled. All the points were collected by Leland. Before long, Leland firmly occupied the top spot on the leaderboard with a terrifying advantage of 832 points, leaving countless contestants in the secret realm in shock. They all began to inquire about what earth-shattering event Leland had accomplished to cause such a rapid increase in points. As the stone forest continued to become clean, Leland finally noticed the little sea otter trembling at that moment. He quickly withdrew his powers, hugged him, comforted him a bit, and went back to sleep. Outside, Suexien couldn't help but smile at this scene. To avoid being disturbed, Leland simply wrapped himself in vines this time, hanging from a large tree like a pupa. As time passed, the contestants in the secret realm finally realized what had happened. They looked towards the direction of the stone forest, casting odd glances. In a dark forest, two young men in robes stood together. One was grinning, while the other was cool and aloof. Yuan-gu, do you still have the patience to wait for him to come? You talk too much. He glanced at the group of Qinglong Academy students behind him. Let's go. Yes. Upon hearing they were about to meet the famous Li Lan, everyone immediately became excited. Thank you to Ing Jiexing for the great certification. Moi, the Black Hand of the Spirit Energy Association, the competition is over. The Black Hand of the Spirit Energy Association, the competition is over. The fire element is diligently cultivating fire element energy. The lightning element, feeling ignored by the fire element, angrily ran over to poke the fire element's face. The fire element rolled its eyes at him and continued to cultivate fire element energy. The lightning element, feeling bored, fell asleep next to the fire element. The fire element stopped cultivating and covered the lightning element with a small blanket woven from fire element power. The fire element continued to cultivate fire element energy. The wood element asked the water element for advice. Through discussions with the water element, the wood element understood some mysteries about merging powers. The wood element and the water element were diligently cultivating wood element energy, water element energy. The control ability and telekinesis ability were drinking soda and watching TV, controlling energy, telekinesis energy. The control ability discovered that the telekinesis ability was secretly cultivating and became furious. So you want to secretly cultivate alone, huh? Just watch me not crush you. The control ability tossed aside the soda, and a power hit away to cultivate frantically, controlling energy. The Dragon Tiger Body Refining Technique was discussing techniques with water nourishes all things. It seemed that the Dragon Tiger Body Refining Technique and water nourishes all things had come to some understanding. The Dragon and Tiger Body Forging Technique and water nourishes all things have decided to temporarily name the yet-to-be-born new technique as Water God Body Forging Technique. Li Lan, holding a small sea otter, is sleeping in laziness, while the elements and techniques within him are working frantically. Outside, wrapped in vines, there is a sea of people. As time passes, the chaotic situation in the stone forest finally comes to an end. More and more people arrive here, wanting to catch a glimpse of the legendary Li Lan. However, upon learning that Li Lan has wrapped himself up and is sleeping on a tree, their first reaction is one of confusion. After all, who among the contestants in the secret realm isn't working hard to accumulate points? Who would do something like this? Everyone stands under the tree, looking at each other, unsure of what to do. At this moment, someone suggests, "Why don't one of you go call him?" As soon as he says this, someone looks over with a strange expression. "If you want to be eliminated, go ahead and call him." What do you mean by that? Do you know how those from the Xuanwu Academy got eliminated before? Ha! Did they call him while he was sleeping? That's impossible. If you think it's impossible, then go try it. That person stared at Li Lan's cocoon for a long time but ultimately lacked the courage to act. After a while, he walked toward Li Lan. Just when everyone thought he couldn't hold back any longer, he made a strange gesture. He somehow found 3 incense sticks, planted them in the ground, brought his hands together, and bowed to Li Lan 3 times. He quietly muttered, "Since I'm here, I can't waste it. Lazy God, please bless me with more points in this competition. It would be even better if I could advance." What is he trying to do? Many people had question marks above their heads, but quite a few others thought he made a good point. Since they were here, they couldn't waste time. Besides, there were no demon beasts to kill here. They couldn't earn points. If they were just sitting around, it was better to pray. Who knows, it might actually work. After all, Li Lan is from the Li family, a prodigy-level genius, a pillar of the human race in the future. He is the kind of person with extraordinary luck. If they could gain even a bit of that luck from him, it would be wonderful. Even if they couldn't, they wouldn't lose anything. With this thought, more and more people began to bow to Li Lan. Of course, most of them were just bored onlookers. A long line gradually formed. Before long, the area around Li Lan was filled with the scent of incense. Those who didn't know would think they had stumbled into a place of worship. Li Lan, who was sleeping, sensed that someone was bowing to him and thought he was dreaming, so he ignored it. Yuan-gu, what should we do now? In a certain part of the stone forest, a student from the Qinglong Academy looked at Li Lan, who was receiving incense offerings, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. This kid is really interesting. Should I go call him out? No need. Anyway, our Qinglong Academy has already secured first place in this competition. If he wants to sleep, let him sleep. Yuan Qing said, "There will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the academy later. There's no rush. There is still a lot of time before the competition ends. Let's go hunt demon beasts and earn points." Yes. At the competition venue, a powerful practitioner left the conference room. As soon as he stepped out the door, the small clown puppet in Su Xian's pocket jumped out on its own. Su Xian quickly stuffed it back in, saying, "If you wanna die, fine, but don't die here." The implication was not to cause trouble for Li Lan. Su Xian already knew about the clown puppet, and he was aware of its identity. The clown, as a branch of the Spirit Energy Association, was the renowned former leader of the Dark Moon Circus. If someone discovered Li Lan's connection to it, it wouldn't be good for Li Lan. "Kid, I detected the presence of the Spirit Energy Association," the clown's hoarse voice said in Su Xian's mind. "Let me out, I'm in a very special state right now, and no one will notice me." "What?" Su Xian furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment, and cautiously took the clown puppet out of his pocket. "You didn't sense it wrong, did you?" This was the competition venue. As far as he knew, many powerful figures from the Dragon Kingdom were paying attention to this place. There were even a few terrestrial immortals present. If spiritual energy could permeate even this, wouldn't that be a bit terrifying? It can't be wrong. The voice of the clown puppet echoed in Su Xian's mind. He sensed the atmosphere around him and quickly locked onto a powerful practitioner who had just exited the conference room. "If my sensing is correct, it should be him. That's someone from the Merchant Alliance." Su Xian observed his attire, which seemed to carry deeper meaning. The Merchant Alliance was an organization in the Dragon Kingdom responsible for managing various trade associations. Its power was neither too great nor too small. Feeling Su Xian's gaze, the powerful practitioner looked over at him. Su Xian felt a bit nervous but managed to maintain his composure. After noticing nothing unusual, the powerful practitioner quietly left, arriving at an empty place. "This operation is terminated." A ring in his hand glowed, and a message entered his mind. As time passed, the competition finally came to an end. Although Li Lan had been lying flat for a long time, he still secured the first place. Compared to the terrifying score gap before, this time he was only slightly ahead of the second place, Zheng Shui from Qilin Academy. Countless people gathered at the entrance of the Secret Realm's teleportation portal, waiting for the contestants to emerge. Among them was naturally Su Xian. Inside the secret realm, everyone's bodies seemed frozen, enveloped by a brilliant golden light. Li Lan also awakened from his slumber. He rubbed his eyes, took out his phone, and checked the time. 17th of the month, 23:55. "Fortunately, there's still time," he murmured as the vines wrapped around him gradually unraveled. A fresh, lazy figure appeared before everyone. There were still about 40 contestants present. The gazes of these 40 or so people all turned towards Li Lan, filled with awe. Is he Li Lan? So young. To achieve first place at such a young age, and with such high points, it seems it will be difficult for others to break his record in the future. Looks like a storm of blood and gore is about to rise. What do you mean? How old is Li Lan? He already possesses such terrifying strength. After this competition, he will surely become a thorn in the side of the Spiritual Energy Association and many alien races. After this competition, Li Lan will undoubtedly be recorded in history. I have to say, the Li family has truly produced many talents in recent years, first Li Qingyang, then Li Qingya, followed by Li Qin, and now Li Lan, each one not weak. The Li family members are all monsters, right? Li Lan seems to be a student of Qinglong Academy, huh? Damn, lucky Qinglong Academy. If only Li Lan were from our academy, then I could say I'm Li Lan's senior. That would be so impressive. Many people were discussing animatedly. The students of Qinglong Academy held their heads high with pride, while the other 4 major academies looked at them with disdain. Look at how proud you are. If one didn't know better, they might think you were the ones who got first place. Li Lan, my name is Feng Xinghuan. Shall we get to know each other? Feng Xinghuan approached Li Lan, intending to greet him. But the next moment, Li Lan directly left the secret realm, appearing right in the competition venue. Seeing Li Lan leave, the others quickly followed. At this moment, the competition venue was packed with people, filled with prominent figures from all walks of life in the Dragon Kingdom. An elderly man dressed in a tang suit, exuding an impressive aura, stepped forward, his eyes sparkling with immense admiration. Congratulations to everyone! The top 30 contestants in this competition will enter the finals of the National Martial Arts Competition. The rewards will be delivered to you by tomorrow afternoon. After finishing, he looked at Li Lan again, nodding in satisfaction. You are Li Lan, right? Truly worthy of being the grandson of the Flame Emperor. Your talent seems to surpass that of your older brother Li Qingyang, doesn't it? As the first place winner of this competition, do you have anything to say? A microphone automatically flew into Li Lan's hand. Everyone present looked at him with anticipation. All the practitioners and ordinary people watching the live broadcast also looked at him expectantly. What would this young prodigy say to everyone? Countless people wondered. But after hearing the question, Li Lan simply smiled. Then he took out his phone, 59 seconds. After waiting for a while, the time jumped to 24, and he looked at Su Xin under the spotlight. Su Xin, happy birthday! Li Lan cupped his hands to form a trumpet shape and shouted loudly. Instantly, countless eyes turned to Su Xin below the stage. The live broadcast staff instinctively pointed the camera at Su Xin. Meanwhile, Su Xin, who was expecting Li Lan to say something, stood frozen in place. What the hell? Who am I? Where am I? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The gazes of the crowd seemed to pull him from an unnoticed corner directly onto a grand stage, right into the spotlight. Hesitation and lack of preparation made him very uncomfortable. He wanted to curse, but seeing Li Lan's smiling face, he couldn't bring himself to do it. After holding it in for a long time, he finally said, blushing, thank you. Since the competition is over, let's go home and find a place to eat. Li Lan tossed the microphone and teleported in front of him. The two were about to leave when boom! A meteor fell from the sky, crashing to the ground. Humph, all you know is to eat, drink, and play, lazy thing. You've embarrassed the Li family. As the fire from the meteor faded, an old man with red hair appeared before everyone. I've met the Fire Saint. Many people showed expressions of awe. Second uncle, why are you here? Li Lan asked in confusion. Of course, I'm here to find you, the Fire Saint replied. He felt somewhat helpless about his older brother's grandson. He wanted to praise him for bringing honor to the Li family, but he also wanted to give him a good beating. What kind of occasion is this? How many people in the entire dragon country are watching you, and you don't even acknowledge it? Why are you looking for me? Your grandfather wants you to come home. No way? Li Lan's body trembled. Rarely seeing this boy in such a state, the Fire Saint smiled and said, now that you know, let's go. Bring Su Xin along. It's just in time for a birthday party for him. Sure, whatever you say. The Fire Saint nodded, stroking his beard. A great fire erupted from thin air, engulfing the three of them. When the flames extinguished, the three had vanished without a trace. Everyone present stared wide-eyed at each other, unsure of what had happened. What the hell? You just left? Only in a small corner of the competition venue, a man in a suit looked at the dilapidated floor, wanting to cry without tears. The floor. I just renovated this floor last month. Whoa, 40 million gone. Li family. Li Lan and Su Xin appeared at the mouth of a fiery mountain. The Flame Emperor was bathing in lava within the volcano. Seeing this old man, Su Xin respectfully bowed. I've met the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor nodded and jumped out of the lava. Li Lan immediately ran over and acted cute. Grandpa, I missed you so much after such a long time. Oh really? The Flame Emperor looked at Li Lan with eyes that seemed to see through everything. Li Lan, without a blush or a racing heart, said, of course. He held the Flame Emperor's hand and said, by the way, Grandpa, I got first place this time. What reward are you planning to give me? How about this? A fiery red lotus appeared before Li Lan. A blazing red lotus. A semi-holy relic. Of course, I can, Li Lan decisively said, putting it away. He then asked, what gift are you planning to give Su Xin for his birthday today, Grandpa? Upon hearing this, Su Xin was startled and quickly said, young master, this, but before he could finish, another semi-holy relic glowing with fiery red light appeared before the three of them. Flame fruit. Thank you, Grandpa. Li Lan looked at Su Xin and said, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and accept it. Opportunities like this to take advantage of are rare. But, since Xiaolan wants you to take it, just accept it. This talent isn't weak. Becoming a great power is just a matter of time. But this, Su Xin still hesitated. No more buts. Consider it a birthday gift from me. If you're willing to accept it, just work for me for 30 more years in the future. Alright, you two go out first. I have some things to discuss with Xiaolan, said the Flame Emperor. The Fire Saint looked at Su Xin, smiling brightly, just accept it. Your mother is still waiting outside. Thank you for the gift, Flame Emperor. The two left the secret realm. About an hour or two later, Li Lan also left the secret realm. The Fire Saint appeared beside the Flame Emperor. How is it? It's Xiaolan. The Flame Emperor smiled. Years later, as the war among the myriad races was coming to an end, facing the devastated battlefield, Li Lan, who had become a deity, might recall that distant and joyful night at the Li family estate. At that time, the lights of countless homes shone brightly, and every face wore a happy smile. The fallen had not yet fallen, and the heroes celebrated by thousands had not yet stained their hands with blood. The end.